Mistress of the Empire by Raymond E. Feist and Feist Wurts. This book is dedicated to Kyung and John Conning, with appreciation for giving us insights and friendship. Acknowledgements. In the course of 5 years in writing 3 novels together, we are indebted to the following people, without whose contributions the work would not have been as rewarding for either ourselves or the reader. Our thanks to the Friday Nighters, who started it all way back when REF asked where Midkemia was, thereby making it impossible not to write the story. To our editors along the way, Adrian Zachheim, Jim Moser, Pat Labruto and Jana Silverstein for turning us loose. To Elaine Chubb for continuity and finish. To so many people at our publishing houses who care more than the job requires and work above and beyond the call of duty, those gone on to the other places and those still with us. To Jonathan Matson for being more than an agent. To Mike Florkey for spreading the word and technical suggestions. And to Kathleen Starbuck and Don Mates for putting up with REF and JW respectively while we were impossible to live with for the last 6 years. The fact we're still married speaks volumes for your patience and love. Raymond E. Feist, Feist Wurts, San Diego, California, Sarasota, Florida, June 1991. Chapter 1. Tragedy. The morning sun shone. Dew bejewelled the lakeshore grasses, and the calls of nesting chatterbirds carried sweetly on the breeze. Lady Mara of the Acoma savoured the air, soon to give way to the day's heat. Seated in her litter, her husband at her side and her 2-year-old son Justin napping in her lap, she closed her eyes and breathed a deep sigh of contentment. She slipped her fingers into her husband's hand. Hokanu smiled. He was undeniably handsome and a proven warrior, and the easy times had not softened his athletic appearance. His grip closed possessively over hers, his strength masked by gentleness. The past 3 years had been good ones. For the first time since childhood, she felt safe, secure from the deadly, unending political intrigues of the game of the council. The enemy who had killed her father and brother could no longer threaten her. He was now dust and memories, his family fallen with him, his ancestral lands and magnificently appointed estate house had been deeded to Mara by the Emperor. Superstition held that ill luck tainted a fallen family's land. On a wonderful morning such as this, misfortune seemed nowhere in evidence. As the litter moved slowly along the shore, the couple shared the peace of the moment while they regarded the home that they had created between them. Nestled between steep, stone-crested hills, the valley that had first belonged to the Minwanabi lords was not only naturally defensible, but so beautiful it was as if touched by the gods. The lake reflected a placid sky. The waters rippled by the fast oars of a messenger skiff bearing dispatches to factors in the holy city. There, grain barges poled by chanting slaves delivered this year's harvest to warehouses for storage until the spring floods allowed transport downriver. The dry autumn breeze rippled golden grass, and the morning sun lit the walls of the estate house like alabaster. Beyond, in a natural hollow, force commanders Lujan and Zandia drilled a combined troop of Acoma and Shinzawai warriors. Since Hokanu would one day inherit his father's title, his marriage to Mara had not merged the two houses. Warriors in Acoma green marched in step with others in Shinzawai blue, the ranks patched black here and there by divisions of insectoid chojar. Along with the Minwanabi lands, Lady Mara had gained an alliance with 2 additional hives, and with them the fighting strength of 3 more companies of warriors bred by their queens for battle. An enemy foolish enough to launch an assault would invite swift annihilation. Mara and Hokanu, with loyal vassals and allies between them, commanded a standing army unsurpassed in the nations. Only the Light of Heaven's own imperial whites, with levies from other houses under his sovereignty, would rival these two armies. And as if fine troops and a near-impregnable fortress did not in themselves secure peace, the title Servant of the Empire, bestowed upon Mara for her services to Siranuani, gave her honorary adoption into the Emperor's own family. The imperial whites were as likely to march in her defence, for by the honour central to Sirani culture, insult or threat to her was an offence visited upon the Light of Heaven's blood family. "You seem delightfully self-satisfied this morning, wife," Hokanu said in her ear. Mara tilted her head back into his shoulder, her lips parted for his kiss. If, deep in her heart, she missed the wild passion she had known with the red-haired barbarian slave who had fathered Justin, she had come to terms with that loss. Hokanu was a kindred spirit who shared her political shrewdness and inclination toward innovation. He was quick-witted, kind, and devoted to her, as well as tolerant of her headstrong nature, as few men of her culture were inclined to be. With him, Mara shared voice as an equal. Marriage had brought a deep and abiding contentment, and though her interest in the great game of the council had lessened, she no longer played out of fear. Hokanu's kiss warmed the moment like wine, until a high-pitched shout split the quiet. Mara straightened up from Hokanu's embrace, her smile mirrored in her husband's dark eyes. "Ayaki," they concluded simultaneously. The next moment, galloping hoofbeats thundered down the trail by the lake. Hokanu tightened his arm around his wife's shoulder as the two of them leaned out to view the antics of Mara's older son and heir. A coal-black horse burst through the gap in the trees, mane and tail flying in the wind. Green tassels adorned its bridle, and a pearl-stitched breastplate kept the saddle from sliding backward along its lean length of barrel. Crouched in the lacquer-worked stirrups was a boy recently turned 12, and as raven-haired as his mount. He reined the gelding into a turn and charged toward Mara's litter, his face flushed with the thrill of speed, and his fine sequin-stitched robe flying like a banner behind. "He's becoming quite the bold rider," Hokanu said admiringly, "and the birthday present appears to please him." Mara watched, a glow of pleasure upon her face, as the boy reined in the mount on the path. Ayaki was her joy, the person she loved most in life. The black gelding tossed its head in protest. It was spirited and eager to run. Still not entirely comfortable with the huge animals imported from the barbarian world, Mara held her breath in apprehension. Ayaki had inherited a wild streak from his father, and in the years since his narrow escape from an assassin's knife, a restless mood sometimes claimed him. At times he seemed to taunt death, as if by defying danger he could reaffirm the life in his veins. But today was not such a moment, and the gelding had been selected for obedience as well as fleetness. It snorted a gusty breath of air and yielded to the rein, falling into stride alongside Mara's litter-bearers, who overcame their inclination to move away from the large animal. The lady looked up as boy and horse filled her vision. Ayaki would be tall, the legacy of both his grandfathers. He had inherited the Acoma tendency toward leanness and all of his father's stubborn courage. Although Hokanu was not his bloodfather, the two shared friendship and respect. Ayaki was a boy any parent could be proud of, and he was already showing the wits he would need when he reached adulthood and entered the game of the council as Lord of the Acoma in his own right. "Young show-off," Hokanu teased. "Our bearers might be the only ones in the Empire to be granted the privilege of sandals, but if you think we should race you to the meadows, we'll certainly have to refuse." Ayaki laughed. His dark eyes fixed on his mother, filled with the elation of the moment.
Actually, I was going to ask Laxo if I might try our speed against a Choja. It would be interesting to know whether his warriors could overtake a troop of the barbarians' cavalry.
If there was a war, which there is not at the moment, gods be praised, Hokanu said on a note a shade more serious, take care you mind your manners, and don't offend Force Commander Laxo's dignity when you ask. Ayaki's grin widened. Having grown up around the alien Choja, he was not at all intimidated by their strange ways. Laxo still has not forgiven me for handing him a Jamach fruit with a stone in it. He has, Mara interjected, but after that he grew wise to your tricks, which is well. The Choja don't have the same appreciation of jokes that humans do. Looking at Hokanu, she said, in fact, I don't think they understand our humour. Ayaki made a face, and the black curvetted under him. The litter-bearers swerved away from its dancing hooves, and the jostle disturbed young Justin. He awakened with a cry of infant outrage. The dark horse shied at the noise. Ayaki held the animal with a firm hand, but the spirited gelding backed a few steps. Hokanu kept a passive face, though he felt the urge to laugh at the boy's fierce determination and control. Justin delivered an energetic kick into his mother's stomach. She bent forward, scooped him up in her arms. Then something sped past Hokanu's ear from behind him, causing the hangings of the litter to flutter. A tiny hole appeared in the silk where Mara's head had been an instant before. Hokanu threw his body roughly against those of his wife and foster child and twisted to look in the other direction. Within the shadows of the bushes beside the path, something black moved. Instincts honed in battle pressed Hokanu to unthinking action. He pushed his wife and younger child out of the litter, keeping his body across them as a shield. His sudden leap overturned the litter, giving them further cover. "The brush!" he shouted, as the bearers were sent sprawling. Guards drew their blades in readiness to defend their mistress, but seeing no clear target to attack, they hesitated. Mara exclaimed in puzzlement from beneath a tangle of cushions and torn curtains over the noise of Justin's wails. "What?" To the guards, Hokanu shouted, "Behind the akasi bushes!" The horse stamped as if at a stinging fly. Ayaki felt his gelding shudder under him. Its ears flattened, and it shook its heavy mane, while he worked the reins to soothe it. "Easy, big fellow! Stand easy!" His stepfather's warning failed to reach him, so intent was he on steadying his mount. Hokanu glanced over the litter. The guards now rushed the bushes he had indicated. As he turned to check for possible attack from the other quarter, he saw Ayaki frantically trying to calm a horse grown dangerously overexcited. A sparkle of lacquer in the sunlight betrayed a tiny dart protruding from the gelding's flank. "Ayaki, get off!" His horse gave a vicious kick. The dart in its hide had done its work, and nerve poison coursed through the beast's bloodstream. Its eyes rolled, showing wide rings of white. It reared up, towering, and a near-human scream shrilled from its throat. Hokanu sprang away from the litter. He grabbed for the gelding's rein, but slashing hooves forced him back. He dodged, tried another grab, and missed as the horse twisted. Familiar enough with horseflesh to know this animal had gone berserk, he screamed to the boy who clung with both hands locked around the beast's neck. "Ayaki, jump off! Do it now, boy!" "No!" cried the child, not in defiance, but bravely. "I can quiet him!" Hokanu leapt for the reins again, frightened beyond thought for his own safety. The boy's concern might have been justified if the horse had simply been scared, but Hokanu had once seen the effects of a poisoned dart. He recognized the horse's shivering flesh and sudden lack of coordination for what they were, the symptoms of fast-acting venom. Had the dart struck Mara, death would have taken seconds. But in an animal 10 times her size, the end would be slower and brutally painful. The horse bellowed its agony, and a spasm shook its great frame. It bared yellow teeth and fought the bit, while Hokanu again missed his grip.
"Poison, Ayaki!"
he shouted over the noise of the frantic horse. Hokanu lunged to catch the stirrup, hoping to snatch the boy clear. The horse's forelegs stiffened, bracing outward as the muscles locked into extension. Then its quarters collapsed, and it toppled, the boy caught like a burr underneath. The thud of the heavy body striking earth mingled with Mara's scream. Ayaki refused to leap free at the last. Still riding his horse, he was swept sideways, his neck whipped back as the force of the fall threw him across the path. The horse shuddered and rolled over upon the boy. Ayaki made no sound. Hokanu avoided a hedge of thrashing hooves as he darted around the tormented animal. He reached the boy's side in a bound, too late. Trapped under the weight of dying, shivering horseflesh, the child looked too pale to be real. His dark eyes turned to Hokanu's, and his one free hand reached out to grip that of his foster father's, a heartbeat ahead of death. Hokanu felt the small, dirty fingers go limp inside his own. He clung on in a rage of denial. "No!" he shouted, as if in appeal to the gods. Mara's cries rang in his ears, and he was aware of the warriors from her honour guard jostling him as they laboured to shift the dead horse. The gelding was rolled aside, the rush of air as its lungs deflated moaning through its vocal cords. For Ayaki, there would be no such protest at shattering, untimely death. The gelding's withers had crushed his chest, and the ribs stood up from mangled flesh like the broken shards of swords. The young face, with its two white cheeks, stared yet, open-eyed and surprised, at the untroubled sky overhead. The fingers that had reached out to a trusted foster father to stave off the horror of the dark lay empty, open, the scabbed remains of a blister on one thumb, a last testimony to diligent practice with a wooden sword. This boy would never know the honours or the horrors of a battle, or the sweet kiss of his first maid, or the pride and responsibility of the Lord's mantle that had been destined one day to be his. The finality of sudden ending left pain like a bleeding wound. Hokanu knew grief and stunned disbelief. His mind worked through the shock only out of reflex trained on the fields of war. "Cover the child with your shield," he ordered. "His mother must not see him like this." But the words left numbed lips too late. Mara had rushed after him, and he felt the flurry of her silken robes against his calf as she flung herself on her knees by her son. She reached out to embrace him, to raise him up from the dusty ground, as if through sheer force of love she could restore him to life. But her hands froze in the air over the bloody rags of flesh that had been Ayaki's body. Her mouth opened without sound. Something crumpled inside her. On instinct, Hokanu caught her back and bundled her against his shoulder. "He has gone to the Red God's halls," he murmured. Mara did not respond. Hokanu felt the rapid beat of her heart under his hands. Only belatedly did he notice the scuffle in the brush beside the trail. Mara's honour guard had thrown themselves with a vengeance upon the black-clothed body of the assassin. Before Hokanu could gather the wits to order restraint, for alive the man might be made to say which enemy had hired him, the warriors made an end of the issue. Their swords rose and fell, bright red. In seconds, Ayaki's killer lay hacked like a Nidra bullock slaughtered in a butcher's stall. Hokanu felt pity for the man. Through the blood, he noted the short black shirt and trousers, the red dyed hands, as the soldiers turned the body over. The headcloth that hid all but the eyes of the man was pulled aside to reveal a blue tattoo upon the left cheek. This mark would only be worn by a member of the Hamoi Tong, a brotherhood of assassins. Hokanu stood slowly. It did not matter that the soldiers had dispatched the killer. The assassin would have died gladly before divulging information. The Tong operated to a strict code of secrecy, and it was certain the murderer would not know who had paid his leader for this attack. and the only name that mattered was that of the man who had hired the Hamoi Brotherhood's services. In a cold corner of his mind, Hokano understood that this attempt upon Mara's life had not come cheaply. This man could not have hoped to survive his mission, and a suicide killing would be worth a fortune in metal.
"Search the corpse, and track his path through the estates,"
he heard himself saying in a voice hardened by the emotions that seethed inside.
"See if you can find any clues as to who might have hired the Tong."
The Acoma strike leader in command bowed to the master and issued sharp orders to his men.
"Leave a guard over the boy's body," Hokano added.
He bent to comfort Mara, unsurprised that she was still speechless, fighting horror and disbelief. Her husband did not fault her for being unable to keep composure and show proper Surani impassivity. Ayaki had been all the family she had known for many years. She had no other blood kindred. Her life before his birth had already been jarred by too much loss and death. He cradled her small, shivering body against his own and added the necessary instructions concerning the boy. But when the arrangements were complete and Hokano tried tenderly to draw Mara away, she fought him.
"No,"
she said in strangled pain.
"I will not leave him here alone." "My lady, Ayaki is beyond our help. He already stands in the Red God's halls. Despite his years, he met death courageously. He will be welcomed."
He stroked her damp hair, dampened with tears, and tried to calm her.
"You would do better inside with loved ones around you, and Justin in the care of his nurses."
"No," Mara repeated, a note in her voice that he instinctively knew not to cross.
"I won't leave."
And though she did, after a time, consent to have her surviving child sent back to the estate house under protection of a company of warriors, she sat through the heat of the morning on the dusty soil, staring at the stilled face of her firstborn. Hokano never left her. The stinks of death did not drive him away, nor the flies that swarmed and buzzed and sucked at the eyes of the seeping corpse of the gelding. Controlled, as if on a battlefield, he faced the worst and coped. In quiet tones, he sent a runner-slave to fetch servants and a small silk pavilion to offer shade. Mara never looked aside as the awning was set up above her. As though the people around her did not exist, she sifted torn earth through her fingers until a dozen of her best warriors arrived in ceremonial armour to bear her fallen son away. No one argued with Hokano's suggestion that the boy deserved battlefield honours. Ayaki had died of an enemy's dart as surely as if the poison had struck his own flesh. He had refused to abandon his beloved horse, and such courage and responsibility in one so young merited recognition. Mara watched, her expression rigid as porcelain, as the warriors lifted her son's body and set it on a bier bedecked with streamers of Acoma green, a single one scarlet, in acknowledgment of the red god who gathers in all life. The morning breeze had stilled, and the warriors sweated at their task. Hokano helped Mara to her feet, willing her not to break. He knew the effort it took to maintain his own composure, and not just for the sake of Ayaki. Inside his heart, he bled also for Mara, whose suffering could scarcely be imagined. He steadied her steps as she moved beside the bier, and the slow cortege wound its way down slope toward the estate house that only hours earlier had seemed a place blessed by felicity. It seemed a crime against nature that the gardens should still be so lush, and the lake shore so verdant and beautiful, and the boy on the bier be so bloody and broken and still. The honour-bearers drew up before the front doorway used for ceremonial occasions. Shadowed by the immense stone portal stood the household's most loyal servants. One by one, they bowed to the bier to pay young Ayaki their respects. They were led by Kyoke, First advisor for war, his hair silvered with age, the crutch that enabled him to walk after battle wounds cost him his leg unobtrusively tucked into a fold of his formal mantle. As he intoned the ritual words of sympathy, he looked upon Mara with the grief a father might show, locked behind dark eyes and an expression like old wood. After him waited Lujan, the Acoma force commander, his usual rakish smile vanished, and his steady gaze spoiled by his blinking to hold back tears. A warrior to the core, he scarcely managed to maintain his bearing. He had taught the boy on the bier to spar with a sword, and only that morning had praised his developing skills. He touched Mara's hand as she passed.
"Ayaki may have been only 12 years of age, my lady, but he already was an exemplary warrior."
The mistress barely nodded in response. Guided by Hokanu, she passed on to the Hadonra next in line. Small and mouse-shy, Jikan looked desolate. He had recently succeeded in intriguing the volatile Ayaki with the arts of estate finance. Their games, using shell counters to represent the marketable Acoma trade goods, would no longer clutter the breakfast nook off the pantry. Jikan stumbled over the formal words of sympathy to his mistress. His earnest brown eyes seemed to reflect her pain as she and her husband passed on to her young adviser Sarek and his assistant Inkomo. Both were later additions to the household, but Ayaki had won their affection no less than the others. The condolences they offered to Mara were genuine, but she could not reply. Only Hokanu's hand on her elbow kept her from stumbling as she mounted the stair and entered the corridor. The sudden step into shadow caused Hokanu to shiver. For the first time, the beautifully tiled stonework did not offer him the feeling of shelter. The beautiful painted screens he and Mara had commissioned did not warm him to admiration. Instead, he felt gnawing doubt. Had young Ayaki's death been an expression of the god's displeasure that Mara should claim as spoils the properties of her fallen enemies? The Minoanabi, who had once walked these halls, had sworn blood feud against the Acoma. Eschewing tradition, Mara had not buried their Natami, the talisman stone that secured the spirits of the dead to life's wheel as long as it stood in sunlight. Could the lingering shades of vanquished enemies visit ill luck on her and her children? Afraid for young Justin's safety, and inwardly reprimanding himself for giving credence to superstitions, Hokanu focused upon Mara. Where death and loss had always hardened her to courage and action, now she seemed utterly devastated. She saw the boy's corpse into the great hall, her steps like those of a mannequin animated by a magician's spell. She sat motionless at the bier's side while servants and maids bathed her child's torn flesh and robed him in the silks and jewels that were his heritage as heir of a great house. Hokanu hovered nearby, aching with a sense of his own uselessness. He had food brought, but his lady would not eat. He asked for a healer to make up a soporific, expecting, even hoping, to provoke an angry response. Mara dully shook her head and pushed the cup away. The shadows on the floor lengthened as the sun crossed the sky, and the windows in the ceiling admitted steepening angles of light. When the scribe sent by Jikan tapped discreetly on the main door a third time, Hokanu at last took charge and told the man to seek out Sarek or Inkomo to make up the list of noble houses who should be informed of the tragedy. Plainly, Mara was not up to making the decision herself. Her only movement for hours had been to take the cold, stiff fingers of her son in her own. Lujan arrived near dusk, his sandals dusty, and more weariness in his eyes than he had ever shown on campaign. He bowed to his mistress and her consort and awaited permission to speak. Mara's eyes remained dully fixed on her son. Hokanu reached out and touched her rigid shoulder.
"My love, your force commander has news."
The lady of the Acoma stirred, as if roused from a great distance.
"My son is dead," she said faintly. "By the mercy of all the gods, it should have been me."
Rent to the heart by compassion, Hokanu stroked back a fallen wisp of her hair.
If the gods were kind, the attack should never have happened.
Then, as he saw that his lady had slipped back into her stupor, he faced her officer. The eyes of both men met, anguished. They had seen Mara enraged, hurt, even in terror of her life. She had always responded with spirit and innovation. This apathy was not like her, and all who loved her feared that a portion of her spirit might have perished along with her son. Hokanu endeavoured to shoulder as much of the burden as possible.
"Tell me what your men have found, Lujan."
Had Mara's force commander been a more tradition-bound man, he would have refused. While Hokanu was a noble, he was not master of the Acoma. But the Shinzawai faction of the household was sworn to alliance with the Acoma, and Mara was in no condition to make critical decisions. Lujan released an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. The strengths of the Shinzawai heir were considerable, and the news Lujan brought was not cheering.
"My lords, our warriors searched the corpse to no avail. Our best trackers joined the search and, in a hollow where the assassin had apparently been sleeping, found this."
He offered a round shell token, painted scarlet and yellow, and incised with the triangular sigil of House Anasati. Hokanu took the object with a touch that bespoke disgust. The token was the sort a ruling lord might give a messenger as proof that an important errand had been carried out. Such a badge was inappropriate for an enemy to entrust to an assassin, but then the Lord of the Anasati made no secret of his hatred for Mara. Jiro was powerful and openly allied with houses who wished to abolish the Emperor's new policies. He was a scholar rather than a man of war, and though he was too clever to indulge in crude gestures, Mara had once slighted his manhood. She had chosen his younger brother for her first husband, and since that day Jiro had shown open animosity. Still, the shell counter was blatantly unsubtle for a working of the great game, and the Hamoy Tong was too devious a brotherhood to consent to the folly of carrying evidence of which lord or family might have hired it. Its history extended back for centuries, and its policies were cloaked in secrecy. To buy a death from it ensured absolute discretion. The token could be a play designed to throw blame upon the Anasati. Hokanu raised concerned eyes to Lujan. "You think Lord Jiro was responsible for this attack?" His query was less a question than an implied expression of doubt. That Lujan also had reservations about the placement of the token was evident as he drew breath to reply. But the name of the Anasati lord had pierced through Mara's lethargy.
"Jiro did this."
She spun from Ayaki's body and saw the red and yellow disc in Hokanu's hand. Her face contorted into a frightening mask of fury.
"The Anasati shall be as dust in the wind. Their Natami will be buried in offal, and their spirits will be consigned to the dark. I will show them less mercy than I did the Minwanabi."
Her hands clenched into fists. She stared without seeing between her husband and her force commander, as though her detested enemy could be made manifest through the force of her hatred.
"Not even that will pay for the blood of my son. Not even that."
"Lord Jiro might not be responsible,"
Lujan offered, his usually firm voice torn by grief.
"You were the target, not Ayaki. The boy is the nephew of the Anasati lord, after all. The Tong assassin could have been sent by any of the Emperor's enemies."
But Mara seemed not to hear.
"Jiro will pay. My son will be avenged." Do you think Lord Jiro was responsible?
Hokanu repeated to the force commander. That the young Anasati heir still felt as he did, even after inheriting the mantle and power that had been his father's, bespoke stubborn and childish pride. A mature mind would no longer nurse such a grudge, but, in vain arrogance, the Anasati lord might well wish the world to know whose hand had contracted for Mara's downfall. Except that since Mara was servant of the Empire, her popularity was too widespread. Fool Jiro might be over slighted manhood, but surely not so much that he would invite the Emperor's wrath. Lujan turned dark eyes toward Hokanu.
That bit of shell is all the evidence we have. Its very obviousness might be subtle, as if by calling attention to House Anasati, we might dismiss them at once and look elsewhere for the culprits.
Fury coiled beneath his words. He, too, wanted to strike in anger at the outrage that had been committed.
It matters very little what I think,
he finished grimly. For honour demanded that he do his lady's will, absolutely and without question. If Mara asked him to muster the Acoma garrison and march suicidally to war, he would obey, with all his heart and will. Dusk dimmed the skylights in the great hall. Servants entered on quiet feet and lit the lamps arrayed around Ayaki's bier. Scented smoke sweetened the air. The play of warm light softened death's pallor, and shadow veiled the misshapen lumps of the injuries beneath the silk robes. Mara sat alone in vigil. She regarded her son's oval face and the coal dark hair that, for the first time she could remember, had stayed combed for more than an hour. Ayaki had been all of her future, until that moment of the gelding's crushing fall. He had been her hopes, her dreams, and more, the future guardian of her ancestors, and the continuance of the Acoma name. Her complacence had killed him. Mara clenched white fingers in her lap. She never, ever should have lulled herself into belief that her enemies could not touch her. Her guilt at this lapse in vigilance would follow her all her days. Yet how bleak any contemplation of tomorrow had become. At her side lay a tray with the picked-over remains of a meal. The food had no taste that she could recall. Hokanu's solicitude had not comforted. She knew him too well, and the echoes of her own pain and anger she could sense behind his words galled her into deeper recriminations. Only the boy showed no reproach for her folly. Ayaki was past feeling, beyond reach of sorrow or joy. Mara choked back a spasm of grief. How she wished the dart had taken her, that the darkness which ended all striving could be hers instead of her son's. That she had another surviving child did not lessen her despair. Of the two, Ayaki had known the least of life's fullness, despite his being the elder. Fathered by Buntakapi of the Anasati, whose family had been an Acoma enemy, in a union from which Mara had derived much pain and no happiness. Political expediency had led her to deeds of deceit and entrapment that to her maturer view seemed no less than murder. Ayaki had been her atonement for his father's wasteful suicide, brought about by Mara's own machinations. Although by the tenets of the game of the council she had won a telling victory, privately she considered Buntakapi's death a defeat. That his family's neglect had made of him a tool open for her to exploit made no difference. Ayaki had offered her a chance to give her first husband's shade lasting honour. She had been determined that his son would rise to the greatness that Buntakapi had been denied. But the hope was ended now. Lord Jiro of the Anasati had been Buntakapi's brother, and the fact that his plot against her had misfired and resulted in a nephew's death had shifted the balance of politics yet again. For, without Ayaki, the Anasazi were free to resume the enmity quiescent since her father's time. Ayaki had grown up with the best teachers and all of her soldiers' vigilance to protect him, but he had paid for the privileges of his rank. At 9, he had nearly lost his life to an assassin's knife. 2 nurses and a beloved old household servant had been murdered before his eyes, and the experience had left him with nightmares. Mara resisted an urge to rub his hand in comfort. The flesh was cold, and his eyes would never open in joy and trust. Mara did not have to fight down tears. Rage at injustice choked her sorrow for her. The personal demons that had twisted his father's nature toward cruelty had inspired melancholy and brooding in Ayaki. Only in the past 3 years, since Mara's marriage to Hokanu, had the sunnier side of the boy's nature gained ascendancy. The fortress of the Minwanabi, Ayaki had been fond of pointing out, had never been so much as besieged. The defences here were impregnable to an enemy. Moreover, Mara was a servant of the Empire. The title carried favour with the gods, and luck enough to ward away misfortune. Now, Mara berated herself for allowing his childish blind faith to influence her. She had used traditions and superstitions to her advantage often enough in the past. She had been a vain fool not to see that the same things could be exploited against her. It seemed an injustice that the child should have paid, and not her. His small half-brother Justin had helped lighten Ayaki's bleak spells. Her second son was the child of the barbarian slave she still loved. She had only to close her eyes for an instant, and Kevin's face came to mind, nearly always smiling over some ridiculous joke, his red hair and beard shining copper under Kelewan's sun. With him, she had shared none of the harmonious rapport she now enjoyed with Hokanu. No, Kevin had been tempestuous, impulsive, at times passionately illogical. He would not have hidden his grief from her, but would have freed his feelings in an explosive storm. In his intense expression of life, she might have found the courage to face this outrage. Young Justin had inherited his father's carefree nature. He laughed easily, was quick to get into mischief, and already evidenced a fast tongue. Like his father before him, Justin had a knack for snapping Ayaki out of his brooding. He would run on fat legs, trip and tumble over laughing, or he would make ridiculous faces until it was impossible to be near him and stay withdrawn. But there would be no more shared laughter for Ayaki now. Mara shivered, only that moment conscious of the presence of someone at her side. Hokanu had entered the chamber in the uncannily silent manner he had learned from the foresters on the barbarian world. Aware that she had noticed him, he took her cold hand into his warm one. "My lady, it is past midnight. You would do well to take some rest." Mara half turned from the beer. Her dark eyes fastened on Hokanu's, and the compassion in his gaze caused her to dissolve into tears. His handsome features blurred, and his grip shifted, supporting her body against his shoulder. He was strong in the same sparely muscled way of his father. And if he did not kindle the wild passion that Kevin had, with him Mara shared an effortless understanding. He was husband to her as Ayaki's father had never been, and his presence now, as grief crumbled her poise, was all that kept her from insanity. The touch that sought to soothe her sorrow was that of a man well capable of command on the field of war. He preferred peace, as she did, but when the ways of the sword became necessary, he had the courage of the tigers that inhabited the world beyond the rift. Now, belatedly, the Acoma would need those skills in battle. As tears rinsed Mara's cheeks, she tasted bitterness that knew no limit. The guilt inside her had a name she could use as a scapegoat. Jiro of the Anasazi had murdered her son. For that, she would destroy his house beyond the memory of the living. As though he sensed the ugly turn of her thoughts, Hokanu shook her gently. "My lady, you are needed." Justin cried all through his supper, asking what had happened to his mama. "Kyoke called each hour for instructions, and Force Commander Lujan needs to know how many companies should be recalled from garrison duty at your estates near Sulanku." In his inimitably subtle way, Hokanu did not argue the necessity for war. That brought relief. Had he offered questions, had he sought to dissuade her from vengeance against Jiro upon grounds that a single shell token offered too scanty evidence, she would have turned on him in a fury. Who was not with her at this moment was against her. A blow had been struck against the Acoma, and honour demanded action. But the form of her murdered son sapped her will. Life in any form seemed sucked dry, devoid of interest. "Lady," prompted Hokanu, "your decisions are necessary for the continuance of your house. For now you are the Acoma." A frown gathered Mara's eyebrows. Her husband's words were truth. Upon their marriage, they had agreed that young Justin would become the Shinzawai heir after Hokanu. Fiercely, suddenly, Mara wished that promise unspoken. Never would she have agreed to such a thing had she realized Ayaki's mortality. The circle closed again. She had been negligent. Had she not grown dangerously complacent, her black-haired son would still be alive, not lying in state inside a circle of death lamps. He would be running, as a boy should be, or practicing the skills of warrior, or riding his great black gelding faster than the wind over the hills. Again, Mara saw in her mind's eye the arc of the brute's rearing form and the terrible thrashing of hooves as it toppled. "Lady," chided Hokanu. Tenderly, he pried her fingers open and endeavoured to stroke away her tension. "It is over. We must continue to strive for the living." His hands brushed away her tears. More spilled between her eyelids to replace them. "Mara, the gods have not been kind. But my love for you goes on, and the faith of your household, in your spirit, shines like a lamp in the darkness. Ayaki did not live for nothing. He was brave and strong, and he did not shy from his responsibilities, even at the moment of his death. As he did, so must we, or the dart that felled the horse will deal more than one mortal blow." Mara closed her eyes and tried to deny the oil-scented smoke of the death lamps. She did not need reminding that thousands of lives depended upon her as ruling lady of the Acoma. Today she had paid for the proof that she did not deserve their trust. She was regent for a growing son no longer. There seemed no heart left in her, and yet she must prepare for a great war and achieve vengeance to keep family honour, and then she must produce another heir. Yet the hope, the future, the enthusiasms and the dreams she had sacrificed so much for had all gone to dust. She felt numbed, punished beyond caring. "My lord and husband," she said hoarsely, "attend to my advisers, and have them do as you suggest. I have not the heart to make decisions, and the Acoma must make ready for battle." Hokanu looked at her with wounded eyes. He had long admired her spirit, and to see her beautiful boldness overcome by grief made his heart ache. He held her close, knowing the depth of her pain. "Lady," he whispered softly, "I will spare you all I can. If you would march upon Jiro of the Anasati, I will stand at the right hand of your force commander. But, sooner or later, you must put on the mantle of your house. The Acoma name
is your charge. Ayaki's loss must not signify an ending, but create a renewal of your line.
Past speech, beyond rational thought, Mara turned her face into her husband's shoulder, and for a very long time her tears soaked soundlessly into the rich blue silk of his robe. Chapter 2. Confrontation. Jiro frowned. Though the unadorned robe he wore was light, and the portico around the courtyard adjacent to his library was still cool at this early hour, fine sweat beaded his brow. A tray of half-eaten breakfast lay abandoned at his elbow, while he tapped tense fingers on the embroidered cushion he sat on. His eyes unwaveringly studied the game board spread at his knees. He considered the position of each piece singly, and sought to assess the probable outcome of each move. A wrong choice might not seem immediately obvious, but against today's opponent the consequences were apt to prove ruinous several months later. Scholars claimed the game of Shah sharpened a man's instinct for battle and politics, but Jiro, Lord of the Anasati, enjoyed puzzles of the mind over physical contests. He found its intricacies hypnotic for their own sake. His skills had surpassed those of his father and other teachers at a precociously early age. When he was a boy, his older brother Halesko and younger brother Buntakapi had often as not pummeled him for the contemptuous ease he displayed in defeating them. Jiro had sought older opponents, and had even contended against the Midkemian traders who visited the Empire more and more often, seeking markets for their otherworld goods. They called the game chess, but the rules were the same. Jiro found few in their ranks to challenge him. The one man he had never defeated sat opposite him, absently scanning through an array of documents piled meticulously around his knees. Chumaka, first advisor to the Anasati since Jiro's father's time, was a whip-thin, narrow-faced man with a pointed chin and black, impenetrable eyes. He checked the game board in passing, now and again pausing to answer his master's moves. Rather than being irritated by the absent-minded fashion in which his first advisor routinely defeated him, Jiro felt pride that such a facile mind served the Anasati. Chumaka's gift for anticipating complex politics at times seemed to border on the uncanny. Most of Jiro's father's ascendancy in the game of the council could be credited to this advisor's shrewd advice. While Mara of the Acoma had humiliated the Anasati early in her rise to greatness, Chumaka had offered sage counsel that had sheltered the family interests from setbacks in the conflict that had followed between the Acoma and the Minwanabi. Jiro chewed his lip, torn between two moves that offered small gains and another that held promise of long-term strategy. As he debated, his thoughts circled back to the great game. The obliteration of House Minwanabi might have proven a cause for celebration, since they had been rivals of the Anasati, save that the victory had been won by the woman Jiro hated foremost among the living. His hostility remained from the moment Lady Mara named her choice of husband and picked his younger brother Buntakapi as her consort over Jiro. It did not matter that, had his ego not suffered a bruising, Jiro would have been the one to die of the lady's machinations instead of Bunto. Enamoured though he was of scholarly thought, the last surviving son of the Anasati line stayed blind to logic on this point. He fed his spite by brooding. That the bitch had cold-heartedly plotted the death of his brother was cause for blood vengeance. Never mind that Bunto had been despised by his family, and that he had renounced all ties to Anasati to accept the lordship of the Acoma. So deep, so icy was Jiro's hatred that he preferred obstinate blindness to recognition that he had inherited his own ruling lordship, precisely because Mara had spurned him. Over the years, his youthful thirst for retribution had darkened into the abiding obsession of a dangerous, cunning rival. Jiro glared at the shahboard, but raised no hand to advance a player. Chumaka noticed this as he riffled through his correspondence, his high brows arched upward.
"You're thinking of Mara again?"
Jiro looked nettled.
"I have warned you,"
Chumaka resumed in his grainy, emotionless voice.
"Dwelling on your enmity will upset your inner balance and ultimately cost you the game."
The Lord of the Anasati indicated his contempt by selecting the bolder of the two short-range moves.
"Ah."
Chumaka had the ill grace to look delighted as he removed his captured minor player. With his left hand still occupied with papers, he immediately advanced his priest. The Anasati lord chewed his lip, vexed. Why had his first adviser done that? Enmeshed in an attempt to fathom the logic behind the move, Jiro barely noticed the messenger who hurried into the chamber. The arrival bowed to his master. Immediately upon receiving the languid wave that allowed him leave to rise, he passed the sealed packet he carried to Chumaka.
"Your permission, master,"
Chumaka murmured. "The correspondence is coded, is it not?" Jiro said, not wanting the interruption as he pondered his next move. His hand lingered between pieces while Chumaka cleared his throat. Jiro took this for affirmation. "I thought so," he said. "Open your dispatches, then, and may the news in them for once dull your concentration for the game." Chumaka gave a short bark of laughter.
"The more scurrilous the gossip, the keener I will play."
He followed Jiro's indecision with an amusement that almost but not quite approached contempt. Then he flipped over the pouch and used the one thumbnail he left unbitten for the purpose to slit the tie. As he thumbed through the papers inside, his brows arched.
"This is most unexpected."
The Lord of the Anasati's hand hung in space. He looked up, intrigued by the novelty of the first adviser's surprise. "What?" Servant to 2 generations of ruling lords, Chumaka was rarely caught out. He regarded his master, speculation in the depths of his eyes.
"Pardon, my lord. I was speaking of this."
He drew a paper from the pouch. Then, as his peripheral sight took in the piece under Jiro's poised hand, he added,
"Your move is anticipated, master."
Jiro withdrew his hand, caught between irritation and amusement. "Anticipated," he muttered. He lounged back on his cushions to settle his mind. From this changed vantage, the game board showed a different perspective, a trick picked up from his father at an early age. Chumaka tapped a leathery cheek with the document that had caused the interruption and smiled in his enigmatic way. Typically, he would point out a mistake, but in Shah he would not advise. He would wait for Jiro to pay for the consequence of his moves.
"This one,"
he muttered, making a mark upon the parchment with a small quill. Jiro furiously reviewed strategy. Try as he might, he found no threat. "You're bluffing me." He went on to move the piece in dispute. Chumaka looked faintly disgusted.
"I don't need to bluff."
He advanced another piece and said,
"Your warlord is now guarded."
Jiro saw the trap his first adviser had set. Its subtlety infuriated. Either the master would surrender the centre of the board and be forced to play a defensive game, or he would lose his warlord, the most powerful piece, and exchange position for a weakened offensive capacity. Jiro's forehead creased as he considered several positions ahead. No matter how many combinations he imagined, he discovered no way to win. His only hope was to try for a stalemate. He moved his remaining priest. Chumaka by now was engrossed in reading. Still, at his lord's reply, he glanced down, captured the priest with a soldier, and, paradoxically, allowed his master to free his warlord. Warned to caution by the reprieve, Jiro sought to extrapolate as far ahead as possible. Too late, his mind gave him insight. He saw with disappointment that he had been manipulated to the very move his first adviser desired. The hoped-for stalemate was now forfeit, with defeat simply a matter of time. Prolonging the match never helped. Chumaka seemed at times to be impervious to human mistakes. Sighing in frustration, the Lord of the Anasazi resigned by turning his emperor over on its side. "Your game, Chumaka." He rubbed his eyes, his head aching from the aftermath of tension. Chumaka gave him a piercing glance over his letter.
"Your play is steadily improving, Lord Jiro."
Jiro let the compliment soothe the sting of yet another defeat.
"I often wonder how you can play so brilliantly with your mind on other matters, Chumaka."
The first adviser snapped the document into folds.
"Sha is but one aspect of the prepared mind, my lord."
Holding his master's attention with heavy-lidded eyes, he added,
"I hold no trick of strategy, but of knowing my opponent. I have observed you all your life, master. From your third move, I could sense where you were probing. By your sixth move, I had eliminated more than 4/5 of the total possibilities of the game."
Jiro let his hands fall limp to his lap.
"How?"
"Because you are like most men in the god's creation, my lord. You can be depended upon to act within a pattern determined by your individual character."
Chumaka tucked the parchment in a capacious pocket of his robe.
"You spent a peaceful night. You ate well. You were relaxed. While you were focused, you were not hungry. By the third move, I extrapolated that your game would reflect directness and not boldness and risk."
Paying Jiro his undivided attention, he summed up.
"The secret is to ferret out the clues that will reveal the thoughts of one's opponent. Learn his motives, know his passions, and you need not wait to see what he does. You can anticipate his next move."
Jiro gave back a humourless smile.
"I hope that one day a Shah master may visit who could humble you, Chumaka."
The first adviser chuckled.
"I have been humbled many times, my lord. Many times, but you have never seen it."
His gaze flicked over the disarranged players in satisfied reminiscence.
"Play with those who do not know you as I do, and you will emerge victorious. In truth, you have an enviable gift for strategy." "I am not a better Shah player, master." The first adviser selected another paper from his pouch as he finished his rumination. "But I am a far better student of you than you have ever been of me."
Jiro felt discomforted that anyone, even a servant as loyal as Chumaka, would have subjected him to so detailed a scrutiny. Then he caught himself short. He was fortunate to have the man as a high officer. Chumaka's job was to act as adviser, confidant, and diplomat. The better he knew his master, the better he would serve the Anasazi. To hate him for his supreme skill was a fool's measure, the mistake of a master too vain to admit shortcomings. Jiro chastised himself for selfish, unworthy suspicions and said, "What has you so engrossed this morning?" Chimaka shuffled through the pouch, selected several more missives, and pushed the charboard aside to make space to array the papers around his knees.
I have been pursuing that lead we had into the Acoma spy network, and keeping watch upon the contacts as you requested. News has just arrived that I'm attempting to fit in.
His voice fell to a mutter intelligible only to him as he reshuffled his piles, then resolved to thinking aloud.
I'm not quite yet sure.
He twitched another paper from one pile to the next.
Forgive the disarray, Master, but such visualizations help me keep track of relationships. Too often one is tempted to consider events in a straight line, in a particular order, when actually life is rather chaotic.
He stroked his chin with thumb and forefinger.
I have often thought of having a table constructed of sticks, so I might place notes at different heights to further dramatize interconnections.
Experience had taught Jiro not to be nettled by his first advisor's idiosyncrasies. He might grumble over his work, but he seemed to produce the most valuable results at such times. The Anasati spy network that Jiro had spent all the wealth he could spare to expand was providing more useful information each year. Other great houses might employ a spy master to manage such an operation in his own right, yet Chimaka had urged against allowing another to oversee his works. He insisted on first-hand control of those agents he had placed in other houses, guild halls and trading centres. Even when Acoma, Jiro's father, had ruled House Anasati, Chimaka had occasionally left the estate to oversee some matter or another in person. While Jiro showed a young man's impatience at his first advisor's foibles, he knew when not to interfere. Now, while Chimaka pored over the gleanings of his agents, the Lord of the Anasati noticed that some of the reports on the stacks dated back as much as 2 years. A few seemed nothing more than the jottings of a grain factor's secretary who used the margins to figure his accounts.
"What is this new information?"
Chimaka did not glance up.
Someone has tried to kill Mara.
This was momentous news. Jiro sat up straight, irked that he had not been told at once, and maddened that some other faction, rather than the Anasati, had discommoded the lady.
"How do you know this?"
The wily Chimaka hooked the folded paper out of his robe and extended it toward his master. Jiro snatched the message and read the opening lines.
"My nephew Ayaki's dead!"
he exclaimed. The Anasati first advisor interrupted before his master could launch into a tirade.
Official word will not reach us until tomorrow, my lord. That gives us today and tonight to weigh the manner in which we shall respond.
Distracted from chastising his officer for withholding information unnecessarily, Jiro diverted to consider the course of thought Chimaka desired. For politically, the Anasati and the Acoma had been bitterest enemies until Mara's marriage to Buntakapi. Since Bunto's ritual suicide, her heir, Ayaki, represented a blood tie between the two houses. Family duty had provided the only reason for suspension of hostilities. Now, the boy was in Turakamu's halls. Jiro felt no personal regret at the news of his nephew's death. He knew anger that his closest male kin should have been born to the Acoma name. He had long chafed under the treaty that compelled him, as Anasati, to provide the Acoma with an alliance in the cause of that same child's protection. That constraint was ended at long last. Mara had signally failed in her duty as guardian. She had gotten the boy killed. The Anasati had the public excuse, no, the honourable duty of exacting reprisal for the boy's untimely end. Jiro could barely keep from revelling in the knowledge that he could at last begin to avenge himself on Mara. He asked, "How did the boy die?" Chumaka shot his master a look of unveiled rebuke.
Had you read to the end of what you hold, you would know.
Lord Giro felt moved to assert himself as ruling lord. Why not tell me? Your post is to advise. The hot black eyes of the first adviser dropped back to his papers. He did not show any overt irritation over Giro's correction. If anything, he replied with unctuous complacence,
Ayaki died of a fall from a horse. That's made public. What is not widely known, what has been garnered by our agent near her estates, is that the horse died as well. It fell and crushed the child after being struck by a poisoned dart.
Giro's mind pounced on pertinent bits of earlier conversation. A Tong assassin, he surmised, whose intended target was Lady Mara. Chumaka's expression remained ferociously bland.
So the paper in your hand spells out clearly.
Now Lord Giro inclined his head, half laughing in magnanimous spirits. I accept the lesson, First Adviser. Now, rather than using this news as a whip to instruct me, I would hear what conclusions you have drawn. The son of my enemy was, nevertheless, my blood kin. This news makes me angry. Chumaka gnawed on the thumbnail he did not keep sharpened to break the seals of his correspondence. His eyes stopped tracking the cipher on the page in his hand as he analysed his master's statement. Giro showed no outward emotion in traditional Sirani fashion. If he said he was angry, he was to be taken at his word. Honour demanded the servant believe the master. But Giro was less enraged than excited, Chumaka determined, which did not bode well for Mara. Young yet at ruling, Giro failed to grasp the longer-range benefits of allowing the alliance between Anasazi and Acoma to dissolve into a state of laissez-faire. The silence, as his adviser pondered, rasped at Giro's nerves. "Who?" he demanded peevishly. "Which of Mara's enemies desires her death? We could make ourselves an ally out of this if we are bold." Chumaka sat back and indulged in a deep sigh. Behind his pose of long-suffering patience, he was intrigued by the unexpected turn events had taken, Giro saw. The Anasazi First Adviser was as enamoured of Sirani politics as a child craving sweets.
I can conceive of several possibilities,
Chumaka allowed.
Yet those houses with the courage to act lack the means, and those with the means lack courage. To seek the death of a servant of the Empire is unprecedented.
He chewed his thin lower lip, then waved one of the servants over to stack the documents into piles to be gathered up and conveyed to his private quarters. To Giro's impatience, he said at last,
I should venture a guess that Mara was attacked by the Hamoi Tong.
Giro relinquished the note to the servant with a sneer. Of course, the Tong, but who paid the death price? Chumaka arose.
No one. That's what makes this so elegant. I think the Tong acts for their own reasons.
Giro's brows rose in surprise. But why? What has the Tong to gain by killing Mara? A runner servant appeared at the screen that led into the main estate house. He bowed, but before he could speak, Chumaka second-guessed the reason behind his errand.
Master, the court is assembled,
he said directly to his lord. Giro waved the servant off as he rose from his cushions. As master and first adviser fell into step toward the long hall in which the lord of the Anasazi conducted business, Giro surmised aloud, We know that Tasayo of the Minwanabi paid the Hamoi Tong to kill Mara. Do you think he also paid them to attempt vengeance upon her should he fall?
Possibly.
Chumaka counted points on his fingers. a habit he had when ordering his thoughts.
Minwanabi revenge might explain why, seemingly from nowhere, the Tong chose to act after months of quiet.
Pausing in the shadow of the corridor that accessed the double doors of the great hall, Jiro said, "If the Tong acts on behalf of some pledge made to Tasayo before his death, will it try again?" Chimaka shrugged, his stooped shoulders rising like tent poles under his turquoise silk robe.
Who can say? Only the Obajan of the Hamoy would know. He alone has access to the records that name those deaths bought and paid for. If the Tong has vowed Mara's death, it will persevere. If it merely agreed to make an attempt on her life, it has fulfilled its obligation.
He gestured in rueful admiration.
The good servant has her luck from the gods, some might argue. For anyone else, an agreement to send an assassin is a virtual guarantee of success. Others have avoided the Tong, once, even twice before. But the Lady Mara has survived 5 assassins that I know of. Her son was not so lucky.
Jiro moved on with a step that snapped on the tiles. His nostrils flared, and he barely saw the 2 servants who sprang from their posts to open the audience hall doors for him. Striding past their abject bows, Jiro sniffed. Since getting his first advisor to act with proper subservience was a waste of time, Jiro sniffed again. Well, it's a pity the assassin missed her. Still, we can seize advantage. The death of her son will cause much confusion in her household. Delicately, Chimaka cleared his throat.
Trouble will transfer to us, Master.
Jiro stopped in his tracks. His sandals squeaked as he pivoted to face his first advisor. Don't you mean trouble for the Acoma? They have lost our alliance. No, they have spit on it by allowing Ayaki to come to harm. Chimaka stepped closer to his lord so the cluster of factors who awaited Jiro's audience at the far end of the hall might not overhear.
Speak gently,
he admonished.
Unless Mara finds convincing proof that it is Tasayo of the Minwanabi's hand reaching from the halls of the dead in this matter, it is logical for her to place blame upon us.
Acerbically, he added,
You took pains when Lord Acoma, your father, died to make your hostilities towards her house plain.
Jiro jerked up his chin. Perhaps. Chimaka did not press chastisement. Caught again into his innate fascination for the game, he said,
Her network is the best I have seen. I have a theory. Given her adoption of the entire Minwanabi household.
Jiro's cheeks flushed. Another example of her blasphemous behavior and contempt for tradition. Chimaka held up a placating hand. There were times when Jiro's thinking became clouded. Having lost his mother to a fever at the tender age of 5, as a boy he had clung irrationally to routine, to tradition, as if adherence to order could ward off the inconsistencies of life. Always he had tended to wall off his grief behind logic or unswerving devotion to the dutiful ideal of the Surani noble. Chimaka did not like to encourage what he considered a weakening flaw in his lord. The ramifications of allowing such traits to become policy were too confining for his liking. The perils, in fact, were paramount. In a bold move of his own, Chimaka had seized the initiative to take in more than 200 soldiers formerly sworn to Minwanabi service. These were disaffected men whose hatred of Mara would last to their dying breath. Chimaka had not housed such for his own entertainment. He was not a disloyal man. He had secretly accommodated the warriors in a distant secret barracks. Tactful inquiry had shown Jiro to be adamant in his refusal to consider swearing them to Anasati's service. Ancient custom held that such men were anathema, without honour, and to be shunned lest the displeasure of the gods that had seen the unfortunate house fall be visited upon their benefactor. Yet Chumaka had refrained from sending these men away. He had no hope of a change in attitude from his master, but a tool was a tool, and these former Minwanabi might some day be useful, if the ruling lord of the Anasati could not be weaned from his puerile hatred of Mara. If the two houses were going to be enemies, Chumaka saw such warriors as an advantage to be held in trust for the day their service might be needed. Mara had proven herself to be clever. She had ruined one house far larger than her own. Guile would be needed to match guile, and Chumaka was never a man to waste an opportunity. Indeed, he saw his secret as a loyal act, and what Jiro did not know could not be forbidden. The warriors were not all. Chumaka had to restrain himself from the desire to rub his thin hands together in anticipation. He had spies as well. Already a few factors formerly in the Minwanabi employ were now working on behalf of the Anasati and not the Acoma. Chumaka gained the same pleasure in co-opting these people to his master's service that he might in isolating an opponent's fortress or priest upon the Shah board. He knew eventually the Anasati would benefit. Then his master must see the wisdom of some of Mara's choices. And so the Anasati first advisor smiled and said nothing. To a fine point, he knew just how far he could go in contradicting Jiro. Pressing his lord toward his meeting with the factors, he said quietly,
"Master, Mara may have flouted tradition by taking on responsibility for her vanquished enemy's servants, but rather than merely removing her greatest enemy, she has gained immeasurable resources. Her strength has grown. From being a dangerous, dominant player in the game of the Council, at one stroke Mara has become the single most powerful ruling lord or lady in the history of the Empire. The Acoma forces alone now number more than 10,000 swords. They surpass several smaller clans. And Clan Hadama and its allies together rival the Emperor's Imperial Whites."
Chumaka turned reflective as he added,
"She could rule by fiat, I think, if she had the ambition. The light of heaven is certainly not of a mind to oppose her wishes."
Disliking to be reminded of the lady's swift ascendance, Jiro became the more nettled. "Never mind. What is the theory?" Chumaka raised up one finger.
"We know Tasayo of the Minwanabi employed the Hamoi Tong. The Tong continues to pursue Mara's death."
Counting on a second finger, he listed,
"These facts may or may not be related. In Como, Tasayo's former first advisor was effective in discovering some or all of the Acoma agents who had infiltrated the Minwanabi household. There was a disruption after that, and a mystery remains. Our own network reported that someone killed every Acoma agent between the Minwanabi Great House and the city of Sulanku."
Jiro gave an offhand wave. "So, Tasayo had all her agents killed as far back as he could trace her network." Chumaka's smile became predatory.
"What if he didn't?"
He flicked up a third finger.
"Here is another fact. The Hamoi Tong killed those servants inside the Minwanabi household who were Acoma agents."
The Lord's boredom intensified. "Tasayo ordered the Tong—"
"No!"
Chumaka interrupted, verging on disrespect. Swiftly, he amended his manners by turning his outburst into prelude for instruction.
"Why should Tasayo hire Tong to kill his own staff? Why pay death price for lives that could be taken by an order to the Minwanabi gods?
Jiro looked rueful. I was thinking carelessly. His eyes shifted forward to where the factors were fidgeting at the delay as Lord and Advisor continued to equivocate just inside the doorway. Chumaka ignored their discomfort. They were underlings after all, and it was their place to wait upon their lord.
Because there is no logical reason, my master. However, we can make a surmise. If I were the lady, and I wished to insult both the Tong and Tasayo, what better way than to order the Tong, under false colours, to kill her spies?
Jiro's expression quickened. He could follow Chumaka's reasoning on his own, now he had been clued in to the first step. You think the Hamoy Tong may have cause to declare a blood debt toward Mara? Chumaka's answer was a toothy smile. Jiro resumed walking. His steps echoed across the vast hall, with its paper screens drawn closed on both sides, and its roof beams hung heavy with dusty war relics and a venerable collection of captured enemy banners. These artifacts reminded of a time when the Anasati were at the forefront of historical battles. Theirs was an ancient tradition of honour. They would rise as high again, Jiro vowed. No, higher yet. For Mara's defeat would be his to arrange, a victory that would resound throughout the Empire. He alone would prove that Mara had incurred the god's displeasure in granting reprieve to conquered enemy servants. Single-handedly, he would exact vengeance for her flouting of the old ways. She would look into his eyes as she died and know she had made her worst mistake on the day she had chosen Buntakapi for her husband. Unlike the grandeur of the Minwanabi Great Hall that Mara had inherited, the Anasati Great Hall was as reassuring in its traditional design as the most time-honoured ritual in the temple. Jiro luxuriated in this. No different from the halls of 100 other ruling lords, this chamber was nevertheless unique. It was Anasati. Along both sides of the centre aisle knelt petitioners and Anasati retainers. Omello, his force commander, stood at attention to one side of the dais upon which Jiro conducted the business of his court. Arrayed behind him were the other officers and advisers of the household. Jiro mounted his dais, knelt on the lord's cushions, then settled back on his heels as he adjusted his formal robe. Before he signalled his Hadonra to begin the day's council, he said to his first adviser, "Find out for certain if the Tong pursues Mara on its own. I would know, so we can make better plans when this news of Ayaki's death becomes official." Chumaka clapped his hands, and a servant came to his shoulder.
"Have 2 runners in my quarters by the time I reach them."
While the servant bowed and hastened away, he made his own obeisance to the master.
"Lord, I shall begin at once. I have some new sources that may provide us with better information."
Then, seeing the hardened glint in Lord Jiro's eyes, Chumaka touched his master's sleeve.
"We must show restraint until Mara's messenger reaches us with formal announcement of Ayaki's death. Speak now, and your staff will gossip. We would ill be served by giving our enemy proof that we have spies in sensitive places."
Jiro snapped away from Chumaka's touch. "I understand, but do not ask me to be complacent. All in Anasati's service will mourn. Ayaki of the Acoma, my nephew, has been slain, and every man of ours who is not a slave will wear a red band upon his arm in token of our loss. When this day's business is finished, you will ready an honour guard for travel to Sulanque." Chumaka bit back annoyance.
"We attend the boy's funeral?"
Jiro bared his teeth. "He was my nephew. To stay home when his ashes are honoured would be to admit responsibility or cowardice, and we are guilty of neither." He may have been the son of my enemy, and I may now destroy his mother without constraint, but he shares Anasazi blood. He deserves the respect any grandson of Acoma of the Anasazi is entitled. We shall carry a family relic to be burned with him." Jiro's eyes flashed as he finished. "Tradition demands our presence." Chimaka kept his reservations about this decision as he bowed in acknowledgement of his master's wishes. While it was a first advisor's place to shepherd his lord through decisions that affected house policy, Chimaka was wont to chafe at the more mundane responsibilities of his office. The game of the council had changed dramatically since Mara of the Acoma first entered the arena, yet it was still the game, and nothing in life captured the advisor's fascination like the puzzle of Surani politics. Taut as a coursing hound, he rose up in excitement for the chase. Almost happy, despite the prospect of unfortunate developments on the horizon, the first adviser left the great hall, muttering over the lists of instructions he would need to dispatch with his runners. Substantial bribes would be necessary to pry loose the information he desired, but if the gathered bits of intelligence could prove his morning's theory, the gains would outweigh the cost. As Chimaka paused for the servants to open the door to let him out, his lips reflected an unholy smile. Years had passed since he had tested his wits against a worthy opponent. Lady Mara was going to afford him much amusement if Lord Jiro's obsession could not be cooled, and the Anasazi marked her house for ruin. Mara tossed fitfully in sleep. Her sounds of distress tore at Hokanu's heart, and he wished to do something, to touch her, to speak soft words, to ease her agony. But she had slept very little since Ayaki's death. Even the restlessness of nightmares offered some release. To waken her was to force her to awareness of her loss, and to the crushing necessity of bearing up under the strain. Hokanu sighed, and regarded the patterns that moonlight cast through the screens. The shadows in the corners seemed to loom darker than ever before. Not even the presence of doubled sentries at each door and window could recover the lost sense of peace. The heir to the Shinzawai and husband to the servant of the Empire now found himself a man alone, with nothing but his wits and his love for a troubled woman. The pre-dawn air was cool, unusual for lands in Setak province, perhaps owing to the proximity of the house to the lake. Hokanu arose and slipped on the light robe he had cast off the night before. He tied the sash, then took a stance overlooking the sleeping mat with his arms crossed tightly against his chest. He kept vigil while Mara tossed in the bedclothes, her hair like a patch of lingering night in the slowly brightening air. The coppery moonlight faded, washed out by early grey. The screen that opened upon the private terrace had turned slowly from black to pearl. Hokanu restrained an urge to pace. Mara had woken during the night, sobbing in his arms and crying Ayaki's name. He had held her close, but his warmth would bring her no comfort. Hokanu's jaw tightened at the memory. A foe he would willingly face in battle, but this sorrow. A child dead, as his potential had barely begun to unfold. There was no remedy under the sky that a husband could offer. Only time would dull the ache. Hokanu was not a man who cursed. Controlled and taut as the pitched treble string of a harp-like Tyrrell, he allowed himself no indulgence that might in any way disturb his wife. Silently, dangerously graceful, he slid aside the door just enough to pass through. The day was too fair, he thought, as he regarded the pale green sky. There should have been storms, strong winds, even lightning and rain. Nature herself should rail at the earth on the day of Ayaki's funeral. Across the hill in the hollow before the lake shore, the final preparations were being carried out. The stacked wood of the pyre arose in a ziggurat. Jikan had made free with Acoma wealth on Hokanu's order and made sure that only aromatic woods were purchased.
The stink of singed flesh and hair would not offend the mourners or the boy's mother. Hakanu's mouth thinned. There would be no privacy for Mara on this most sad occasion. She had risen too high, and her son's funeral would be a state rite. Ruling lords would converge from all parts of the empire to pay their respects, or to further their plot's intrigues. The game of the council did not pause for grief or joy or any calamity of nature. Like rot unseen under painted wood, the circumstances that had created Ayaki's death would repeat themselves again and again. A dust cloud arose on the northern skyline, guests already arriving, Hakanu surmised. He glanced again at his wife, reassured that her dreams had quieted. He stepped quietly to the door, spoke to the boy runner, and arranged for the lady's maids to be with her when she wakened. Then he gave in to his restlessness and strode out onto the terrace. The estate was beginning to stir. Jikan could be seen crossing at a half-run between the kitchen wing and the servants' quarters, where laundry girls already hurried between guest chambers, with baskets of fresh linens balanced on their heads. Prepared for state visitors, warriors in dress armour marched to relieve the night watch. Yet, amid the general air of purpose, two figures walked by the lake, keeping pace with each other, but apparently on no logical errand beyond a morning stroll. Suspicion gave Hakanu pause, until he looked closer and identified the pair. Then, curiosity drew him across the terrace, and he descended the stairs that gave access to the grounds below. Following quietly between the rows of akasi flowers, Hakanu confirmed his first impression. Acoma and Irilandi moved ahead of him at their unhurried pace, seemingly lost in thought. The former first adviser and the former force commander to Tasayo of the Minwanabi did not wander aimlessly. Intrigued by what these two previous enemies turned loyal servants might be doing out so early on this sad day, Hakanu slipped silently after. The pair reached the edge of the lake, and the reed-frail adviser and leathery, battle-muscled warrior both knelt upon a little rise. Past a notch between the scrolled eaves of the great house and the hill it fronted, the first pink clouds drifted in the sky, their undersides heating to orange as the rays of a sun not yet visible gilded their edges. Both men sat as if praying. Hakanu noiselessly drew nearer. For several minutes the lord and the two servants abided in frozen tableau. Then daybreak pierced the gloom, and a sunbeam fanned across the sky, catching in a crystalline formation at the peak of the rise. There came a flash that dazzled. Warmth and first light bathed the secluded quiet, and the dew sparkled, touched to gem-like brilliance. Then Irilandi and Acoma bowed until their heads touched the earth, repeating faint words that Hakanu could not make out. For that brief instant, the son of Shinzawai was nearly blinded by the unexpected flash. Then it was gone as the angle of the rising sun changed. The two men completed their strange rite and stood. The war-weary eyes of Irilandi were first to pick out a discrepancy in the quiet morning. He saw the lord who waited nearby and bowed.
"Master Hakanu,"
he said. Caught short, Acoma repeated the gesture. Hakanu motioned both servants back toward the house. "I could not sleep," he said ruefully. "I observed you walking and came to see what brought you here." Irilandi gave a Surani shrug. "Each day before sunrise, we give thanks." Hakanu's silence begged for a further explanation, though he did not look at either man, but studied his bare feet as he stepped through dew-damp grass. Acoma cleared his throat in what might have been embarrassment.
"We come here each day to witness the day's beginning, and to give thanks, since the good servant came to us."
He regarded the great house with its high peaked gables, stone pillars, and the screen lintels, tied now with red bunting, in respect for Turakamu, the red god, who would welcome Ayaki's spirit into his keeping during the day's rites. Inkomo elaborated for Hokanu's benefit.
When Our Lady brought about Tasayo's ruin, we expected death or slavery. Instead, we were given the gift of days, another chance to serve and gain honor. So, each sunrise, we offer a prayer of thanks for this reprieve and for the good servant.
Hokanu nodded, unsurprised by the devotion of these high officers. As servant of the Empire, Mara was beloved by the masses. Her own staff served her with an affection that bordered upon awe. Indeed, she would need much support for her house to recover from this loss. A ruler, disliked by his people, might expect a blow of this magnitude to cause hesitation in his staff, as servants from the highest positions down to the meanest slave fretted over whether heaven had withdrawn the luck of the house. Even without divine disapproval, mortal enemies would seize upon opportunity and strike where the ranks were most confused. And so the superstition fed upon the results, since a house weakened would suffer setbacks, and so seemed to be in the disfavour of the gods. Hokanu felt irritation. Too many events in this empire twisted in upon themselves, until centuries of unbending customs led their society towards stagnation and entropy. This inbred cycle he and Mara and Ichindar, the Emperor of the Nations, had dedicated themselves to overturn. Ayaki's untimely end was more than sorrow and grief. It could become a major setback and be turned into a rallying cry for all those ruling lords who were disgruntled by recent changes. If the Acoma showed any sign of irresolution, there would be strife, and at the heart of the faction that had begun to form in rigid adherence to old traditions, the Anasati voice would be loudest. The funeral guests would not be here to observe the ashes of the departed as they spiralled in their smoky ascent to heaven. No, they would be watching one another like starving dogs, and Lady Mara would be subjected to the most thorough scrutiny of all. Weighed down by dread, for he knew his lady was too lost in her pain to handle peripheral matters, Hokanu pushed open the ornamental gate and started across the garden. He forgot the two men who walked with him until Inkomo said,
"First Advisor Sarek has all in readiness, Master. Entertainments have been arranged to divert the guests, and the honor guards of all but the greatest ruling lords will be quartered in the garrison across the lake. The pyre has been soaked in oils, and all has been done to keep the ceremony as brief as possible."
Hokanu found no reassurance in Inkomo's words. That the adviser felt need to stress such points bespoke a sharing of concern. The game would go on, whether or not Lady Mara could rally and cope.
"We shall not stint in our honours to the departed young master," added Irilandi. "But it is my suggestion that you stay by your lady's side and be prepared to interpret her instructions."
Politely, tactfully, the high officers of House Acoma acknowledged that their mistress remained incapacitated. Hokanu felt a surge of gratitude to these men, who were quietly and staunchly prepared to try to cover for her lapse. He tried to reassure them that House Acoma would not flounder with the currents of misfortune like some rudderless ship. "I shall be with my lady. She is touched by your devotion, and would have me say that you should not hesitate to approach if you have any difficulties or concerns." A knowing glance passed between master and servants. Then Irilandi bowed.
"More than 1,000 soldiers have made prayers to Turakamu to take them in the young master's place."
Hokanu nodded in respect. Those soldiers would wear arms throughout the funeral ceremony in token of their vow, a strong deterrent to any visiting lord who might contemplate causing trouble in breach of Acoma hospitality. The number was a great honour to Ayaki. The men's dedication also demonstrated that Barak's rumour recognised the political ramifications of what was far more than a personal tragedy. The lords who came today would gather and circle like Jaguna, the eaters of dead meat, to see what prizes could be snatched from the teeth of misfortune. Hokanu received the departing bows of the two officers, then looked over his shoulder at the lake, where barges were now heading rapidly toward the docks. Banners flew from their poles, and the chant of the oarsmen carried across the water. Very shortly now, the quiet estate would become a political arena. Hokanu considered the great stone house that had been the hall of the Minwanabi for centuries. The place had been designed as a fortress, but today even enemies must be invited inside. The priest of Chochokan, the good god, had blessed the estate, and Mara had seen the Minwanabi Natami placed in a dedicated glade, so that a once great house should be remembered. Yet, despite these good measures and the assurances of the priests that the good servant's acts had earned divine favour, Hokanu swallowed back a feeling of dread. The depths of the eaves seemed to hold shadows in which the spirits of enemies peered out in silent laughter at Mara's grief. Hokanu wished for a moment he had overridden her bold choice and opted to adhere to the customs of conquest that would have seen this house torn down, each stone carried to the lake and thrown into the deep, each timber and field burned, and the soil of all these lush acres sown with salt. Unlucky ground should nurture nothing, according to the ways adhered to over the centuries, that the cycle of cursed events might be broken for eternity. Despite the beauty of this estate, and the near impregnable location of its grounds and holdings, Hokanu repressed the cold premonition that he might be doomed never to find happiness with Mara as long as they lived under this roof. But this was an ill time to brood, with the state guests already arriving. The consort to the servant of the empire stiffened his shoulders, prepared for the coming ordeal. Mara must show the proper Surani bearing in the face of her overwhelming grief. The death of her father and brother, who were warriors, had been one thing. The loss of her own child, far worse. Hokanu intuitively sensed that this was the ugliest fate that could have befallen the woman he loved more than life. For her, he must be strong today, armour against public dishonour. For while he was still the dedicated heir of the Shinzawai, he embraced Acoma honour as if it were his own. Secure in his resolve, he returned to the terrace outside his lady's sleeping quarters. As the screens were not yet opened, he knew that the servants had allowed her undisturbed rest. He slid the panel soundlessly in its track and entered. He did not speak, but let the gentle warmth of daylight fall upon his wife's cheek. Mara stirred, her hands closed in the twisted sheets and her eyes fluttered open. She gasped and pushed herself up. Her eyes swept the room in terror until Hokanu knelt and captured her in his embrace. Her complexion looked as if she had not slept at all. "Is it time?" Hokanu stroked her shoulder as servants who had waited outside hurried in at the sound of their mistress's voice. He said, "The day begins." Gently, he helped raise his lady to her feet. When he had steadied her, he backed away and gestured for the servants to perform their offices. Mara stood with a bleak expression as her maids bustled to arrange her bath and her dress. Hokanu endured the sight of her lacklustre manner without showing the anger in his heart. If Jiro of the Anasati was responsible for causing this pain to his lady, the heir to the Shinzawai vowed to see the man suffer. Then, recalled to his own state of undress by the admiring stare of one of Mara's handmaids, he put aside thoughts of revenge. He clapped for his own servants and suffered their fussing in silence as they arrayed him in the formal robes required for Ayaki's funeral. The throng mantled the hills surrounding the Acoma estate house, clothed in the colours of 1,000 houses, with red sashes, red ties or red ribbons, worn in homage to the red god, brother to Sibi, who was death, and lord of all lives. The colour also symbolised the heart's blood of the boy that no longer flowed to clothe the spirit. 6,000 soldiers stood in columns flanking the hollow where the bier awaited. In front, in polished green armour, stood the Acoma warriors who had dedicated their lives. Behind these, the ranks in the blue of Mara's Shinzawai consort. And after them, the gold-edged white of the Imperial Guard sent by Ichindar to carry the Emperor's condolences. Next came Kamatsu of the Shinzawai, Hokanu's father, and then the families who made up the Hadama clan, all who had blood ties to the dead boy. After them, in a great sprawling crowd, stood the houses who had come to pay their respects or to indulge in the next round of the great game. The warriors were statue still, heads bowed, shields held with edges resting upon the ground. Before each lay a sword, points facing the bier, empty scabbard placed crosswise beneath. Behind the soldiers up the hillside, members of the household kept a respectful distance from the line of march, for the great of the empire had come to bid farewell to a boy. Trumpets blew to begin the procession. In the shade of the outer portico where the Acoma advisers and officers gathered to march, Mara fought the weakness in her knees. She felt Hokanu's grip on her elbow, but the meaning of the sensation did not register. The eyes, half hidden behind her red veil of mourning, were locked on the litter that held her motionless son. His body was encased in fine armour. His white hands clasped the grip of a rare metal sword. The hand that had been crushed in the fall was decently clothed in a gauntlet, the mashed chest hidden behind a breastplate, and shield emblazoned with a chatra bird in rare gold leaf. To the eye he seemed a sleeping warrior, prepared at a call to arise and fight in the glory and honour of his youth. Mara felt her throat close. No prior event, not placing the mementos of her father and brother in the family's glade to mourn them, not enduring her first husband's brutality, not losing the first man with whom she had discovered the passion of love, nor the death of her beloved foster-mother, nothing compared to this moment for sheer horror. She could not believe, even now, far less accept the finality of her firstborn's death. A child whose life had made hers endurable through her unhappy first marriage. An infant whose carefree laughter had weaned her from despair when she had faced enemies greater than the means of her house to defend. Ayaki had given her the courage to go on. Out of stubbornness and a fierce desire to see him live to carry on the Acoma name, Mara had accomplished the impossible. All would be consigned to ashes this day, this accursed day, when a boy who should have outlived his mother would become a pillar of smoke to assault the nostrils of heaven. A step behind Mara, baby Justin fretfully asked to be carried. His nurse cajoled him to stand, hushing his noise. His mother seemed deaf to his distress, locked as she was in dark thoughts. She moved like a puppet to Hokanu's guidance as the retinue prepared to start forward. Drums beat. The tattoo thrummed on the air. An acolyte clad in red thrust a dyed care reed into the lady's unfeeling hands. Hokanu's fingers clasped hers, raising the reed with her, lest she drop the religious symbol. The procession moved. Hokanu gathered her into the crook of his arm and steadied her into the slow march. To honour her loss, he had forsaken the blue armour of the Shinzawai for the green of the Acoma and an officer's helm. Vaguely, Mara knew he grieved, and distantly she sensed the sorrow of the others, the Hedonra who had so often shouted at the boy for spilling ink in the scriptorium, the nurses and teachers who had all borne bruises from his tantrums, the advisers who had sometimes wished for a warrior's sword to knock sense into the boy's mischievous head by whacking the flat on his backside. Servants and maids and even slaves had appreciated Ayaki's quick spirit. But they were as shadows, and their words of consolation just noise. Nothing anyone said or did seemed to penetrate the desolation that surrounded the Lady of the Acoma. Mara felt Hokkanu's hand gently upon her arm, guiding her down the low stairs. Here waited the first of the state delegations, Ichindars, clad in blinding white and gold. Mara bent her head as the regal contingent bowed to her. She stayed silent behind her veils as Hokkanu murmured the appropriate words. She was moved on, past Lord Hopara of the Zacatecas, so long a staunch ally. Today she presented to him the manner she would show a stranger, and only Hokkanu heard the young man's graceful expression of understanding. At his side, elegant as always, the dowager lady of the Zacatecas regarded the good servant with something more magnanimous than sympathy. As Hokkanu made his bow to her, Lady Isashani lingeringly caught his hand.
"Keep your lady close,"
she warned, while she outwardly maintained the appearance of offering a personal condolence.
"She is a spirit still in shock. Very likely she will not recognize the import of her actions for some days yet. There are enemies here who would provoke her to gain advantage."
Hokkanu's politeness took on a grim edge as he thanked Lord Hopara's mother for her precaution. These nuances passed Mara by, as well as the skill with which Hokkanu turned aside the veiled insults of the Amechan. She made her bows at her lord's cue, and did not care as she roused whispers in her wake that she had shown more obeisance than necessary to Lord Frazai of the Tomagu, that the Lord of the Inradaka noticed that her movements lacked her characteristic fire and grace. She had no focus in life beyond the small, fragile form that lay in final rest upon the litter. Plodding steps followed in time to the thud of muffled drums. The sun climbed overhead as the procession wound into the hollow where the pyre had been prepared. Hokkanu murmured polite words to the last and least of the ruling lords who merited personal recognition. Between the litter and the pyre waited one last contingent, robed in unadorned black. Touched by awe, Hokkanu forced his next step, his hand tightening upon Mara. If she realized she confronted 5 great ones, magicians of the assembly, she gave no sign. That their kind was above the law, and that they had seen fit to send a delegation to this event failed to give her pause. Hokkanu was the one to ponder the ramifications, and to connect that of late the black robes seemed to have taken a keener interest than usual in the turnings of politics. Mara bowed to the great ones as she had to any other lord, unmindful of the sympathy offered by the plump Hotchapepper, whom she had met at the occasion of Tasayo's ritual suicide. The always awkward moment when Hokkanu faced his true father was lost on her. The icy regard of the red-haired magician who stood behind the more taciturn Shimon did not faze her. Whether hostile or benign, the magician's words could not pierce through her apathy. No life their powers could threaten meant more than the one Turakamu and the game of the council had already seen fit to take. Mara entered the ritual circle where the bier lay. She watched with stony eyes as her force commander lifted the too still form of her boy and laid him tenderly on the wood that would be his final bed. His hands straightened sword and helm and shield, and he stepped back, all his rakishness absent. Mara felt Hokkanu's gentle prod. Numbly she stepped forward as around her the drums boomed and stilled. She lowered the kereed across Ayaki's body, but it was Hakanu's voice that raised in the traditional cry. "We are gathered to commemorate the life of Ayaki, son of Bontakapi, grandson of Acoma and Sezu." The line was too short, Mara sensed, a vague frown on her face. Where were the list of life deeds for this, her firstborn son? An awkward stillness developed until Lujan moved at a desperate glance from Hakanu and nudged her around to face the east. The priest of Chochokan approached, robed in the white that symbolized life. He shed his mantle and danced, naked as at birth, in celebration of childhood. Mara did not see his gyrations. She felt no expiation for the guilt of knowing her laxity had caused disaster. As the dancer bowed to earth before the bier, she faced west when prompted and stood dull-eyed as the whistles of Turakamu's followers split the air, as the priest of the Red God began his dance for Ayaki's safe passage to the halls of the Red God. He had never needed to represent a barbarian beast before, and his idea of how a horse might move had been almost laughable, had it not ended in the fall to earth that had crushed so much young promise. Mara's eyes stayed dry. Her heart felt hardened to a kernel, incapable of being renewed. She did not bow her head in prayer as the priest stepped forward and slashed the red cord that bound Ayaki's hands, freeing his spirit for rebirth. She did not weep or beg the god's favour as the white-plumed Tirik bird was released as symbol of the renewal of rebirth. The priest of Turakamu intoned his prayer for Ayaki.
"In the end, all men come before my God. The death god is a kind lord, for he ends suffering and pain. He judges those who come to him and rewards the righteous."
With a broad wave of his hand and a nod of his skull mask, the priest added,
"He understands the living and knows of pain and grief."
The red wand pointed to the armoured boy on the pyre.
"Ayaki of the Acoma was a good son, firmly upon the path that his parents would have wished for him. We can only accept that Tarakamo judged him worthy and called him so that he might be returned to us with an even greater fate."
Mara clenched her teeth to keep from crying. What prayer was there to be said that would not be tainted with rage, and what rebirth beyond being son of the light of heaven himself could await that was more honourable than heirship of the Acoma? As Mara shivered in pent fury, Hakanu's arms closed around her. He murmured something she did not hear as the torches were lifted from their brackets around the circle and the aromatic wood was set alight. A cold band twisted itself around her heart. She watched the red-yellow flames lick upward, her thoughts very far from the present. As the priest of Duran the Just approached to give her blessing, only Hakanu's surreptitious shake prevented her from screaming curses at him, demanding to know what sort of justice existed in a world where little boys died before their mothers' eyes. The flames crackled skyward, then sheeted over the pyre with a roar of disturbed air. The treated wood spared the sight of the boy's body twisting and blackening in its embrace, yet Mara looked upon the sight with every fibre of her body braced in horror. Her imagination depicted what lay at the heart of a brightness too dazzling for sight. Her mind supplied the screams the boy had never uttered.
"Ayaki,"
she whispered. Hakanu's hold upon her tightened, with enough force to recall her momentarily to propriety. To the stiff-faced mask that, as servant of the Empire, she was expected to show in public grief. But the effort of holding her features immobile was enough to cause her to tremble. For long minutes the crackle of flames vied with the voices of the priests, who chanted their various prayers. Mara fought to control her breathing, to stave off the monstrous reality of her dead child vanishing into a royal of smoke. For the death rite of one of lesser station, this would be time for the guests to file away, leaving those closest to the departed to a time of private mourning. But with the passing of the great, such courtesies were forborne. Mara was allowed no reprieve. At the forefront of the public eye, she remained while the acolytes of Turakamu threw consecrated oil upon the flames. Waves of heat rolled off the pyre, reddening Mara's skin. If she shed any tears, they dried upon her cheeks in the face of that cruel furnace. Above writhing curtains of flame, the thick black smoke coiled skyward to draw notice from heaven that a spirit of high honour had departed. The sun added to the blaze, and Mara felt sick and dizzy. Hakanu turned his body to shade her as he could. He dared not glance at her too often in concern for fear of betraying her weakness, while the time dragged by as torture. Nearly an hour passed before the flame subsided. Then more prayers and chanting followed as the wood ashes were spread to cool. Mara all but swayed on her feet when the priest of Turakamu intoned,
"The body is no more. The spirit has flown. He who was Ayaki of the Acoma is now here,"
he said, touching his heart.
"Here,"
he touched his head,
"and in Turakamu's halls."
The acolytes braved the smoking embers as they picked their way to the heart of the mound of decimated fuel. One used a square of thick leather to drag out the warped blade of Ayaki's sword, quickly passing the bundle to another, who waited to quench the hot metal in wet rags. Steam rose to mingle with the smoke. Mara endured with deadened eyes as the priest of Turakamu employed an ornate scoop to fill the waiting urn with ashes. More wood than boy, the remains would become the symbol of the body's internment in the glade of his ancestors. For the Surani believed that, while the true soul travelled to the halls of the Red God, a small part of the spirit, the shade, would rest alongside its ancestors within the stone that was the Natami of the house. That way, the essence of the child would thus return in another life, while that which made him Acoma would remain to watch over his family. Hakanu steadied his wife as two acolytes arrived before her. One offered the sword blade, which Mara touched. Then Hakanu took the twisted length of metal, while the other acolyte surrendered the urn. Mara accepted the ashes of her son in trembling hands. Her eyes did not acknowledge what she held, but remained fixed upon the scattered charred wood that remained in the circle. Hakanu touched her arm lightly, and they turned as one. The drums boomed out as the procession veered around and resumed its march toward the Acoma contemplation glade. No impression of the walk registered upon Mara beyond the stony cold of the urn in her hands, warmed at the base by the still warm ashes inside. She set one foot before the other, barely aware of her arrival at the scrolled gateposts that marked the glade entrance. The servants and Hakanu paused in deference to her, for the only one not of Acoma blood who was permitted to step through the arch and make his way along the stone path that led within was the gardener, whose life had been dedicated to tend the glade. Here even her husband, who was still a Shinzawai, could not enter upon pain of death. To allow any stranger admittance was to offer insult to the shades of Acoma ancestors, and to bring lasting disharmony to the peace that abided in the Natami. Mara stepped away from Hakanu's embrace. She did not hear the murmur of the nobles who watched, pitying or predatory, until she had moved beyond sight, behind the hedges. Once before, upon her family's old estate, she had undertaken the terrible task of consecrating the shades of close family to the Natami. The size of this garden disoriented her. She paused, the urn clutched to her breast in stunned incomprehension. This was not the familiar glade of her childhood, where she had gone as a tiny girl to address the shade of her mother. This was not the known path where she had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a Tong assassin while mourning her father and brother. This place was alien, vast, a wide park in which several streams meandered. For a second, a shadow crossed her heart as she wondered whether this garden had been home to Minwanabi shades for so many centuries that might reject the aspect of her son. Again in her memory she saw the horse fall, a blackness like evil stamping out innocent life. Feeling lost, she gulped a breath. She chose a path at random, only vaguely recalling that all of them led to the same site where the ancient rock, the Natami of her family, rested at the edge of a large pool.
I did not bury your Natami deep below the Acomas,
she said aloud to the listening air. A smaller voice inside her warned that she talked out of madness. Life was mad, she decided, or she would not be here, making empty motions over the remains of her young heir. Her extraordinary display of graciousness in insisting that the Minwanabi Natami be taken to a distant place and cared for, so that the shades of the Minwanabi might know peace, at this moment seemed empty folly. She did not have the strength in her to laugh. Mara curled her lip at the sour taste in her mouth. Her hair smelled of sweet oil and greasy smoke. The stench turned her stomach as she knelt on the sun-warmed ground. Next to the Natami, a hole had been dug, the damp soil piled to one side. Mara placed the fire-warped sword that had been her son's most prized possession in the cavity, then tipped the urn to let his ashes pour over it. With bare hands, she sifted the earth back into the hole and patted it down. A white robe had been left for her beside the pool. On its silk folds lay a vial, and, nearby, the traditional brazier and dagger. Mara lifted the vial and removed the stopper. She poured fragrant oils upon the pool. In the shimmers of fractured light that played upon its surface, she saw no beauty, but only the face of her son, his mouth wide with suffering as he struggled to draw his last breath. The rituals gave no release, but seemed a wasting wind of meaningless sound.
Rest, my son. Come to your home soil and sleep with our ancestors.
Ayaki, she whispered. My child. She gripped the breast of her robe and pulled, tearing the cloth from her body, but, unlike years before, when she had performed the ritual for her father and brother, no tears followed the violence. Her eyes remained painfully dry. She plunged her hand into the almost extinguished brazier. The sting of the few hot cinders remaining was not enough to focus her thoughts. Grief remained a dull ache inside her as she smeared the ashes across her breasts and down her exposed stomach to symbolize that her heart was ashes. In truth, her flesh felt as lifeless as the spent wood of the pyre. She slowly lifted the heirloom metal dagger, kept sharp for this ceremony over the ages. For the third time in her life, she drew the blade from its sheath and cut herself across the left arm, the hot pain barely felt in the fog of her despair. She held the small wound over the pool, letting drops of blood fall to mix with the water as tradition required. For more than a minute she sat motionless until nature's healing staunched the flow. A scab had half dried before she absently tugged at her robe, but she lacked the fierceness of will to fully sunder the garment. In the end, she simply dragged it over her head. It fell to earth, one sleeve soaking up oil and water from the pool. By rote, Mara unfastened her hairpins, loosening her dark locks over her shoulders. Anger and rage, grief and sorrow should have driven her to pull upon her tresses, yanking handfuls loose. Her emotions only smouldered sullenly, like a spark smothered by lack of air. Boys should not die. To grieve for them in a fullness of passion was to abet the acceptance of their passing. Mara twisted at a few tangles, outwardly listless. Then she settled back upon her heels and regarded the glade. Such immaculate beauty, and only she among the living could appreciate it. Ayaki would never perform the death rite for his mother. Hot tears erupted unbidden, and she felt something of the hardness wedged within break loose. Mara sobbed, abandoning herself to an outpouring of grief. But, unlike before, when such release brought clarity, this time she found herself driven deeper into chaotic thought. When she closed her eyes, her mind whirled with images. First, Ayaki running. Then Kevin, the barbarian slave who had taught her of love, and who had time and again risked his life for her alien honour. She saw Buntakapi sprawled on the red length of his sword, his great ham fists quivering closed as the life left his body. Again, she acknowledged that her first husband's death would forever be marked against her. She saw faces, her father and brother, then Nakoya, her nurse and foster mother. All of them offered her pain. Kevin's return to his own world was as painful a loss as death, and not one other had died as nature intended. All had been casualties of twisted politics and of the cruel machinations of the great game. The horrid certainty would not leave her that Ayaki would not be the last boy to die for the empty ambitions of the nation's ruling lords. That reality struck her like torture, that Ayaki would not be the last. Howling in hysteria born of agony, Mara threw herself headlong into the pool. The wetness swallowed her tears. Her sobs were wrenched short by a gasp as cold water sucked into her nostrils and life recalled her to its own. She crawled back on dry earth, choking. Water streamed from her mouth and hair. She dragged in a hacking breath, then reached mechanically for the robe, its whiteness marred by dirt and sweet oil. As if she were a spirit wearing the body of a stranger, she saw herself drag the fabric over her wet flesh. The hair she left bunched under the collar. Then, the body that felt like a living prison gathered itself up and trudged back toward the entrance to the glade, where thousands waited with eyes hostile or friendly. Their presence took her aback. In this lord's fatuous smile and that lord's leering interest, she saw the truth confirmed. That Ayaki's death would happen again and again, and other mothers after her would howl useless outrage at the injustices of the great game. Mara glanced down to shut away the acknowledgement of futility. One of her sandals was missing. Mud and dust caked her bared foot, and she hesitated, debating whether to look for the lost footwear or to fling the remaining sandal into the hedge. What did it matter? A far-off voice reasoned inside her. Mara watched her misshod feet with fey detachment as the person that was herself left the glade. Passing between the shielding hedges, she did not look up as her husband hurried forward to take up his station at her elbow. His words did not soothe. She did not want to return from her inward retreat to work at sorting their meaning. Hakanu shook her gently, forcing her to look up. A man in red armour stood before her, thin, elegant, poised. He carried his chin at an arrogant angle. Mara stared at him, distracted. His eyes narrowed. He said something. The hand that held some object in it gestured, and something of the biting scorn that underlay his manner came through. Mara's gaze sharpened. Her eyes focused on the device upon the young man's helm, and a deep quiver shook her. "Hanasati," she said, a bite like a whip's crack to her voice. Lord Jiro gave back a chilly smile. "The lady deigns to acknowledge me, I see." Wakened to a slow, spiralling rage, Mara stiffened. She said nothing. Hokanu's fingers wrenched unobtrusively at her wrist, a warning she did not acknowledge. Her ears rang to a sound like 1,000 enraged sarcats spitting in defiance, or torrents of storm-swollen rivers crashing down jagged rock. Jiro of the Anasati raised the object he held, a small puzzle cleverly cut to a pattern of interlacing wooden hoops. He inclined his head in a formal bow, saying, "My nephew's shade deserves remembrance from the Anasati." "Remembrance," Mara said, in a high, tortured whisper. Inside her mind, her spirit howled. Anasati remembrance had sent her firstborn to a bed of ashes. She did not remember moving. She did not feel the wrench of tendons as she yanked free of Hokanu's restraint. Her scream of rage cut across the gathering like the sound of a drawn metal sword, and her hands rose like claws. Jiro leapt back, dropping the puzzle in horrified astonishment, and then Mara was on him, clawing to reach his throat through the fastenings of his armour. Those lords standing nearest exclaimed in shock as this small woman, unarmed, dirty and wet, threw herself at her former brother-in-law in a fit of pure fury. Hokanu sprang with all his warrior's quickness, fast enough to catch Mara back before she drew blood. He smothered her struggling body in his embrace. But the damage by then was irrevocable. Jiro glared around at the circle of stunned onlookers. "You all bear witness!" he cried in an indignation that held an undertone of wild joy. Now he had the justification he had long wished for, to see the Lady Mara ground under his heel in utter defeat. "The Acoma have offered the Anasati insult. Let all present be informed that alliance is dead between our two houses. I claim my right to expunge this shame to my honour, and blood will be called for in payment." Chapter 3. War. Hokanu acted. While Mara beat her fists in mindless fury against his breastplate, the warriors of her honour guard closed in a tight ring to shield their lady's hysteria from public view. Hokanu called urgently for Sarek and Inkomo. One glance at their distraught mistress was sufficient to convince the two advisers. Grief and nerves had overwhelmed her. She was past recognition of individual faces, and obviously beyond any capacity to issue a public apology to Lord Jiro. It had been the sight of him that had set off this breakdown. Even should reason return to her before the guests departed, it would not be wise to encourage a meeting between injured parties so she might ask forgiveness. Worse damage might result. The two advisers, one old and practised, the other young and talented, could see that already the scope of the trouble her lapse had created was widening. It was too late now to mend the past. Hokanu realised that he should have heeded Isashani's warning more closely, but he must not allow regret for his miscalculation to hamper the need for fast decisions.
"Sarek," he rapped out, "issue a statement. Tell no falsehoods, but select your words to insinuate that Our Lady has fallen ill. We need immediate tactics to soften Jiro's accusations of insult, which will certainly come within hours, and to find a sane reason to dismiss the state guests." The dark-haired first adviser bowed and ducked away, already composing his words of formal announcement. Unasked, Force Commander Lujan stepped to the fore. Despite the ruling lords who crowded against his warriors to gape at the prostrate Mara, he did not turn his face from her shame, but stripped off bracers, sword and belt knife, then bent to lend his aid to subdue Mara's struggles without causing her bruises. With a glance of profound relief, Hokanu continued with instructions to Inkomo. "Hurry back to the estate house. Assemble Mara's maids and find her a healer who can mix a soporific. Then see to the guests. We need help from what allies we have left to avert an outbreak of armed hostilities." "Lord Hapara and the Zakateka's forces stand with you,"
announced a husky female voice. The tight ranks of honour guards swirled aside to admit the elegant yellow and purple-robed form of Lady Isashani, who had used the almost mystical effect of her beauty and poise to gain passage between the warriors.
"And I can help with Mara."
Hokanu assessed the sincerity of the concern in her exotic dark eyes, then nodded.
"Gods pity us for my lack of understanding," he murmured by way of apology. "Your house has all our gratitude."
Then he turned the charge of his lady over to the feminine wisdom of the Zakateka's dowager.
"She has not gone mad,"
Lady Isashani answered, her fine hand closing over Mara's in comfort.
"Sleep and quiet will restore her, and time will heal her grief. You must be patient."
Then, back to the hardcore immediacy of politics, she added,
I have set my 2 advisors to waylay the Ometchen and the Inrodaka. My honor guard under Hopara will find ways to interpose themselves where they will most hamper other troublemongers.
2 fewer enemies to concern them. Hokanu tossed back a harried nod. Mara had staunch friends against the vicious factions who sought to pull her down. She was beloved by many in these nations. It tore his heart not to be able to stay at her side when she was in such a terrible state. He forced his gaze away from the small cortege that formed to convey his distraught lady to the comfort of the estate house. To let his heart rule him at this time was fool's play. He must harden himself as if he stood on the brink of deadly combat. There were enemies in plenty who had attended Ayaki's last rites precisely to grab advantage from an opportunity like this. Mara's insult to Jiro was by now past forgiveness. Bloodshed would result, that was a foregone conclusion, but only a fool would initiate an assault in the heart of Mara's estate with her army gathered to pay honour to Ayaki. Once beyond the borders of the Acoma lands, Mara's enemies would start their mischief. Hokano moved now in an attempt to stave off immediate war. The Acoma stood to be ruined if he misstepped. Not only that, but the warriors and resources of the Shinzawai might be sucked into gainless strife also. All that had been won in the past 3 years to secure centralized rule for the Emperor might be thrown away at a stroke. Council must be called to see what could be done to stave off more widespread disaster. Those lords who held allegiance to neither Mara nor Jiro would have to be wooed, cajoled, or threatened, so that those openly opposed to her would think twice before challenging the good servant. "Lujan!" Hokanu called over the rising tumult to the Acoma force commander. "Arm the garrison and call up the most level-headed of your officers. No matter what the provocation, at all costs, set your patrols to keep the peace." The high green plumes of the officer's helm bobbed acknowledgment over the chaos. Hokanu spared a moment for thanks to the gods that Mara had chosen her staff for intelligence and sense. Cool heads were their only hope for extricating House Acoma from devastation. Saddened by this turn of affairs, Hokanu directed the honour guard to march back to the estate house. Had Mara been less herself and more the pliant wife that so many Empire women became as a result of their traditional upbringing, she would never have been strong enough to have attended a full state funeral for a son cut down by assassins. As ruling lady and servant of the Empire, she was too much in the public eye, denied even the human frailties that any lesser mother might be forgiven. Caught up in the heated core of intrigues, Lady Mara was forced into a role that made her a target. A frantic hour later, Mara lay on her sleeping mat, stupefied by potions administered by the priest of Hantakama, who had appeared, as if by magic, to offer his skills. Isashani had the household well in hand, and the short Hadonra Jikan was as busy as 3 men, quelling wild rumours among the servants. Hokanu found himself alone to deal with the decisions that must be made in behalf of House Acoma. He listened to the reports of the Acoma retainers. He took notes for Mara to review when she was restored and capable. He marked which guests stood by her and which were outspoken against her. Most had the dignity to stay silent, or else they were too shocked to frame any hostile response. All had expected to spend the day in quiet contemplation, then to be hosted by the servant of the Empire at a formal evening meal. Instead, they were already returning home, appalled by an unforgivable act authored by a woman who held the highest office in the land short of the Emperor's throne. More than one delegate of great houses had stopped by, ostensibly to pay their respects, but, except for the Lord of the Kedda, Hokanu had murmured empty thanks to men eager to catch any hint that House Acoma stood weakened. Lord Hopara and the lords of Clan Hadama were doing a fine job of moving through the crowds of departing guests, toning down the damage of Mara's axe against the Anasati, by whatever expedient they could find. Many, who were all too ready to be outraged by the breach of protocol, became more inclined to overlook a grieving mother's outburst after one of the Hadama lords or Lord Hapara had finished speaking to them. Another noble frustrated in his attempts to reach the inner apartments had been the Lord of the Anasazi. Jiro had stiffly insisted that the insult to his person was irreparable. A pack of supporters had clustered at his heels as he was turned away from Mara's door. They had found a common rallying point, and even those who had counted Mara a friend would be hard-pressed to ignore a personal attack. For an enemy, it was impossible. In Surani culture, forgiveness was simply a less shameful form of weakness than capitulation. All in the course of seconds, the lady had changed political opponents into allies of deadly enemies. Jiro had not sued for public apology. Indeed, he had surrounded himself with lords whose disgruntlement with Ichindar's reformed powers of rule was most vociferous. Sarek and Acoma shared the conclusion that the Anasazi lord was deliberately discouraging conciliatory gestures, choosing to place blame for the scandal squarely upon the Acoma. Jiro's loud complaints reached any who hovered within earshot, that he had come to his nephew's funeral under what was understood as a traditional truce by all who attended, and had endured physical attack, humiliation at the hands of his host, and public accusation. As much as any ruler understood or sympathized with the source of Mara's irrational act, none could deny that deadly insult had been given with no atonement offered. Any attempt to deflect the accusation by pointing out Mara's present inability to offer a rational apology was ignored by the Anasazi. The hall of the Acoma had grown stifling, its screens drawn closed against the prying eyes of the curious, its doors guarded by the scarred veterans of past wars. These men did not wear the brightly lacquered ceremonial armour, but field trappings, well tested by previous engagements. Sitting upon a lower, less formal dais that was deserted in Mara's absence, Hakanu quietly requested opinions on the day's events. That the closest, most loyal Acoma officers chose to respond to a consort who was not their sworn house lord showed their immeasurable regard for Hakanu's judgment. If the honour of these men's vows was not his to command, they awarded him their absolute trust to act as needed in their mistress's behalf. Touched as he was by their devotion, he was also disturbed, for it signified how deeply they understood Mara's peril. Hakanu prayed that he was up to the task. He listened in grave stillness as Force Leader Irilandi and Kyoke, advisor for war, reviewed the strength of the garrison, even as Force Commander Lujan readied the Acoma forces for battle. As if in emphasis, old Kyoke thumped his crutch against the stump of his lost leg.
Even if Jiro knows he will be defeated, he has no choice. Honor requires he answer public insult with bloodshed. I doubt he will settle for a contest of champions. Worse, if Mara's cries of accusation were heard by any beyond those close by, her implication that Jiro hired the Hamoi Tong to kill Ayaki could be taken as an insult to the Yonani that can only end in a call to clan.
Absolute stillness followed this statement, making the footfalls of rushing servants echo through the hall. Several of those at the table turned to listen to the calls of house officers, gathering their masters' families into personal litters for a quick departure, and a few looked at one another and shared a common understanding. A clan war would rip the empire asunder. Into the face of such grim musing, Sarek ventured, "But who could take such a concept seriously? No Tong dares reveal their employers, and what evidence we've found to link the Anasazi to the attack is hardly compelling, given the Hamoi Brotherhood's
clandestine practices, I'm more inclined to suspect it's an intentional forced trail.
Acoma nodded, wagging a crooked finger.
The evidence of Jiro's hand in Ayaki's death is too neat. No tongue survives to win itself wealthy clients by being this imprudent. And the Hamoi is the most powerful tongue, because its secrets have never been compromised.
He scanned the faces around the table.
After, 5 attempts upon Mara, they suddenly allow one of their own to be caught with proof of Anasati participation? Unlikely. Certainly questionable. Hardly convincing.
Hakanu regarded the advisers with a flash in his eyes as dire as light on barbarian steel. We need Arakasi back. The gifts of the Acoma spymaster were many, and his ability to read through the snarl of politics and individual greed of the nation's myriad ruling lords at times approached the uncanny. We need him to pursue this evidence that supports Jiro's guilt, for the boy's true murderer lies behind it. Hakanu sighed. Meantime, the speculation is leading us nowhere. With Tasayo of the Minwanabi gone, who dares seek the death of the servant of the Empire? Sarek scratched his chin in the gloom. Not without sympathy, he said, Master, you are blinded by love for your wife. The common folk of the nations may regard her as a talisman, but her exalted station invites jealousy from other hearts. Many would see the good servant on her way to Turakamu's hall simply because of her breaks with tradition and her climb to a rank unmatched by any previous warlord. Also, there are many who see their house status lessened and their ambitions curtailed because she is favoured by Ichindar. They would seek Mara's dishonour, if they dared. Hakanu looked impatient. Then who would dare? Of us all, Arakasi might know. Glancing at Inkomo, Sarek tactfully phrased the question that played upon his restless mind. Is there any reason to think that your former master might be reaching from the land of the dead to strike a blow in vengeance? As Kyoke's eyes hardened at this possibility, the former first adviser to the Lord of the Minwanabi, now second adviser to the Lady of the Acoma, cleared his throat. He unflinchingly met the distrust that focused on him.
If so, I was no part of such a plot, but Tasayo was a secretive man, and dangerous. Many times he was wont to make arrangements outside my knowledge. I was often dismissed when most lords would have commanded my attendance. The Obajan of the Hamoi Tong was seen to pay a personal visit to Tasayo. My impression at the time was that the event involved unanswered questions over the murder of Acoma spies then in Minwanabi service.
Inkomo's long face showed unguarded distaste as he concluded.
Threats were exchanged, and a bargain struck. But no man alive overheard the words that passed between the Obajan and Tasayo. I can only relate that never in life did I observe the Lord of the Minwanabi so balked in his plans that he lost himself to a display of wild anger. Tasayo was many things, but he was seldom without control.
To this, Sarek added speculative observation. If the former first adviser of the Minwanabi cannot know for certain that Tasayo left orders for vengeance should he fall, I offer that we waste ourselves in guesswork. More to the point, Tasayo was not a man who ever for a moment considered defeat. As a tactician, he was unmatched.
Given that he believed until the end that he was free to crush Our Lady in open war, why should we assume that he took the coward's path and paid death price for Mara when he gave no credence to the chance she might survive him? We should more nearly be examining the ranks of Jiro's enemies. Mara is one of the few rulers in the nations with strength enough to engage him without stalemate. With imperial support behind her, discord between Acoma and Anasati is the more likely to lead to setbacks for Lord Jiro. And yet, the Anasati Lord seems eager enough to take what provocation fate and our misfortune have offered. Hokanu broke in. He does not shrink from conflict. That does little to excuse him from culpability in the matter of Ayaki's murder. Until my wife is able, I will presume to make this decision. Order the garrison to make ready to march. There must be war, and we dare not be caught unprepared. Kyoke silently inclined his head. He would not accord the situation the formality of spoken words, since this he could only do before his lady. Yet his acquiescence in the matter showed unswerving support. Sarek, who was younger and less bound to the old traditions, inclined his head in a gesture very close to the bow an adviser would offer his sworn lord. I shall make formal declaration of war upon the Anasati. When Jiro responds in kind, we shall march. Kyoke glanced at Irilandi, who nodded to indicate his own endorsement of what would soon occur. Most Surani bloodshed was committed surreptitiously, with ambush and raid, and without public acknowledgement of responsibility. But formal battle between houses was a time-honoured ceremonial event. Two armies would meet upon a field at an agreed-upon time, and one would leave victorious. No quarter was asked or given, save in rare circumstances, and again by formal rules of conduct. History held record of battles that had raged for days. It was not uncommon for both houses to be destroyed in the process. Then Hokanu sought one further step. I ask that we notify Clan Hadama. Sarek raised his eyebrows, concerned deeply, but also intrigued by the subtleties of the suggestion. You provoke an Anasati call to clan. Hokanu sighed. I have an intuitive feeling. But Kyoke broke in with a rare interruption that supported Hokanu's hunch.
Jiro is no warrior. He has Omelo for force commander, and though a good enough field general in his own right, he does not excel at large-scale engagements. A call to clan is the best hope Jiro has to keep his house and army intact. We do not provoke what is likely a foregone conclusion.
More, Inkomo added. Lord Jiro is a scholar at heart. He sneers at the coarseness of armed conflict. He wishes reason to declare against Mara, and has nurtured a hatred of her that extends back into his youth. But he prefers hidden attacks and cleverness. He is a master of Sha. Remember that. He will seek to ruin by subterfuge, not raw force. If we do call a clan war first, then the possibility exists that Clan Yonani will not permit an Anasati interest to drag them to destruction. We are more than Jiro's match in open combat. If his clan members are behind his obsessive desires enough to escalate by accepting his slight of honor for their own, Clan Hadama will answer.
Hokanu weighed this without much hope or enthusiasm. Whether Clan Yonani moved against them or not, Lord Jiro had managed to set himself at the spearhead of other factions that had caused to undermine Mara's strength.
That his was not the only mind to perceive past this personal spat to deeper, more lasting discord had been evident by the number of ruling lords who turned out for Ayaki's funeral. The High Council might be abolished, but its tradition of contention continued in secret, ferocious intensity whenever excuse existed for the Empire's nobles to gather. That the Black Robes had sent a contingent of 5 to the rites showed that their trend of intervention into the arena of intrigue was far from ended since Ichindar's ascension to centralized power. At last, Hokanu concluded, "We may have strength and allies enough to crush the Anasati, but at what cost? In the end, it may not change things. We can only hope that a swift, bloody clash on the battlefield will contain the damage and split up the traditionalists before they can ally and organize into a united political party." "Master Hokanu," Sarek interjected at the naked look of sorrow that appeared on the Acoma consort's face, "the course you have chosen is the best we have available. Rest assured that your lady could do no better were she capable of hearing our counsel. Now go, attend to her, for she needs you at her side. I will instruct the scribes to prepare documents and arrange for messengers to convey them to Lord Jiro's estates." Looking haunted despite the relief at this unstinting statement of support, Hokanu left the hall. His stride was a warrior's, purposeful and quick. His hands were a worried husband's, balled into helpless fists. Sarek remained as the other Acoma officers broke the circle and departed from the hall. Left alone in the breezeless shadows, he slapped his fist into a hand grown uncalloused since his promotion from a warrior's ranks. He ached for those friends he had left in the barracks, and for the woman he had been called to serve, who had wholly won his support. If the Acoma acted quickly enough to end this dispute, the gods would be granting a miracle. Too many disgruntled lords remained with too few responsibilities since the disbanding of the High Council. Peace left them too much space for mischief. The old political parties had broken up, their reason for existence cancelled by Ichindar's new rule. The Empire was quiet, but far from settled. The climate of unrest that had 3 years been held in abeyance was ripe for renewed civil war. Sarek loved his ruling lady and appreciated her brilliance in changing the only society he had ever known. But he regretted the disbanding of the warlord's office and the power of the High Council. For at least then, events could be interpreted according to centuries of precedents set by the forms of the great game. Now, while the old ways were still followed by the houses of the Empire, the rules were forced into change. Speculation was becoming too uncertain, Sarek decided with a grimace of disgust. He left the deserted hall, heading for those quarters he had chosen when Mara had come to occupy the former Minwanabi estate. En route to his suite of rooms, he sent Mara's runner to fetch a scribe to attend him. When the man arrived with his satchel of ink and pens, the Acoma First Advisor's instructions were clipped and short. "Prepare notice for our factors and agents. If Arakasi makes his presence known anywhere in the nations, inform him he is to return home at once." The scribe sat upon the floor without comment, but he looked troubled as he placed a wooden lapboard upon his knee. Quickly putting pen to parchment, he started to compose the first document. "Add this, and use the number 7 cipher," Sarek concluded, pacing the floor in an agitation that had no other outlet. "Our Lady is in deadly danger." The chime sounded, and a puff of disturbed air winnowed the silken hangings that walled the great gathering hall in the City of the Magicians. Shadows cast by the flickering flames of the oil lamps wavered as a magician appeared upon the pattern in the centre of the floor. He stepped off briskly. Hard on his heels, 2 colleagues appeared in rapid succession. These were followed by others, until a crowd of black-robed figures congregated on the benches surrounding the walls. The huge leather-hinged doors creaked wide to admit others that chose not to convey their bodies to the meeting by arcane means. The hall of the assembly filled swiftly and quietly. The delegates converged from all walks of the city of the magicians, a complex of buildings and covered terraces, towers and galleries that made a maze-like warren of an entire island. Located in the midst of a great lake in the foothills of the High Wall, the northern mountains of the Empire, the city of the magicians was unapproachable by any means but magic. Black robes in distant provinces teleported to the site, responding to the call to assembly sent out that morning. Gathered together in sufficient number to form a quorum, the magicians constituted the most powerful body in Siranuani, for they existed outside the law. No one, not even the Emperor, dared gainsay their command, which had carried absolute privilege for thousands of years of history. Within minutes, the benches were packed to capacity. Hodiku, a thin, hook-nosed man of middle years, who, by preference, spent most of his time in study within the Holy City, walked to the first speaker's position, at the centre of the patterned tile floor. His voice extended across the cavernous hall seemingly without effort. "We are called together today so that I may speak for the good of the Empire." The routine greeting was met with silence, for all matters requiring convocation of the Assembly of Great Ones related to the state of the Empire. "Today the red seal upon the inner sanctum of the Temple of Jastor was broken." The announcement caused a shocked stir, for only when formal warfare was announced between houses or clans were the arched doors to the central chamber of the Temple of the War God thrown open to allow public entry. Hodiku raised his arms to encourage a return to order. "Mara of the Acoma, as lady of her house and war chief of Clan Hadama, does pronounce war upon Lord Jiro of the Anasati." Astonished exclamations swept the chamber. While a cadre of the younger magicians stayed abreast of current events, they were not among the majority. These newly sworn had joined the assembly during the upheavals caused by the force known as the Enemy that had endangered both their own world of Kelawan and that of Midkemia beyond the rift. The massive threat to two civilizations had necessitated a move by the magicians to aid the Emperor Ichindar to seize absolute rule of the nations, that internal bickering not weaken the land in time of larger crisis. The newest of the mages might be enamoured of using their powers to influence the sway of events, but to the elders of the assembly, who were set in their individual ways and courses of scholarly study, intervention in Surani politics was looked on as bad form, a bothersome chore only performed at dire need. To a still smaller faction, headed up by Hotchapepa and Shimon, once close acquaintances of the barbarian magician Milimber, the recent departures from traditional rule were of interest for deeper reasons. Exposure to Midkemian thought had prompted them to view the affairs of Siranuani in a changed light, and since the Lady Mara was currently the linchpin of Ichindar's support, these war tidings were of particular concern. An old practitioner of Surani politics of all stripe, Hotchapepa raised a chubby hand to his face and closed his dark eyes in forbearance.
"As you predicted,"
he murmured to the reed-thin ascetic Shimon.
"Trouble when the nations can least afford the price."
Taciturn as ever, Shimon made no reply, but watched with hawk-keen scrutiny as several of the more impulsive magicians surged to their feet, indicating their desire to speak. Hodiku singled out a young black robe named Sevian and pointed. The one selected stepped forward onto the central floor while the others sat. Barely a year past his initiation to mastery of magic, Sevian was fast on his feet, quick-spoken and inclined to be impulsive. He would leap to outspoken conclusions where other, more seasoned colleagues would wait to hear the thoughts of less experienced members before revealing their opinions. He raised a voice too loud by half for the sensitive acoustics of the hall.
"It is widely believed that Jiro had his hand in the death of the good servant's son."
Which was no news at all. Shimon turned his mouth down in a faint curl of disgust, while Hotchpepper muttered just loud enough for half the room to hear,
"What, has he been listening in on Isashani's sitting room again, taking in this social gossip?"
Shimon gave no answer to this. Like many of the elder magicians, he considered using powers to look in on the affairs of individual nobles as the lowest level of crass behaviour. Sevian was embarrassed by Hotchpepper's remark and by the harsh looks from several of the elder members. Left at a loss for words, he curtailed his speech, repeating,
"It is widely believed."
More magicians vied for the first speaker's attention. Hodiku made a choice among them, and as a slow-spoken, ponderously built initiate droned out his irrelevant viewpoint, more experienced magicians spoke quietly among themselves, ignoring all but the gist of his speech. A mage 2 seats to the rear of Hotchpepper and Shimon, whose name was Teloro, inclined his head toward the others.
"What is the real issue, Hotcho?"
The plump magician sighed and left off twiddling his thumbs.
"The fate of the Empire, Teloro. The fate of the Empire."
Teloro bridled at this vagueness. Then he revised his first impression. The stout magician's bearing might betray no concern, but his tone rang with deep conviction. Both Shimon and his stout companion seemed fixed on a discussion the other side of the hall, where several magicians held private council. As the current speaker sat, and a round-shouldered man from his whispering cadre stood up, Teloro heard Hotchpepper mutter,
"Now we'll begin to see how this round of the game is to be played."
Hodiku motioned to the man, who was slender, with brown hair trimmed above his ears in the Sirani fashion called a warrior's cut. The style was an odd affectation for a black robe, but by any measures Moteka was a strange magician. He had been friends with the 2 brothers who had actively supported the old warlord, but when Elgaran had died and Elgahar had left to serve upon the Midkemian world, Motecha had conspired to maintain an appearance of distance between himself and the 2 brothers. The attention of Shimon and Hotchpepper intensified as Motecha opened.
"Is there no end to Lady Mara's ambition? She has called a clan war over a personal insult she delivered as Lady of the Acoma."
Hotchpepper nodded, as if in confirmation of a hunch.
"So, Moteka has made alliances with the Anasati. Odd. He is not an original thinker. I wonder who put him up to this."
Shimon held up his hand. "Don't distract with chatter. I want to hear this." Motecha waved a ringed hand, as if inviting rebuttal from his colleagues. But he was not as magnanimous in his equivocation as his gesture suggested, since he rushed on to cut off any interruption.
"Obviously not. Their good servant was not satisfied with flouting tradition by co-opting her former enemy's forces."
"Which we conceded was a brilliant move,"
interjected Hotchpepper, again just loud enough to make the speaker stumble. Teloro and Shimon repressed amusement. The stout magician was a master at embarrassing colleagues that he deemed in need of having their pomposity punctured. As Motecha seemed ready to depart from his prepared remarks, Hotchpepper added,
"But please, I didn't mean to interrupt. Pray, continue."
Motecha was nonetheless thrown off stride. He brushed lamely past his hesitation, saying,
"She will crush the Anasati."
Representing the more seasoned members of the assembly, Fumita stood. At Hodiku's nod of acknowledgement, he said,
"Forgive the interruption, Motecha, but an Anasati defeat is neither assured or even likely." Given the well-documented assessment of the forces available to both sides, it is a given Jiro must counteract with a call to clan. Alone, Anasati's war hosts are no match for Lady Mara's, and she has spoken boldly by raising Clan Hadama. This has already cost her politically. She will lose powerful allies. In fact, 2 will be forced by blood ties to take the field against her on Jiro's behalf. And while the Acoma are awesome in wealth and power, the 2 clans are closely matched. Hotchapepper grinned openly. Matecha's thinly veiled attempt to stir the assembly on behalf of the Anasati was now crushed. Rather than sit down, Fumita continued, "There is another issue here that must be addressed." Matecha jerked his chin and conceded the floor in disgust. As he moved away and no other great one stood to claim the floor, Hodiku merely waved at Fumita to continue. "While matters of honor are deemed inviolate, we must consider, will this clash of clans so weaken the internal structure of the empire that the stability is set at risk?" A murmur stirred the assembly, but no one thrust to the fore to debate the issue. Clan Yanani and Clan Hadama were large factions, yes, but neither commanded enough followers to upset civil order irretrievably. Hotchapepper knew his ally Fumita stalled for time. The underlying concern behind this tactic was wider than the settlement of one house's personal honour over insult. The worst was already halfway realised, that the conflict of the Anasati and the Acoma would create a polarisation of factions who opposed Ichindar. Disorganised dissenters already rallied behind Jiro's cause, forming a traditionalist party that could throw serious opposition against the Empire's new order. Though they were not yet incensed enough to contribute to the bloodshed, were there still a High Council left with power to act, there could be no doubt that if a vote were held at this minute, Lord Jiro would hold enough support to take the warlordship. There were magicians who had regarded Ichindar's rise to power as an impious expedient, that the balance should be returned to the time before the enemy, with the light of heaven's office restored to the old ways. Hotchapepper led a small contingent that welcomed change. He paid scant heed to Fumita's stalling, but instead watched to see where Motecha would gravitate. To his colleague he confided,
There's the hand behind Jiro's cause."
With a slight nod of his head, he indicated the magician Motecha now spoke with, an athletic-looking man just out of youth, unremarkable save for the red hair that showed around the edges of his black cowl. He had thick brows, an expression that approached a scowl, and the carriage of a man who tended to fidget with excess nerves. "Tapek," Shimon identified. "He's the one who burned up a building while practicing for his mastery. Came into his talents very early, but took a long time to learn restraint." Hotchapepper's mild face furrowed in concern.
"He's no friend of Jiro's. I wonder what his stake is in this."
Shimon gave the barest lift of shoulders, as close as he ever came to the enigmatic Sirani shrug. "His kind gravitates toward trouble, as floating sticks will draw toward a whirlpool." On the floor, debate continued. Careful to keep his tone neutral lest someone point out his personal tie to Hokanu and Mara's house, Fumita offered up his conclusion.
"I believe that if Clans Yonani and Hadama destroy each other, we shall be faced with both internal and external perils."
He held one finger aloft.
"Can any doubt that whoever survives that house will be so weakened that others will instantly fall upon it?"
He raised a second finger, adding,
"And can any gainsay that enemies outside our border
will take advantage of our internal dissension to strike.
My turn to contribute to the general excess of hot air,
Hot Chip Pepper muttered, and promptly stood. At the cue, Fumita sat with such abruptness that nobody else could rise to his feet in time to prevent Hodiku's indication that the stout magician had the floor. Hot Chip Pepper coughed to clear his throat.
My learned brother makes a strong brief,
he said, warming up to a virtuoso speech of confusing pomposity.
But we must not blind ourselves with rhetoric.
Shimon's lips twitched at this half-lie. His fat companion paced heavily to and fro, meeting the eyes of all the magicians in the front rows to draw them to attention.
I would like to point out that such clashes before have not spelled the end of civilization as we know it.
He nodded for emphasis.
And we have no intelligence to indicate that those upon our borders are poised to strike. The Thuril are too busy with trade along our eastern frontier to seek struggle so long as we give them no cause. They can be a hard lot, but profit is bound to seem more attractive to them than bloodletting. At least, that seems to be the case, since the Alliance for War desisted in their attempt to conquer them.
A murmur of disapproval disturbed the shadowy hall, for the attempt to annex the Thuril Highlands as a new province had ended in disgrace for the Empire, and it was considered bad form to recall the defeat. Hot Chip Pepper's scruples did not restrain him from using this point to unbalance his opposition. He simply raised his sonorous voice enough to be heard above the noise.
The desert men of Tsuba have sworn binding treaty with the Zacatecas and Acoma on behalf of the Empire, and we have had no resumption of conflict in Dostari.
That this was in part to Lady Mara's credit was not lost on the assembly. A smile spread across Hot Chip Pepper's round face as the tumult died back to respectful stillness.
By any measure, the Empire is peaceful to the point of boredom.
In a dramatic shift, his smile fled before a scowl, and he shook a finger at the gathering.
Need I remind my brothers that the servant of the Empire is counted a member of the Imperial House by adoption? An odd convention, I know, but a tradition.
He waved to single out Motecha, who had sought to discredit Mara.
Should we be so rash as to do anything on behalf of the Anasati, the Emperor could conceivably consider this an attack upon his family. And, more to the point, Elgoha and I witnessed the last warlord's execution. At this hanging...
He paused for effect and tapped his temple.
Let me see if I can recall our Light of Heaven's exact words upon that occasion of a magician acting in conspiracy with council politics. Oh yes, he said, "If another black robe is ever discovered involved in a plot against my house, the status of great ones outside the law will end. Even should I be forced to pit all the armies of the Empire against your magic might, even to the utter ruination of the Empire, I will not allow any to challenge the supremacy of the Emperor again. Is that understood?"
Sweeping a dire glare over the assembly, Hot Chip Pepper said,
"I assure you all, Ichindar was sincere. He is not the sort to threaten violence lightly. Our previous emperors may have been content to sit by, dividing their time between holy devotions in the temples and begetting heirs upon their assorted wives and mistresses.
He let his voice rise again.
But Ichida is not one. He is a ruler, not some divine puppet wearing the costume of a religious office.
Lowering his voice, forcing every magician present to strain with undivided attention to hear him, Hot Shoe Pepper summed up.
We who attended the good servant's son's funeral know full well that Mara's lapse was born of overwhelming grief. Now, she must bear up to the consequences of her shame. From the moment she assaulted Jiro with her bare hands, this conflict was inevitable. As our charge is to preserve the Empire, I strongly doubt we can justify pursuing any activity that might find us all,
shaking the hall with a thunderous bellow,
opposing the armies of the Empire in the field over a matter of personal insult.
Quietly, reasonably, he resumed.
We should win, of course, but there will be very little Empire left to preserve after that.
He ended with a dismissive wave of his hand.
That was all I had to say.
And he sat. Silence lasted only a moment before Tapek shot to his feet. Hodiku granted him a nod, and his robe swirled to his agitated stride as he stalked onto the floor. His face was pale as he surveyed the gathering silently gripped by reflection.
We have heard enough of Lady Mara. The wronged party, I must point out, is Lord Jiro. He did not initiate hostilities.
Tapek raised his arms.
I bid you all to consider direct evidence instead of words for a change.
He made a sweeping gesture that carved out a frame upon the air. An incantation left his lips, and in the space before him light gathered. A rainbow play of colours resolved into a sharply defined image of a room lined with books and scrolls. There, clad in a robe elegant in its simplicity, paced Lord Jiro in a rare state of agitation. Seated on a cushion in one corner, barely out of the path of his master's temper, was Chimaka, his leathery face carefully expressionless.
"How dare the Lady Mara threaten me?"
Jiro ranted in injured fury.
"We had nothing to do with the death of her son. The implication that we are a house so honourless as to strike down a boy who shares Anasati blood is preposterous. The evidence planted on that Tong assassin is a transparent effort to discredit us, and because of it, we are faced with clan war."
Chimaka steepled his fingers, adorned with rings of carved kokara that he had yet to remove since the funeral.
Clan Yonani will recognize these wrongs,
he said in an effort to restore his master to calm.
We will not march unsupported to the field of war.
War!
Jiro whirled, his eyes narrowed with disgust.
The lady is nothing if not a coward to initiate this call to arms. She thinks to best us without dirtying her hands, using sheer numbers to annihilate us. Well, we must fall back on our wits and teach her a lesson. Clan Yonani may support us all to the good, but I will never forgive that such a pass has become necessary. If our house emerges from this heavy-handed attack, be sure that the Acoma will have created an enemy to be feared.
Chimaka licked his teeth.
The political arena is stirred to new patterns. There are advantages to be gained, certainly.
Jiro flung around to face his first adviser.
"First, damn the bitch! We have to escape with our hides from what will amount to wholesale slaughter."
The scene cut off as Tapek clapped his hands and dispersed the spell that had drawn it. He flung back his flame-coloured bangs, half sneering at the oldsters in the gathering who had stiffened in affront at his intrusion into the privacy of a noble citizen.
"You go against tradition,"
cried a palsied voice from a rear bench.
"What are we? Meddling old women? To stoop to using arcane arts to spy? Do we peek into ladies' dressing chambers?"
His opinion was shared by several of the greyer-headed members, who shot to their feet and stalked out in protest. Tapek yelled back,
"That's a contradiction of ethics. What has Lady Mara made of tradition? She has dared to meddle, I say. Do we wait and pay the price of the instability she may create in the future? What morals will stop her? Has she not demonstrated her lack of self-control in this despicable attack against Lord Giro?"
At this inflammatory remark, even Shimon looked disturbed.
"She lost a child to a horrible death," he interrupted. "She is a woman and a human being. She is bound to have faults."
Tapek stabbed both hands over his head.
"An apt point, brother, but my concern is not for the lady's shortcomings. She has risen to a dizzying height by anyone's measure. Her influence has grown too great, and her powers too broad. As war chief of the Hadama and lady of the strongest house in the Empire, she is preeminent among the ruling lords, and, as servant of the Empire, she holds dangerous sway over the masses. I submit the point that she is only human, and that no ruling lord or lady should be allowed to wield so much influence throughout the Empire. I claim we should curb her excesses now, before the trouble grows too large to contain."
Hodiku, as first speaker, stroked his chin at the turn the discussion had taken. In attempt to soothe the uneasiness that stirred through the gathering, he appealed to Hotchopepper.
"I have a question for my learned friend Hotcho. What do you suggest we do?"
Leaning back, making every effort to appear casually unconcerned by resting an elbow upon the riser behind him, Hotchopepper said,
"Do? Why, I thought that should be obvious. We should do nothing. Let these contentious factions have their war. When their slights of honor are sated with bloodshed, it will be an easy enough matter to pick up the pieces."
Voices rang out as another dozen magicians rose, seeking recognition. Shimon sighed audibly.
"You're not going to get your way on this one, Hotcho."
The stout magician set his chin in his palms, dimpling both cheeks.
"Of course not,"
he whispered.
"But I wasn't about to let that hot-headed boy run off unconstrained."
Outside the law, each Great One was free to act as he saw fit. Anyone could, by his own judgment, intervene against Mara should he deem his action in the best interest of the Empire. By taking the issue of non-interference to the floor of the Assembly, Hodiku had made it a matter for quorum consensus. Once an accord was made formal, no member would willingly defy the final decision. Since quick resolution was beyond hope, Hotchopepper changed his goal toward forcing due process to instill tempered judgment. The stout magician adjusted his robes around his girth in resignation.
"Now, let's get to the meat of the matter by letting these hotheads rant themselves hoarse. When they run out of steam, we'll show them the only reasonable choice and call a vote, letting them think the idea was theirs in the first place. It's safer to let Tapek and Motecha think they are leading the Assembly to consensus than to leave them free to initiate regrettable action on their own."
Shimon turned a sour eye upon his portly companion.
"Why is it that you always seek the solution to everything through inexhaustible sessions of talk?"
"Have you a better idea?"
Hot Pepper shot back in sharp reproof. "No," Shimon snapped. Unwilling to bother himself with further speech, he turned his attention back to the floor, where the first of many speakers vied to continue the debate. The early sun heated the great command tent. The half-gloom inside smelled of the heavy oils used to keep the hide waterproof and of grease used to supple the straps of armour and scabbards. The scent of lamp oil was absent, as the lady had declined the need for light. Dressed in ornamental armour and helm, crowned with the plumes of the Hadama clan war chief, Mara sat on fine silk cushions. The flaps of the tent's entrance were lashed back, and the morning outside edged her stiff profile in light. Behind her, his gauntleted hand upon her shoulder, Hakanu surveyed the army arrayed in ranks across the broad vale below. The mass of waiting warriors darkened the meadow across the entire vista from the vantage point on the hill behind. Spears and helms in their neat rows too numerous for counting. The only visible movement was caused by the wind through the officers' plumes, which were many colours besides Acoma green. Yet the stillness was deceptive. At any second, every man-at-arms of Clan Hadama stood ready for attack, to answer their war chief's call to honour. Mara seemed an ornament carved of jade in her formal armour. Her face was the expressionless facade expected of a Surani war chief. Yet those advisers who attended her observed in her bearing a brittleness born of rigidness, as if her stiff manner were all that contained the seething emotions inside. They moved and spoke quietly in her presence, as if the chance-made gesture or the wrongly inflected word might jar her control, and the irrational rage she had unleashed upon Lord Jiro might hammer past her barriers and manifest itself again. In this setting, with the vast armies at her command spread in offensive readiness, she was unpredictable as the thunderhead whose lightnings have yet to be loosed. A formal declaration of war meant putting aside cunning and strategies, foregoing guile and reason, and simply charging across an open field at the foe named in ceremony in the Temple of Jastur. Across from the Hadama war force were raised the banners of Clan Inanani. Like Lady Mara, Lord Jiro sat with the Inani war chief upon the crest of the opposite hill, proud, as befitted their lineage, and of no mind to forgive a slight of honour from the Lady of the Acoma. Beyond the tight-ranked warriors of the Inani, the command tent flew the ancient scarlet and yellow Anasati war banner on a standard set next to the black and green tent of Lord Tonmagu, war chief of the clan. The placement of colours symbolised an age-old affirmation that the slight to the Anasati had been accepted by all the houses, to be resolved by bloodshed that would count no cost in lives. To die was Surani. To live in dishonour, cowardice deemed worse than death. Mara's eyes registered the details, yet her hands did not shake. Her thoughts were walled off, isolated in a cold place that even Hakanu could not penetrate. She, who had deplored war and killing, now seemed eager to embrace raw violence. Bloodshed might not bring her son back, but the heat and horror of battle could maybe stop her thinking. She would know a surcease from pain and grief until Jiro of the Anasati was ground to a pulp in the dust. Her mouth hardened at the bent of her thoughts. Hakanu sensed her tautness. He did not try to dissuade her, knowing by instinct that no consolation existed that could move her. He stayed by her, quiet, tempering her decisions where he could. One day she might waken and accept her tears for what they were. Until time might begin to heal her, he could only give unstinting support, knowing that until then anything less might drive her to more desperate measures. With true Surani impassivity, Hakanu followed the distant panoply as several figures left the Hadama lines and approached the ranks of the Inani. Lujan led the party, sunshine glancing off his armour and lighting the tips of his officers' plumes to emerald brilliance. At his shoulder walked his two force leaders, Irilandi and Kenji, and behind, according to rank, the force commanders of the other houses of Clan Hadama. A scribe came last to record the exchange as this delegation met its opposite in the centre of the chosen site of battle, following tradition. A discussion would set the conditions of the coming war, the limits of the field, the hour of commencement, and the possibility, if any, that quarter could be offered or accepted. But Mara had ended hope of the last. That the houses of Clan Ionani had seen fit to become involved had moved her not a hair's breadth. They could stand or fall with Jiro, and she would not be alone in enduring the atrocities inherent in the game of the council. When Kyoke, her adviser for war, had broached the subject of quarter, her eyes had flashed hot anger as she pronounced, "No quarter." The lines were now drawn, the stakes set. None could dispute the word of Mara as war chief. Hakanu glanced around the command tent, as much to steady himself as to assess the mood of those present. Kyoke wore armour, rather than the adviser's garb his position entitled him to. Sarek, who had fought in the Acoma ranks before rising to high office, had also donned armour. With battle about to rage, he felt naked, wearing only thin silk on his back. Old Inkomo yet wore his robes. More at home with his pen than his eating knife, he stood with his hands locked at his sash, his leathery features drawn. Though, as seasoned in his way as a field general, he was unschooled in the arts of violence. Mara's call to clan was no sane act, and since she had heretofore been the soul of gentleness and reason, her venomous embracing of Surani ritualized vengeance left him inwardly terrified. But his years of experience as adviser to the Minwanabi enabled him to stand firm in obedience. Every man and woman of the Acoma, and of all the houses of Clan Hadama, waited upon the god's will today. Trumpets sounded, and the high, curving war horns blew. Drummers beat a tattoo as the delegations of Ionani and Hadama parted company, turned about, and marched back to their ranks. The drumbeat quickened, and the fanfare assumed a faster tempo. Lujan took his place in the centre ranks. Irilandi and Kenji marched to the right and left flanks, and the other officers assumed position at the heads of their house armies. Early sun glanced off the lacquered edges of shields and spears and lit the rippling movement of thousands of warriors drawing sword from sheath. The banners snapped in a gust, and streamers unfurled from the crossposts, red for the death god Turakamu, whose blessing was asked for the slaughter about to begin. A priest of the red god's order stepped onto the narrow strip of earth between the armies and chanted a prayer. The swell of sound as voices of the warriors joined in seemed like the tremor that preceded cataclysm. Beside the priest stood another, a black-shrouded sister of Sibi, she who is death. The presence of a priestess who worshipped Turakamu's elder sister affirmed that many men were fated to die on this day. The priest completed his invocation and cast a handful of red feathers into the air. He bowed to the earth, then saluted the priestess of the death goddess. As the religious representatives withdrew, the warriors raised their voices to shouts. Cries and insults shattered the morning as men reviled their enemies across the field. Unforgivable words were exchanged to seal their dedication to annihilating combat. To win or to die, as honour dictated. To stiffen the will, lest any soldier be tempted to turn craven. The Surani code of honour was inflexible. A man would earn his life through victory, or his disgrace would extend past the wheel of this life to cause misery in the next. Mara regarded the scene without passion. Her heart was hard. This day, other mothers would know what it was to weep over the bodies of slain sons. She barely noticed when Hakanu's fingers settled on the shoulder plates of her armour as his own heart began to pound in anticipation. The heir to the Shinzawa had the right to stand apart, for he had no blood ties to either Hadama or Ionani, but As husband to the good servant, he felt obliged to supervise this slaughter. Now, with the excitement of the warriors reaching a pitch to quicken the blood, a darker part of his nature looked forward to the call to charge. Ayaki had been loved as his own, and the boy's loss quickened him to share his lady's rage. Logic might absolve House Anasati of the Tong's hiring, but the thirst of his aroused emotion remained unslaked. Whether or not Jiro was guilty, blood must atone for blood. A runner sent by Lujan arrived at the command tent. He bowed to earth, silent until the lady waved. "Mistress, War Chief of Clan Hadama, Ionani force commanders have given agreement. Battle shall commence when the sun rises to a height of 6 diameters over the eastern horizon." Mara scanned the heavens, assessing. "That means the signal to charge will be sounded in less than half an hour." She snapped a nod of approval. Yet the delay was longer than she desired. Ayaki had received no such reprieve. Minutes passed slowly. The soldiers continued to cry insults until their voices grew hoarse. The sun inched higher, and the air heated with the day. All in the command tent leashed in fraying nerves until the touch of an alighting fly was enough to snap the gathering atmosphere of pent force. Hakanu's impatience mounted. He was ready to draw blade and see the edge drink blood. At last, the sun reached its designated position. No signal passed between the high officers in the command tent. Kyoke sucked in a quick breath in concert with Mara's lifted hand. Lujan on the field raised his bared sword, and the trumpets pealed out their call to war. Hakanu had drawn his own sword without thought. The battle might finish without his ever facing an enemy, for his place was beside his lady. No Ionani warriors would breach the honour guard who surrounded the command tent, lest Clan Hadama be routed, yet he, and beside him Sarek, were both ready. The notes of the fanfare seemed drawn out to eternity. In the distance, at the head of the army, Lujan waited with his blade poised high, glittering like a needle in sunlight. Across the field, the Ionani commanding officer held a like pose. When the weapons of both men fell, a flood of screaming soldiers would charge across the narrow strip of meadow, and the hills would echo with the clash of swords and the cries of war. Hakanu snatched breath to mutter a hurried prayer for Lujan, for the brave Acoma force commander was almost certain to die. The press of soldiers on both sides made it unlikely any in the first 5 ranks would survive the initial strike. The two great armies would grind themselves against each other like the teeth on opposing jaws, and only the warriors in the rearmost ranks might see who emerged victorious. The moment of suspension ended. Men finished their last silent appeals to the gods for honour, victory, and life. Then Lujan's sword quivered in the stroke of descent. As warriors shifted forwards onto the balls of their feet and banners stirred in the hands of bearers who lifted the poles from the earth, thunder slammed out of the clear green sky. The concussion of air struck Mara and Hakanu full in the face. Cushions flew, and Hakanu staggered. He dropped to his knees, the arm not holding his weapon catching Mara into protective embrace. Acoma was flung back, his robes cupped like sails, as the command tent cracked and billowed in the gust. Kyoke stumbled backward into Sarek, who caught him and nearly went down as the crutch fetched him a blow across the legs. Both Acoma advisors clung to each other to keep their footing, while, inside the tent, tables overturned and charts depicting battle tactics flapped and tumbled into the tangle of privacy curtains that crashed across Mara's sleeping mat. Through a maelstrom of dust devils, chaos extended across the field. Banners cracked and whipped, torn out of the bearers' hands. A cry went up from the front ranks of both armies as warriors were cast to the ground. Their swords stabbed earth, not flesh. Thrown into disarray by the whirlwind, the warriors behind tripped over one another until not one was left able to press forward to engage the fight. In the breach between the lines appeared several figures in black. Their robes did not stir, but hung down in an uncanny calm. Then the unnatural winds abated, as if on command. As fury dwindled into awe, men on both sides blinked dust-caked lashes. They saw great ones come to intervene, and while their weapons remained in their hands, and the bloodlust to attack still drove them, none arose, nor did any make a move to overrun the magicians who stood equidistant between the armies. The downed warriors stayed prone, their faces pressed to the grass. No command from master or mistress could drive a man of them forward, for to touch a great one was to invite utter ruin, if not commit offence against the gods. Mara regarded the black robes that had balked her vengeance with hostile eyes. The straps on her armour creaked as she arose to her feet. Her hands clamped into fists and muscles jumped in her jaw. Softly, she said, "No." A strand of loose hair slipped from beneath her helm, and her war chief's plumes trembled like reeds before a breeze. A heartbeat later, another great one materialized beside the open flap of her tent. His robe seemed cut from night itself, and though he was slender with youth, there was nothing young about his eyes. They held a light that seemed to blaze in contrast to his dark skin and hair. His voice proved surprisingly deep.
Lady Mara, hear our will. The Assembly forbids this war.
Mara turned pale. Rage shook her, to be constrained from fulfilling her call to clan war. Never had she imagined that the Assembly might intervene against her given will. She was as helpless to protest this development as her former enemy Tasayo of the Minwanabi had been, for to be forbidden the traditional means of vengeance for Ayaki's murder was to forfeit Acoma honour. To withdraw without bloodshed from this confrontation would disgrace her far more than any shame the Anasati might fall heir to. Her son was the one left unavenged. Lord Jiro would be given the victory. He would gain esteem for his courage, having come to the field prepared to engage in battle to defend his honour, but it was not his son or his family ancestors whose shades would be diminished for being deprived of blood price for a murder. As the accuser who had not prosecuted her claims by strength of arms, the Lady of the Acoma would forfeit much of the veneration due her rank. Mara found her voice. "You force me to dishonour, Great One." The magician dismissed her remark with haughty calm.
Your honour, or lack of it, is not my affair, good servant. The Assembly acts as it will in all cases for the good of the Empire. The carnage of clan conflict between Hadama and Ionani would weaken the nations and leave this land vulnerable to attack from outside our borders. Therefore, you are told, no force of the Acoma or of the Anasati, or their clan or allies, may take the field to oppose the other. For this or any other matter, you are forbidden to make war against Lord Jiro.
Mara held herself silent by force of will. Once she had stood witness when the barbarian black-robed Milamber had torn open the skies above the imperial arena. The powers unleashed on that day had killed and shaken the earth and caused fire to rain down from the clouds. She was not so far gone in grief to lose reason and forget. The magicians were the supreme force within the empire. The young, nameless magician looked on in arrogant silence as Mara swallowed hard. Her cheeks flushed red, and Hokanu at her shoulder could feel her trembling, suppressed rage. Yet she was Sirani. The great ones were to be obeyed. She gave a stiff nod. "Your will, Great One." Her bow was deep, if resentful. She half-turned toward her advisers. "Orders! Withdraw!" In the face of this command she had no choice. Though ruling lady of the greatest house in the Empire, though servant of the Empire, even she could but bow to the inevitable and ensure that no lapse of dignity could compound this enforced dishonour. Hokanu relayed his lady's orders. Sarek shook off a stunned stillness and hastened to rouse the signal runners outside the tent from their abject prostration. Kyoki readied the signal flags, and, as if grateful to be excused from the presence of the one dark-robed form in the command tent, messengers snatched up green and white flags and hurried off to the knoll to wave the command for withdrawal. On the field, amid the kneeling mass of his warriors, Lujan saw the signal. He cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, and around him the other force commanders of Clan Hadama called orders to retreat. Like a wave held in check, the men gathered up their swords and spears, slowly stood, and pulled back into family groups. Movement surged through their ranks as they formed up and began the march back up the hillsides toward their respective masters' encampments. The armies poised to clash, rolled back from each other, leaving the meadow trampled in the sunlight. The magicians between the hosts oversaw the retreat, then, their office completed, disappeared one by one, relocating upon the hill near the Ianani command tent. Intent on her bitterness, Mara barely noticed the magician still before her, nor Hokanu at her side, dispensing instructions to dismiss Clan Hadama's forces homeward to their respective estate garrisons. Her eyes might view an ending of war, but their hardness did not relent. Honour must be satisfied. To fall upon her family sword was no just reparation for Ayaki's life. The public disgrace remained, not to be forgotten. Jiro would use such shame to ally enemies against her house. Shaken to reassume her responsibilities, she could only atone for her error. No choice remained now but to use intrigue to resolve the death and the insult between herself and the Anasati. The game of the council must now serve, with plots and murder done in secret behind a public front of Surani propriety. A disturbance arose outside the command tent, a flurry of raised voices, and Kyoke's rising clearest in astonishment.
"2 companies from the extreme left flank are moving!"
Mara hurried into the open, fear dislodging her thoughts of hatred. She stared out over the valley in horrified disbelief to see the leftmost element of the Hadama forces countermand her orders and surge forward. The magician who had followed at her elbow hissed affront, and more of his fellows appeared out of empty air. Mara fought panic at the new arrivals. If she did not act, the Great Ones would take issue at her side's disregard of orders. In another moment, her house, her clan, and every loyal servant of the Acoma might lie dead of the magician's wrath. "Who commands the left?" she cried in shrill desperation. Irilandi, now arrived on the hilltop, called answer.
"That's a reserve company, Mistress. It is under charge of the Lord of the Pecha."
Mara bit her lip in furious thought. Pecha was a lord but lately come to his inheritance. Barely more than a boy, he commanded out of deference to his rank, not through skills or experience. Surani tradition gave him the right to a place at the forefront of the ranks. Lujan had compensated as best he might and set the boy over an auxiliary unit, which would be called upon only when the battle's outcome was decided. But now, either his youth or his hot blood invited total disaster. Kyoke considered the situation in the valley with the eyes of a master tactician.
"The impetuous fool! He seeks to strike while confusion occupies the Anasati side of the line. Didn't he see the Great Ones? How could he ignore their arrival?"
"He's bereft of his senses." Hokanu gestured to the runners, who had reached even the farthest sections of the lines. "Or else he can't read the command flags." Sarek raced off to dispatch more runners, while on the field several older commanding officers broke away from the press of retreating warriors and hurried to converge on Lord Pecha's moving banners. On the hill, Lady Mara looked on in horror as 2 full companies of men in Lord Pecha's orange and blue plumed armour moved forward to attack the Anasazi right flank. The soldiers in red and yellow on the far hillside swirled in an about-face, preparing to meet the charge. Their commander's shouts floated on the wind as he exhorted each warrior to keep his head. They were seasoned troops, or else their fear lent them prudence. They held in compliance with the Great One's edict, and did not rush forward to answer Lord Pecha's provocation. Kyoke's sinewy hands whitened on his crutch.
"'Is wise, that Anasazi strike leader. He will not violate the order to withdraw, and should our men under Pecha keep coming, they will be attacking uphill. He has time to wait, and perhaps maintain the truce."
The words were spoken for the benefit of the Blackrobes, who had banded together in a disturbed knot. Frowning under ink-dark hoods, they watched the Pecha forces race headlong up the rise on the Anani side of the vale. One spoke, and 2 vanished with a whipping snap of air. Mara's servants threw themselves prone in abject fear, and more than one veteran turned white. Lujan looked sick, and Kyoke like chiselled rock. On the field, the 2 Blackrobes reappeared before the charging forces. Tiny as toys, yet menacing for that smallness, they threw up their hands. Green light sparked from their fingertips, and a searing flash erupted in the path of the running warriors. The eyesight of every watcher was dazzled. Left blind by the afterimage, Mara was forced to blink tears from her stinging eyes. Moments passed before she recovered clear vision. She forced herself to face front and gasped. At first glance, nothing appeared wrong. Lord Pecha's soldiers no longer ran. They still stood upright, their orange armour bright in the sunlight, and their plumes twisting in the breeze. More careful study showed that their quietness masked a tableau of horror. The hands that still clutched weapons writhed and twitched, the flesh slowly blistering. Faces contorted in nightmarish, silent agony, their skin raised up in pustules, then darkened, blackened, and crisped. Smoke curled on the wind, stinking of scorched carrion. Flesh cracked and oozed blood that boiled away into steam. Mara's belly clenched with nausea. She sagged back, caught by Hokanu, who shared her tortured horror. Even the battle-hardened Kyoke looked ill to his very core. There came no screams from the field. The victims stood arrested as puppets as their eyes burst and empty sockets seeped. Their tongues became thick, purple obscenities, protruding from mouths that could not emit even a single strangled cry. Hair smoked and fingernails melted, yet the soldiers lived, their jerks and quivers clearly visible to the stunned observers upon the distant hilltops. Sarek choked back a gasp. Gods, they are surely punished enough. The magician first appointed to Mara's tent turned toward the adviser.
"They are only punished enough when we decide to allow them their crossing to Turakamu."
"As you will, Great One." Sarek immediately prostrated himself, his face pressed to the dirt like a slave's. "Your forgiveness, Great One. I regret my outburst and apologize for speaking out of turn." The magician deigned no reply, but stood in cold silence as the Pecha warriors continued to suffer on the field. Burned flesh peeled from their bodies to fall smoking to the ground. The men at last began to topple, first one, then another, until all 200 warriors lay tumbled, blackened skeletons on untouched grass, still clad in gleaming armour. The orange and blue Pecha banner lay before them, the tassels fluttering in wind that carried barely a signature of smoke. The young magician at length stood apart from his fellows and addressed the Lady Mara.
"Our rule is absolute, good servant. Let your people remember. Any who defy us invite instant oblivion. Is that understood?"
Mara fought back her sickness, croaked a whisper.
Your will, Great One.
Another magician separated himself from the group.
I am not yet satisfied.
He regarded Mara's officers, all on their feet except for Sarek. They might appear uncowed, as Surani propriety demanded, yet not one did not tremble with terror. This brave front seemed to increase the Blackrobes' displeasure.
Who defied us?
He inquired of his colleagues, ignoring Mara. Young Lord Pecha, came the reply, cold and to the point. A third voice arose from the Blackrobes, this one more temperate.
He acted upon his own, without his war chief's permission or approval.
The second magician, a sharp-eyed man with a shock of red hair that escaped the edges of his hood, shifted his regard to Mara.
His dishonour does not end here.
The magician, who seemed to mediate, called out again,
Tapek, I said Lady Mara had nothing to do with the defiance.
Tapek returned a shrug, as if irritated by a fly.
As Lord Pecha's war chief, she is responsible for the conduct of all forces under her command.
Mara lifted her chin, her mind stilled with a horror of recognition. These Blackrobes might order her dead with no more concern than they had showed for Tasayo of the Minwanabi, whose suicide had resulted from their bidding. Her officers looked arrested with terror. Kyoke showed nothing beyond a hardness around his eyes that no one living had ever seen. Hakanu made an involuntary jerk forward, but was stopped by Lujan's rock-hard grip upon his arm. The onlookers, to a man, held their breath. Should the Blackrobes order her destruction, no sword, no plea, no power of love might prevent them. The loyalty of thousands of servants and soldiers who would gladly give their lives in her place would avail her nothing. While the red-haired Tapek studied the lady with a snake's heartless regard, the young magician said,
Is Lord Pecha still alive?
Lujan reacted instantly, dispatching a runner to the field. Minutes passed. Tapek shifted in impatience, while out at the scene of the carnage the messenger conferred. A flag was brought to signal. It dipped and waved in code while Lujan interpreted.
All who attacked are dead.
He dared raise his eyes to the Great Ones as he concluded,
Lord Pecha was leading his men. His body is ashes and bones with the rest.
The first magician nodded curtly.
The obliteration of the offender is ample punishment.
The third magician from the group affirmed,
So be it.
Mara felt faint with relief, until Tapek stepped sharply toward her. Deep in the shadow under his hood, his heavy eyebrows drew up in displeasure. His eyes were pale, cold as the depths of the sea, and menace edged his tone as he said,
Mara of the Acoma, the house of Pecha is no more. You shall see that all of that line are dead before nightfall. The estate house and barracks will be burned, and the fields fired. When the crops are destroyed, Acoma servants shall salt the earth, that nothing shall grow on the land. All soldiers sworn to the Pechanatami are to be hung. You will leave their remains to rot in the wind, and never offer them haven as you have other warriors of conquered houses. All Pecha free servants are now slaves, given over to the service of the Emperor. All Pecha holdings now belong to the temples. The Pechanatami is to be broken by hammers, and the fragments buried, never to know the sun's warmth, never more to secure Pecha spirits to the wheel of life. From this night unto eternity, that house no longer exists. Let the ending signify this. No one may defy the will of the assembly. No one.
Mara forced her knees not to give way. She used every shred of her strength to draw breath and find her voice.
Your will, Great One.
She bowed, Her armour dragged at her shoulders, and the plumes of her helm seemed to weigh down her neck, yet she lowered herself until her knees and forehead touched soil, and the feathers of a Hadama war chief became sullied with dust. The young magician inclined his head in perfunctory acknowledgment of her obeisance, then withdrew a round metal device from his robe. He depressed a switch with his thumb. A whining sound cut the stillness. With an audible pop and an inrushing of air, the black robe vanished. The magician named Tapek lingered, studying the woman who was folded on the ground at his feet. His lips twitched as if he enjoyed her grovelling.
See that the object of this lesson is well learned by all others in your clan, good servant. Any who defy the assembly will face the same fate as the Pecha.
He withdrew another of the round devices, and a moment later disappeared. The other black robes vanished after him, leaving the hilltop bare but for the circle of Mara's shocked officers. Below, shouts rang across the vale as officers called orders to confused soldiers. Warriors crowded back up the hillsides, some in a hurry to put space between themselves and the carnage wrought by magic, others reluctant to turn their backs upon the enemy, who marched to the same edict given to Lady Mara. Sarek gathered himself to his feet, while her force commander helped his lady in the encumbrance of her armour to do the same. Hoarsely, she said to Lujan,
"Hurry and dispatch more messengers. We must make haste to disperse the clan, lest further mishap provoke an incident."
Swallowing hard and still feeling sickened, Mara gestured to Sarek.
"And gods grant us mercy. Order this terrible thing done. Obliterate the Pecha."
Sarek nodded, unable to speak. He had a gift for reading character, and the memory of Tapek's intensity gave him chills. Mara had been dealt the worst punishment imaginable, the utter destruction of a loyal clan family, for no worse offence than youthful impetuosity. All for his mistress's call to clan, the young lord had died in lingering agony. Before nightfall, his young wife and baby sons would be dead, as would cousins and relations who bore his name. That Mara must herself be the instrument of that unjust decree cut through her grief for Ayaki. For the first time since the great black gelding had toppled upon the body of her son, her eyes showed the spark of awakened feeling for others beyond herself. Sarek saw this as he trudged off to complete the horrifying task set upon the Acoma by the Great Ones. Hokanu observed as he steadied his lady's steps on her return to the command tent. The fires of the Assembly's magic had cauterized the wounds to her spirit. In place of the obsession for revenge against Jiro, a fierce anger now commanded her mind. Mara had recovered herself. Hokano knew bittersweet relief at the change. He regretted the Pecha's loss, but the woman he loved was once again the most dangerous player of the game of the Council the Empire had ever known. With a gesture, she dismissed the servants who rushed to neaten the disorder left in the tent. When the last of them had retreated, a discreet distance away, she called Irilandi to unlace the door flaps and restore her a measure of privacy. Kyoke entered as the last flap slapped down. He performed servant's task lighting the lanterns, while Mara paced. Vibrant, even jagged with nerves, she regarded those of her house who were present, arrayed in a semicircle before her. Her voice seemed flat as she said,
"They dare."
Kyoke stiffened. He glanced askance at Hokanu, who stood as mute as the others. Mara reached the fallen tangle of her privacy curtains, then spun around. "Well, they will learn." Irilandi, who knew her moods less well than the others, gave her a fist-over-heart salute.
"Lady, surely you do not speak in reference to the magicians?"
Mara seemed tiny in the lantern light that held the shadows in the cavernous tent at bay. A moment passed, filled by the muffled shouts of the officers still mustering troops outside. Bowstring taught, Mara qualified.
"We
must do what has never been done since the Empire came into existence, my loyal friends. We must discover a way to evade the will of the Great Ones."
Irilandi gasped. Even Kyoke, who had faced death through a lifetime of campaigns, seemed shaken to the core. But Mara continued grimly,
"We have no choice. I have shamed the Acoma name before Jiro of the Anasati. We are forbidden expiation by means of war. I will not fall upon my sword. This is an impasse for which tradition has no answer. The Lord of the Anasati must die by my design, and I will not stoop to hiring assassins. Jiro has already used my disgrace to whip up enemies. He has turned the dissatisfied lords in the nations into a cohesive party of traditionalists, and Ichindar's reign is imperiled along with the continuance of the Acoma name. My only heir is dead, so my ritual suicide offers us no alternative. If all that I have lived to achieve is to be salvaged, we must spend years in the planning. Jiro must die by my hand, if not in war, then in peace, despite the will of the Assembly of Magicians."
Chapter 4. Adversity. Someone moved. Atop a stack of baled cloth, partially hidden by the cant of a crooked bale, Arakasi heard what might be the grate of a footstep on the gritty boards of the floor. He froze, uneasy at the discovery he was not alone in the murk of the warehouse. Silently, he controlled his breathing. He forced his body to relax, to stave off any chance of a muscle cramp brought on by his awkward position. From a distance, his clothing would blend with the wares, making him seem like a rucked bit of fabric fallen loose from its ties. Up close, the deception would not bear inspection. His coarse woven robe could never be mistaken for fine linens. Mindful that he might have trapped himself by taking refuge in this building to shake a suspected tale, he shut his eyes to enhance his other senses. The air was musty from spilt grain and leakage from barrels of exotic spices, the scented resins of moulded leather from the door hinges. This particular warehouse lay near enough to the dockside that its floors submerged when the river crested in spring and overran the levee. Minutes passed. Noise from the dock quarter came muffled through the walls, a sailor's raucous argument with a woman of the reed life, a barking cur, and the incessant rumble of wheels as Nidra drew the heavy drays of wares away from the riverside landings. The Acoma spymaster strained to sort the distant hubbub. One by one, he tagged the sounds while the day outside waned. A shouting band of street urchins raced down the street, and the bustle of commerce quieted. Nothing untoward met his ears beyond the call of the lamplighter's, who tended the street at the end of the alley. Long past the point where another man might conclude he had imagined the earlier disturbance, that what seemed a footstep was surely the result of stress and imagination, Arakasi held rigidly still. The flesh still prickled warning at the base of his neck. He was not one to take chances. Patience was all when it came to any contest of subterfuge. Restraint rewarded him finally when a faint scrape suggested the brush of a robe against wood, or the catch of a sleeve against a support beam. Doubt fled before ugly certainty. Someone else was inside the warehouse. Arakasi prayed silently to Chochakan, the good god, to let him live through this encounter. Whoever had entered this dark building had not done so for innocent reasons. This intruder was unlikely to be a servant who had stolen off for an illicit nap in the afternoon heat, then overslept through supper into night. Arakasi mistrusted coincidence always. To presume wrongly could bring his death. Given the hour and the extreme stealth exhibited by his stalker, he had to conclude he was hunted. Sweating in the still air, he reviewed each step that had brought him to this position. He had paid an afternoon call upon a fabric broker in the city of Onterset, his purpose to contact a factor of a minor house who was one of his many active agents. Arakasi made a habit of irregular personal visits to ensure that such men remained loyal to their Acoma mistress and to guard against enemy infiltrations. The intelligence network he had built upon since his days as a servant of the Tuskai had grown vast under Acoma patronage. Complacence on his part invited any of 1,000 possible mishaps, the slightest of which could spell disaster for his lady's welfare. His visit today had not been carelessly made. His guise as an independent trader from Yankora had been backed up by paperwork and references. The public announcement of the Assembly's intervention between the Acoma and the Anasati had reached this southern city days later. News tended to travel slowly across provinces as the rivers fell and deep-water trade barges were replaced by land-borne caravans. Aware that Lady Mara would require his updated reports by the fastest possible means to guard against possible counter-moves by the Anasati or other foes made bold by the Assembly's constraints, Arakasi had shortened his stay to a hurried exchange of messages. On leaving the premises, he had suspected he was being followed. Whoever had tailed him had been good. 3 times he had tried to shed his pursuit in the teeming crush of the poor quarter. Only a caution that approached the obsessive had shown him a half-glimpsed face, a tar-stained hand, and twice a coloured edge of sash that should not have been repeated in the random shuffle of late-day traffic. As well as the spymaster could determine, there were 4 of them, a superbly trained team who were sure to be agents from another network. No mere sailors or servants in commoners' clothing could work with such close coordination. Arakasi inwardly cursed. He had blundered into just the sort of trap he had set for informants himself. His backup plan could not be faulted. He had quickly crossed the busy central market where purchase of a new robe and sudden movement through an inn packed with roisterers had seen the trader from Yankora vanish and a house messenger emerge. His skill in altering his carriage, his movements, the very set of his bones as he walked, had confused many an opponent over the years. His back trail had seemed unencumbered as he jogged back to the factor's quarters and let himself in through a hidden door. There he had changed into the brown of a common labourer and taken refuge in the warehouse behind the trade shop. Crawling atop the cloth bales, his intent had been to sleep until morning. Now he cursed himself for a fool. When those following had lost sight of him, they must have dispatched one of their number to backtrack to this warehouse on the off chance he might return. It was a move that a less cocky man might have anticipated, and only the god's luck had seen the Acoma spymaster inside and hidden before the enemy agent slipped in to wait and observe. Sweat trickled down Arakasi's collar. The opponent he faced was dangerous. His entrance had almost gone undetected. Instinct more than sure knowledge had roused Arakasi to caution. The gloom was too deep to reveal his adversary's location. Imperceptibly slowly, the Acoma spymaster inched his hand down to grasp the small dagger in his belt. Ever clumsy with handling a sword, he had a rare touch for knives. If he had a clear view of a target, this nerve-rasping wait might be ended. Yet, if a wish was his for the granting, he would not ask the gods of tricks and fortune for weapons, but to be far from here, on his way back to Mara. Arakasi had no delusions of being a warrior. He had killed before, but his preferred defence relied more on wits, surprise tactics, giving him the first strike. This was the first time he had been truly cornered. A scuffle sounded at the far end of the warehouse. Arakasi stopped breathing as a loose board creaked, pulled aside to allow a second man to slip inside. The spymaster expelled his pent air carefully. The hope of a stealthy kill was lost to him. Now he had 2 enemies to consider. Light flared as a hand-carried lantern was unshuttered. Arakasi squinted to preserve his night vision. His situation turned from tense to critical. While he was probably concealed from the first agent, the new arrival at the back of the warehouse could not help but discover him as he walked past holding a light. Out of alternatives, Arakasi probed for the gap that should exist between the stack of bales where he rested and the wall. Cloth needed space for air circulation, lest mildew cause spoilage in the dark. This merchant was not overly generous in his habits. The crack that met the spymaster's touch was very narrow. Prickling in awareness of his peril, he slid in one arm to the shoulder and wiggled until the bale shifted. The risk could not be avoided that the stack might topple. If he did not act, he was going to be discovered anyway. Forcing himself flat against the wall and nudging on the bale, Arakasi wedged himself into the widening gap. Splinters from the unvarnished boards gouged into his bare knees. He dared not pause even to mouth a silent curse, for the light at ground level was moving. Footfalls advanced on his position, and shadows swung in arcs across the rafters. He was only halfway hidden, but his position was high enough that the angle of illumination swept above him. Had he waited another heartbeat, his movement would have been seen. His margin for error was non-existent. Only the steps of his adversary covered the slither of his last furtive shove as he nestled downward into the cranny. A mutter arose from beyond the bale.
"Look at that."
As if summarizing an inspection, the man rambled on,
"Tossing good cloth as if it were straw bales, and unworthy of careful packing. Someone should be beaten for this."
The musing was interrupted by the original stalker's whisper,
"Over here."
Arakasi dared not raise himself to risk a glance. The lantern crept on in the hand of its unseen bearer.
"Any sign of him?" "None."
The first stalker sounded irritable.
"Thought I heard something a bit ago, but it was probably vermin. We're surrounded by grain warehouses here."
Reassured enough to be bored, the newcomer lifted his lantern.
"Well, he's around somewhere. The factor's slave insisted he'd come back and gone into hiding. The others are watching the residence. They better find him before morning. I don't want to be the one to tell our master he has escaped." "You get wind of the gossip? That this fellow's been seen before in different guise? He's got to be a courier, at least, or even a supervisor."
Cheerfully, the stalker added,
"He's not from this province either." "You talk too much," snapped the lantern-bearer. "And you remember things you should forget. If you want to keep breathing, you'd best keep that sort of news to yourself. You know what they say. Men have throats, and daggers have sharp edges."
The advice was received with a sigh.
"How long must we keep watch?" "Unless we're told to leave, we'll stay until just before daybreak. Won't do to be caught here and maybe killed by guards as common thieves."
An unintelligible grumble ended the conversation. Arakasi resigned himself to a long, uncomfortable wait. His body would be cramped by morning, and the splinters an additional aggravation, but the consequences if he should be captured did not bear examination. The loose tongues of his trackers had confirmed his worst surmise. He had been traced by another spy net. Whoever commanded the pair who hunted him, whoever they reported to, the master at the top of their network worked for someone canny, someone who had constructed a spy system that had escaped notice until now. Arakasi weighed this fact and knew fear. Chance and intuition had spared him when intricate advance precautions had failed. In discomfort, in warm darkness, he agonized over his assessment. The team who sought to capture him were skilled, but not so polished that they refrained from indulging in idle talk. It followed that they had been set to catch what their master presumed must be a low-ranking link in the operation he sought to crack. Arakasi suppressed a chill. It was a mark of the deep distrust that drove him that he preferred, when he could, to accomplish occasional small errands in person. His unseen enemy must not have the chance to know who he was, how highly he was placed, or the name of the mistress he reported to. Possibly he faced the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered. Somewhere, Lady Mara had an enemy whose subtleties posed a threat greater than anything she had confronted in her life. If Arakasi did not escape alive from Ontoset, if he could not get a message home, his mistress might be taken unwarned by the next strike. Reminded by the ache in his chest that his breathing had turned swift and shallow, the spymaster forced control. His security had been compromised when he had no inkling of impending trouble. The breach spoke of intricate planning. The Factor's second role must have been discovered. Precisely how could not be surmised, but a watch had been set over the traffic at Ontoset's docks closely enough to differentiate between regular traders and those who were strangers. That the team that lay in had been clever enough to see through two of Arakasi's disguises, having marked him as a courier or supervisor, boded ill. Arakasi counted the cost. He would have to replace the Factor. A certain slave was going to die of what must seem natural causes, and the trade shop must be shut down, a regrettable necessity. For while it doubled as part of his network, it was one of the few profitable Acoma undertakings used by the spy ring. It paid for itself and provided extra funds for other agents. Grey light filtered through a crack in the wall. Dawn was nigh, but the men showed no sign of stirring. They had not fallen asleep, but were waiting against the chance the man they sought might show himself at the last hour. The minutes dragged. Daybreak brightened outside. Carts and wagons rumbled by, the costermongers bringing produce to be loaded at the riverside before the worst of the heat. The chant of a team of barge oarsmen lifted in tuneless unison, cut by the scolding of a wife berating a drunken husband. Then a shout raised over the waking noise of the city close at hand and urgent. The words were indistinct to Arakasi, wedged behind muffling bales of linen, but the other two men in the warehouse scrambled immediately into motion. Their footfalls pattered the length of the building, and the board creaked aside. Most likely they made good their escape. Were they clever, they might have used the sound of their leaving as opening gambit for a ruse. A partner could yet be lingering to see if their quarry flushed in response. Arakasi held still, though his legs were kinked into knots of spasming muscle. He delayed a minute, two, his ears straining for signs of danger. Voices sounded outside the doubled door, and the rattle of the puzzle lock that held the warehouse secure warned of an imminent entry. Arakasi twisted to free himself and found his shoulders wedged fast. His arms were pressed flat to his sides. His legs had slipped too low to gain purchase. He was trapped. He knew galvanic desperation. Were he caught here and arrested as a thief, the spy who had traced him would hear. A corrupt city official would then receive a gift, and he would find himself delivered to his enemy. His chance to make his way back to Mara would be lost. Arakasi jammed his elbows against the bale to no avail. The gap that pinned him widened, only causing him to fall deeper into the cleft. The board walls added the sting of new splinters to his wrists and forearms. Silently swearing, he pushed and slipped inexorably beyond hope of unobtrusive extrication. The warehouse doors crashed open. The spymaster could do nothing now but pray for a chance to innovate, as an overseer bellowed,
"Think on those against that wall!"
Sunlight and air heavy with the scent of river mud spilled into the warehouse. A Nidra load and harness creaked. Arakasi deduced that wagons waited outside to be loaded. He weighed his choices. To call attention to himself now was to chance that no one from the enemy net waited outside, a risk he dared not take. He could be followed again, and luck would not spare him a second time. Then all debate became moot as a work team hurried into the warehouse, and the bale that jammed his body suddenly moved.
"Hey!"
someone called.
"Careful of that loose bit up there!" "Loose bit!"
snapped the overseer.
Which of you dogs broke a tie when the bales were stacked and didn't report the lapse?
A muddle of disclaiming replies masked Arakasi's movement as he flexed aching muscles in preparation for his inevitable discovery. Nothing happened. The workers became involved with making excuses to their overseer. Arakasi seized the moment to lever himself upward. His thrust jostled the cloth that had been shifted, and it overbalanced and tumbled downward to land with a resounding thump against the floor. The overseer yelled his displeasure.
Off! They're heavier than they look. Get help before you go trying to push them about from above.
So, Arakasi concluded, the factor must have realized this dilemma and arranged a possible cover. No space remained for mistakes if the impromptu salvage was to work. Hastily, he threw himself prostrate. With his face pressed to the pile of cloth where he perched, he mumbled abject apologies.
Well, hurry along,
the overseer cried.
Your clumsiness is no excuse to lie about in idleness. Get the wagons loaded.
Arakasi nodded, pushing himself off the stack, and fought against the unsteadiness of stiff muscles to keep his feet. The shock was too much after hours of forced inactivity. He bent before he collapsed, leaning against the fallen bale and stretching as if examining himself for injuries. A worker eyed him sourly as he straightened.
You all right?
Arakasi nodded vigorously enough to shake loose hair over his features.
Then lend a hand, the worker said. We're almost done at this end.
Arakasi did as he was bidden and caught the end of the fallen bale. In tandem with the worker, he joined the team doing the loading. Head down, hands busy, he used every trick he knew to alter his appearance. Sweat dripped down his jaw. He smeared the trickle with his hands, rubbing in dust and dirt to darken the thrust of his cheekbones. He ran his fingers through the one lock of hair kept dyed, since a scar had turned it white, then smudged artfully to extend shadow and lend the illusion of shortening his chin. He lowered his brows in a scowl and thrust his bottom teeth against his upper lip. To an onlooker, he should seem nothing more than a worker of little intelligence. As he hefted his end of the cloth, he stared directly ahead, doing nothing that might identify him as a fugitive. Each pass from warehouse to wagon scraped his nerves raw. By the time the wagons were loaded, he had singled out a loiterer in the shadows of the shop front across the street. The man seemed vacant-eyed, a beggar left witless by addiction to tatisha, except that his eyes were too focused. Arakasi repressed a shiver. The enemy was after him still. The wagons were prepared to roll, the workers climbing on board. Mara's spymaster hoisted himself up onto the load as if expected to, and elbowed the man next to him in the ribs.
"Did the little cousin get that robe she wanted?" he asked loudly. "The one with the flower patterns on the hem?"
Whips cracked and a drover shouted. The Nidra leaned into their traces, and the laden wagons groaned into movement. The worker Arakasi had addressed stared back in frank surprise.
What?
As if the big man had said something funny, Arakasi laughed loudly.
You know, Lubal's little girl, the one who brings lunches down to Simeto's gang at the docks.
The worker grunted.
Simeto I've heard of, but not Lubal.
Arakasi slapped his forehead in embarrassment.
You're not his friend Jido.
The other man hawked dust from his throat and spat.
Never heard of him.
The wagons had reached the corner of the alley and swung to negotiate the turn. Urchins blocking the way raised curses from the lead drover, and the overseer waved a threatening fist. The children returned obscene gestures, then scattered like a startled flock of birds. 2 mangy hounds galloped after them. Arakasi dared a glance back at the factor's residence. The Tatisha half-wit still drooled and watched the warehouse doors, which were being closed and locked by a servant. The ruse, perhaps, had worked. Arakasi mumbled words of apology to the man he had bothered and rested his head on crossed elbows. While the wagon rolled, jostling over the uneven paving and splashing through the refuse that overflowed the gutters by the dockside, he smothered a sigh of relief. He was not clear of danger, nor would he be safe until he was miles removed from Ontoset. His thoughts turned to the future. Whoever had arranged this trap at the factors would presume that his net was discovered. He would further surmise that his escaped quarry must guess that another organisation was at work. Logic insisted that this unseen enemy would react with countermeasures to foil just the sort of search that Arakasi must now launch. Ring upon ring of confusion would befuddle the trail, while the Ontoset branch of the Acoma network was left at a total loss. Its lines of communication must be dissolved without trace. 2 more levels of operation would have to be engaged, and swiftly. One to check for leaks in the branches in other provinces, and another to sift through a cold trail to try and ferret out this new enemy. The difficulties were nearly insurmountable. Arakasi had a touch for difficult puzzles, true enough, but this one was potentially deadly, like a sword edge buried in sand that any man's foot might dislodge. He brooded until the wagons pulled up at the docks. Along with the other workers, he jumped down onto the wharf and set hands to a hoist. One after another, the cloth bales were dragged from the wagon beds and loaded into waiting nets. Arakasi shoved on the pole with the rest when the hoist was full, lifting the cargo high and swinging it onto the deck of the barge warped alongside. The sun rose higher and the day warmed. At the first opportunity he slipped away on the excuse that he needed a drink of water and vanished into the poor quarter. He must make his way out of Ontoset without help. To approach any other link in his net was to risk being rediscovered. Worse, he might lead his pursuit to a fresh area of endeavour and expose still more of his undercover workings. There were men in this city who would harbour fugitives for pay, but Arakasi dared not approach them. They could be infiltrated by the enemy, and his need to escape might connect him irrefutably to the incident at the warehouse. He wished for a bath and a chance to soak out the splinters still lodged under his skin, but he would get neither. A slave's grey clothing or a beggar's rags must see him past the city gates. Once outside the walls, he must hole up in the countryside until he could be certain he had made a clean break. Then he might try the guise of a courier and hasten to make up for his delay. He sighed, discomforted by the extended time he would be travelling, left alone with conjecture. He held troubled thoughts of an unknown antagonist who had nearly taken him out of play with one move, and that enemy's master, an unseen, unassailable threat. With clan war between Mara and Lord Jiro decreed forbidden by the magicians, his beloved Lady of the Acoma was endangered. As opportunists and enemies banded into alliances against her, she was going to need the best intelligence to ward from her yet more underhanded moves in the murderous intrigues of the great game. The tailor allowed the robe's silken hem to fall to the floor. Pins of finely carved bone were clenched between his teeth. He stepped back to admire the fit of the formal garment commissioned by the Lord of the Anasati. Lord Jiro endured the craftsman's scrutiny with contained disdain. His features expressionless, he stood with his arms held out from his body to avoid a chance prick from the pins that fastened the cuffs. His posture was so still that the sequin sewn in the shape of kill wings that adorned the front of the robe did not even shimmer in the light that fell through the open screen.
"My lord," lisped the tailor, around the pins pinched between his teeth, "you look splendid. Surely every unmarried noble daughter who beholds your magnificence will swoon at your feet."
Jiro's lips twitched. He was not a man who enjoyed flattery. Careful with appearances to the point where the unperceptive might mistakenly think him vain, he well knew the value of clothing when it came to leaving an impression. The wrong raiment could make a man seem stupid, overweight, or frivolous. Since swordplay and the rigours of battle were not to Jiro's taste, he used every other means to enhance his aspect of virility. An edge could be gained, or a contest of wits turned into victory more subtle than any coarse triumph achieved on the fields of war. Proud of his ability to master his foes without bloodshed, Jiro had to restrain himself not to bridle at the tailor's thoughtless compliment. The man was a craftsman, a hireling barely worthy of notice, much less his anger. His words were of less consequence than the wind, and only chance had caused him to jar against a memory Jiro yet held with resentment. Despite his closest attention to manners and dress, Lady Mara had spurned him. The awkward, coarse-mannered Buntakapi had been chosen over him. Even passing recollection caused Jiro to sweat with repressed fury. His years of studied effort had availed him not at all when all of his wits and schooled charm had been summarily dismissed by the Acoma. His ridiculous, no, laughable lout of a brother had triumphed over him. Bunto's smirk was unforgiven. Jiro still stung from remembered humiliation. His hands closed into fists, and he suddenly had no stomach for standing still. "I don't like this robe," he snapped peevishly. "It displeases me. Make another, and have this one torn up for rags." The tailor turned pale. He whipped the pins from his teeth and dropped to the parquet floor, his forehead pressed to the wood. "My lord, as you wish, of course. I beg humble forgiveness for my lack of taste and judgment." Jiro said nothing. He jerked his barbered head for a servant to remove the robe and drop it in a heap underfoot. "I will wear the blue and red silk. Fetch it now." His command was obeyed in a flurry of nervousness. The Lord of the Anasazi seldom punished his slaves and attendants, but from the day he assumed his inheritance he had made it clear that anything short of instant obedience would never be tolerated. Arriving to make his report, First Advisor Chimaka noted the near-frenzied obsequious behaviour on the part of the servants. He gave not a twitch in reaction. Wisest of the Anasazi retainers, he knew his lord best of all. The master did not appreciate overdone obeisance, quite the contrary. Jiro had matured as a second son, and he liked things quiet and without fanfare. Yet, since he had inherited a ruler's mantle without having been groomed to expect the post, he was ever sensitive to the behaviour of his underlings towards him. Should they fail to give him due respect as lord, he would notice and take instantaneous issue. The servant who was late to speak his title, the slave who failed to bow without delay upon presentation, were never forgiven their lapse. Like fine clothing and smooth manners, traditional Sirani adherence to caste was part and parcel of how ruling lords were measured by their peers. Eschewing the barbaric aspects of the battlefield, Jiro had made himself a master of civilized behaviour. As if a robe of finest silk did not lie discarded like garbage under his sandalled feet, he inclined his head while Chimaka straightened up from his bow. "What brings you to consult at this hour, First Advisor? Did you forget I had planned an afternoon of discourse with the visiting scholars from Migran?" Chimaka tipped his head to one side as a hungry rodent might fix on moving prey.
"I suggest, my lord, that the scholars be made to wait while we take a short walk."
Lord Jiro was vexed, though nothing showed. He allowed his servants to tie his robe sash before he replied, "What you have to say is that important?" As all who were present well knew, Jiro held afternoon court to attend to business with his factors. If his meeting with the scholars was delayed, it would have to wait until morning, which spoiled his hour set aside for reading. The Anasati first advisor presented his driest smile and deftly handled the impasse.
It pertains to Lady Mara of the Acoma, and that connection I mentioned earlier concerning the vanquished Tuskai.
Jiro's interest brightened. The two are connected? Chumaka's stillness before the servants provided its own answer. Excited now, Lord Jiro clapped for his runner. "Find my Hadonra and instruct him to provide entertainment for our guests. They shall be told that I am detained and will meet with them tomorrow morning. Lest they become displeased by these arrangements, it shall be explained that I am considering awarding a patronage, if I am impressed by their worthiness in the art of verbal debate." The runner bowed to the floor and hurried off about his errand. Chumaka licked his teeth in anticipation as his master fell into step with him toward the outer screen that led into the garden. Jiro seated himself on a stone bench in the shade by a fish pool. He trailed languid fingers in the water while his attention to Chumaka sharpened. "Is it good news or bad?" As always, the first advisor's reply was ambiguous.
"I'm not certain."
Before his master could express displeasure, Chumaka adjusted his robe and fished a sheaf of documents out of a deep pocket.
"Perhaps both, my lord. A small precautionary surveillance I set in place identified someone highly placed in the Acoma spy network."
He paused, his thoughts branching off into inaccessibly vague speculation. "What results?" Jiro prompted, in no mood for cleverness that he lacked the finesse to follow. Chumaka cleared his throat.
"He eluded us."
Jiro looked nettled. How could this be good news? Chumaka shrugged.
"We know he was someone of importance. The entire operation in Ontoset was closed down as a result. The factor of the House of Habatuka suddenly became what he appeared to be, a factor."
As an afterthought, he said,
"Business is terrible, so we may assume that the goods being brokered by this man were Acoma, not Habatuka."
He glanced at one of his documents and folded it.
"We know the Habatuka are not Acoma minions. They are firmly in the Omechan clan, and traditionalists whom we might find useful some day. They don't even suspect this man is not their loyal servant, but they are a very disorganized house."
Jiro tapped his chin with an elegantly manicured finger as he said, "This factor's removal is significant." Chumaka said,
"Yes, my lord. The loss of that agent will hamper a Acoma operation in the east. I can assume that almost all information coming from that region was funneled through Ontoset."
Jiro smiled, no warmth in his expression. "Well then, we have stung them. But now they also know we are watching them with our own agents."
Chumaka said, "That was inevitable, my lord. I am surprised they hadn't been aware of us sooner. Their network is well established and practiced. That we observed them undetected as long as we did was something close to miraculous."
Seeing a gleam in his first advisor's eyes, Jiro said, "What else?"
"I said this was related to the long-dead Lord of the Tuskai from years before you were born. Just before Jingu of the Minoanabi destroyed House Tuskai, I had unearthed the identity of one of the dead lord's key agents, a grain merchant in Jama. When the Tuskai Natami was buried, I assumed the man continued his role as an independent merchant in earnest. He had no public ties to House Tuskai, therefore no obligation to assume the status of outcast."
Jiro went still at this implied venal dishonesty. A master's servants were considered cursed by the gods if he should die. His warriors became slaves or grey warriors, or had, until Lady Mara had despicably broken the custom. Chumaka ignored his master's discomfort, caught up as he was in reminiscence.
My assumption was incorrect, as I now have cause to suspect. In any event, that wasn't of significance until recently. Among those who came and went in Ontoset were a pair of men I know to have served at the grain merchants in Jamar. They showed me the connection. Since no one beside Lady Mara has taken grey warriors to house service, we can extrapolate that the spy master and his former Tuskai agents are now sworn to the Acoma.
So, we have this link, Jiro said. Can we infiltrate?
It would be easy enough, my lord, to fool the grain merchant and get our own agent inside.
Chumaka frowned.
But the Acoma spy master would anticipate that. He is very good. Very.
Jiro cut off this musing with a chopping motion. Brought back to the immediate issue, Chumaka came to his point.
At the very least, we have stung the Acoma by making them shut down a major branch of their organization in the east, and, far better, we now know the agent in Jamar is again operative. That man must sooner or later report to his master, and then we are back on the hunt. This time, I will not let fools handle the arrangements and blunder as they did in Ontoset. If we are patient, in time we will have a clear lead back to the Acoma spy master.
Jiro was less than enthusiastic. We may waste all our efforts, now that our enemy knows his inside agent was compromised.
True, my master.
Chumaka licked his teeth.
But we are ahead in the long view. We know the former Tuskai spy master now works for Lady Mara. I had made inroads into that net before the Tuskai were destroyed. I can resume observation of the agents I suspected as being Tuskai years ago. If those men are still in the same positions, that simple fact will confirm them as Acoma operatives. I will set more traps manned by personnel whom I will personally instruct. Against this spy master, we will need our best. Yes.
The first advisor's air became self-congratulatory.
It is chance that led us to the first agent, and almost netted us someone highly placed.
Chumaka wafted the document to fan his flushed cheeks.
We now watch the house, and I am certain our watchers are being watched, so I have others watching to see who is watching us.
He shook his head.
My opponent is wily beyond comprehension.
Your opponent? Jiro interrupted. Chumaka stifled a start and inclined his head in respect.
My lord's enemy's servant. My opposite, if you will. Permit an old man this small vanity, my lord. This servant of the Acoma who opposes my work is a most suspicious and clever man.
He referred again to his paper.
We will isolate this other link in Jamar. Then we can pursue the next.
Spare me the boring particulars, Jiro broke in. I had thought I commanded you to pursue whoever is trying to defame the Anasati by planting false evidence on the assassin who killed my nephew.
Ah!
Chumaka said brightly.
But the two events are connected. Did I not say so earlier?
Unaccustomed to sitting without the comfort of cushions, Jiro shifted his weight. If you did, only another mind as twisted as yours would have understood the reference. This the Anasati First Advisor interpreted as a compliment.
Master, your forbearance is touching.
He stroked the paper as if it were precious.
I have proof at last. Those 11 Acoma agents in the line that passed information across Zetak province that were mysteriously murdered in the same month, they were indeed connected with 5 others who also died in the household of Tasayo of the Minwanabi.
Jiro wore a stiff expression that masked rising irritation. Before he could speak, Chumaka rushed on.
They were once Tuskai agents, all of them. Now, it appears they were killed to eradicate a breach in the Acoma chain of security. We had a man in place in Tasayo's household. Though he was dismissed when Mara took over the Minwanabi lands, he is still loyal to us. I have his testimony here. The murders inside Tasayo's estate house were done by the Hamoi Tong.
Jiro was intrigued. You think Mara's man duped the Tong into cleaning up an Acoma mishap? Chumaka looked smug.
Yes. I think her far too clever spy master made the error of forging Tasayo's chop. We know the Obajan spoke with the Minwanabi lord. Both were reportedly angry. Had it been with each other, Tasayo would have died long before Mara brought him down. If the Acoma were behind the destruction of their own compromised agents, and they used the Tong as an unwitting tool to rid themselves of that liability, then grave insult was done to the Tong. If this happened, the Red Flower Brotherhood would seek vengeance on its own.
Jiro digested this with slitted eyes. Why involve the Tong in what seems a routine clean-up? If Mara's man is as good as you're renting, he would hardly be such a fool.
It had to be a move of desperation,
Chumaka allowed.
Tasayo's regime was difficult to infiltrate. For our part, we placed our agent there before the man became lord, when he was sub-commander in the warlord's army invading Mid-Kamea.
As Jiro again showed impatience, Chumaka sighed. How he wished his master could be schooled to think and act with more foresight. But Jiro had always fidgeted, even as a boy. The first advisor summed up.
Mara had no agents in House Minwanabi that were not compromised. The deaths, therefore, had to be an outside job, and the Tong's dealings with Tasayo offered a convenient remedy.
You guess all this, Jiro said. Chumaka shrugged.
It is what I would have done in his position. The Acoma spy master excels at innovation. We could have made contact with the net in Ontoset and traced its operation for 10 years and never once made the connection between the agents in the north, the others in Jamar, and the communication line that crossed Setak. To come as far as fast as we have is more due to luck than to my talents, master.
Jiro seemed unimpressed by the topic that enthralled his first advisor. He seized instead on the matter closest to his Anasati honor. You have proof that the Tong acts on its own volition? He snapped. Then, in planting evidence of our collusion in Ayaki of the Acoma's assassination, the Hamoi has sullied the honor of my ancestors. It must be stopped from this outrage, and at once. Chumaka blinked, stopped cold in his thinking. He quickly licked his lips. But no, my worthy master, forgive my presumption if I offer you humble advice to the contrary. Why should we let the Hamoi Tong dogs shame House Anasati? Jiro straightened on the bench and glared. Your reason had better be good.
Well, Chumaka allowed, to kill Lady Mara, of course. Master, it is too brilliant. What more dangerous enemy could the Acoma have other than a tongue of assassins? They will spoil her peace past redemption, at each attempt to take her life. In the end, they will succeed. She must die. The honor of their brotherhood demands it. The Hamoy Tong do our work for us, and we, meantime, can divert our interests into consolidation of the traditionalist faction.
Chumaka wagged a lecturing finger.
Now that war has been forbidden to both sides by the magicians, Mara will seek your ruin by other means. Her resources and allies are vast. As servant of the Empire, she has popularity and power, as well as the ear of the Emperor. She must not be underestimated. Added to the advantages I have listed, she is an unusually gifted ruler.
Jiro spoke in swift rebuke. You sing her praises in my presence. His tone remained temperate, but Chumaka held no illusions. His master was offended. He answered in a whisper that no gardener or patrolling warrior might overhear.
I was never overly fond of your brother Bunto, so his death was of little consequence to me personally.
While Jiro's face darkened with rage, Chumaka's reprimand cut like a knife.
And you were never that fond of him either, my Lord Jiro.
As the elegant, stiff-faced ruler acknowledged this truth, Chumaka continued.
You overlook the obvious. Mara's marriage to Bunto, instead of you, saved your life, my master.
Short of wheedling calculation, the first advisor finished,
So, if you must entertain this hatred of the servant of the Empire, I will seek her destruction with all my heart. But I will proceed calmly, for to let anger cloud judgment is not merely foolish. With Mara, it is suicide. Ask a shade gleaner at the temple of Turakamu to seek communion with Jingu, Desio, and Tasayo of the Minoanabi. Their spirits will confirm that.
Jiro stared down at the ripples of water turned by the orange fish in the pool. After a prolonged moment, he sighed. You are right. I never did care for Bunto. He bullied me when we were children. His hand closed into a fist which he splashed down, scattering the fish. My anger may be unwarranted, but it burns me nonetheless. He looked up again at Chumaka, his eyes narrowed. But I am Lord of the Anasati. I am not required to make sense. Wrong was done to my house, and it will be redressed. Chumaka bowed, clearly respectful.
I will see Mara of the Acoma dead, master. Not because I hate her, but because that is your will. I am ever your faithful servant. Now we know who Mara's spy master is.
You know this man? Jiro exclaimed in astonishment. You have never once said that you knew the identity of the Tuskai spy master.
Chumaka made a deprecatory gesture.
Not by name, nor by looks. Curse him for the brilliant fiend he is. I have never knowingly met him, but I recognize the manner of his craft. It has a signature like that of a scribe.
Which is far from solid evidence, Jiro was fast to point out.
Final proof will be difficult to get if I have recognized the same man's touch. Should this former Tuskai spy master have taken Mara's service, the gods may smile upon us yet. He may be a master of guile, yet I know his measure. My past knowledge of the Tuskai operation in Jamar should enable us to infiltrate his operation. After a few years, we may have access to the man himself, and then we can manipulate the intelligence in Mara's net as we desire. Our intent must be made behind diversionary maneuvers to disrupt Acoma trade and alliances. Meanwhile, the Tong will be seeking Mara's downfall as well.
Perhaps we could encourage the Brotherhood's efforts a bit? Lord Giro offered hopefully. Chumaka sucked in a quick breath at the mere suggestion. He bowed before starting to speak, which he only did when alarmed.
My master, that we dare not try. Tong are tight-knit and too deadly at their craft to meddle with. Best we keep Anasati affairs as far removed from their doings as possible.
Giro conceded this point with regret, while his first adviser proceeded with optimism.
The Hamoi Brotherhood is not one to act in hot blood, no. Its works on its own behalf have ever been slow-moving and cold. Traffic has passed between the Hamoi and Midkemia that I did not understand as it occurred, but now I suspect it has roots in a long-range attempt to hurt the Acoma. The lady has a well-known weakness for barbarian ideas.
That is so, Giro conceded. His temper fled before thoughtfulness. He regarded the play of the fish. No adviser of any house was more adept than Chumaka at stringing together seemingly unrelated bits of information. And all the Empire had heard rumours of the lady's dalliance with a Midkemian slave. That was a vulnerability well worth exploiting. Cued by the softening of his master's manner and judging his moment with precision, Chumaka said,
The Anasati can bear the tiny slight in the manner of the bungled evidence. Fools and children might believe inept information, but the wiser ruling lords all know that the Tong keeps close guard on its secrets. The powerful in the nations will never seriously believe such transparent ploys to link your name with a hired killer. The Anasati name is old. Its honor is unimpeachable. Show only boldness before petty slurs, my master. They are unworthy of a great lord's attention. Let any ruler who dares come forward to suggest the contrary, and you will correct the matter forcefully.
Chumaka ended with a quotation from a play that Giro favoured. Small acts partner small houses and small minds. The Lord of the Anasati nodded. You are right. My anger tends sometimes to blind me. Chumaka bowed at the compliment.
My master, I ask permission to be excused. I have already begun to consider snares that may be set for Mara's spy master. For while we appear to blunder about with the one hand revealed in Ontoset, that will draw the watchful eye away from the other silently at work in Jamar to bring the dagger to the throat of the Lady of the Acoma.
Giro smiled. Excellent, Chumaka. He clapped in dismissal. While his first adviser bowed again and hurried away, muttering possible plots under his breath, the Lord remained by the fish-pool. He considered Chumaka's advice and felt a glow of satisfaction. When the Assembly of Magicians had forbidden war between his house and Mara's, he had been covertly ecstatic. With the lady deprived of her army and the clear supremacy she held by force of numbers on the battlefield, the stakes between them had been set even. Wits, the Lord of the Anasati murmured, stirring the water and causing the fish to flash away in confused circles. Guile, not the sword, will bring the good servant her downfall. She will die knowing her mistake when she chose my brother over me. I am the better man, and when I meet Bantokapi after death in the Red God's halls, he will know that I gave him vengeance, and also ground his precious house Acoma under my heel into dust. Arakasi was late.
His failure to return had the Acoma senior advisers on edge to the point where Force Commander Lujan dreaded to attend the evening's council. He hurried to his quarters to retrieve the plumed helm he had shed during off-duty hours. His stride was purposeful, precise in balance as only a skilled swordsman would be, yet his mind was preoccupied. His nod to the patrolling sentries who saluted his passage was mechanical. The Acoma estate house had as many armed men in its halls now as servants. Privacy since Ayaki's murder was next to non-existent, particularly at night, when extra warriors slept in the scriptorium and the assorted wings of the guest suites. Justin's nursery was an armed camp. Lujan reflected that the boy could hardly play at toy soldiers for the constant tramp of battle sandals across the floors of his room. Yet, as the only carrier of the Acoma bloodline after Mara, his safety was of paramount concern. Lacking Arakasi's reliable reports, the patrols walked their beats in uncertainty. They were starting at shadows, half-drawing swords at the footfalls of drudges secreted in corners to meet their sweethearts. Lujan sighed and froze, shaken alert by the sound of a sword sliding from a scabbard.
"You there!"
shouted a sentry.
"Halt!"
Now running, Lujan flung himself around a corner in the corridor. Ahead, the warrior with drawn sword crouched down, battle-ready. He confronted a nook deep in shadow where nothing appeared to be amiss. From behind, the tap and shuffle peculiar to a man moving in haste on a crutch warned that Kyoke, Mara's advisor for war, had also heard the disturbance. Too long a field commander to ignore a warrior's challenge, he also rushed to find out who trespassed in the innermost corridors of the estate house. Let it not be another assassin, Lujan prayed as he ran. He strained to see through the gloom, noting that a lamp that should have been left burning was dark. Not a good sign, he thought grimly. The council, suddenly deferred by this intrusion, now seemed the kinder choice of frustrations. Snarls in trade, and the uneasy shifting of alliances within Ichindar's court might be maddeningly puzzling without Arakasi's inside knowledge. But an attack by another Tong Dart man this far inside the patrols was too harrowing a development to contemplate. Though months had passed, Justin still had nightmares from seeing the black geldings fall. Lujan skidded to a stop by the sword-bearing warrior, his sandals' studs scraping the stone floor.
"Who's there?"
he demanded. Old Kyoke thumped to a halt on the warrior's other side, his dry shout demanding the same. The warrior never shifted his glance, but made a fractional gesture with his sword toward the cranny between two beams that supported a join in the roof tree. A long-past repair had replaced a rotten wooden section. The estate house Mara and Hokanu inhabited was ancient, and this was one of the original sections. The slate scored white by Lujan's battle sandals was close to 3,000 years old, and rubbed into ruts from uncounted generations of footsteps. There were too many corners to shelter intruders, Lujan felt as he looked where his sentry pointed. A man lurked in the shadow. He stood with hands outstretched in submission, but his face was suspiciously smudged, as if he had used lamp soot to blacken the telltale pallor of his flesh. Lujan freed his sword. With inscrutable features, Kyoke raised his crutch, thumbed a hidden catch, and drew a thin blade from the base. For all that he had lost one leg, he balanced himself without discernible effort. To the intruder, now faced with 3 bared blades, Lujan said curtly,
"Come out! Keep your hands up if you don't want to die spitted!"
"I would rather not be welcomed back like a cut of meat at the butcher's,"
replied a voice rust-grained as neglected iron.
"Arakasi!"
Kyoke said, raising his weapon in salute. His axe-blade profile broke into a rare smile.
"Gods!"
Lujan swore. He reached out bare-handed and touched the sentry, who lowered his blade.
The Acoma force commander shivered to realise how near Mara's spymaster had come to dying at the hands of a houseguard. Then relief and a countersurge of high spirits made him laugh.
Finally! How many years have Kyoke and I attempted to set unpredictable patrols? Can it be that for once, my good man, you failed to walk right through them?
It was a rough trip home, Arakasi conceded. Not only that, this estate has more warriors on duty than house staff. A man can't move 3 steps without tripping over someone in armor.
Kyoke sheathed his concealed blade and replaced his crutch beneath his shoulder. Then he raked his fingers through his white hair, as he had never been able to do when he was a field commander, perpetually wearing a battle helm.
Lady Mara's council is due to begin shortly. She has need of your news.
Arakasi did not reply, but pushed out from behind the posts that had hidden him from sight. He was robed as a street beggar. His untrimmed hair was lank with dirt. His skin was ingrained with what looked like soot. He smelled pervasively of wood smoke.
You look like something dragged out by a chimney sweeper,
Lujan observed, gesturing for the sentry to resume his interrupted patrol.
Or as if you had been sleeping in trees for the better part of a 7-day.
Not far from the truth,
Arakasi muttered, turning an irritated glance aside. Kyoke disliked waiting for anyone. Now free to indulge the impatience he had repressed for years while commanding troops, he had stumped on ahead toward the council hall. As if relieved by the old man's departure, Arakasi bent, raised the hem of his robe, and scratched at a festering sore. Lujan stroked his chin. Tactfully he said,
You could come to my quarters first. My body servant is practiced at drawing a bath on short notice.
A brief silence ensued. At last Arakasi sighed.
Splinters,
he admitted. Since one terse word was all he was likely to receive in explanation, Lujan surmised the rest.
They're infected. That means not recent. You have been too much on the run to draw them out.
Another silence followed, affirming Lujan's surmise. He and Arakasi had known each other since before House Tuskai had fallen, and had shared many years as grey warriors.
Come along,
the force commander urged.
If you sit in Lady Mara's presence in this state, the servants will need to burn the cushions afterward. You stink like a Khardengo who lost his wagon.
Not pleased by the comparison to an itinerant family member that travelled from city to city selling cheap entertainment and disreputable odd jobs, Arakasi curled his lip.
You can get me a metal needle?
He bargained warily. Lujan laughed.
As it happens, I might. There's a girl among the seamstresses that fancies me, but you'll owe me. If I ask her for the loan of such a treasure, she is bound to make demands.
Aware that few young maids in the household would not willingly jeopardize their next station on the wheel of life for the promise of Lujan's kisses, Arakasi was unimpressed.
I can as easily use one of my daggers.
His apparent indifference set Lujan on edge.
The news you bring is not good.
Now Arakasi faced the Acoma force commander fully. Light from the lamp down the corridor caught on his gaunt cheekbones and deepened the hollows under his eyes.
I think I will accept your offer of a bath,
he responded obtusely. Lujan knew better than to tease that his friend the spymaster also looked as if he had not eaten or slept for a week. The observation this time would have held more truth than jest.
I'll get you that needle,
he allowed, then hastened on in an attempt to ease Arakasi's ruffled pride through humour.
Though you certainly don't need it. If you're carrying your knives, I doubt my sentry understood when he held you at sword point that you could have killed and carved him before he had a chance to make a thrust.
I'm good, Arakasi allowed, but today I think not that good.
He stepped forward. Only now it became apparent that he was far from steady on his feet. He awarded Lujan's startled gasp of concern his blandest expression of displeasure and added,
"You are on your honor not to allow me to fall asleep in your tub."
"Fall asleep or drown,"
Lujan quipped back, extending a fast hand to assist the spymaster's balance.
"Man, what have you been up to?"
But badger though he might, the force commander received no explanation from the spymaster until the bath was done and the helm retrieved, and the council was well on into session. Keoke was already seated in the yellow light cast by the circle of lamps, his leathery hands crossed on the crutch across his knees. Word of Arakasi's homecoming had been sent to the kitchens, and servants hurried in with trays laden with snacks. Hokanu attended at Mara's right hand, in the place normally occupied by the first adviser, while Sarik and Inkomo sat in low-voiced conference opposite. Jikan huddled with his arms around his knees behind a mountainous pile of slates. Bins stuffed with scrolls rested like bastions at either elbow, while his expression looked faintly beleaguered. Arakasi ran his eyes quickly over the gathering and surmised in his dry way,
"Trade has not been going well in my absence, I can see."
Jikan bristled at this, which effectively cancelled anyone's immediate notice of the spymaster's ragged condition.
"We are not compromised," the little Hedonra swiftly defended. "But there have been several ventures in the markets that have gone awry. Mara has lost allies among the merchants who also have Anasati interests."
In visible relief, he finished,
"The silk auctions did not suffer."
"Yet," Inkomo supplied unasked,
"the traditionalists continue to gain influence. Ichinda's imperial whites more than once had to shed blood to stop riots in Kentosani."
"The food markets by the wharf," Arakasi affirmed in spare summary. "I heard."
"Our emperor would do more to stop dissension if he could manage to sire himself an heir that was not a daughter."
Eyes turned toward the Lady of the Acoma as her staff all waited upon whatever she might ask of them. Thinner than she had been on the occasion of Ayaki's funeral, she was nonetheless immaculately composed. Her face was washed clean of makeup, her eyes were focused and keen, and her hands settled in her lap as she spoke.
"Arakasi has revealed that we are confronted by a new threat."
Only her voice showed the ongoing strain she yet hid behind the Surani facade of control. Never before Ayaki's loss had she spoken with such a hard-edged clarity of hatred.
"I ask you all to grant him whatever aid he may ask without question."
Lujan flashed Arakasi a sour glance.
"You had already dirtied her cushions, I now see,"
he murmured with injured irritation. Keoke looked a touch disgruntled. The discovery was belated that the patrol which had finally caught the spymaster lurking in the corridors had done so only after he had held a conference with the Mistress, undetected by any. Aware of the byplay, but obliged by code of conduct to ignore it, the other two advisers inclined their heads in acceptance of the Mistress's wishes. Only Jikan fidgeted, aware as he was that Mara's decree would create additional havoc in the Acoma treasury. Arakasi's services came at high costs of operation, which caused the Hedonra unceasing, hand-wringing worry. A breeze wafted through the open windows above the great hall of the Acoma, carved into the side of the hill against which the estate house rested. Despite the brilliance of the lamps, the room was thrown into gloom in the farthest corners. The Chojar globes on their stands stayed unlit, and the low dais used for informal conference remained the only island of illumination. Though servants in attendance waited a discreet distance away, within call, should they be needed, but out of earshot of any discussion.
Mara resumed. "What we speak of here
must be kept in our circle alone. She asked Arakasi, "How much time do you need to spend upon this new threat?" Arakasi gave a palms-upward shrug that revealed a yellow bruise on one wrist bone.
"I can only surmise, Mistress. My instincts tell me the organization I encountered is based to the east of us, probably in Ontoset. We have light ties between there and Jamar and the City of the Plains, since the cover was a factor's business. An enemy who discovered our workings to the west would see nothing beyond coincidence in the eastern connection. Yet I do not know where the damage originated. The trace could have started somewhere else."
Mara chewed her lip. "Explain?"
"I did some cursory checking before I returned to Silanke."
More nervously cold than Kyoke could be before battle, the spy master qualified.
"On the surface, our trading interests seem secure to the west and north. The recent expansion I have regrettably been forced to curtail was located south and east. Our unknown opponent may have stumbled onto some operation we just set in place, or not. I cannot say. His effect has been felt very clearly. He has detected some aspect of our courier system and deduced of our methods to establish a network to observe us. This enemy has placed watchers where they are likely to trap someone they hope they can trace back to a position of authority. From this I extrapolate that our enemy has his own system to glean advantage from such an opportunity."
Hakanu settled an arm around Mara's lower back, though her manner did not indicate she needed comfort. "How can you be certain of this?"
Baldly, Arakasi said, "Because it is what I would have done."
He smoothed his robe to conceal the welts the splinters had marked on his shins.
"I was almost taken, and that is no easy feat."
His flat phrases implied a total lack of conceit as he raised one finger.
"I am worried because we have been compromised."
He lifted a second finger and added,
"I am relieved to have made a clean escape. If the team that gave me chase ever guessed whom they had cornered, they would have taken extreme measures to be thorough. Subterfuge would have been abandoned in favor of my successful capture. Therefore, they must have expected to net a courier or supervisor. My identity as a Acoma spy master most likely remains uncompromised."
Mara straightened in sudden decision. "Then it seems a wise course to absent yourself from this problem." Arakasi all but recoiled in surprise.
"My lady?"
Misinterpreting his reaction for hurt feelings that his competence lay questioned, Mara attempted to soften her pronouncement. "You are too critical to another problem that needs attention." She waved her dismissal to Jikan, saying, "I think the trade problems can wait." While the little man bowed his acquiescence and snapped fingers to call his secretaries to help gather his tallies and scrolls, Mara commanded all the other servants to leave the great hall. When the great double doors swept closed, leaving her alone with the inner circle of her advisers, she said to her spy master, "I have something else for you to do." Arakasi spoke his mind plainly.
"Mistress, there exists a great danger. Indeed, I fear the master in command of this enemy's spy works may be the most dangerous man alive."
Mara betrayed nothing of her thoughts as she nodded for him to continue.
"Until this encounter, I had the vanity to consider myself a master of my craft."
For the first time since discussion had opened, the spy master had to pause to choose words.
"This breach in our security was in no way due to carelessness. My men in Ontoset acted with unimpeachable discretion. For that reason, I fear this enemy we face could possibly be my better."
Then I am decided on the matter, Mara announced. You shall turn this difficulty over to another that you trust. That way, if this unspecified enemy proves worthy of your praise, we suffer the loss of a man less critical to our needs. Arakasi bowed, his movement stiff with distress. Mistress, sharply Mara repeated, I have another task for you. Arakasi fell instantly silent. Surani custom forbade a servant questioning his sworn ruler, and, moreover, the lady's mind was set. The hardness in her since the loss of her firstborn was not to be reasoned with, this much he recognised. That Hokanu sensed it also was plain, for even he refrained from speaking out against his lady's chosen course of action. The uncomfortable truth remained unsaid, that no one else in Arakasi's vast network was either careful or experienced enough to counter a threat of this magnitude. The spy master would not disobey his mistress, though he were in mortal fear for her safety. All he could do was work in convoluted patterns, obeying her command in the literal sense, but evading what he could through general action. For the first, he must ensure that the man placed in nominal charge of digging out this new organisation could report to him on a regular basis. Disturbed as he was that Lady Mara should dismiss this dire threat with such ease, he respected her well enough to at least hear her reasons before he came to judgment against her.
What is this other matter, my lady?
His attentive manner smoothed Mara's sharpness. I would have you discover as much as may be learned about the Assembly of Magicians. For the first time since taking service with Mara, Arakasi seemed startled by her audacity. His eyes widened, and his voice dropped to a whisper.
The Great Ones.
Mara nodded towards Sarek, since the slant the explanation must take had been his particular study. He spoke up from the far side of the circle.
Several events over the last few years have caused me to question the Black Robe's motives. By tradition, we take for granted that they act for the good of our empire. But would it not shed a different light on things if, in fact, that were not so?
Sarek's wry humour dissolved before a burning intensity of unease as he added,
Most critically, what if the Assembly's wisdom is pointed toward their own self-interest? The pretext is stability of the nations. Then why should they fear the Acoma crushing the Anasati in the cause of just revenge?
The Acoma First Advisor leaned forward with his elbows braced on crossed knees.
These magicians are hardly fools. I can't believe they don't realize that by allowing the Lord who murders by treachery to live unpunished, they plunge the Empire into strife most extreme. An unavenged death is an express contradiction of honor. Without the political byplay of the High Council, deprived of the constant give and take between factions as a leavening agent, we are left with every house cast adrift, dependent upon the goodwill and promises of others to survive.
To her spy master, Mara qualified, Within a year's time, a dozen houses or more will cease to exist because I am forbidden to take the field against those who would return us to the warlord's rule. I am rendered powerless in the political arena. My clan cannot raise sword against the traditionalists who now use Jiro as their front man. If I cannot make war upon him, I can no longer keep my pledge to protect those houses who are dependent upon a Acoma alliance. Shutting her eyes for a moment, she seemed to gather herself. Arakasi's regard of his lady sharpened as he understood something. She had recovered from her mourning enough to have regained reason. She knew in her heart that the evidence against Jiro was too obvious to take seriously. But the cost of her loss of control at the funeral must be met without flinching. She had shamed her family name, and Jiro's guilt or lack of it was moot point. To admit his innocence now was to make public admission of her error. This she could not honourably do without a worse question arising. Did she believe her enemy was clean of Ayaki's blood, or was she simply backing down from exacting retribution for Ayaki? Not to avenge a murder was an irrevocable forfeit of honour. Regret as she might the heat of her rage and her wrong thinking, Mara could do nothing but manage the situation as if all along she believed in the Anasati's treachery. To do other was not Surani, and a weakness that enemies would immediately exploit to bring her downfall. As if to escape distasteful memories, Mara resumed. "Within 2 years, many we would count allies will be dead or dishonoured, and many more who are neutral might be persuaded or driven by political pressure into the traditionalist camp. The depleted Imperial Party will face off, but without us, with the disastrous probability that a new warlord will reinstate the council. Should that sad day dawn, the man to wear the white and gold mantle would be Jiro of the Anasati." Arakasi rubbed his cheek with a knuckle, furiously thinking.
"So, you think the Assembly may be tinkering in politics for the reason of its own agenda? It is true that the Black Robes have always been jealous of their privacy. I know of no man who has entered their city and spoken of the experience. Lady Mara, to pry into that stronghold will be dangerous and very difficult, if not outright impossible. They have truth spells that make it impossible to insinuate someone into their ranks. I have heard stories, though I might not be the first spy master to attempt an infiltration. No one who crosses a great one with deceit in his heart lives to a natural end."
Mara's hands twisted into fists. "We must find a way to know their motives. More! We must discover a way to stop their interference, or at least to gain a clear delineation of what parameters they have set us. We must know how much we may accomplish without raising their wrath. Over time, perhaps a means can be found to negotiate with them." Arakasi bowed his head, resigned but already at work on the grand scale the problem required. He had never expected to live to old age. Puzzles, even dangerous ones, were all the delight he understood, though the one his lady had proposed was all too likely to invite a swift destruction.
"Your will, Mistress. I shall begin at once to realign the interests of our agents to the northwest."
Negotiation was a futile hope, one Arakasi rejected at the outset. To bargain at all, one must have either force to command or a persuasive reward as enticement. Power and popularity Mara had, but he too had witnessed the display of a single magician's might when the Imperial Guards had been disrupted by Milimber. Lady Mara's thousands of warriors, and those of all her friends and allies, were as nothing compared to the arcane forces the Assembly commanded. And what in the world under heaven could anyone have that a great one could desire and not simply take for the asking? Chilled, Arakasi considered the last alternative to effect coercion: extortion. If the Assembly held a secret that it would sell favours to keep any others from knowing, something it would be willing to grant concessions for, to ensure Mara kept her silence, the very idea was sheer folly. The Great Ones were above any law. Arakasi judged it more likely that even should he be lucky enough to find such a secret, the Black Robes would simply seal Mara's permanent silence by putting her horribly to death. Sarek, Lujan and Kyoke understood this, he sensed, for their eyes were upon him most closely as he rose and made his final bow. This time Mara dared too much, and they all feared for the outcome. Cold to the core of his spirit, Arakasi turned away. Nothing about his manner indicated that he cursed a savage fate. Not only must he sidetrack what instinct warned might be the most perilous threat to target Lady Mara so far, but He would even have to abandon any effort at effecting a countermeasure. Whole sections of his vast operation must be rendered dormant until after he had cracked an enigma no man had ever dared attempt. The riddle waited to be unravelled, beyond the shores of a nameless body of water, known only as the lake that surrounds the isle of the City of the Magicians. Chapter 5. Machinations. 2 years passed. No renewed attempts to assassinate the Lady of the Acoma came, and while all remained watchful, the sense of immediate risk had diminished. The tranquillity that settled over the estate house as pre-dawn light rinsed the sleeping chamber was all the more to be treasured. Pressures brought on by recent unfavourable developments in trade and the friction between political factions steadily brought more stresses to bear upon House Acoma's resources. But now only patrols were stirring, and the day's messengers bearing news had yet to arrive. A shorebird called off the lake. Hokanu tightened his arms around his beloved lady. His hands touched the ivory-smooth skin over her belly, and a slight fullness there alerted him. Suddenly, the mornings she had closeted herself away from him, and even her most trusted advisers, made sense. An ecstatic flush of pleasure followed the obvious deduction. Hokanu smiled, his face pressed into the sweet waves of her hair.
Have the midwives told you yet whether the new Acoma heir is to be a son or a daughter?
Mara twisted in his arms, her eyes wide with indignation.
I did not tell you I was pregnant. Which of my maids betrayed me?
Hokanu said nothing, only his smile widened. The lady reached down, grasped his 2 wrists, which were locked around her still, and concluded,
I see. My maids were all loyal, and I still cannot keep any secrets from you, husband.
But she could. As clear as the rapport between them could be, there were depths to her that even Hokanu could not fathom, particularly since the death of her firstborn, as if grief had laid a shadow on her. Although her warmth as she laid her face against her husband was genuine, and her pleasure equally so as she whispered formally into his ear that he was soon going to be a father by blood as well as through adoption, Hokanu sensed a darker undertone. Mara was troubled by something, this time not related to Ayaki's loss or to the Assembly's intervention in her attempt to bring vengeance on Jiro. Equally, he sensed that this was not the moment to broach any inquiry into her affairs.
I love you, lady, he murmured. You had better accustom yourself to solicitude, because I'm going to spoil you shamelessly every day until the moment you give birth.
He turned her in his arms and kissed her.
After that, we both might find I had acquired a habit too fine to break.
Mara snuggled against him, her fingers trailing across his chest.
You are the finest husband in the Empire, beloved. Far better than I deserve.
Which was arguable, but Hokanu held his peace. He knew she loved him deeply, and gave him as much care and satisfaction as any woman was capable of. The profoundly sensed certainty that something indefinable was missing from her side of the relationship was a feeling he had exhausted himself trying to fathom. For the lady never lied to him, never stinted in her affections. Still, she had moments when her thoughts were elsewhere, in a place he could never reach. She needed something his instincts warned him he lacked the means to provide. A pragmatic man, he did not try to force the impossible, but built upon their years together a contentment and a peace that were enduring and solid as a monument. He had succeeded in giving her happiness until the dart struck the horse that killed her son. She shifted against him, her dark eyes apparently fixed upon the flower garden beyond the open screen. Breezes caused her favourite kakali blossoms to nod, and their heavy perfume swirled through the chamber. Far off, the bread cook could be heard berating a slave boy for laziness, The sounds of the dispatch barge being loaded at dockside reached here, strangely amplified by still water and the mist-cloaked morning quiet. Hakanu caught Mara's fingers and stroked them, and by the fact that they did not immediately respond, knew she was not thinking of ordinary commerce. "Is it the assembly on your mind again?" he asked, knowing it was not, but also aware that an oblique approach would break the cold space around her thoughts and help her make a start at communicating. Mara closed her grip on his hand. "Your father's sister has 2 boys, and you have a second cousin with 5 children, 3 of them sons." Unsure where this opening was leading, but also catching her drift, Hakanu nodded. He reflexively followed up on her next thought. "If something were to happen to Justin before your child was born, my father could choose among several cousins and relations to find a successor after me for the Shinzawai mantle. But you should not worry, love. I fully intend to stay alive and keep you safe." Mara frowned, more troubled than he had originally guessed. "No. We've been through this. I will not see the Acoma name merged with that of the Shinzawai." Hakanu drew her close, aware now of what lay beneath her tenseness. "You fear for the Acoma name, then I understand. Until our child is born, you are the last of your line." Her tenseness, as she nodded, betrayed the depths of a fear she had wrestled with and kept hidden for the intervening span of 2 years. And, after all she had gone through to secure the continuance of her ancestor's line, only to suffer the further loss of her son, he could not fault her. "Unlike your father, I have no remaining cousins and no other option." She sucked a quick breath and plunged ahead to the heart of the matter. "I want Justin sworn to the Acoma Natami."
"Mara!"
Hakanu said, startled.
"Done is done.
The boy is almost 5 years of age and sworn already to the Shinzawai." She looked stricken. Her eyes were too large in her face and her bones too prominent, the result of grief and morning sickness. "Release him." There was an air of desperation about her, of determined hardness he had seen only in the presence of enemies, and, gods knew, he was not an enemy. He stifled his initial shock, reached out and again drew her against him. She was shaking, though her skin was not chilled. Patiently, carefully, he considered her position. He tried to unravel her motivations and achieve an understanding that would give him grounds to work with her. For he realized, for his father's sake, that he would be doing no one any favours by changing Justin's house loyalty, least of all the boy. By now, the child was old enough to begin to comprehend the significance of the name to which he belonged. The death of an elder brother had fallen hard enough on the little one, without his becoming the pawn of politics. Much as Hakanu loved Mara, he also recognized that Jiro's enmity was more threat than he would wish to place on the shoulders of an innocent child. The rapport shared between the lady and her consort cut both ways. Mara also had the gift of tracking Hakanu's inner thoughts. She said, "It is a lot more difficult to murder a boy who is able to walk, talk, and recognize strangers than an infant in a crib. As Shinzawai heir, our new baby would be safer. A house, a whole line, would not be ended by one death." Hakanu could not refute such logic. What cost him peace and prevented his agreement was his own affection for Justin. Not mentioning that his foster father, Komatsu, had come to dote on the boy. Did a man take a child old enough to have tasted the joys of life and thrust him into grave danger, or did one set an innocent infant at risk?
"If I die,"
Mara said in a near whisper,
"there will be nothing. No child, no Acoma.
My ancestors will lose their places on the wheel of life, and none will remain to hold Acoma honour in the eyes of the gods.
She did not add, as she might have, that all she had done for herself would have gone for nothing. Her consort pushed himself upright against the pillows, drew her to lean against him, and combed back her dark hair.
Lady, I will think on what you have said.
Mara twisted, jerking free of his caress. Beautiful, determined, and angry, she sat up straight and faced him.
You must not think. You must decide. Release Justin from his vows, for the Acoma must not go another day without an heir to come after me.
There was an edge of hysteria to her. Hyrkanu read past that to another worry, one she had not yet mentioned, that he had missed in the turmoil.
You are feeling cornered because Arakasi has been so long at the task you set him,
he said on a note of inspiration. The wind seemed to go out of Mara's sails.
Yes, perhaps I asked too much of him, or began a more perilous course than I knew when I sent him to attempt to infiltrate the affairs of the Assembly.
In a rare moment of self-doubt, she admitted,
I was hot-headed and angry. In truth, things have gone more smoothly than I first feared. We have handled the upsurge of the traditionalist offensive without the difficulty I anticipated.
Hyrkanu heard, but was not deceived into belief that she considered the affair settled. If anything, the quiet times and the minor snarls that erupted in trade transactions were harbingers of something deeper afoot. Surani lords were devious. The culture itself, for thousands of years, had applauded the ruler who could be subtle, who could effect convoluted, long-range plotting to stage a brilliant victory years later. All too likely, Lord Jiro was biding his time, amassing his preparations to strike. He was no Minwanabi to solve his conflicts on the field of war. The Assembly's edict had effectively granted him unlimited time and license to plot against the Acoma through intrigue, as was his penchant. Neither Mara nor Hyrkanu chose to belabour this point, which both of them feared. An interval of quiet stretched between them, filled with the sounds of the estate beginning to wake. The light through the screen changed from grey to rose gold, and birdsong filtered in over the call of officers overseeing the change in the guard. Warriors who had not patrolled so near the estate house before Ayaki's death. Unspoken also was the understanding that the Anasati might in fact have been the target of the faked evidence carried by the Tong. Jiro and the old-line traditionalists wished Mara dead, which made his enmity logical. Yet a third faction might be plotting unseen to create this schism between the Acoma and Anasati alliance that had been sealed with Ayaki's life. The attempt had been made against Mara. Had she died according to plan, her son would have inherited as heir. Hyrkanu, in the vulnerable position of regent, would have been left to manage a sure clash between the Acoma in an attempt to retain their independence, as his lady would have desired, and the Anasati, who would seek to annex that house on the strength of their blood tie to the boy. But if the contract with the Tong that had seen Ayaki killed had not been under Jiro's chop, all that had transpired since might be playing into the hands of some third party, perhaps the same lord whose spy net had breached Arakasi's security. I think, said Hyrkanu with gentle firmness, that we should not resolve this issue until we have heard from Arakasi or one of his agents. If he has made headway in his attempt to gain insight into the Great One's council, his network will send word. No news is best news for now. Looking pale and strained, and feeling chilled as well, Mara nodded. The discomforts of her pregnancy were shortly going to make conversation difficult in any event. She lay, limp, in her husband's arms, while he snapped his fingers and called for her maids. It was part of his singular devotion that kept him at her side through her early hours of illness. When she offered protest that he surely had better things to do with his time, he only smiled. The clock chimed. Mara pushed damp hair from her brow and sighed. She closed her eyes a moment to ease the ongoing strain of reviewing the fine print of the trade factor's reports from Soulancourt. Yet her interval of rest lasted scarcely seconds. A maid entered with a tray. Mara started slightly at the intrusion, then resigned herself to the interruption as the servant began laying out a light lunch on the small lap table beside the one she had left cluttered with unfinished business. As the mistress's regard turned her way, the maid bowed, touching forehead to floor in obeisance very near to a slave's. As Mara suspected, the girl wore livery trimmed in blue Shinzawai colours.
"My lady, the master sent me to bring you lunch. He says you are too thin, and the baby won't have enough to grow on if you don't take time to eat."
Mara rested a hand on her swollen middle. The boy-child the midwives had promised her seemed to be developing just fine. If she herself looked peaked, impatience and nerves were the more likely cause, rather than diet. This pregnancy wore at her, impatient as she was to be done with it, and to have the question of heirship resolved. She had not realised how much she had come to rely upon Hokanu's companionship until strain had been put upon it. Her wish to name Justin as Acoma heir had exacted a high cost, and she longed for the birth of the child, that the altercation with Hokanu could be set behind them both. But the months until her due date seemed to stretch into infinity. Reflective, Mara stared out the window where the acacia vines were in bloom, and slaves were busy with shears trimming them back from the walk. The heavy perfume reminded her of another study on her old estate, and a day in the past when a red-haired barbarian slave had upset her concept of Surani culture. Now, Hokanu was the only man in the empire who seemed to share her progressive dreams and ideas. It was hard to speak to him lately without the issue of progeny coming between. The maid slipped out unobtrusively. Mara regarded the tray of fruit, bread and cold cheeses with little enthusiasm. Still, she forced herself to fill up a plate and eat, however tasteless the food seemed on her tongue. Past experience had taught her that Hokanu would come by to check on her, and she did not wish to face the imploring tenderness in his eyes if she followed her inclinations and left the meal untouched. The report that had occupied her was far more serious than it appeared at first glance. A warehouse by the river had burned, causing damage to the surplus hides held off the spring market. The prices had not been up to standard this season, and rather than sell leather at such slight profit, Jikan had consigned them for later delivery to the sandal makers. Mara frowned. She set her barely touched plate aside out of habit. Although it was no secret that to provide sandals for its bearer slaves and field hands, until now the subject only made her the butt of social small talk. Old-line traditionalist lords laughed loudly and long and claimed her slaves ran her household. One particularly cantankerous senior priest in the temple service of Chochakan, the good god, had sent her a tart missive, cautioning her that treating slaves too kindly was an offence against divine will. Making their lives too easy, the priest had warned, and their penance for earning heaven's disfavour would not be served. They might be returned on the wheel of life as a rodent or other lowly beast to make up for their lack of suffering in this present life. Saving the feet of slaves from cuts and sores was surely a detriment to their eternal spirits. Mara had returned a missive of placating banalities to the disaffected priest and gone right on supplying sandals. But the current report, with her factor's signature and impression of the battered chop used on the weekly inventories, was another matter. For the first time, an enemy faction had sought to exploit her kind foible to the detriment of House Acoma.
The damaged hides would be followed, she was sure, with the sudden untraceable rumour in the slaves' barracks that she had covertly arranged the fire as an excuse to spare the cost of the extra sandals. Since possession of footwear gave not only comfort, but also considerable status to the slaves in Acoma service, in the eyes of their counterparts belonging to other houses, the privilege was fiercely coveted. Though no Surani slave would ever consider rebellion, as disobedience to master or mistress was against the will of the gods, even the thought that their yearly allotment of sandals might be revoked would cause resentment that would not show on the surface, but would result in sloppy fieldwork or tasks that somehow went awry. The impact on Acoma fortunes would be subtle but tangible. The sabotage to the warehouse could become an insidiously clever ploy, because in order to rectify the shortage of leathers, Mara might draw the attention of more than just an old fanatic in the temple likely to write a protest to her. It could be seen in certain quarters that she was vulnerable, and temples that were previously friendly to her could suddenly become neutral, to a point just short of hostility. She could ill afford difficulties from the priesthood at this time, not with the Emperor's enemies and her own allied in common cause to ruin her. The lunch tray remained neglected as she took up clean paper and pen and drew up an authorization for the factor in Sulankur to purchase new hides to be shipped to the sandal makers. Then she sent her runner-slave to fetch Jikan, who in turn was ordered to place servants and overseers on the alert for rumours that the question of footwear for the slaves might never become an issue. By the time the matter was resolved, the fruit sat in a puddle of juices, and the cheeses had warmed on the plate in the humid mid-afternoon air. Involved with the next report in the file, this one dealing with a trade transaction designed to inconvenience the Anasati, Mara heard footsteps at the screen. "I am finished with the lunch tray," she murmured, without looking up. Presuming the servant would carry out the remains of her meal with the usual silent solicitude, she held her mind on its present track. But however many caravans were robbed, however many Anasati Huat fields burned, no matter how many stacks of cloth goods were diverted on their way to market or ships were sent to the wrong port, Mara found little satisfaction. Her heartache did not lessen. She gripped the parchments harder, searching the penned lines for some way to make her enemy feel her hatred in the place that would hurt the most. Hands reached over her shoulder, pulled the report from her grip, and gently massaged her neck, which had grown sore from too little movement. "The cooks will be asking to commit suicide by the blade when they see how little you cared for their lunch tray, my lady," Hokanu said in her ear. He followed the admonition with a kiss on the crown of her head and waited while Mara reddened with embarrassment at mistaking him for a servant. She went on to ruefully regard the uneaten meal. "Forgive me. I became so involved that I forgot." With a sigh, she turned in her husband's embrace and kissed him back. "What was it this time? More mildew in the thysa sacks?" he asked, a twinkle in his eyes. Mara rubbed her aching forehead. "No, the hides for the sandal makers. We'll purchase replacements." Hokanu nodded. One of the few men in the Empire who would not have argued that sandals for slaves were a waste of good funds. Aware how lucky she was to have such a husband, Mara returned his embrace and heroically reached for the food tray. Her husband caught her wrist with a firmness beyond argument. "That meal is spoiled. We'll have the servants bring a fresh tray and I'll stay and share it with you. We have spent too little time together lately." He moved around her cushion, his swordsman's grace as always lending beauty to what Mara knew were a lethal set of reflexes. Hokanu wore a loose silk robe belted with linked shells and a buckle inlaid with lapis lazuli. His hair was damp, which meant he had come in from the bath he customarily took after working out with his officers. "You might not be hungry, but I could eat a haroth." Lujan and Kemutali decided to test whether fatherhood had made me complacent. Mara returned a faint smile. They are both soaking bruises? She asked hopefully. Hokanu's reply was rueful. So was I, until a few minutes ago. And are you complacent? Mara pressed. Gods, no, Hokanu laughed. Never in this house. Justin ambushed me twice on the way to my bath, and once again when I got out. Then, unwilling to dwell on the subject of the son that had become a bone of contention between them, he hurried to ask what kept the frown line between her eyes so prevalent. Unless you're scowling to test my complacency also, he ended. Mara was surprised into a laugh. No, I know how lightly you sleep, dear heart. Oh, no, you're getting complacent on the night you stop starting up and tossing pillows and bedclothes at the slightest hint of a strange noise. Happy to see even a moment of mirth from her, Hokanu clapped for a servant to attend to the spoilt lunch tray and to send to the kitchen for a fresh one. By the time he had disposed of even so brief a detail, he looked back at Mara and, by the faraway look in her eyes, knew he had lost her to contemplation. Her hands had gone tense in her lap, interlocked in the habitual way she assumed when thinking upon the task she had laid before her spymaster. His hunch was confirmed presently when she said, I wonder how far Arakasi has gotten in his attempt to infiltrate the city of the magicians. We shall not discuss the question until after you have eaten, Hokanu said in mock threat. If you starve yourself any more, there will be nothing left of you but an enormous belly. Filled with your son and future heir, Mara retorted, equally playful. But not at all her unusually perceptive self by her reference to a sensitive topic. Hokanu let the reference pass in favour of keeping her peaceful enough to enjoy the fruits and light breads and meats he had sent for. On second thought, Arakasi's attempt upon the security of the Assembly of Magicians was probably the safer choice of conversation. Arakasi at that moment sat in a noisy roadside tavern in the north of Neshka province. He wore the striped robe of a free caravan drover, authentically scented with nidra, and his right eye seemed to have acquired a cast. The left squinted to compensate, and also to disguise the tendency it had to water at the burning taste of the spirits, reputedly brewed by Thun from tubers that grew in the tundra. Arakasi wet his tongue again with the vile liquor and offered the flask to the caravan master he had spent the last hours attempting to cajole into intoxication. The caravan master had a head for spirits like a rock. He was a bald man, massively muscled, with a thunderous laugh, and a regrettable tendency to slap his companions on the back, probably the reason why the benches on either side of him stayed empty, Arakasi reflected. He had bruises across his rib cage from being slammed against the table edge by the man's boisterous thumps. He could have chosen a better subject to pump for information, he realised in hindsight. But the other caravan masters tended to band together with their crews, and he needed one who stood apart. To insinuate himself among a tight-knit group and to pry a man away from his fellows was likely to take too much time. He had the patience, had many times spent months gaining the confidence of targeted individuals to gain the intelligence Mara required, but here, in the deserted northern tavern, a man with close-knit friendships would be apt to remember a stranger who asked things that a local driver would already know.
Aye!
The huge caravan master bawled, entirely too loudly for Arakasi's liking.
Don't know why any man would choose to drink such piss.
The man hefted the flask in one ham fist and squinted dubiously at the contents.
Tastes poisonous enough to sear out your tongue.
He ended his diatribe by taking another huge swallow. Arakasi saw another comradely slap coming and braced his palms against the plank table barely in time. The blow struck him between the shoulder blades, and the trestle shook, rattling cheap clay crockery. "Hey!" shouted the owner of the hostelry from behind the counter bar. "No brawling in here!" The caravan master belched.
"Stupid man,"
he confided in a spirit-laden whisper.
"If we were of a mind to wreck things, we'd heave the tables through the walls and bring the stinking roof down. Wouldn't be losing much. There's web spinners in the rafters and biting bugs in the loft bed mats anyway."
Arakasi regarded the heavy lumber that made up the trestle's construction and conceded that it could serve as a battering ram.
"Heavy enough to crack the gates to the city of magicians,"
he murmured on a suggestive note. The burly man slammed the flask down so hard the boards rattled.
"Fool might try that. You heard about the boy who hid out in a wagon last month? Well, I tell you, the servants of those magicians searched through the goods and didn't find the kid. But when the wain rolls through the arches of the gates near side of the bridge to the island, well, this beam of light shoots down from the arch and fries the cover off the wool bale the boy was huddled in."
The drover laughed and hit the table, causing the crockery to jump.
"Seven hells, I tell you! The magician's servants are all running around yelling out a warning, shouting death and destruction. Next we know, the boys are howling loud enough to be heard clear to Dastari, and then he's sprinting down the road back into the forest like his butt's on fire. Found him later, hiding out in a charcoal burner's shed. Not a mark on him, mind, but it was days before he'd stop crying."
The caravan master put his finger to his temple and winked knowingly.
"They scrambled his head, you see. Thought he was being eaten by fire demons or some such."
Arakasi digested this while the caravan master took another pull from the flask. He wiped his lips on his hairy wrist and peered at Mara's spy master. His voice lowered to a tone of menace.
"Don't even joke about trying to cross the gate to the magician's city. Mess with the assembly, and all of us lose our jobs. I've got no wish to end my life as a slave. None at all."
"But the boy who tried to sneak in as a prank did not lose his freedom,"
Arakasi pointed out.
"Might as well have,"
the caravan master said morosely. He drank another draught.
"Might as well have. He can't sleep for getting nightmares, and days he walks around like one already dead. Still got a scrambled head."
Lowering his voice out of fear, the caravan master said,
"I hear they have ways of knowing what's in the minds of those who try to come to the island. 'Cause it was this prankish lad they let him live. But I've heard tales that if you mean them harm—"
He held his hand out, thumb turned down.
"You find yourself at the bottom of that lake."
Now whispering, he went on.
"The lake bottom is covered with bodies. Too cold down there for them to blow up and rise. The dead just stay down there."
With a nod to affirm the statement, the caravan master concluded in normal tone,
"Magicians don't like to be messed with. There's a fact."
"Here's to letting them be."
Arakasi hooked back the flask and drank in an unusual fit of pique. The assignment Mara had set him was damn near impossible. Caravans travelled only as far as the gate to the river bridge. There, the crews surrendered their reins to servants from the inner city, and each load was vigorously searched before the goods rolled forward. The bridge did not go all the way across the lake, but ended in a water landing, where inbound supplies were offloaded into boats and inspected a second time. Then polemen ferried them across into the city of the magicians. This was the third man to relate the fate of intruders. No one infiltrated the city of magicians, and any who tried were transported magically to a watery grave, or else driven mad. Confronted by a bleak conclusion, Arakasi sucked from the flask to fortify himself. Then he surrendered the remains of the liquor to the hairy caravan master and slipped unobtrusively out to use the privy. In the stinking dimness of the road hostel's privy, Arakasi studied the coarse board walls, where passing caravan teams had scribbled or scratched a motley assortment of initials, derisive comments on the quality of the hostel's beer, the names of favoured ladies of the reed life left behind in bordellos to the south. Among them was the mark he sought, done in white chalk, a simple stick figure standing. By the drawing's knees was what looked to be a stray line, as if the artist's hand had skipped a beat in his haste. But seeing this, Arakasi closed tired eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. His agent, who happened to be a charcoal burner's errand boy, had been by, and the news was good. The warehouse operation, where he had nearly been netted by enemies, had been out of the message network for 2.5 years, and, at long last, the dyer across the street had promoted his eldest apprentice. The tradesman's son who applied for the now vacant position would be an Acoma agent. At last, Arakasi could begin to rebuild his network. The warehouse had been operating solely as a business since the disaster of his near capture. The proprietor had accepted his demotion from spy to business factor with stone-faced resignation. Both he and Arakasi were anxious to start laying off various staff members and stevedores, but this could not be done in too much haste. The men were valuable, some useful as agents in some better distant post, but not if the trade house was still under enemy scrutiny. And, judging by the smoothness of the net that had nearly caught him, Arakasi dared not assume otherwise. Slowly, painstakingly, he must come at the problem from another angle. An agent at the dyer who could observe, who still watched the warehouse, would tell him much. Abruptly aware that he must not spend over long in the privy, he performed the expected ablutions and departed through the creaky wooden door. It occurred to him, on unpleasant intuition, that the vacancy in the dyer's shop might not be so fortuitous after all. If he were that clever enemy, might he not be trying to set his own agent into the position? What better way to keep watch on the warehouse after all, since loiterers and beggars on corners were far more conspicuous as plants? Chilled by cold certainty, for he believed his enemy to be as clever as himself, Arakasi cursed and spun around. Muttering as if he had forgotten something, he barged past the drover's boy who crossed the yard toward the privy and slammed back in through the door.
"Ah, there it is. Gods be praised,"
he muttered, as if misplacing important items in stinking public facilities were an everyday occurrence. With one hand, he twisted a mother-of-pearl button off his cuff, and with the other he erased the head of the chalk figure and scratched an obscene mark beside it with his nail. He hurried out, and confronted by the furious boy whose errand he had interrupted, shrugged. He flushed the button in apology. "Luck charm from my sweetheart. She'd kill me if I lost it." The drover's boy grimaced in sympathy and rushed on toward the privy. He had had more of the hostel's beer than was healthy by the look of him. Arakasi waited until the door banged fully closed before he slipped off into the wood by the roadside. With any luck, the charcoal burner's lad would happen by within the week. He would see the altered chalk mark and the obscenity that signalled for an abort on the placement of the agent as dyer's apprentice. As Arakasi moved soundlessly through tree needles under an unseasonally grey sky, he ruminated that it might indeed be more profitable to have had the lad who finally took the apprenticeship watched. If he was innocent of any duplicity, no harm would result, and if he was a double agent, as Arakasi's intuition told him, he might lead back to his master. Later, Arakasi lay belly down in dripping bushes, shivering in the unaccustomed chill of northern latitudes. Light rain and a wind off the lake conspired to make him miserable. Yet he had spent hours here, on several different occasions. From this vantage point in the forest on a jutting peninsula, he could observe both the bridge gate and the boat landing, where servants loyal only to the magicians loaded inbound goods into skiffs and ferried them across to the city. He had long since concluded that a smuggled entry by way of the trade wagons was a doomed enterprise. The caravan master's tale had only confirmed his suspicion that inbound goods were also surveyed by magical means for intruders. What he looked for now was a way to gain entrance to the city by stealth, avoiding the apparently all-seeing arch over the bridgeway. The isle lay too far across the water to swim over to it. From where Arakasi hid, its buildings appeared blended together into a mass of pointed towers, one of which was tall enough to pierce into the clouds. Through the ship's glass he had bought from a shop on the seacoast, he could make out steep-walled houses and looping arched walkways that cut through the air between. The lakeshore was crammed with stone-fronted buildings, oddly shaped windows, and strange arched doorways. There were no walls and, as far as he could tell, no sentries. That did not rule out defences of arcane means. But, plainly, the only way an intruder might enter the city was a night crossing by boat, and then the scaling of some garden wall, or seeking some cranny to gain access. Arakasi sighed. The job was a thief's work, and he needed a boat in a place where there were neither habitations nor fishing settlements. That meant smuggling one in on board a wagon, no easy task where inbound caravans were comprised of men who all knew one another intimately. Also, he would require a man trained in stealth, and such were not found in honest trades. Neither problem promised a fast or an easy solution. Mara would have a long wait for information that might, in all honesty, be impossible to acquire. Ever a practical man, Arakasi arose from his damp hollow and turned into the forest. He rubbed a crick in his neck, shook moisture from his clothing, and made his way back toward the road hostel. As he walked, he pondered deeply, a habit that more times than not had given rise to accurate intuition. He did not press the issue that immediately frustrated him, but pursued instead another problem, one that had not seemed significant at first, but was becoming an increasing aggravation. Try as he might, he could not seem to get a start at placing new agents in the Anasati household. Only one operative remained active, and that one was elderly, an old confidant of Jiro's father that the young lord had taken a dislike to. The servant had been relegated to a position of little importance, and what news he heard was only slightly more informative than street gossip. For the first time, Arakasi wondered whether his failed attempts to replace that agent might be significant beyond coincidence. They had appeared innocuous, certainly, each of 7 tries foiled by what had seemed ill luck or poor timing. Jiro in a temper, a factor in too belligerent a mood to grant an old friend favours, and, most lately, an illness of the stomach that prevented a trusted servant from making a recommendation for recruiting a newcomer. Arakasi stopped dead, unmindful of the rain which had begun to fall much harder. He did not feel the cold and the wet that slid in droplets down his collar, but shivered instead from inspiration. He had been a fool not to suspect sooner. But chance may not have been behind such a string of seemingly unrelated misfortunes. What if, all along, his attempts to infiltrate the Anasati household had been blocked by a mind more clever than his own? Chilled to the bone, Arakasi started forward. He had long admired the enemy's first adviser, Chumaka, whose flair for politics had benefited the Anasati since Jiro's father's time. Now, Arakasi wondered whether it was Chumaka's cleverness he fenced with, an unseen antagonist. The thought continued inexorably. Was it possible that an Anasati presence was behind the byplay at the silk warehouse? The elegance of this possibility appealed to Mara's spymaster. One gifted enemy made more sense than 2 unrelated foes with equal brilliance. Deeply disturbed, Arakasi hurried his step. He needed to get himself warm and dry and to find a comfortable corner where he could think undisturbed. For each balked effort showed that he faced a rival equal to his best efforts. It was distressing to consider that a connection might exist between such a man and Mara's gravest enemy, even more by the possibility that this rival might exceed his talents. Getting a spy into the city of the magicians was an impossible enterprise, and its importance paled to insignificance before the threat posed to Mara's spy network by Jiro's advisor. For Arakasi had no illusions. His grasp of the game of the council was shrewd and to the point. More than a feud between two powerful families was at play here. Mara was a prominent figure in the Emperor's court, and her fall could touch off civil war. Chapter 6. Gambits. Chumaka frowned. With increasing irritation, he scanned the reports stuffed between the sheafs of notes he had prepared for his master's forthcoming court session. The news was none of it good. He raised a hand and chewed a fingernail, frustration making him savage. He had been so close to tracing the spy master behind the original Tuskai network. It had been predictable that the net in Ontoset would be shut down as a result of the bungling chase at the silk warehouse. But what made no sense at all was that after a passage of time approaching 3 years, the seemingly unrelated branch in Jamar should still be kept dormant as well. Those ruling houses who undertook the trouble and expense of spy nets tended to become addicted to them. It was simply inconceivable that any lord grown accustomed to staying informed by covert means should suddenly, for the discovery of one courier, give up his hard-earned advantage. Lady Mara most of all. She was bold or cautious as circumstance dictated, but never one to be unreasonably fearful. The death of her son could not have changed her basic nature so radically. She could be depended upon to use every means at her disposal, and never be deterred by one minor setback. Chumaka flinched slightly, as tender flesh tore under the worrying gnaw of his teeth. He blotted the bleeding hangnail on his robe and shuffled his papers into order in disturbed preoccupation. The situation bothered him. Each day, Jiro was closer to demanding his answers outright. The first advisor to House Anasati was loath to admit he was growing desperate. He had no choice but to consider the unthinkable, that this time he might have run up against an opponent who outmatched him. The idea rankled, that any mind in the Empire could outmaneuver Chumaka. Yet such a possibility could not be dismissed. In his gut, he knew that the network was not disbanded, merely dormant or turned toward an unexpected quarter. But where? And why? Not knowing was costing Chumaka sleepless nights. Black circles and pouches under his eyes gave his already angular visage a careworn look. The scrape of oiled wood roused Chumaka from distressed reverie. Already servants were pulling aside the screens in the grand hall in preparation for Jiro's public court. Omello had the Lord's honour guard in place beside the dais, and the Hadonra was overseeing disposition of his factors and secretaries. Within minutes, those allies or houses seeking court with the Lord of the Anasati would be arriving, escorted to their places in order of rank. Lord Jiro would enter last, to hear petitioners, exchange social chat, and, sometimes, negotiate new business. Chumaka snapped the papers in his hand into a roll and stuffed them into his satchel. Muttering, he stalked to the dais to be sure his preferred cushions were arranged to his satisfaction. The list of Jiro's guests was a long one, and this court could last into the evening. A skinny man with lanky bones, Chumaka liked plenty of padding under his rump through extended sessions. Physical aches he regarded as a distraction to his thinking, and with this rival spy master so far adept at eluding him, he could not afford to miss any nuance of what transpired. The grand hall slowly filled. Servants hurried in and out, bringing refreshments and directing the placement of fan slaves. The day outside was hot, and Jiro's subtle habit was to be sure his guests were cool and comfortable. He catered to them to extend their patience, and they, believing he spoiled them to win their favour, felt their egos stroked enough that they often granted him concessions more magnanimous than they had intended at the outset. Lord Jiro entered with little fanfare. His scribe called out his name, and only 2 warriors marched on either side, a half-step behind their master. Today his clothes were simply cut, though sewn of the finest silk. He chose carriage and clothing that were rich but not ostentatious, and that could be interpreted as firm and manly or boyishly innocent, depending on the advantage he wished to press. Chimaka regarded the ambivalent effect and stroked his chin, thinking. Were Jiro not chosen by the gods to wear the Anasazi mantle, he might have made a superb field agent. Then such frivolous speculation was cut short as the young master ascended the dais. His warriors flanked him as he took his place on his cushions and made formal pronouncement. "The court begins." Then, as his steward moved among the guests to announce the first on the roster, Jiro leaned over to confer in quiet tones with Chimaka. What need I pay close attention to this day, my first adviser?" Chimaka tapped his chin with a knuckle.
To endeavour to compromise the Zacatecas' support of Lady Mara, we'll need allies. More to the point, we'll need their wealth. Consider the offer of the Lord of the Matawa to ship our grains to the south in exchange for certain concessions.
He pulled the appropriate note from the many sheaves that jammed his satchel and swiftly scanned the lines.
The Lord wishes a favourable match for his daughter. Perhaps that bastard nephew of your cousin's might suffice. He's young, but not ill-favoured. Marriage into a noble house would redirect his ambition and, down the line, provide us with another ally.
Chimaka lowered his voice as others began to approach the dais.
Rumour has it that this Lord Matawa is trading with Midkemians from the city of Lamot.
Jiro heard this with a look askance. Rumour? Or the gleanings of one of your listeners? Chimaka cleared his throat, keeping this point deliberately ambiguous.
I remind my lord that many of those involved in Lamushan merchant consortiums were born in Sranuani, and they may provide us with the same advantage the Acoma enjoy in their exclusive trading concessions.
He finished in a thick whisper.
Mara anticipated well when she got her dispensation from the Keeper of the Imperial Seal. She acted on an outside guess and tied up the obvious goods coming through the rift from Midkemia. But because she moved on the generalities of a wild hunch, she didn't anticipate everything. There are a half-dozen items we can import that would make us rich, and while Mara might successfully block Anasati attempts to traffic goods from Midkemia, there's little she can do to prevent the Lamushans from selling across the rift to the Lord of the Matawa.
Jiro smiled. How badly does Lord Matawa wish an exclusive shipping license? And how ugly is his daughter? Chimaka smiled broadly.
His daughter takes after a mother who looks like a dog. A particularly ill-aspected dog, in fact. There are 2 younger sisters also. Both of these have crooked teeth, and only the eldest can be given away with the title. Their father needs a bigger treasury if his youngest children are to escape the fate of becoming the consorts of low-born merchants. That means the Lord of the Matawa desires this trading concession very badly indeed.
As a delegate from the most minor house approached the dais and gave his bow of respect, Jiro concluded his conference with Chumaka. "Your counsel seems sound. I will proceed to make the Lord of the Matawa a happy man." He faced politely forward to hear his first petitioner, when a disturbance at the rear of the hall turned half the heads in the room. A florid man in a purple robe had thrust his way past the door servants. These were slaves, and in fear of their master's displeasure they cast themselves face down in obeisance at their laps. The man who had intruded paid no heed, but rushed headlong into the hall, ignoring the astonished protests of the Anasati house servants in relentless pursuit on his heels. He swept past the seated rows of Jiro's guests with no more heed of them than if he had been alone in the great hall. Striding directly down the long approach to the dais and causing the war banners to swing in the rafters in a wake of disturbed air, he skidded to a stop before Jiro. Too agitated for manners or ceremony, he shouted, "Do you have any idea of what she has done?" The delegate he had displaced looked ruffled. Jiro himself was discommoded, but he covered this with a swift glance at Chumaka, who murmured the appropriate name behind his hand in a tone only his master could hear. To control this startling confrontation, Lord Jiro said in his chilliest tone, "Welcome, Lord Dawan. You seem discommoded." The thick-necked man thrust his head forward, looking like a Nidra bull attempting to shove through a fence to reach a cow in full season. Nearly spitting with anger, he waved both hands in the air. "Discommoded! My lord, I am ruined!" Aware of muttering in the hall as lords and delegates were made to wait through this blatant breach of good manners, Jiro raised a placating voice. "Lord Dawan, please, be seated, lest your distress cause you to be overcome by the heat." At a signal from their lord, Anasati servants rushed forward to bring the distraught man cold refreshment. Disdaining to appear to show favouritism, Lord Jiro spoke quickly, aware he must bridle the other petitioner's resentment and to quickly assess whether he could gain impromptu advantage from the interruption. Dawan of the Tuscabar was an occasional business associate and an unsure ally. Jiro's inability to win him clearly to his cause had been an irritation, but the inconvenience was minor. The far-reaching ramifications of this byplay were anything but small. House Tuscabar held influence with the Lord of the Kedda, whose support in any confrontation with Mara would net the Anasati a solid advantage. Jiro judged the alliance would be critical in the future, when the traditionalist plot to reinstate the High Council finally met with success. Above the disgruntled murmurs of his petitioners, Lord Jiro called, "Let all who seek aid of the Anasati take heed. My house listens with sympathy to the difficulties of established friends. My lord of the Tuscabar, what has happened?" The heavy-set lord took a swallow from the glass of cold juice he had been handed by Jiro's staff. He gulped in an effort to compose himself.
"My entire fleet, carrying every last grain of my year's harvest, was sunk."
Jiro's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sunk? But how?"
"Some malignant spell spun by that witch,"
Dawan answered. "Which?" Jiro raised his eyebrows. Dawan set his juice aside in favour of the wine offered by a hovering servant. He drank deeply and wiped his mouth before he felt fortified enough to qualify.
"Mara of the Acoma! Who else? Everyone knows that as servant of the Empire, she has unlimited luck and the gods' favour. She has ruined me by sending false directions to my fleet master, ordering him to ship this year's harvest to Dastari instead of the grain market at Lepala."
Lord Dawan nearly wept in frustration as he said, "That would have been bad enough.
I would merely have been reduced to penury. But an unseasonal storm hit a week out of Jamar, and every last ship was sunk. I am ruined.
He eased his sorrows by taking another heroic drink of wine.
I swear I will never again shirk my support of your efforts to end this woman's evil influence.
Jiro rested his chin on his fist. After deep thought, he said, I thank you for acknowledging the risks inherent in Lady Mara's departures from tradition, but had you said nothing, I would still help an old family friend. He turned at once to Chumaka. Have our Hadonra write a letter of credits for Lord Tuscobar. To Dewan he added, freely borrow as much as you need. Take as long as you wish to repay us on whatever terms you think fair. Dewan stiffened, the wine forgotten as he regarded Jiro with suspicion.
Interest?
As if granting largesse to the needy were a daily occurrence, Jiro waved his hand. None. I will make no profit from a friend's misfortune. Quietly he added, especially if that distress is caused by my enemy. Dewan rose. He made an extravagant bow.
Jiro, let everyone present stand as witness. You are a man of unceasing nobility and generosity. Your ancestors look down and are proud.
He bowed again, belatedly deferential to the patience of the others awaiting the Anasati Lord's attention.
And I beg forgiveness for interrupting this worthy gathering.
Jiro rose, indicating Chumaka should join him. He personally escorted the Lord of the Tuscabar to a side door where he murmured in comradely farewell. Nonsense. There is nothing to forgive. Now, retire to one of my baths and refresh yourself. Remain for the evening meal. Even spend the night if you'd like, and return home tomorrow. He appointed a slave to lead the flattered and slightly intoxicated Lord of the Tuscabar away. As he moved to return to his dais, playing the role of magnanimous lord to perfection, Chumaka murmured,
It's strange, don't you think? Why would Mara wish to harm a fence-sitter like Dewan? This makes no sense by any measure.
Jiro glanced at his first adviser in immense amusement. But she didn't. I arranged the forger myself. It was I who sent those false orders to Dewan's shipmaster. Chumaka bowed low, chuckling silently. Quietly, so not one of the petitioners could hear, he said,
You surprise me, my lord. You are growing into a seasoned player, both in Shah and in the game of the council. How did you contrive to cast blame on Mara?
Jiro seemed smug.
Our Hadonra spread rumours at my order. Dewan and others were made aware of the insults and misdeeds done us by the lady over the past several years. I merely copied her methods and let Dewan draw his own conclusions.
Stepping decisively back toward the dais, he added, Oh, and by making sure Dewan heard that Acoma grain is being shipped this season to the markets at Lepala. Chumaka flushed with obvious pleasure.
Admirable, my master. Clever enough to have been an idea I wish I had thought of first.
As the Lord and his first adviser mounted his dais, they shared the identical thought. Each considered himself fortunate to have the other, for they worked remarkably well together. When the old High Council was restored and the secret of Mara's spy net was cracked, then would the lady have cause to worry. For not even the formidable luck of a servant of the Empire was going to spare her house from destruction. Mara paced in frustration. For weeks, the coolness between herself and her husband separated them like a wall. Hokanu's resistance to her desire to see Justin renounce his ties to Shinzawai to become the Acoma heir was understandable. Hokanu's affections were as deep as if the boy had been his own. Ayaki's death had turned him more protective as a parent, and, reminded of that loss, Mara felt bitterness that never seemed to lessen. She paused between restless steps, one hand on the screen that overlooked her private garden. Oh, for 1 hour with old Nicoya and her wisdom, she wished in vain. Her one-time nurse, foster mother and first advisor had always offered insight straight to the heart of any difficulty. Even when Mara had refused advice or persisted in taking risks unacceptable to the old woman, Nicoya had always seen clear and true. In matters of the heart, her perception had been unmatched. Mara sighed. It had been Nicoya who had noticed her mistress's growing affection for the barbarian slave Kevin, long before Mara admitted the possibility of love to herself. The old woman's counsel was sorely needed now. Mara attempted to conjure Nicoya's voice, but the beloved woman's shade rested far away this day. A kick inside her belly ended her reverie. She gasped, pressed a hand to her swollen middle, and met the discomfort with a smile. Her unborn child had the strength of a barbarian tiger cub. Surely Hokanu would feel differently when he beheld his newborn first child. The pride of fatherhood would soften him, and he would cease his stubbornness and give in to her demand that Justin be named Acoma heir. The flesh that was of his own blood would make him understand that this was the god's will, that this babe whose begetting they had shared was the proper heir to the title Lord of the Shinzawai. Mara leaned against the lintel of the screen, anticipating the happiness of the occasion. She had borne 2 children, one by a man she loathed and another by a man she adored. Both little ones had given her something completely unexpected. What had begun as a duty of honour in the begetting of Ayaki, the necessity of ensuring Acoma continuance, had been transformed to a joyous reality as she came to love the heir for whom she laboured. It was her offspring that would inherit the greatness of the Acoma. Once a child was held, his baby laughter giving her delight, never again could family honour seem a distant, abstract thing. Mara keenly awaited the moment when Hokanu would feel this magic for himself. The birth of their son would bring them closer and end this cold contention of wills. Peace would return between them, and both Acoma and Shinzawai children would grow into the greatness of their future. While Mara had never been consumed by passion for the man she cherished as husband, she had come to rely on his closeness. His understanding was a comfort, his wisdom a shelter, his wit a relief from danger and worry, and his quiet, intuitive understanding a tenderness she could not live without. She missed him. His love had become the linchpin of her happiness, all unnoticed until she had been forced to go without. For while he was ever close by, he was increasingly absent in spirit. More deeply than she could have imagined, that lack caused her pain. The reminders were unceasing. The casual touch of his hand to her face that had not happened as she wakened. The slight upturning of his mouth that indicated humour during court that today had been nowhere in evidence. They no longer shared their afternoon tray of chocha, while Hokanu scanned reports from military advisers and she reviewed the commerce lists from far-flung trading factors presented daily by Jikan. Their relationship had grown silent and strained, and though Hokanu made no issue of the matter, he had extended his practice at arms to keep busy through the hours they had once spent in companionship. No sharp words were exchanged, nor anything close to heated argument. Yet the disagreement over Justin's heirship was a presence that poisoned everything they did. Mara stroked the taut flesh over her womb, praying this estrangement would end once their new son was born. Besides Nicoya, Hokanu was the only soul she had met who could follow her thoughts without misunderstandings. Another kick slammed her innards. Mara laughed.
"Soon, little one,"
she whispered to the baby. A servant who waited in attendance started at the sound of her voice.
"Mistress?"
Mara stepped heavily away from the screen.
"I want for nothing, but this child who seems as anxious as I am to see himself born."
The servant tensed in alarm.
"Should I call for—"
Mara held up her hand.
"No, there is time yet. The midwife and the healer say another month at least."
She furrowed her brow.
"But I wonder if perhaps this baby could be early."
A polite knock sounded at the inner doorway. Mara pulled her robe more comfortably over her gravid body and nodded for the servant to open the screen to the hall. Jikan, her Hadonra, bowed from outside the portal.
"Mistress, a trader is here, seeking permission to bargain."
That Jikan would trouble her for a matter he would normally attend to himself was unusual. He had managed her vast holdings long enough that he could anticipate almost any decision she might make, even those he disagreed with. Anxious to know what had arisen, Mara said,
"What do you wish?"
Always diffident in situations outside of the ordinary, Jikan replied carefully,
"I think you should see this man's wares, mistress."
Glad for the diversion on yet another afternoon without Hokanu's company, Mara clapped for her maid to bring her a robe more suitable for a stranger's company. Tucked into a long-sleeved, loose-waisted garment of shimmering silk, she motioned for her Hadonra to lead the way. The guest trader waited in the shaded pillared hall in the wing that housed the scribes. Mara and Jikan passed through the cavernous corridors that tunnelled partially through the hillside from the sunny quarters she shared with Hokanu. Made aware by Jikan's quick step that he was fidgety, Mara asked,
"Are the wares this trader offers something special?"
"Perhaps." The little Hadonra gave a sideways glance that confirmed his uneasiness.
"I think your judgment is needed to appraise this man's offer."
Years of his loyal service had taught Mara to heed her Hadonra's hunches. When he did not immediately launch into a description of the offered goods, the lady was moved to prompt,
"What else?"
Jikan halted. Uncertainty blossomed into hesitation. He bobbed an apologetic bow, then blurted,
"I am not sure how to treat this man, mistress."
Familiar enough with the Hadonra's foibles to realise that questions would distress him further, Mara simply strode on in receptive silence. In another few steps, the explanation was forthcoming. Jikan said,
"Because he was Siorani."
Mara pondered this detail.
"From Lamut."
Lamut was ruled by Hokanu's brother, and most trading delegations from the kingdom included a former Siorani soldier to act as translator. Jikan nodded, transparently relieved he had not needed to coach her further.
"A Siorani who prefers kingdom ways."
The reason for the Hadonra's uneasiness was plainer. While Mara might bend tradition and swear masterless men to Acoma service, the concept of anyone preferring to remain without house ties on a foreign world, no matter that one of them was Hokanu's brother Kasumi, was too alien to understand, even for her. And that such a man headed the trading delegation made negotiations more delicate than usual. The long interior corridor opened at last into a colonnaded portico that fronted the south side of the estate house. The gravel path leading to the main doorway ran alongside, and there, shaded by ancient trees, waited the visiting merchant's retinue, a small group of bearers, and 10 bodyguards. Mara's eyes widened. She did not note at first that there were more guards than usual because they were so tall. More careful study revealed them to be Midkemians all, a rare enough detail that the sentries on duty at the estate entrance stared surreptitiously as they kept watch. Scraps of a conversation in foreign speech reached Mara's ears, and then the accent so familiar made her pause a fraction between steps. Memories of Kevin of Zun flooded through her until Jikan's hand-wringing impatience recalled her to present obligations. Mastering herself instantly, she hastened on into the service wing toward the hall where the merchant awaited. That man sat correctly beneath the informal dais she used while negotiating with outsiders. Sacks and carry boxes of sample wares were arrayed by his side, while his hands rested in plain sight upon his knees. He wore a splendid silk robe, recognisably of foreign manufacture. The sheen was different, and the dyes blended in patterns never seen in Saranuani. The effect was bold, just barely short of insolent, Mara decided, watching the man through narrowed eyes as she approached. Although this man had presented himself as a merchant, he outfitted himself as befitted the highest ruling lord of the empire. Yet the man was no noble. In place of the customary house chop embroidered on sash or shoulder, the barbarous symbol of Lamut, a dog-like creature called a wolf, was displayed. The man was arrogant, Mara decided, as she allowed Jikan to help her up the shallow stair and to her cushions. Still, the stranger had impeccable manners. When the lady was comfortable, he bowed until his forehead touched the mat upon which he knelt. He paused long enough to imply deep respect, while Jikan gave his name to the mistress.
My lady, this is Janayo, of the city of Lamut.
Janayo straightened with grace and smiled.
Honours to your house, good servant. Are you well, Lady Mara?
Mara inclined her head.
I am well, Janayo of Lamut.
A detail leaped out at her. This man wore gold. Mara pinched back a breath of undignified surprise. By imperial edict, all jewellery and personal effects made of metal were carefully catalogued upon entry through the rift from Midkemia. Traders from the barbarian world were often outraged as their boots were confiscated and plain sandals loaned to them while they embarked on their travels within the empire. But the impounded items were always returned when they left. The imperial treasury had learned a rough lesson when the first entourage of Midkemians returned home without their boots, and the economy of Lash province had been turned on its head by the iron nails drawn from the soles and changed for centis. The trader fingered the chain around his neck.
I have given surety that I will not leave this behind, Lady Mara,
he said in response to her notice. This reminded her of his Surani origins, as no barbarian would have been trusted to keep his word in the face of temptation. Midkemians professed no belief in the wheel of life, so honour did not bind them to fear loss of the god's favour. Mara maintained an outward calm. The man was bold. While such an ornament might be a modest possession for a wealthy man beyond the rift, in Keloan it was equal to the income of a minor house for a year. As well this man knew, his public display of such treasure was a calculated ostentation. Mara waited in reserved expectancy to see just what this trader wished to gain with his bargaining. When she had determined that a suitable interval had passed to remind him of his place, she asked, "Now, what may I do for you?" The man did not miss nuance, that the Surani phrase was translated from the king's tongue. Mara's clever opening informed him without undue fuss that she had arranged affairs with Midkemian traders before. He gave her back impeccable Surani protocol.
I am a modest broker in certain spices and delicacies, mistress. Given my history,
he gestured broadly, I am advantageously placed to know those products unique to my adopted homeland that would prove profitable in the Empire. Mara nodded, conceding his point. Janio resumed in ingratiating fashion.
But rather than waste your valuable hours speaking, I would beg your indulgence to let my wares speak for themselves.
Stirred to curiosity, Mara said, What do you propose? Janio indicated the various carry boxes and sacks at his elbow.
Here I have samples. As it is near the hour when many within the Empire cease activities to indulge in a cup of chocha, perhaps you would care for something more exotic.
Unhappily reminded that Hokanu customarily shared such a moment to take refreshment with her, Mara repressed a sigh. She was tired and in need of a nap, for the baby inside her interrupted her sleep at nights. There is little time for this. Please, Janio said quickly. He bowed in an attempt to ease her mind. I will not keep you over long. You will be rewarded both in pleasure and in riches, I assure you. Jikam bent close to his lady. Let me call for a food taster, mistress, he advised. Mara regarded her Hedonra closely. He also was intrigued, but more. He had something else to tell about this mysterious trader from beyond the rift. She reached down and drew out the fan tucked behind her sash. Flipping it open and using it to hide her lips from her visitor, she whispered, What else should I know of this man? Jikan looked uncomfortable. A suspicion, he murmured, so that only she could hear. I received word from a factor who is friendly to us. This Janio has also made overtures to the Lord of the Matawa, who is a firm supporter of the traditionalists and Jiro. Mara fluttered her fan. Do you think he hopes that our rivalry will help him to drive a tough bargain? The Hedonra pursed his lips, thinking. That I cannot say. It is possible. Should he have wares of unusual worth, the house that gains concessions will benefit greatly. That settled Mara's mind on the matter. She must not allow the fatigue of pregnancy to cede any advantage to the Anasati uncontested. She clapped for her runner and dispatched him to the kitchens to fetch a cook who would serve as a taster. She also asked for Sarek and Lujan, since further counsel might be required of them later. Janio met her precautions with obsequious approval.
Most wise, Lady Mara, though I assure you my intentions are only honest.
Mara crossed her hands over her middle without comment. No precautions were too stringent when she was so near to term with Hokanu's child. She waited, unresponsive to Janio's attempts to make conversation, until her adviser arrived at her summons. Sarek's look of surprise as he entered revealed he had taken the man to be Midkemian, sporting Empire fashion. One glance at the Acoma First Advisor caused Janio to straighten where he sat. As if his instincts warned that Sarek's insights were to be respected, he crisply listed his sureties.
For the sake of easing your worry, great lady, since the foodstuffs I carry are so exotic that no one in this land will be familiar enough with their taste to detect any tampering, I propose that I share each cup with you. Unimpressed by gold chain and grand rhetoric, Sarek met this pronouncement with a lack of expression.
He watched intently as the trader made a display of pushing back his sleeves to show that he wore no ring or bracelet, and that nothing was contained within his robe.
"If you will have your servants prepare hot water,
3 pots, and cups from your own stores, I will provide the ingredients. Then you may choose which cup I am to taste and which you will." Smiling in the teeth of Sarik's quiet, he said, "If it please you, lady, I will bear the risk equally." Intrigued, in spite of her first adviser's reserve, Mara said, "What are you attempting to bring to our empire?"
"Fine beverages, mistress. A wonderful assortment of flavours and pungent drinks that will astonish your palate. Should this venture prove profitable, and I assure you it will, then I will also bring exotic wines and ales to the Empire from the finest vintners and brewers in the Kingdom of the Isles."
Mara weighed her impressions. No wonder this man had remained on Mid-Kemia. He might have served as a house soldier before the final battle of the Rift War, but he was a born merchant. She cast a sidelong glance as Lujan arrived and marched smartly to take his place behind her. If fate had cast him on the other side of the rift, given his glib tongue and facile mind, he might perhaps have been the one to sit here selling exotic wares. The surmise was somehow reassuring. Still, it was not her nature to trust readily, particularly when Sarik had given no word in favour of this stranger's proposal. Mara chose to challenge the connection with her Anasati enemy. "What was your arrangement with the Lord of the Matawa?" Janayo flashed her a grin in the manner of a born Mid-Kemian. Where another Sirani ruler might be put off by such openness, Mara had known Kevin too well to misunderstand. If anything, the foreign mannerism set her at ease. Janayo went on.
"You heard about my talks, but I assure you they are no secret. The wares I carry are luxuries and need delicate handling and skillful negotiators to place them in the proper markets. I would be a poor merchant if I failed to examine all options. The Lord of the Matawa has sent many emissaries through the rift seeking to establish a brokerage."
Mara's lips thinned as she pondered the implications of this. Jikan whispered something to Sarik, who nodded and quietly touched her arm.
"My lady, we know that the Matawa wish to make inroads in your trade market. They cannot disturb your imperial patent that gives you exclusive rights for certain items, but they hope to become a rival presence to lure any non-exclusive trade they can wean away from our factors. They could legally establish exclusive trade rights beyond the rift, where we have no control. Arakasi's report holds that funding for the venture might well come from Jiro."
Sick that politics should increasingly come to drive even the most innocuous of ventures, Mara inclined her head to Janayo. "Send for what you need." Her servants were devotedly efficient. Proud to uphold their lady's honour, they swiftly brought in trays with several pots and porcelain cups. A slave hurried after bearing a kettle of steaming water. Janayo set out his various packets and vials with a theatrical flourish.
"First," he announced, "something pungent and savoury."
He poured water into one of the small pots and dropped in a small pouch.
"This delicacy grows on a shrub in the southern part of the kingdom, mistress. The leaves are costly to dry and ship, and because they are susceptible to mould, only the very wealthy can afford to buy the small supply that reaches the northern lands. For this reason, the drink I prepare has not gained much popularity in my city of Lamut. Once you have tasted, I think you must agree that this is likely due to lack of familiarity."
He raised the top of the pot, sniffed at the steam, and closed his eyes. "I believe you will concur that this fine beverage will find approval from Surani nobles of taste." With this, he poured, filling the room with an exotic spicy scent. When 3 cups were full, he nodded to Mara's servant, who lifted the tray and bore it to the dais for the lady to choose her preference. She motioned for the slave who had carried the pot to taste one. The servant handed her one of the pair that remained and bore the tray back to Janayo. The merchant lifted his cup, saying, "Sip cautiously, lest you scald your tongue, mistress." The alien aroma fascinated Mara. Unlike anything else she had known, she found it wildly enticing. She sipped the brew. The first taste was acrid and strange, yet bracing and flavourful. She considered a moment, then said, "I suspect a little honey would cut the bitterness." The trader smiled. "You skip ahead of me, good servant. In Midkemia we also use white sugar, made from a plant called beets. Some folk prefer a dash of milk, yet others the juice of a tart fruit similar to the Kelawanese ketundi." Mara sipped again, and found her appreciation increasing. "What do you call this?" The man smiled. "It is tea, good servant." Mara laughed. "Many things are called tea, Janayo of Lamut. What is the herb you have brewed?" The merchant gave back a Surani shrug. "That is the name of the herb, or rather the leaves of the shrub. When someone in Lamut says tea, this is what they speak of, not the blends of plant stuff steeped in hot water you drink here. Yet of this delicacy there are a multitude of varieties as well, robust, subtle, sweet, and bitter. One selects to suit the occasion." Now fascinated, Mara nodded. "What else?" Janayo selected another pot from the Acoma supply and prepared a second hot beverage. "This is a far different drink." A black liquid that smelled rich and heady was presently handed to Mara. This time, Jikan supplanted her taster, his excitement overcoming caution. Mara could barely wait for her Hedonra to try his share before she sipped at her sample. The drink was bitter and yet piquant. "What do you call this? It reminds me vaguely of chocha." Janayo bowed at her evident pleasure. "This is coffee, mistress, and, like the tea, it has 1,000 different cousins. This you drink grows on plants high up on the hillsides of Yarbon. Good, robust, but hardly a delicacy." He clapped, and one of his servants brought forth another basket, smaller and tied with festive ribbons. "Let me offer a gift. Here are 12 samples for you to consume at your leisure. Each is clearly labelled as to the type of bean used to make the drink, and instructions for preparation." Mara set aside her half-empty cup. While this sampling was diverting her from her troubled marriage, the day was waning while she tarried. She was reluctant to forego the hour she always spent with her son while he took his supper. Justin was recently 5 years of age, too young to understand delays. Sensing her impatience, Janayo raised a hand in appeal. "The most astonishing drink remains yet to be sampled." Quickly, before the lady could rise and take her leave, he asked her servant, "Please, may I have Nidra milk?" Mara might have taken issue at this man's presumption, except that Midkemians could be expected to act impetuously. She hid her tiredness and motioned for the servant to run the requested errand. In the interval, Sarek bent close to his lady's ear. "Don't miss the subtleties," he advised. "This man was Surani born. He apes Midkemian brashness almost as if he knows that you had a fondness once for such behaviour. I do not like the smoothness of this play upon your sympathies, my lady. You will be cautious, please. Mara tipped her fan against her chin. Her adviser was right to wish restraint.
This Janayo drinks from the same pot as I. Surely there will be no harm in enduring one more sample. After that, the interview will be ended.
Sarek returned a half nod, but a glance exchanged with Jikan caused the little Hedonra to pause. When the servant returned with a small pitcher of milk, Jikan suggested that he also would like a cup to taste, separate from the slave that would continue to perform his office.
"But of course," Janayo agreed in pleasant tones. "You are a shrewd man who wishes to understand every nuance of the trade your house may undertake."
While Mara's counsellors looked on in wonderment, the trader poured equal portions of milk and hot water into the final pot. His chain sparkled as he leaned toward his basket, speaking all the while.
"Occasionally you may wish to use only milk, as it gives added richness to this drink."
His preparations were completed with yet more flourish than before. Again he passed the tray of filled cups to the servant, indicating Mara should choose hers first. She did not, but waited until Jikan and the taster had selected. The smell of this drink was intoxicating. The little Hedonra shed his anxiety and sipped. He recoiled with a smothered yelp as he burnt his tongue. The trader had the grace not to laugh. "My apologies, my lady. I should have thought to warn. This drink is served very hot." Jikan recovered his aplomb.
"My lady," he said excitedly, "the taste of this rarity is incredible."
Both Hedonra and lady looked at the slave who served as taster. More careful than Jikan, he had not burned his tongue, and he was slurping the drink with such evident relish that Mara motioned for the servant to pass her the tray. As she chose from the last 2 cups, Janayo said, "If coffee reminds you of chocha, then this wonder may remind you of the chocha la you make for your children. But I humbly submit that chocha la is to chocolate as my humble station is to your grandeur." Mara sipped and closed her eyes at the marvellous taste. Unable to hide her surprise and pleasure, she sighed in pure happiness. Grinning, Janayo accepted the last cup from the tray and drank deep. "This is chocolate, Mistress." Unable to help herself, Mara thought of Kevin, who had commented on more than one occasion that he missed the chocolate sweets of festivals on his homeworld. At last she understood. Blinking back the moisture that gathered in her eyes and passing off the indiscretion as if she avoided steam from the cup, Mara said, "This is a wonderful thing." Janayo set aside his emptied cup and bowed. "I wish permission to be granted exclusive license to import, Mistress." Mara shook her head with open regret. "I cannot grant that, Janayo of Lamut. My patent from the Imperial Government is limited to certain items." Obviously disappointed, the trader gestured expansively. "Then perhaps a trading agreement? If exclusivity is beyond your means, then at least let me broker through the mightiest trading house in the Empire." Mara drank more of the delightful liquid, recalled to caution at last. "What of the Matawa?" Janayo gave a deprecating cough. "Their offer was insulting. No, demeaning. And they lack the experienced factors you have in your employ. They require interpreters still to transact business, an uneasy situation for one in the luxury market as I am. I desire no avenue that is ripe for misunderstanding or even the outside chance of exploitation.
Savouring the dregs of her drink, Mara said, "That much I can grant." Regret tinged her tone as she added, "I can't limit others in bringing these beverages to us, but perhaps some shrewd buying in Lamut might hamper others from competing effectively against our interests." Then, content to entrust the disposition of final details to Jikan, she prepared to take her leave. The trader bowed, touching his forehead to the ground.
"Mistress, your wisdom is legendary."
Mara stood up. "When we are both made rich from the importation of chocolate to our empire, then I will accept the compliment. But now other matters require my presence. Jikan will draw up the document sealing the partnership you request." While servants hurried in to collect the dirtied cups and Jikan's brow furrowed as he confronted the intricate issues of trade, Mara left the room, helped by Lujan and Sarek. Outside, screened from view by the gloom of an inner corridor, Sarek turned a sour eye on his mistress.
"You took grave risks, my lady. Any trader from Midkemia who was originally Surani-born could once have been sworn to the Minwanabi."
Left short-tempered from missing her rest, Mara answered tartly, "You all saw. He drank equal portion." Then she softened, "And those rare drinks have made me feel wonderful." Sarek bowed, his silence indicative of displeasure. Mara moved on toward the nursery, where even one wing distant enraged yells could be heard from Justin. Her sigh turned into a laugh. "I am late, and the servants plainly have their hands full." She laid a hand on her uncomfortably swollen middle. "I am anxious for this baby to get himself born, though with another there will be none of us getting any peace." She headed in the direction of Justin's ruckus with a girlish smile. "I may well come to miss being pampered when once again I must sit without the aid of two healthy young men." Lujan grinned in sly appreciation, his expression mirrored by Sarek.
"Hakanu will do his best, I am sure, to keep you with child indefinitely."
Mara laughed, the bitter undertone not missed by her counsellors. "He will, I'm sure, if we can be made to agree that Justin should be the Acoma heir."
"Stubborn,"
Sarek mouthed to his cousin over his lady's bent head. Past nightfall, the trader called Janayo of Lamut returned with his retinue of hired Midkemian guards to a deserted warehouse in the city of Sulankur. The hour was late. The wicks in the lamps in the rich quarter had burned down, while in the crumbling tenements near the riverside only the setting quarter moon cast any light. The streets lay under inky darkness, wreathed with mist off the Gagajin. Where once the disreputable population of the city had preyed as they pleased on what traffic dared to move abroad without guard, now the Emperor's patrols drove Kentasani's malcontents and vagrants into the deepest back alleys. The only skulkers in the open were the mongrel dogs scavenging garbage from the markets. Though calm by the standards of Saranuani, to Midkemian ears the city was far from peaceful. Even from inside the warehouse, the shouts of a madam of the reed life could be heard insulting a client who had been rough with one of her girls. Dogs barked, and a wakeful jiggerbird crowed. Somewhere nearby, an infant wailed. The mercenaries hired to attend Janayo's retinue shifted uneasily, the dank mud of the river flats an alien smell in their nostrils. They did not know why they had been brought to this empty, half-rotted building, nor did they understand precisely why they had been paid to cross the rift. Their employer had interviewed them carefully and required that they speak no Surani. But work in the kingdom had slowed since the battle at Sethanon,
and for men with few ties to home, the offered money had been good. The bearers put down their bundles and waited for orders, while the bodyguards maintained their formation behind Genio. Without sound, silk cords with weighted ends suddenly coiled down from the rafters. They caught and whipped tight, each encircling the throat of an unwary barbarian soldier. Assassins in black followed, leaping from their unseen perches and using their weight and momentum to jerk the guards off their feet. 4 men's necks snapped instantly, while the others hung kicking and gagging as they were hoisted and slowly strangled. The bearers watched in horror as the Midkemian mercenaries died. Wide-eyed, frozen in terror, they knew better than to dare raise an outcry. Their fear was short-lived. 2 more black-clad assassins flitted out of the shadows and moved through their unarmed ranks like wind through standing rushes. In less than a minute, Genio's 10 bearers lay dead, blood from their slashed throats pattering on the wood floor. The assassins who held the armed guards aloft released their cords. Dead Midkemians thumped in sprawled heaps, here one with his knuckles crumpled under his hip, and another there with his bitten-through tongue oozing blood through his beard. Genio removed his rich clothing and tossed it amid the corpses. One of the black-clad assassins bowed to him and offered a small bag. From this, Genio withdrew a dark robe and cast it over his shoulders. Quickly, he took a vial from his pocket and lathered sweet-smelling ointment upon his hands. The grease dissolved a layer of concealing paint. Were there more light, the red dye and tattoo of a Hamoy assassin would now be revealed. From the thickest gloom of a corner, a deep voice said,
"Is it done?"
The man, who was no trader, who called himself Genio for convenience, bowed his head. "As you commanded, honoured master." A heavy-set man with a too light tread stepped from concealment. His person clicked and clinked as he moved, as bone ornaments dangling from leather thongs jostled against the instruments of death he wore affixed to his belt. His robe was studded with bosses cut from the skulls of victims. His sandals had straps of cured human flesh. He cast no glance at the bodies littering the floor, though he disdained to step in the puddles. The Auberjan of the Hamoy Tong nodded, the scalp lock that hung from his otherwise shaved head twisting down his back.
"Good."
He raised a hugely muscled arm and plucked a vial from the breast of his robe.
"You are certain she drank?"
"As did I, master." The erstwhile trader bowed low yet again. "I placed the potion in the chocolate, knowing that drink to be the most irresistible. Her Hedonra escaped by luck of a burnt tongue, but the lady drank hers to the dregs. She swallowed enough slow poison to kill 3 men." This speech ended, the assassin licked his lips. Anxious, sweating, he controlled his nerves and waited. The Auberjan rolled the vial containing the antidote for the rare poison mixed with the chocolate between his thick palms. He watched with stony gaze as the eyes of his minion followed it. But the afflicted held in his desperation. He did not crack and beg. The Auberjan's lips parted in a smile.
"You did well."
He surrendered the vial, which was coloured green, symbol of life. The man, who had called himself Genio of Lamut, took the promise of reprieve in shaking hands, snapped off the wax seal, and drank the bitter draught down. Then he smiled also. A second later, his expression froze. Fear touched him, and what at first appeared to be a spasm of uncertainty. His eyes widened as pain stabbed through his abdomen, and he glanced down at the emptied vial. Then his fingers lost their grip. The container with its false offer of life dropped, and his knees wobbled. A groan escaped his lips. He fell to the floor, doubled over. "Why?"
His voice emerged as a croak, pinched between spasms of agony. The Aubergine's reply was very soft.
Because she has seen your face, Colossus, as have her advisors. And because it suits the needs of the Hamoi. You die with honor, serving the Tong. Turakamu will welcome you to his halls with a great feast, and you will return to the wheel of life in a higher station.
The betrayed man fought his need to thrash in agony. Dispassionately, the Aubergine observed,
The pain will pass quickly. Even now, life is departing.
Beseeching, the dying man rolled his eyes up to seek the other's face in the darkness. He fought a strangled, gasping breath. "But, father!" The Aubergine knelt and laid a red-stained hand upon the forehead of his son.
You honor your family, Colossus. You honor me.
The sweating flesh under his touch shuddered once, twice, and fell limp. Over the stink as the bowel muscles loosened in death, the Aubergine stood up and sighed.
Besides, I have other sons.
The master of the Hamoi Tong signalled, and his black-clad guard closed around him. Swiftly, silently, they slipped from the warehouse at his order, leaving the dead where they lay. Alone amid the carnage, unseen by living eyes, the Aubergine took a small bit of parchment from his robe and cast it at the feet of his murdered son. The gold chain on the corpse would draw the notice of scavengers. The bodies would be found and pilfered, and the paper would surface in later investigation. As the Tong chief turned on his heel to leave, the red and yellow chop of House Anasati fluttered down onto floorboards sticky with new blood. The first pain touched Mara just before dawn. She awoke, curled into a ball, and stifled a small cry. Hokanu jerked out of sleep beside her. His hands found her instantly in concerned comfort. "Are you all right?" The discomfort passed. Mara levered herself up on one arm and waited. Nothing happened. "A cramp, nothing more. I am sorry to have disturbed you." Hokanu looked at his wife through the pre-dawn greyness. He stroked back her tangled hair, the smile that had been absent for so many weeks lifting the corners of his mouth. "The baby?" Mara laughed for joy and relief. "I think perhaps he kicked while I slept. He is vigorous." Hokanu let his hand slide across her forehead and down her cheek, then softly let it rest on her shoulder. He frowned. "You feel chilled." Mara shrugged. "A little." His worry deepened. "But the morning is warm." He brushed her temple again. "And your head is soaked in perspiration." "It is nothing," Mara said quickly. "I will be all right." She closed her eyes, wondering uneasily whether the alien drinks she had sampled the evening before might have left her indisposed. Hokanu sensed her hesitation. "Let me call the healer to see to you." The idea of a servant's intrusion upon the first moment of intimacy she had shared with Hokanu in weeks rankled Mara. "I've had babies before, husband." She strove to soften her sharpness. "I am fine." Yet she had no appetite at breakfast. Aware of Hokanu's eyes on her, she made light conversation and ignored the burning tingle that, for a moment, coursed like a flash fire down her leg. She had pinched a nerve from sitting, she insisted to herself. The slave who had served as her taster seemed healthy as he carried out the trays, and when Jikan arrived with his slates, she buried herself in trade reports, grateful, finally, that the mishap over the cramp before dawn seemed to have banished Hokanu's distance. He checked in on her twice as he donned his armour for his morning spa with Lujan, and again as he returned for his bath. 3 hours later, the pain began in earnest. The healers hurried to attend the lady as she was carried gasping to her bed. Hokanu left a half-written letter to his father to rush to her side. He stayed, his hand twined with hers, and flawlessly kept his composure that his fear not add to her distress. But herbal remedies and massage gave no relief. Mara's body contorted in spasms, wringing wet from the cramps and pains. The healer, with his hands on her abdomen, nodded gravely to his helper. "It is time?" Hokanu asked. He received a wordless affirmative as the healer continued his ministrations, and the assistant whirled to send Mara's runner flying to summon the midwife. "But so early?" Hokanu demanded. "Are you sure nothing is amiss?" The healer glanced up in harried exasperation. His bow was a perfunctory nod.
"It happens, Lord Consort. Now please, leave your lady to her labour and send in her maids. They will know better than you what she needs for her comfort. If you cannot stay still or find a diversion, you may ask the cooks to prepare hot water."
Hokanu ignored the healer's orders. He bent over, kissed his wife's cheek, and murmured in her ear, "My brave lady, the gods must surely know how I treasure you. They will keep you safe and make your labour light, or heaven will answer to me for their failing. My mother always said that babes of Shinzawai blood were in a great rush to be born. This one of ours seems no different." Mara returned his kindness with a squeeze of her hand. Before his fingers were torn from hers by servants who, at the healer's barked directive, firmly pushed the consort of the Acoma out of his own quarters. Hokanu watched his wife to the last instant as the screens were dragged closed. Then, abandoned to himself in the hallway, he considered calling for wine. He instantly changed his mind as he recalled Mara's telling him once that her brutish first husband had drunk himself into a stupor upon the occasion of Ayaki's birth. Nakoya had needed to slap the oaf sober to deliver the happy news of a son. Celebration was called for, certainly, but Hokanu would not cause Mara an instant of unhappy memory by arriving at her side with the smell of spirits on his breath. So he paced, unable to think of any appropriate diversion. He could not help listening avidly to identify each noise that emerged from behind the closed screens. The rush of hurried steps told him nothing, and he worried by the quiet what Mara might be enduring. He cursed to himself and raged inwardly that the mysteries of childbirth held no place for him. Then his lips twitched in a half-smile as he decided that this ugly, twisting frustration of not knowing must be very near what a wife felt when her husband charged off into battle. In time, his vigil was disrupted as Lujan, Sarek, Acoma and Kyoke arrived in a group from the Great Hall, where Mara had not appeared for morning council. One look at Hokanu's distraught manner, and Acoma grasped what no servant had taken time to inform them of.
"How is Lady Mara?" he asked.
Hokanu said,
"They say the baby is coming."
Kyoke's face went wooden to mask worry, and Lujan shook his head.
"It is early."
"But these things happen,"
Acoma hastened to reassure.
"Babies do not birth by any fast rule. My eldest boy was born at 8 months. He grew healthy and strong and never seemed the worse."
But Sarek stayed too still. He did not intervene with his usual quip to lighten the mood when the others grew edgy with concern. He watched Hokanu with dark, careful eyes, and said nothing at all, his thoughts brooding darkly upon the trader who had worn fine gold as if it were worthless. Hours went by. Neglected duty did not call Mara's counsellors from their wait. They held together, retiring in unstated support of Hokanu to the pleasant chamber set aside for the lady's meditation. Occasionally, Kyoke or Lujan would dispatch a servant with an order for the garrison, or messages would come from Jikan for Sarek to answer. But as the day grew hot and servants brought the noon meal at Hokanu's request, none seemed eager to eat. News of Mara's condition did not improve, and, as the afternoon wore on toward evening, even Acoma ran out of platitudes. Fact could no longer be denied. Mara's labour was proving very difficult. Several times low groans and cries echoed down the hallway, but more often Mara's loved ones heard only silence. Servants came in, careful, quiet, and lit the lamps at evening. Jikan arrived, chalk dust unscrubbed from his hands, belatedly admitting that there remained no more account scrolls to balance. Hokanu was about to offer companionable sympathy when Mara's scream cut the air like a blade. He tensed, then spun without a word and sprinted off down the corridor. The entrance to his lady's chamber lay half-opened. Had it not, he would have smashed the screen. Beyond, lit to clarity by the brilliance of lamps, 2 midwives held his wife as she convulsed. The fine white skin of her wrists and shoulders was reddened from hours of such torment. Hokanu dragged a sick breath of fear. He saw the healer bent on his knees at the foot of the sleeping pallet, his hands running red with her blood. Panic jolted him from concentration as he glanced up to ask his assistant for cold rags, and he saw who stood above him in the room.
"Master, you should not be here! I will be no place else!"
Hokanu cracked back in the tone he would have used to order troops.
"Explain what has gone amiss at once!"
The healer hesitated, then abandoned attempt at speech as the lady's body arched up in what seemed a spasm of agony. Hokanu raced at once to Mara. He shouldered a straining midwife aside, caught her twisting, thrashing wrist, and bent his face over hers. "I am here. Be at peace. All will be well. My life as surety." She wrenched out a nod between spasms. Her features were contorted in pain, the flesh ashen and running with perspiration. Hokanu held her eyes with his own, as much to reassure her as to keep from acknowledging damage he could do nothing about. The healer and midwives must be trusted to do their jobs, though his beloved lady seemed awash in her own blood. The bedclothes pushed up around her groin were soaked in crimson. Hokanu had seen but had not yet permitted himself to admit the presence of what the sobbing servants had been too slow to cover up. The tiny blue figure that lay limp as rags near her feet. If it had ever been a child, it was now only a torn bit of flesh, kicked and bruised and lifeless. Anger coursed through him that no one had dared to tell him when it happened, that his son and Mara's was born dead. The spasm passed. Mara fell limp in his grasp, and he tenderly gathered her into his arms. She was so depleted that she lay there, eyes closed, gasping for breath and beyond hearing. Swallowing pain like a hot coal, Hokanu turned baleful eyes toward the healer. "My wife?" The servant quietly shook his head. In a whisper he said, "Send your fastest runner to Sulankur, my lord. Seek a priest of Acoma for—" Sorrow slowed him as he ended. "There is nothing more I can do. Your wife is dying." Chapter 7. Culprit. The runner swerved. Only half mindful of the fact that he had narrowly missed being run down, Arakasi stopped cold in the roadway. The sun stood high overhead, too close to noon for an Acoma messenger to be moving in such haste unless his errand was urgent. Arakasi frowned as he recalled the courier's grim expression. Fast as reflex, the spymaster spun and sprinted back in the direction of Sulankur. He was fleet of foot and dressed as a small-time merchant's errand runner. Still, it took him several minutes to overtake the runner, and, at his frantic question, the man did not break stride. "Yes, I carry messages from House Acoma," the runner answered. "Their content is not your business." Fighting the heat, the dusty, uneven footing, and the effort it took to flank a man who did not wish to be delayed, Arakasi held his ground. He studied the runner's narrow eyes, full nose and large chin, and, out of memory, sought the man's name. "Hubachachi," he said after a pause.
As Mara's faithful servant, it is certainly my business to know what need sends you racing for Solancourt at high noon. The lady does not ask her runners to risk heat stroke on a whim. It follows that something is wrong.
The runner looked over in surprise. He identified Arakasi as one of Mara's senior advisers, and at last slowed to a jog.
"You!" he exclaimed. "How could I recognize you in that costume? Aren't those the colours of the Keshkai Traders Association?" "Never mind that," Arakasi snapped, short of both wind and temper.
He tore off the headband that had misled the servant.
"Tell me what's happened."
"It's the mistress," gasped the runner.
"She's had a bad childbirth. Her son did not survive."
He seemed to gather himself before speaking the next line.
"She is bleeding dangerously. I am sent to find a priest of Hantukama." "Goddess of mercy!"
Arakasi almost shouted. He spun and continued at a flat run toward the Acoma estate house. The headband that had completed his disguise fluttered forgotten in his fist. If the lady's fleetest runner had been sent to fetch a priest of Hantukama, that could only mean Mara was dying. Breezes stirred the curtains, and servants walked on silent feet. Seated by Mara's bedside, his face an impassive mask to hide his anguish, Hokanu wished he could be facing the swords of 1,000 enemies rather than relying upon hope, prayer, and the uncertain vagaries of healers. He could not think of the stillborn child, its lifeless blue form racked in death. The babe was lost, gone to Turakamu without having drawn breath. The lady lived yet, but barely. Her face was porcelain pale, and the wraps and cold compresses the midwives used to try to lessen her bleeding seemed of little avail. The slow scarlet seep continued inexorably. Hokanu had seen fatal wounds on the battlefield that bothered him less than the creeping, insidious stain that renewed itself each time the dressings were changed. He bit his lip in quiet desperation, unaware of the sunlight outside or the everyday horn calls of the dispatch barge that brought news from Kentasani.
"Mara," Hokanu whispered softly, "forgive my stubborn heart."
Though not a deeply religious man, he held with the temple belief that the wall, the inner spirit, would hear and record what the ears and the conscious mind could not. He spoke as though Mara were aware and listening, and not statue still in a coma on the bed.
"You are the last Acoma lady, all because I would not yield to your request to swear Justin in as your heir. Now, I regret my selfishness and my unwillingness to concede the danger to the Acoma name."
Here Hokanu paused to master the unsteadiness in his voice.
"I, who love you, could not conceive of an enemy who would dare reach past me to strike you down. I did not allow for nature herself or for the perils of childbirth."
Mara's lashes did not stir. Her mouth did not tremble or smile, and even the frown between her brows was absent. Hokanu fingered her dark, loose hair spread over the silken pillows and battled an urge to weep.
"I speak formally,"
he added, and now his voice betrayed him.
"Live, my strong, beautiful lady. Live that you might swear in a new heir for the Acoma over your family, Natami. Hear me, beloved wife. I do this moment release Kevin's son Justin from his obligations to Haushinzawai. He is yours to make strong the Acoma name and heritage. Live, my lady, and together we will make other sons for the future of both our houses."
Mara's eyes did not open to the light of her victory. Limp beneath the coverlet, she did not stir as her husband bowed his head and at last lost his battle to hold his tears. Neither did she start at a near silent step and a voice like silk that said,
"But she does have an enemy who would strike her down, and the child in her womb as well, in cold blood."
Hokanu coiled like a spring and turned to confront a shadowy presence. Arakasi, recently arrived from the message barge, his eyes impenetrable as onyx.
What are you talking about?
Hokanu's tone was edged like a blade. He took in Arakasi's dusty, exhausted, sweating appearance and the rust-and-blue headband still clenched in a hand that shook. Is there more to this than a bad miscarriage? The spymaster seemed to gather himself. Then, without flinching, he delivered the news.
Jikan told me as I came in. Mara's poison taster did not awaken from his afternoon nap. The healer saw him and says he appears to be in a coma.
For an instant, Hokanu seemed a man made of glass, his every vulnerability evident. Then, the muscles in his jaw jerked taut. He spoke, his voice unyielding as barbarian iron.
You suggest my wife was poisoned?
Now it was Arakasi who could not speak. The sight of Mara lying helpless had unmanned him, and he could only mutely nod. Hokanu's face went white, but every inch of him was composed as he whispered,
There was a spice dealer from beyond the rift who came yesterday, offering Mara trade concessions on exotic drinks brewed from luxury herbs and ground plant stuffs from Midkemia.
Arakasi found his voice.
Mara tasted them.
Her consort choked out an affirmative, and, as one, both men sprang for the doorway. "The kitchens!" Hokanu gasped as they almost bowled over the midwife who had returned to change Mara's compresses. "My thought exactly," Arakasi said, swerving to avoid the runner-slave who waited at his post in the hallway. "Is there any chance the utensils may not have been washed?" The estate house was huge, with rooms jumbled together from centuries of changing tastes. As Hokanu ran full tilt through the maze of servants' passages, archways, and short flights of stone stairs, he wondered how Arakasi could know the shortest route to the kitchens, since he was so seldom home. And yet the spymaster ran without taking any cue from Mara's consort. As the two crossed a foyer that had a 5-way intersection between wings, Arakasi unerringly chose the correct doorway. Hokanu forgot his fear enough to be amazed. Even through his concern, Arakasi noticed. "Maps!" he gasped.
You forget this was once the dwelling of Mara's greatest enemy. It would be a poor spymaster who did not know the lay of such a man's house. Agents had to be told which doors to listen at, not to mention the time that a guild assassin had to be given explicit directions as to which 5 servants were to be killed.
Arakasi broke off his reminiscence, his eyes turned deep with thought. "What is it?" Hokanu demanded, as they ran down a stone-flagged portico, silk curtains rippling with the wind of their passage. "What are you thinking? I know it pertains to Mara." Arakasi shook his head in a clipped negative.
"I had a hunch. When I can substantiate it, I will tell you more."
Respectful of the man's competence, Hokanu did not press for answer. He poured his heart and energy into running, and reached the kitchen a half-step ahead of the spymaster. Startled servants looked up from preparing supper for the field hands. Wide-eyed, they took in the dishevelled presence of the master, then instantly fell prostrate upon the floor.
"Your will, master!"
cried the head cook, his brow pressed to the tiles.
"Dishes, cups,"
Hokanu gasped disjointedly.
"Any utensil my lady used when the foreign spice dealer was here. Have everything out for the healer's inspection."
The back of the chief cook's neck turned white.
"Master," he murmured, "I have already failed in your request. The cups and the dishes from yesterday were cleaned and put away as always at sundown."
Arakasi and Hokanu exchanged harried, desperate glances. What garbage had not been thrown to the jiggerbirds would have been burned to discourage insects. No trace remained of what variety of poison the spice seller from Midkemia might have carried, and, unless they could discover what potion had stricken Mara, there could be no hope of finding an antidote. Instinctively knowing Hokanu was on the verge of explosive, useless action, Arakasi gripped him hard by the shoulders.
"Listen to me!"
the spymaster said in a tone that made the prone servants flinch upon the floor.
"She is dying, yes, and the baby is dead, but all is not yet lost."
Hokanu said nothing, but his body stayed taut as strung wire in Arakasi's grasp. More gently, the spy master continued, "They used a slow poison."
They wanted her to suffer,
Hokanu cried, anguished.
Her murderers wanted us all to watch and be helpless.
Daring unspeakable consequences, both for laying hands on a noble and also for provoking a man near to breaking with fury and pain, Arakasi gave the master a rough shake.
Yes, and yes,
he shouted back.
And it is that very cruelty that is going to save her life.
Now he had Hokanu's attention, and much of that warrior's rage was directed at himself. Sweating, aware of his peril, Arakasi pressed on.
"No priest of Acoma can be found in time. The nearest..."
Hokanu interrupted.
"The bleeding will take her long before the poison is finished working." "Pity her for it, no," Arakasi said brutally. "I spoke with the midwife on the way in. She has sent to Lashima's temple for golden crown flower leaves. A poultice made from them will stop the bleeding. That leaves me a very narrow span of time to track the spice merchant."
Reason returned to Hokanu's eyes, but he did not soften.
"That merchant had barbarian bearers."
Arakasi nodded.
"He dressed ostentatiously also, or that gold would have drawn notice."
Through his overwhelming concern, Hokanu showed surprise. "How did you know? Did you pass the man on the road?"
"No."
Arakasi returned a sly grin as he released his hold on Mara's consort.
"I heard the servants gossiping."
"Is there any detail you don't miss?" Mara's husband said in wonder.
"Many, to my everlasting frustration."
Arakasi glanced, embarrassed, toward the floor. Both he and the master that moment recalling that the kitchen staff still abased themselves at their feet.
"For the good God's sake,"
Hokanu exclaimed,
"all of you, please, get up and go about your duties. The mistress's ills are not your fault."
While the slaves and servants arose from the floor and turned back to tasks at chopping block and cooking spit, Arakasi dropped to his knees before Hokanu.
"Master, I request formal leave to pursue this cellar of alien spices and find an antidote for my Lady Mara."
Hokanu gave back the curt nod a commander might give a warrior on the field.
"Do so, and waste no more time on obeisance, Arakasi."
The spymaster was back on his feet in an eye's blink and moving for the door. Only when he was safely past at one with the shadows in the corridor did his rigid control slip. Openly anxious, he considered the probabilities of the situation he had not disclosed to Hokanu. The spice seller had been conspicuous indeed, with his barbarian bearers and his ostentatious jewellery, and certainly not by chance. A man born in Kelowan would never wear metal on a public roadway without a driving reason. Already Arakasi knew that the man's trail would be easy to follow, for the man had intended to be tracked. The spy master would find only what the man's master wished, and the antidote for Mara would not be part of that knowledge. In the portico between the great hall and the stairways to the servants' quarters, Mara's spy master broke into a run. Already he had a suspicion. He expected to find the spice seller and his bearers all dead. In a tiny wedge-shaped room in the attic over the storerooms, Arakasi opened a trunk. The leather hinges creaked as he rested the lid against the thin plaster wall. Then rummaged within and pulled forth the what-coloured robes of an itinerant priest of a minor deity, Alehama, goddess of travellers. The fabric was smudged with old grease stains and road dust. Swiftly, Mara's spymaster flung the garment over his bare shoulders and fastened the cord loops and pegs. Next, he dragged up a cracked pair of sandals, a purple-striped sash, and a long hooded headdress with tassels. Lastly, he selected a ceramic censer strung with earthenware bells and twine clappers. His guise as a priest of Alehama was now complete, but, as spymaster, he added 7 precious metal throwing knives, each keenly balanced and thin as a razor. 5 of these he tucked out of sight under the broad sash. The last 2 were slid between the soles of his Nidra-hide sandals, under rows of false stitching. When he passed through the doorway from his narrow dormer room, he walked with a lanky, rolling stride, and peered about carefully as he took the stair, for one of his eyes appeared to have developed a cast. So thorough was his transformation as he made his exit from the estate house that Hokanu nearly missed him. But the broad, gaudy sash caught the Shinzawai heir's eye, and since he had seen no priest of Alihama being fed in the kitchens, he realized with a start that Arakasi had almost slipped past him. "Wait!" he called. The spy master did not turn, but continued to shuffle down toward the landing, with intent to catch the next dispatch barge to Kentasani. Dressed in the high boots and close-fitting breeches that Midkemians wore while riding horses, Hokanu had to run in discomfort and catch up. He caught the spy master by the shoulder and was startled into a warrior's leap back as the man whirled under his touch, almost too fast for credibility. Arakasi's hand fell away from his sash. He squinted wall-eyed at Hokanu and said, soft as velvet, "You startled me." "I see that." Uncharacteristically awkward, Hokanu gestured toward the priest's robe. "The barge and the roads on foot are too slow. I am coming with you, and both of us are going to ride horses." The spy master stiffened. "Your place is by your lady's side." "Well, I know it." Hokanu was anguished, and his hand twisted and twisted at the leather riding crop thrust through his sash. "But what can I do here but watch as she wastes away? No, I am coming." He did not say what lay upon both of their minds, that Arakasi was an Acoma servant. As Mara's consort, Hokanu was not his legal master. Arakasi's loyalty was not his to command. "I am reduced to asking," he said painfully. "Please, allow me to come along. For Our Lady's sake, let me help." Arakasi's dark eyes assessed Hokanu without mercy, then glanced away. "I see what it would do to you to refuse your request," he said quietly. "But horses would not be appropriate. You may travel if you wish, as my acolyte." Now Hokanu was sharp. "Outside of these estates, how many have seen a horse from the barbarian land beyond the rift? Do you think anyone will have eyes for the riders? By the time they have finished staring at the beasts, we will have passed by in a great cloud of dust." "Very well." Arakasi allowed, though the incongruity between his costume and Hokanu's preference for transport worried him. All it would take was one clever man to connect his face with a priest who behaved outside of doctrine and with an exotic creature from beyond the rift, and all his work would be compromised. But as he considered the risks to Mara, he realized he loved her better than his work, better than his own life. If she died, his stake in the future and in the formation of a better, stronger empire was as dust. On impulse he said, "It shall be as you wish, my lord, but you will bind me to the saddle, and I shall be driven before you as your prisoner." Hokanu, already starting briskly for the stables, glanced in surprise over his shoulder. "What? For your honor, I could never abuse you like that." "You will." In a stride, Arakasi caught up with him. The cast was still in his eye. It seemed no distraction could make him break out of his disguise. "You must. I will need these priests' robes for later, thus we must tailor our circumstances to fit. I am a holy man who was dishonorable enough to try thievery. Your servants caught me. I am being escorted back to Kentasani to be delivered to temple justice." "That's reasonable enough." Hokanu impatiently waved away the servant who hurried to open the gate, and climbed the fence to gain time. "But your word is sufficient. I will not see you bound." "You will," Arakasi repeated, faintly smiling, "unless you want to stop 6 times every league to pick me up out of the dust. Master,
I have tried every guise in this empire, and more than a few that are foreign, but I sure as the gods love perversity never tried straddling a beast. The prospect terrifies me.
They had reached the yard where, at Hokanu's orders, a hired Midkemian freeman stood with 2 horses saddled and ready for mounting. One was a strapping grey, the other chestnut, and though they were less spirited than the flashy black that had belonged to Ayaki, Hokanu watched Arakasi eye the creatures with trepidation. Through his worry for Mara, still he noticed, the spymaster's squint stayed pronounced as ever. "You're lying," the Shinzawai accused, affection in his tone robbing the words of insult. "You have ice water for blood, and if you weren't so inept with a sword, you would have made a formidable commander of armies."
"Fetch out some rope," Arakasi replied succinctly. "I am going to instruct you how sailors make knots, Master Hokanu, and for both of our sakes, I hope you will tie them tightly."
The horses thundered at a gallop, dust billowing in ochre clouds on the noon air. Traffic on the roadway suffered. Nidra pulling goods wagons huffed and shied in a 6-legged scramble for the safety of the verge. Their drivers shouted in rage and then in awed fear as the 4-legged beasts from beyond the rift shot past. Runners sprang aside wide-eyed, and trade caravans scattered out of formation, their drovers and roadmasters gaping like farmers.
"You have never had these creatures off the estates,"
Arakasi surmised in a tight voice. Bound by his wrists to the saddle horn and by his ankles to a cord that looped underneath the gelding's girth, he endured indescribable discomfort as he tried to keep his posture and his dignity. His priest's robe flapped like a flag against the restriction of his sash, and the censor whacked him in the calf at each thrust of the gelding's stride.
"Try to relax,"
Hokanu offered in an attempt to be helpful. He sat his saddle with what seemed liquid ease, his dark hair blowing free, and his hands steady on the reins. He did not look like a man chafed by blisters in unmentionable places. If not for his concern for his wife, he might have enjoyed the commotion his outlandish beasts were causing on the roadway. "How do you know to start in Kentosani?" Hokanu asked as he drew rein along a forested stretch of roadway to give the horses a breather. Arakasi closed his eyes as he endured the jolt while his gelding responded to the jerk on the leading rein and shifted from a canter to a long trot and finally to a smoother walk. The spymaster sighed, knocked the censor away from his bruised ankle, and gave a sideways look that spoke volumes. But his voice held no disgust as he answered Hokanu's question.
"The Holy City is the only place in the Empire that already has Midkepians in residence, where Turul and even desert men walk about in native costume. I expect that our spice dealer wished to be conspicuous and then blend his trail into one more difficult to follow, so that we may find him, but not too soon. For I believe he has a master who gave him his orders concerning your lady, and that man, that enemy, will not want to keep his secrecy."
The spymaster did not add a second, more telling conjecture. Best not to voice his suspicions until he had proof. The 2 men rode on in silence beneath a canopy of ulo trees. Birds swooped from the branches at the sight and smell of the alien beasts. The horses switched at flies and ignored them. Hokanu's comfort in the saddle stayed deceptively at odds with the emotion he wrestled inside. At each bend in the road, under the shadow of every tree, he imagined threat. Memory haunted him of Mara's pale face against the pillow, and her hand so unnaturally still on the coverlet. Often, as he chastised himself for the worry that wasted his energy, he could not marshal his thoughts. He fretted in his warrior's stillness that he could do nothing more than provide horses to hurry Arakasi on his errand. The spymaster was competent at his art. Companionship, in all likelihood, hindered his work. Yet, had Hokanu remained behind, he knew the sight of Mara lying helpless would have enraged him.
He would have mustered warriors and marched against Jiro, and be damned by the Assembly's edict. A frown marred his brows. Even now he had to restrain himself from grasping his crop and lashing the animal under him. To give free rein to his inner rage, his guilt, and his pain, he would make the beast gallop until it dropped.
"I am glad you are with me,"
Arakasi said suddenly, unexpectedly. Hokanu recoiled from his unpleasant thoughts and saw the spy master's enigmatic gaze fixed upon him. He waited, and after an interval filled with the rustle of wind through the trees, Arakasi qualified,
"With you along, I cannot afford to be careless. The added responsibility will steady me when, for the first time in my life, I feel the urge to be reckless."
Frowning, self-absorbed, Arakasi regarded his bound hands. His knuckles flexed, testing the knots.
"Mara is special to me. I feel for her as I never did for my former master, even when his house was obliterated by his enemies."
Surprised, Hokanu said, "I did not realize you had served another house." As if wakened to the fact that he had shared a confidence, Arakasi shrugged.
"I originally established my network for the Lord of the Tuskai."
"Ah," Hokanu nodded. That stray fact explained much.
"Then you took service with the Acoma at the same time as Lujan and the other former Grey Warriors?"
The spymaster nodded, his intense eyes following every nuance of Mara's consort's bearing. He seemed to arrive at some inner decision.
"You share her dreams,"
he stated. Again, Hokanu was startled. The man's perception was almost too keen to be comfortable. "I want an empire free of injustice, sanctioned murder, and slavery, if that is what you refer to." The horses plodded on, making confusion of an approaching caravan as drovers and the reinsman of a cook wagon all started shouting and pointing. Arakasi's quiet reply cut without effort through the din.
"Her life is more important than both of ours. If you go on with me, Master, you must understand, I will risk your life as ruthlessly for her as I would my own."
Aware somehow that the spy master spoke from the heart, and that he was uncomfortable sharing confidences, Hokanu did not attempt a direct reply.
"It's time for us to move out again."
He thumped his heels into his gelding's ribs and dragged both mounts to a canter. The back alleys of Kentasani reeked of refuse and runoff from the chamber pots of the poor. Spymaster and Shinzawai Lord had left the horses in the care of a trembling hostel owner who bowed and scraped and stuttered that he was unworthy of caring for such rare beasts. His face showed stark fear as the pair left, and the stir the horses' presence caused among the hostel's staff masked Arakasi and Hokanu's departure. Every servant was still outside, along with every patron, staring and pointing at the Midkemian horses as stable hands, used to dull-tempered Nitra, fumbled with the much more active animals. In a change of roles, like irony, now the spymaster affected the upper hand, and Hokanu, wearing only his loincloth, played the part of a penitent on a pilgrimage as the priest's servant to appease the minor deity he had reputedly offended. They blended into the afternoon crowd. On foot, instead of carried in a litter, and for the first time in his life not surrounded by an honour guard, Hokanu came to realize how much the holy city had changed since the emperor had assumed absolute rule in place of the High Council. Great lords and ladies no longer travelled heavily defended by warriors, for imperial whites patrolled the streets to keep order. Where the main thoroughfares had generally been safe, if crowded with traffic, farm carts, temple processions, and hurrying messengers, the darker, narrow back lanes where the labourers and beggars lived, or the fish-ripe alleys behind the warehouses at the wharf, had not been a place for a man or woman to venture without armed escort. And yet, Arakasi had a knowledge of these dim byways, acquired years before Ichindar's abolishment of the warlord's office. He led a twisted path through moss-damp archways, between tenements too close-packed to admit sunlight, and, once, through the malodorous refuse-choked channel of a storm culvert. "Why such a circuitous route?" Hokanu inquired, in a pause when a shrieking mob of street children raced by, in pursuit of a bone-skinny dog. "Habit," Arakasi allowed. His smoking censer swung at his knee, its incense only a partial palliative against the assault of stinks from the gutter. They passed a window where a wrinkled crone sat peeling jamach with a bone-bladed knife. "That hostel where we left the beasts is an honest enough house, but gossip-mongers congregate there to swap news. I didn't wish to be followed. When we left there was an Akamchi servant on our tail. He saw the horses at the main gate and knew we were of the Acoma or Shinzawa households." Hokanu asked, "Have we lost him?" Arakasi smiled faintly, his slim hand raised in a sign of benediction over the crown of a beggar's head. The man was wild-eyed and mumbling, obviously touched to madness by the gods. With a twirl of the cord that spun the censer and clouded the air with incense, the spymaster replied, "We lost him indeed. Apparently he did not wish to soil his sandals in the garbage pit we crossed 2 blocks back. He went around and lost sight of us for a second, and we ducked through that culvert," Hokanu concluded, chuckling. They passed the shuttered front of a weaver's shop and paused at a baker's while Arakasi bought a roll and spread jam in zigzags across the buttered top. The bread seller attended another customer and waved to his apprentice, who showed the apparent priest and penitent into a curtained back room. A few minutes later, the bread seller himself appeared. He looked the pair of visitors over keenly and finally addressed Arakasi.
"I didn't recognize you in that garb."
The spymaster licked jam off his fingers and said, "I want news. It's pressing. A spice seller ostentatiously dressed and wearing metal jewelry. He had barbarian bearers. Can you find him?" The bread seller scrubbed sweat off his fat jowls.
"If you can wait until sundown, when we toss the dough scraps out for the beggar children, I could have an answer for you."
Arakasi looked irked. Too late. "I want the use of your messenger runner." Like sleight of hand, a twist of parchment appeared in his fingers. Perhaps the spymaster had hidden it all along in his sleeve, Hokanu thought, but he could not be sure. "Get this delivered to the sandal makers on the corner of Barrel Hoop Street and Tanner's Alley. The proprietor is Chimichi. Tell him your cake is burning." The bread seller looked dubious. "Do this," Arakasi said in an edged whisper that raised hairs on Hokanu's neck. The bread seller raised floury hands, palms out in submission, then bellowed for his apprentice. The boy left with the parchment, and Arakasi paced like a caged sarcat the entire interval he was gone. The leather worker, Chimichi, proved to be a whip-thin man with desert blood, for he wore sweat-greasy tassels with talismans under his robe. His lank hair fell into his eyes, which were shifty. His hands had scars that might have been made by a slip of the knife at his craft, but, more likely, Hokanu thought, from their number and location, by the skilled hand of a torturer. He ducked through the curtain, still blinking from sunlight, a roll decked with jam in the precise pattern of Arakasi's gripped in one fist.
"Fool!" he hissed at the priest. "You risk my cover, sending an emergency signal like that, and then summoning me here. The master will see you burn for such carelessness."
"The master will certainly not," Arakasi said dryly. The leather craftsman jumped.
"It's you yourself! Gods, I didn't recognize you in those temple rags."
Chimichi's brows knotted into a scowl worthy of his Suberian heritage.
"What's amiss?"
"A certain spice seller, decked with a gold chain and carried by Midkemian bearers." Chimichi's expression lightened.
"Dead,"
he said flatly.
His bearers with him. In a warehouse on Whetbroker's Lane. If the footpad who tried to exchange chain links for centis at the money changers can be relied on to tell the truth. But that such a man had gold at all belies the chance he fabricated his tale. Does the Imperial Patrol know about the corpses yet? Arakasi broke in. Probably not.
Chimichi laid his roll aside and rubbed a jammy knuckle on his apron. The deep-set, shifty eyes turned to the spymaster.
Ever see a money changer report what he didn't have to? The taxes on metals are not small these days, with our light of heaven needing to increase his army against the threat of the hard-line traditionalists.
Arakasi cut short the man's rambling with a raised hand.
Seconds count, Chimichi. My companion and I are going on to that warehouse to inspect the bodies. Your task is to stage a diversion that will occupy the Emperor's patrol long enough to see us in and out of the building. I don't want an Imperial White left free to investigate those murders before time.
Chimichi flipped back dark hair to reveal a grin and startlingly perfect white teeth. The front ones had been filed into points, deep desert fashion.
Kebachi, god of chaos!
He swore in evident delight.
It's been a long time since we had a good riot. Life was starting to get boring.
Yet, by the time he had finished his sentence, he was speaking to an empty room. He blinked, startled, and muttered,
"The man's mother was a damned shadow."
Then his face knotted in concentration. He hurried off about the business of turning an ordinary, peaceful day of business in the trade quarter into unmitigated chaos. Dusk fell, deepening the gloom in the already dim warehouse. Hokanu crouched beside Arakasi, a burning spill in his hand. Outside, shouts and the sounds of breakage echoed from the adjacent streets. Someone howled obscenities over the din of shattering crockery.
The wine merchant's stores, Hokanu murmured. In a very few minutes we're going to have company.
He paused to shift the rolled cloth spill, which had burned nearly down to his fingers.
The doors on this building were not very stout.
Arakasi nodded, his face invisible beneath his priest's cowl. His fingers moved furtively fast over the body of the bearer, which was well past rigor mortis and already starting to bloat.
Strangled, he murmured. All of them.
He slipped forward through the dark, while lines of bright light from wildfire or torches shone through the gaps in the wallboards. His concentration never wavered. Hokanu flinched as the flame in his hands crept lower. He shifted grip and lit the last wad of linen he could spare from his already scanty loincloth. By the time he looked up, Arakasi was searching the spice seller's corpse. The man's chain and fine silk robes were all gone, looted by the footpad Chimichi had mentioned. The illumination cast by the spill picked out enough details to establish that the man had not died by strangulation. His hands were contorted, and blind, dry eyes showed rings of white. The mouth hung open, and the tongue inside had been bitten through. Blood blackened the boards and his still combed and perfumed beard.
"You've found something,"
Hokanu said, aware of Arakasi's stillness. The spymaster looked up, his eyes a faint glint under his hood.
"Much."
He turned over the man's hand, revealing a tattoo.
"Our culprit is of the Hamoy tongue. He bears the mark. His posing as a man in residence across the rift speaks of long-range planning."
"Not Jiro's style," Hokanu summed up.
"Decidedly not."
Arakasi squatted back on his heels, unmindful of the bang of a plank striking the cobbles close outside the warehouse.
"But we are meant to think so."
Out in the night, a sailor cursed, and somebody else roared back in outrage. The din of an irate populace surged closer, overlaid by the horn call of one of the Emperor's strike leaders. Hokanu also had discarded the parchment with the Anasati seal as a plant. No son of Tecuma's, and no lord advised by a devil as clever as Chumaka would ever condescend to the obvious. "Who?" Hokanu said, the sharpness of his desperation cutting through. Every minute that passed increased the chance that he would never again see Mara alive. Memory of her as he had left her, pale, unconscious and bleeding, all but paralysed his reason. Can the Tong even be bought to do more than assassinate? I thought they took on their contracts in anonymity. Arakasi was once again busy sorting through the spice seller's underclothes. The fact they were fouled in death did not deter him, nor did the stench upset his thoughts. The telling word, I suspect, is contract. And does any hardline traditionalist in this empire have riches enough to toss golden chains to beggars just to make sure we have a trail to follow? His hands paused, pounced, and came up with a small object. Ah! Triumph coloured the spymaster's tone. Hokanu caught a glimpse of green glass. He forgot the stink of dead men, hitched closer, and thrust the spill toward the object that Arakasi held. It proved to be a small vial. Dark, sticky liquid coated the inside. The cork, had there been one, was missing. "A poison vial?" Hokanu asked. Arakasi shook his head. "That's poison on the inside." He offered the item for Hokanu to sniff. The odour was resinous and stingingly bitter. But the glass is green. Apothecaries generally reserve that colour container for antidotes. He glanced at the spice seller's face frozen in its hideous rictus. "You poor bastard. You thought you were being given your life at your master's hand." The spymaster left off his musing and stared at Hokanu. That's why Mara's taster never suspected. This man ingested the very same poison that she did, knowing it was a slow-acting drug, and sure that he was going to get the antidote. Hokanu's hand trembled and the spill flickered. Outside, the shouts reached a crescendo, and the snap and rattle of swordplay drew closer. "We must leave," urged Arakasi. Hokanu felt firm fingers close over his wrist, tugging him to his feet. "Mara," he murmured, in an outburst of uncontrollable pain. "Mara!" Arakasi yanked him forward. "No," he said sharply. "We have hope now." Hokanu turned deadened eyes to the spymaster. "What? But the spice seller is dead. How can you claim we have hope?" Arakasi's teeth flashed in fierce satisfaction. "Because we know there's an antidote. And the poison vial has a maker's mark on the bottom." He tugged again, hauling a numbed Hokanu toward the loosened board by the dockside through which they had originally made entry. "I know the apothecary who uses that stamp. I have bought information from him in the past." The spymaster bent and ducked out into the steamy, odorous dusk of the alley behind the fishmongers. "All we have to do is avoid this ruckus that Chimichi started for our benefit, find the man, and question him." Chapter 8. Interrogation. Hokanu ran. The streets were a bedlam of noise and fleeing citizens, with Arakasi a shadow among them, distinguishable only by his voluminously flapping priest's robe. Hardened to a warrior's fitness as he was, Hokanu was not accustomed to bare feet. After stubbing his toes on raised bits of cobblestone, sliding precariously through slime in the gutters, and, once, landing heel first on a broken bit of crockery, he would have welcomed even ill-fitting sandals, despite the resulting blisters. Yet, if Arakasi was aware of his difficulty, he did not slacken pace. Hokanu would have died rather than complain. Mara's life was at stake, and every passing minute made him fear that she might already be beyond help, that the hideous, slow-acting poison might have damaged her beyond healing. "Don't think," he gasped aloud to himself. "Just run!" They passed a pot-seller's stall,
the proprietor rushing about in his nightshirt, shaking a fist at passers-by. Arakasi pressed the Shinzawai to the right.
"Warriors," he murmured, scarcely out of breath. "If we go straight, we'll run right into them."
"Imperials?" Hokano obeyed the direction change, a grimace on his face as his toes squished through something that stank of rotted onions.
"I don't know," Arakasi replied. "The light plays tricks, and all I see are helmet plumes." He took a deep breath. "We won't stay to find out."
He ducked left into an alley yet more narrow and noisome than the last. The sounds of the riot were fading, replaced by the furtive skitter of rats, the dragging steps of a lame lamplighter on his way home from work, and the creak of a costermonger's cart being hitched to a bone-skinny Nidra. Arakasi drew up his hood and ducked into a moss-crusted doorway.
"We're here. Mind the portal. The arch is very low."
Hokano had to bend over to enter. Beyond lay a cramped courtyard, choked with weeds and what looked to be a physician's garden, overgrown with medicinal herbs. There was a fish pool at the centre, also overrun with weeds and sedges. Hokano stole a moment to wash his feet. The water was piss-warm and noisome. He wondered in disgust if people or dogs had used the spot for a privy.
"That was originally a cistern,"
Arakasi whispered, as if in answer to his thought.
"Kobach dumps his wash water in it by the smell."
Hokano wrinkled his nose. "What sort of a name is Kobach?"
"Turil," the spymaster answered. "But the fellow's no native of the highlands. By blood, I'd say he has more of the desert in him. Don't be deceived. He's smart, and he speaks as many tongues as I do."
"How many is that?" Hokano whispered back. But Arakasi had already raised his hand to knock at the plank that served Kobach as front door. The panel opened with a jerk that caused Hokano a start.
"Who's there?"
A gruff voice snarled from within. Unfazed, Arakasi said something in the gutturals of the desert tongue. Whoever he addressed tried to yank the door closed, but the stout wood jammed ajar as the spymaster shoved his censer in the opening.
"Let us in to see your master, skulking dwarf, or your tongue'll have out for your face,"
he said in a gutter Surani dialect used by thieves and beggars. His tone was one that Hokano had never heard from him, but that made his flesh crawl. The dwarf said something back that sounded like an obscenity.
"Not good enough,"
Arakasi replied, and, with a swift inclination of his head, invited his supposed penitent to help him storm the door. Frantic with concern for his wife, Hokano fell to with a will. He slammed his shoulder against the panel with such force that the dwarf was knocked backward, and the leather hinges burst inward. Over a boom of downed wood, Arakasi and Hokano fetched forward into what appeared to be a foyer, tiled in terracotta and decorated with frieze-work left over from times when the neighbourhood had been more prosperous. The dwarf was yammering in a mixture of languages that his fingers felt crushed and his head was bruised by the door bar, which had been kicked from its brackets and now lay in splinters on the floor. "It was rotten anyway," Hokano observed, scraping splinters from his shoulder. "In no condition certainly to keep out as much as a rat." A touch from Arakasi urged quiet. Hokano obeyed rather than bridle at the presumption. As a huge, toweringly muscled stranger in a robe embroidered in lee-birds entered, the Shinzawai noble's eyes widened.
"Desert blood, did you say?"
he murmured sotto voce. Arakasi disregarded the comment and instead said something in desert tongue to the dwarf, whereupon the creature stopped howling, scrambled to his feet like a hunted gazan, and fled through a nook in a side wall.
"Gods above!"
boomed the giant in the effeminate robe.
"You're no priest!"
"I'm glad you see that," said the spymaster. "It saves us unnecessary preamble."
He moved as though to push back his hood, and his sleeves fell back, revealing a crisscross of leather ties. The knife sheaths they secured were empty, their contents a silver flash in Arakasi's hand as he lowered his arms. Hokanu's gasp of surprise that Mara's spymaster should own weapons of precious metal was cancelled by a bull bellow from Korbach.
So, you're the one who killed my apprentice!
Arakasi licked his teeth. Your memory works well, I see. That's good. His knives might have been gripped by a stone statue, they were so steady. You'll recall, then, that I can strike you through the heart before you can think, let alone run. To Hokanu, the spymaster said, Unwind my belt and tie him, wrist and ankle. The giant drew breath to protest and quit at a twitch of Arakasi's wrist. Hokanu took the greatest care not to come between the two as he unknotted the priestly cincture. It was braided nidra hide and tougher than spun cordage. Hokanu tied the knots tightly, fear for Mara cancelling any mercy he might have felt for the man's comfort. A huge wooden beam braced the ceiling, with horn hooks inset for hanging the oil lamps preferred by the rich. They held only cobwebs now, but, unlike the leather loops used by the poor for the same purpose, they had neither rotted nor weakened. Following Arakasi's glance, Hokanu almost smiled in vindication. You wish him strung up by the wrists? At Arakasi's nod, the giant screeched in a tongue Hokanu did not recognize. The spymaster replied in equally guttural accents, then switched language out of politeness to his master. There is no help for you, Korbach. Your wife and that lout of a bodyguard you sent with her are detained. There is a riot going on, and Imperial Whites are out in force, barricading off the streets where she was shopping. If she is wise, she will shelter the night in a hostelry and return home in the morning. Your servant Mekre is currently hiding under the ale barrel in your back shed. He saw how your last apprentice died, and, as long as I am here, he will not dare to show his face, even to summon help for you. So, I ask, and you will answer, what the antidote was that should have filled the vial my companion will show you. Hokanu hauled the cord taut, half-hitched it secure, and produced the green flask retrieved from the dead trader in the warehouse. Already pale from having his arms wrenched upward, Korbach turned white.
I know nothing of this. Nothing.
Arakasi's brows rose. Nothing? His tone sounded regretfully mild. Ah, Korbach, you disappoint me. Then his expression hardened, and his hand moved fearfully fast. Steel arced in a blur across the room. The blade grazed past Korbach's cheek, shearing off a lock of greasy hair, and stuck with a thunk in the support beam. In changed intonation, Arakasi said, There are 3 ciphers in desert script on that vial. The hand is your own. Now speak! As the prisoner raised his chin for renewed denial, Arakasi interrupted. My companion is a warrior. His wife is dying of your evil concoction. Shall he describe his even more inventive methods of extracting information from captured enemy scouts?
Let him!
Korbach gasped, afraid but still stubborn.
I won't say!
Arakasi's dark eyes flicked to Hokanu. He gave a half-smile that was mercilessly cold. For your lady's sake, tell the man how you make prisoners talk. Grasping the spymaster's drift, Hokanu set his shoulder against the wall. As if he had all the time in the world, he described methods of torture, cobbled together from hearsay, old records found in the Minwanabi house as it was being cleansed for Mara's arrival, tales told to unsettle new recruits, and a few things he improvised. Since Korbach did not appear an imaginative man, Hokanu lingered with unholy relish over the grisly bits. Korbach began to sweat and shiver. His hands worked at his bonds, not out of hope of escape, but in mindless, desperate fear. Gauging his moment to a nicety, Hokanu turned to Arakasi. "What method should we try first, do you think? The heated needles or the levers and ropes?" Arakasi scratched his chin, considering. His eyes seemed to caress the alchemist's quivering body. Then he smiled. It was a smile that caused Hokanu to suppress a shiver. "Well," he drawled, his eyes were ice. "You want to know what I think?" Korbach bucked against his bonds.
"No!"
he said hoarsely.
"No! I'll tell you what you wish to know."
"We're waiting," Hokanu cut back. "I think that tapestry rod in the next room would serve very nicely as a lever, and I know where we can find those flesh-eating insects close by."
"Wait! No!"
Korbach screamed. "Then," Arakasi interjected reasonably, "you will tell us the recipe for the antidote that should have gone in this vial." Korbach's head twitched, frantic affirmative.
"Leaves of Sicily, steeped in salt water for 2 hours. Sweeten the mixture with generous amounts of red bee honey so your lady doesn't vomit the salty herbs. A small sip. Wait a minute. Another. Wait again. Then as much as she can take. The more she swallows, the faster she'll heal. Then, when her eyes clear and the fever leaves her, a small cup of the mix every 12 hours for 3 days. That's the antidote."
Arakasi spun to face Hokanu. "Go," he said curtly. "Take the horses and run for home. Any healer will have Sesali herbs in his stores, and for Mara, time is of the essence." Anguished, Hokanu glanced at the strung-up figure of Korbach, sobbing now in hysterical relief. "I will pursue his connections," Arakasi said urgently, and found himself addressing empty air. Hokanu had already disappeared through the broken door. Night air wafted through the opening, chilling Korbach's sweating flesh. Down the block, 2 drunken comrades reeled their way homeward, singing. Someone threw a pot of wash-water out of a window, the splash of its fall broken by a startled yelp from a street cur. Arakasi stood motionless. Unnerved by the silence, Korbach stirred in his bonds.
You are going to let me go?"
He finished on a note of crispness.
"I did tell you the antidote."
A shadow against the darkened wall, Arakasi turned around. His eyes gleamed like a predator's as he said, "But you haven't said who purchased the poison in the bottle disguised as an antidote." Korbach jerked against his bonds.
"It's worth my life to tell you that."
Cat quiet, Arakasi stepped up to his prisoner and wrenched the knife out of the beam. Of incalculable value in the metal-poor culture of Kelawan, the blade flashed in the dimness. The spymaster fingered the steel as if testing the edge. "But your life is no longer a bargaining point. What has yet to be determined is the manner of your death."
"No,"
Korbach whimpered.
"No, I cannot say any more. Even were you to hang me, and the gods cast my spirit off the wheel of life for dishonor."
"I will hang you," Arakasi said quickly, "unless you talk, that is certain. But a blade can do hurtful damage to a man before a rope is used to dispatch him. The question is not honor or dishonor, Korbach, but a merciful end or lingering agony. You know the drugs that can bring blissful death." Touching the tip of the knife to the fat of the prisoner's upper arm, he said, "And you know which drugs on your shelves make you writhe in torment before death. Drugs that heighten pain, keep you alert, and make time seem to pass slowly." Korbach hung from his wrists, his eyes huge with fear. Arakasi tapped his knife point, thoughtful.
I have all the time I need, but none I'm willing to waste listening to silence.
My wife,
began the desperate poison seller. The spy master cut him off.
If your wife gets home before you have told what I need to know, she will join you. Your bodyguard will die before he can cross the portal, and you will watch me test my methods on her. I will dose her with drugs to keep her conscious, then carve the flesh from her body in strips.
As the big man began to weep with terror, Arakasi asked,
Will your dwarf apprentice sack your house, or give you both an appropriate funeral rite?
Arakasi shrugged.
He'll steal everything worth selling, you know.
Looking around, he added,
Given your location and your clientele, I doubt anyone will be quick to report your murder to the City Watch. It's possible no priest will ever say a prayer for either of you.
Korbach snarled something unintelligible, and Arakasi stopped threatening. He stepped forward, grasped the hem of his captive's robe, and cut away a strip of fabric. The cloth was not silk, but the weave was fine, and ribbon embroidery adorned the hem. Arakasi expertly twisted the length into a gag. Before he could bind it over Korbach's mouth, the huge man gasped and pleaded,
If you gag me before your fiendish tortures begin, how can I give you what you wish, even if I were of a mind to talk?
Arakasi never paused, but jammed the cloth between the poison merchant's teeth. As the larger man bucked and twisted, the spy master tied the ends with knots as secure as any sailor's.
I am anything but a fool, he said, in a voice of velvet consonants.
Arakasi left the bound man to dash upstairs. He returned with several vials which he held before Korbach's eyes, one at a time.
Tai Gi root, to heighten perception and pain, he began. Powder from ground jinnab bark, which will keep a man awake for a week. Sinqua leaves, which will make time pass slowly. You will shortly discover that I know these as well as any healer. And I was instructed in the use of knives by an expert. You will not be permitted to scream when the agony starts, and if you wish to spare yourself pain and speak first, you have forfeited the chance already.
With a gentleness that inspired shudders, the spy master loosened Korbach's robe. He bared a hairy expanse of Satdrinker's belly to the night air, then turned away and disappeared briefly into the next room. Korbach thrashed against his bonds like a hooked fish. He stopped when he had exhausted himself and was hanging limp when Arakasi returned, bearing the oil lamp used to illuminate the desk when the hired clerk came to do the accounts, and the basket the day servant used for sewing. Mara's spy master placed these items on a small table which he lifted and set to his left. Then he removed the knife from his sash and squinted to check the edge for flaws. It being a metal blade, the razor sharpness of the weapon shone balefully perfect. The poison merchant moaned into his gag as Arakasi said, I will begin without using the drugs. You may imagine how this will feel after I administer them. He moved forward and, stroking carefully, opened the top layer of skin from his victim's navel slantwise toward his groin. Blood pattered onto the tiles, and Korbach gave a muffled shriek. He kicked and flopped. "Keep still," Arakasi cautioned. "I despise a messy job." His victim was in no position to heed, but the spymaster seemed not to care. His quick hand compensated for Korbach's jerks and jumps. He made another light cut and removed a triangle of skin which he tossed aside. Then he nicked through the fat layer beneath and, as if he were performing dissections at a physician's college, bared the muscle below. "Will you talk now?" Arakasi said conversationally. Korbach jerked his head in the negative. He was dripping sweat along with his blood, and his hair and beard were soggy. He moaned into his gag, but the look in his eyes stayed belligerent. Arakasi sighed. "Very well, though I warn you, the pain has hardly begun yet." His knife hand moved in utmost precision, and the muscle of his victim's abdomen parted. Korbach gave a muffled screech. Unheeding, the spymaster picked out the severed veins and tied them off with thread. Then his blade set to work on the bared entrails beneath, and the blood ran faster. The floor underfoot grew slippery as in a slaughterhouse, and the air took on the same reek. Korbach lost control of his bladder, and rank wetness added to the puddle. "Now," said Arakasi, his shadow straightening with him as he looked up into the poison seller's face, "have you anything constructive to say?" "No?" "Then I fear we will have to work next on the nerves." The knife dipped into living tissue, separated a nerve sheath, and scraped very gently. Korbach thrashed, unable to howl. His eyes rolled and his teeth pierced deep into the sour cloth of the gag. Then he fainted from the pain. Some dim time later, his head snapped back as a pungent aroma filled his nostrils. As he blinked away confusion, strong hands poured foul-smelling liquid between his lips, while clamping his nostrils closed, forcing him to swallow. Pain redoubled to blinding agony, and his mind became gripped by horrible clarity. "You will speak now," Arakasi suggested, "else I will continue this until morning." He wiped his sticky blade, fastidiously tucked it into his sash, and reached up to loosen the knots that prevented Korbach from speech. "Then, when your wife arrives, I will begin on her to see if she knows anything."
"Demon!"
gasped the wounded man.
"Devil! May you rot in body and mind, and come back next life as a fungus!"
Arakasi, looking bland, reached into the gore of his handiwork and tweaked. Korbach released an air-shattering scream. "The name?" The spymaster pressed, relentless, and words tumbled out of Korbach's mouth, giving him the name that he sought. "Ilakuli," Arakasi repeated, "a rumour-monger who can be found on the Street of Sorrowful Dreams." The poison seller gave a miserable nod. He had begun to sob, his face like yellow grease.
"I think he was of the Hamoy tongue."
"You think?" Arakasi sighed, as if correcting a child. "I know so."
"What of my wife?"
"The Tong may seek her out. That is a risk you knew when you agreed to sell to them. But I will be hours gone when she returns, so in that she is safe." Arakasi reached up very swiftly and cut Korbach's throat. He jumped back as blood sprayed, and his victim kicked his last in this life. Arakasi immediately snuffed the wick of the oil lamp. Merciful blackness fell and hid the carnage in the foyer. Arakasi worked on in the dark, his hands now trembling in spasms. He pulled Korbach's robe closed and tied the sash so that the young wife would not be greeted with the full grisly details of the night's events upon her return. The spymaster cut down the body and laid it in a posture of repose on the floor. About the blood he could do nothing. His earlier search for the lamp had revealed that the household kept no washwater to hand. He wiped his fingers as best he could upon a tapestry, a prayer mat being the only other choice that would serve for a towel. Then, in the corner of Korbach's bedchamber, he succumbed to his nerves at last. He knelt, clutching an unemptied nightjar, and vomited violently. He retched long after his belly was emptied. Then, unwilling to pass through the foyer again, he made his exit through a window. The streets were all but deserted, the riot long since quelled. A few stragglers hastened homeward, and more shadowy figures lurked in the darkened alleys. A shivering, bedraggled priest had nothing of value to rob. Arakasi was left alone. The night wind in his face helped to steady him. A brief stop by an ornamental pool in the entry of what was probably a brothel allowed him to rinse the rest of the gore from his hands. Blood was still crusted beneath his fingernails, but right now he lacked the stomach to use his knife to scrape them clean. He jogged, and to drive back the nightmares that lingered from Korbach's foyer, he turned his mind to the information he had sickened himself to win. Ilakuli he had heard of, and there was a man in the city who would know his whereabouts. Arakasi hurried into the night. Hokanu ran on foot. His 2 spent mounts jogged at his side on leading reins, their chests lathered and their distended nostrils showing scarlet linings. Fear for Mara's life kept him on his feet long after muscle and sinew were exhausted. He still wore the loincloth of a penitent. Of the clothing he had recovered from the inn, he had paused only to lace on his sandals. The rest he had stuffed into the roan gelding's saddlebags. Never mind that he looked like a beggar, half naked and coated with dirt and sweat. His sole concern was the recipe for the antidote that offered the last hope for his wife. Mist clung in the hollows, rendering trees and landmarks ghostly in the pre-dawn gloom. The prayer gate to Chochikan hulked up out of whiteness like something from the spirit lands ruled by Turakamu, god of the dead. Hokanu raced under its spindle arches, barely aware of the painted holy figures in their niches or the votive lamp left lit by a passing priest. He stumbled on, caring only that this gate marked the beginning of the end of his journey. The borders to the estate lay over the next set of hills and through a defile guarded by his own patrols. A runner would be posted there, along with a trusted officer and another man trained as a field healer. With any luck, he would have the herb for the antidote in his stores and every lord's kitchen stocked red bee honey. Hurting in every joint, and gasping in the extremity of exertion, Hokanu hoped the good God would forgive him for neglecting the prayer of passage the gate was intended to inspire. He lacked the breath for speech, and he knew if he stopped he would fall prone and pass out. Immersed in a misery of tiredness, Hokanu crossed through the arch into the pearly mists beyond. The horses sensed the ambush before he did. The big roan gelding ploughed to a stop, snorting, and the mare shied. Jerked forward by the sudden halt, Hokanu gasped in frustration. But the arrow fired from a thicket by the roadway missed him by inches, clattering harmlessly on the verge. Instantly, he banged the gelding with his elbow, sending it into a maddened pirouette. The snorting mare curvetted into its quarters, and the gelding let out a squeal and a kick. Hokanu snatched his sword from the saddle scabbard. Under cover of the milling animals, he doubled back into the arch of Chochikan's prayer gate. Hokanu dared not assume there would be only one ambusher. He offered a brief prayer to the good God that, whoever they were, they would not be familiar with horses from the barbarian world, for the beasts offered his only chance of staying alive. Still tied together by their leading rein, his mounts thrashed before the archway, the gelding determined to land a defensive bite or kick, and the panicked mare spinning, jerking and rearing in an effort to bolt. Hokanu chanced that no assassin born on Kelawan would dare those stamping, striking hooves to rush the archway and take him. The ambusher's only option was to flank him through the entrance on the other side, and, praise be to Chochikan, whatever dead Minwanabi lord had raised this offering to the god had spent with a lavish hand. The gate was massive, built of stone and timbers, with flying buttresses to support its great height. It had intricate carving, rare gilt spires, and a multiplicity of interior vaulting, niches, and prayer nooks. 6 archers could conceal themselves inside and seriously impede traffic. No doubt the real reason behind the ancient lord's gesture of devotion. Hokanu could only be grateful for such impiety now, as he left the shield of the frightened horses and climbed the fluted scrollwork. then hauled himself hand over hand along a beam below the rafters. He swung himself up and ducked into a nook behind a painted face of Felicity. Gasping slightly from overexertion, Hokanu pressed himself into the shallow shadow. He lay back against the side of the nook, eyes blindly open, while his body took in air. A moment passed like eternity. As the dizziness left him, the Shinzawai noble noticed that the face above him was hollow. The backside was built like an embrasure, with holes drilled through the eyes, from which a man in concealment could observe anyone who entered the prayer gate coming or going. Had Hokanu not been breathless and in deadly danger from an assassin, he might have laughed aloud. Within the Empire, not even religion was free of the game of the Council. Obviously, past Minwanabi lords had stationed watchers here to give warnings of arrivals to the estate, and also to spy upon traffic and commerce that chanced by upon the road. Whatever subterfuge had been launched from this place in the past, Hokanu seized the advantage of the moment. He grasped the support beam that held the mask in its niche, pulled himself up into its hollowed back, then looked out the eye-holes. The mare and the gelding still spun, now hopelessly entangled in the leading rein. One or the other had kicked a support post, for there was a hoof-shaped depression in one of the caryatids that supported the entry arch. Suddenly, the animals turned as one, the gelding with a snort. Both stared into the night, tense ears forward listening. Warned by the horses, Hokanu saw movement in the shadows beyond the prayer gate. Black-clad figures stalked there, spread out in flanking formation. The three in the lead carried bows. 2 more followed as rear guard, and, to the profound relief of the man they hunted, all of them scanned the prayer gate's crannies and corners at ground level. The mare sighted the men before the gelding. She flung up her head with such force that the rein snapped, and, with a whistling snort, she bolted back down the roadway. Fear drove her to a flat gallop, a horse's instinct guiding her back toward home and stable. The marauders in black leapt out of her path and reformed. The more phlegmatic gelding watched, ears and tail tautly lifted. Then he shook out his mane, rubbed an itch in his neck against the arm of the dented caryatid, and trotted a short distance away, dropping his nose to graze by the roadside. In the night-damp cavity of the prayer gate, all fell suddenly silent. Hokanu knew a stab of dismay. His starved lungs still laboured from his run, and an effort to quiet his breathing left him dangerously dizzy. Left with an ugly decision, he chose to be discovered and to fight rather than to pass out and allow enemies to take him unconscious. His 5 attackers heard him immediately. They stiffened like dogs pointing game and faced their quarry's hiding place. Then 2 slung their bows across their shoulders. The 3 others arrayed themselves in defensive formation, while the lead 2 began to climb. Hokanu turned his sword and flung it like a javelin. The weapon caught the bulkier man through the throat, piercing him down behind the breastbone through the heart. Silenced before he could scream, he fell with a dull thud that made the gelding start and look up. Hokanu was peripherally aware of the horse moving nervously around the pillar beyond the gateway. More immediately, he flung himself down and back into cover as 3 arrows whizzed toward his hiding place. One smacked wood with a thunk, while 2 others chiselled splinters out of the fortune mask's ear, and deflected on to embed themselves in the timbers behind. Hokanu grasped the knife he had kept hidden in his loincloth. He shoved back as far into the cranny as his size would allow, and reached up left-handed to wrench one of the arrows from the wood. A black-clad figure emerged, an outline against the dark bulk of the beams that braced the interior of the prayer gate. Hokanu's thrown knife caught him in the neck, and he toppled back with a gurgling sound. His companion was not fool enough to follow, but ducked, unslinging his bow. Hokanu saw the weapon tip gleam in the gloom. His skin prickled with his awareness that an arrow would soon fly to impale him. He flipped the shaft in his hand around in a position to stab, and prepared to rush the archer. A gruff voice called from below,
"Don't hurry! Keep him pinned, or Idzu will climb up the other statue and fire on him from above.
With a wretched, sinking feeling, Hokanu realized his cover would only protect from a sally from below. On either side, the towering likenesses of the god offered the perfect tactical advantage upon his position. Should he attempt to hide from whoever climbed, he would clearly be vulnerable to bow fire from below. Uglier and most cruelly final. Knowledge of the antidote that might save Mara would die with him. Arakasi would have no cause to doubt that he had made it through. Hokanu cursed the haste that had caused him to leave Kentasani without taking the extra minutes to assemble an escort. Even had he lacked the time to requisition soldiers from his father's or Mara's townhouse, he might at least have hired mercenaries. Any sort of armed backup might have foiled the assassin's ambush. But he had foregone the escort of warriors in favour of the speed he could make alone, mounted on the exotic kingdom horses. The creatures could outrace the swiftest runners, and Hokanu had placed his wife's peril ahead of his own. Now, Mara would pay for his folly. She would die, the last of the Acoma, never knowing how near the man who loved her had come to getting the antidote to her. As the furtive sounds of men moving reached Hokanu's ears, he cursed. Not one, but both of the surviving assassins were climbing the statues. He would be fired on from either side, and, given the bent of past Minwanabi minds, he did not put it past the dead lords to have placed concealed embrasures behind the other carvings in the prayer gate. He might be picked off without ever seeing his attackers. Desperate, cornered, and trembling with exhaustion and rage, Hokanu grasped the arrow that was his sole weapon. He prepared to rush the one man who held him pinned. He would die, but perhaps he could take another of his enemies to the halls of Turakamu with him. But, as he tensed to shove off from the wall, an arrow hissed out. He ducked flat, too late. The shaft smacked into his hip and embedded with a thump and dull agony into the bone. Hokanu's lips peeled back in a silent snarl of agony. Animal hurt and white-hot anger burned him to preternatural clarity of mind. He caught the shaft and snapped it off. The resulting agony caused him to recoil involuntarily. A second shaft cracked wood where his torso had been. Braced on one knee and weeping tears of pain, he scrabbled with bloodied fingers for some purchase point to hold himself upright. Shock made his leg useless, and the one not wounded seemed cramped. By some miracle, his hand closed over a smoothed end of wood that had been rounded to the form of a handle. Hokanu grimaced at the jolt. He used his last strength to haul his crippled body upright, and cried out as the handle turned with a creak and gave way downward. It was not fixed, he realized in panic. He barely heard the thunk as another arrow bit wood beside his ear. Overwhelmed beyond recovery, he felt himself sliding downward as a section of wall gave way. Of course, he thought, and in the rush of adrenaline that followed, he laughed aloud. The nameless old Minwanabi lord had built his spies an escape hatch, and he had accidentally discovered the release. The trapdoor opened outward, dragging him from darkness and a crossfire of enemy shafts into a dawn like a new pearl. His feet were snapped helplessly off the beam as the doorway gaped wide, leaving him hanging by the release lever in the air. The drop was nothing for a healthy man, a mere dozen feet, but with an arrowhead in his hip, Hokanu feared the shock of the fall might kill or cause him to faint. He flung away the useless arrow he was holding, kicked, wrenched, and scrabbled, but failed to gain a second handhold. His wound hurt mightily, and his eyes still watered maddeningly. A black-clothed warrior arrived behind the niche he had just vacated. He moved gloved hands, notched another arrow, and began a steady draw. Gasping, Hokanu looked down to see a ring of other enemies converging from the roadside. All that held them back from an open rush was the gelding, innocuously cropping grass with its reins trailing. The horse was harmless, but the assassins remained wary from the display of equine irritation they had just witnessed. The animal saw the approaching assassins and ambled away from them, until he stood directly below Hokanu. "Chocho-kan, bless you!" Hokanu half-sobbed. He let go. His stomach turned with the plunge, and the slam as his body struck the saddle all but undid him. The torment in his hip became eclipsed by the insult to his manhood. The gelding grunted, ripped up its head in astonishment, and stumbled to its knees under the impact. "Run, you meat for dogs!" Hokanu screamed, as much to relieve his own agony as to motivate the horse. He flung forward, gripping the mane in both fists. Though his seat was halfway out of the cantle, and one leg trailed down the gelding's flank, he pounded with the heel that still functioned and drove the horse to its feet. That moment, the archers began to fire. Struck in neck, shoulder and croup, the gelding bucked, but fortune still smiled on Hokanu. The movement threw him upward and allowed him to hook the saddle flap with his good leg, keeping his seat. The gelding exploded into a gallop toward home. The pounding threatened to shake Hokanu loose. He clung, dizzied and deafened by pain. His hand stayed locked white-knuckled in the horse's mane, and his blood dripped and flung away on the wind, mingled with that of his mount. He tried, but could not balance his seat. His lame hip prevented him from centering himself in the saddle. He had not come this far, he thought, with clenched teeth, only to spoil things by falling off. But, inexorably, he slipped to the side until his ankle dragged in the dust. He clung now by only his knee, and the gelding had begun to crow-hop. 1, 2, 3 gyrations, he hung on, and then his hands wrenched free, his body arced out into air, and was caught, roughly and unceremoniously ripped from the follow-through of inertia by a pair of gauntleted hands. "Damn!" Hokanu yelled, and struck earth. Agony tore from him a shattering cry. The air went black, then blindingly white, and he heard voices shouting. One of them was Lujan's. "Assassins!" he gasped out. "On my tail!"
"Already dead, my lord,"
said Mara's force commander crisply.
"Hold still, you're bleeding."
Hokanu forced his eyes open. The sky seemed to swim above him, incongruously green and clear of mist. Sunrise threw golden light on the faces of his own patrol.
"We saw the mare come tearing in riderless," someone was saying. "We assumed trouble on the road. Was Arakasi with you?"
"No," Hokanu gasped. "Kentosani. Just listen." And he managed through his pain to recite the recipe for the antidote that was the only hope to save Mara. With the practiced efficiency of a field commander, Lujan ordered his swiftest warrior to strip off his armour and run to the healer with the instructions Hokanu had just given. As the man hurried away, and through the exploding bustle of activity as escort was arranged, Hokanu clung grimly to consciousness. More men were sent for a litter to carry the lady's wounded consort back to the estate house, while Hokanu's vision swam from patchy black to painful sharpness. He heard cloth tear, felt air against his inflamed skin as Lujan bared his wound.
"My lord,"
said the Acoma force commander,
"you're going to need this arrowhead cut out very quickly if the flesh is not to suppurate."
Hokanu mustered a dogged breath.
"You will have nothing done with that arrow," he grated. "Not until I am back at my lady's side, and I have seen her restored by the antidote with my own eyes." "Your will, my lord."
The Acoma force commander arose, all brusqueness and hurry.
"Strike leader!"
he shouted to his sub-officer.
"Pick 4 men and make up a stretcher. My lord Hokanu would be at his lady's side as swiftly as possible."
Chapter 9. Miracle. The sky dimmed. Servants entered on quiet feet to close the screens and light the lamps in Mara's chamber. They finished their task and silently bowed to their mistress, who lay unmoving and wax-pale upon her cushions. Then they departed, leaving Hokanu alone with his vigil, in a quiet that ate at his nerves. 7 hours had passed since the antidote had been administered, and his lady showed no improvement. Her eyelids did not flicker in dreaming, and her breathing neither quickened nor changed. As twilight deepened beyond the screens, and the gloom encroached, isolating husband and wife in a one circle of lamplight, Hokanu knew doubt. What if Korbach had lied, had misled them by giving a false antidote? What if the ambush at the prayer gate had delayed his arrival those critical few minutes, and the medicine had reached Mara too late? What if the gods had turned against them, and all they did in life was made futile by a foregone conclusion of fate? The ache of his arrow wound and the unrelenting worry over Mara's condition wore Hokanu to distraction. Agonizing over the need to act, to do something where nothing more could be done, he reached out and gathered up Mara's hand. Was it his imagination? Or was her flesh a shade less clammy? Or was his own stressed body growing feverish and dry as the untended arrowhead in his hip began to fester? Doubts chased the tails of uncertainties, and to break the cycle of useless worry, Hokanu tried speech. "Mara," he began. The emptiness of the room only underscored his loneliness. "Mara." In vain he searched for something to say. But the words had all been said, the endless apologies, the affirmations of love. That petty politics should place at risk a woman who, by herself, held so much life within her served only to emphasize the fundamental wrongness of Sirani society. A wrongness Mara had dedicated herself and her Acoma line to change. Hokanu closed his eyes against tears, unsure whether his weakness stemmed from deep and heartfelt regret or from weakness inspired by his wound. How long he sat, unmoving, fighting emotions unworthy of the woman who battled against death on the mat, Hokanu could not have said. Except when he raised his head at the sound of the knock upon the door, the dark beyond the screens had deepened with the fullness of night. "Enter," he called, dizzied from the sudden move he had made at the interruption. He realized he had not eaten since the day before. Surely that was the cause. Lujan entered and bowed briskly. Although he would normally be off duty at this hour, taking his ease at the evening meal, tonight he still wore his armour and the plain sword he preferred for field service. Dusty, smelling of sweat, he straightened up, regarded the master with a penetrating stare, and compressed his lips into a line while he awaited permission to speak. Hokanu gave a listless wave. "Lord?" The tone of question was most unlike the Acoma force commander. Sure, a tactful inquiry concerning his own health would follow. Hokanu stiffened. His hand tightened over Mara's and he said crisply, "You have a report to make?" Lujan's chin jerked up at the reprimand.
I took the liberty of sending out a scouting detail under Force Leader Irilandi.
The former Minwanabi force commander had been detailing patrols over the hills beyond these estates for more years than Lujan had been alive. Hokanu nodded for the Acoma officer to continue. Lujan said,
"The patrol turned up a small force armed for a foray. There was a confrontation. Most of the enemy lie dead, but 2 were taken alive. One had a loose tongue. It would appear that the 5 archers who ambushed you were only advance scouts. They were sent to reconnoiter the roadway and select the site for a more decisive ambush. But they had not expected you to be mounted and traveling at such speed. They were caught off guard and had to improvise. The other men disguised as bandits, were not in place. And plainly, only the gods' favour spared your life.
Half muddled by discomfort from his wound, Hokanu nodded.
Did you find out who sent the murdering dogs?
Lujan hesitated before he replied. His eyes remained on the master, naked with worry as he hooked his thumbs in his baldric.
Jiro,
he snapped at last.
The proof is incontrovertible. The Anasati Lord was behind this.
Hokanu blinked to clear his head.
Then he will have to die.
No, husband. You must not even voice such a notion. How can we go against the edict of the Assembly of Magicians?
Murmured a weak voice from the cushions. Both Lujan and Hokanu whirled around. Mara's eyes were open and lucid in her drawn face. Her fingers tightened shakily inside her husband's grip.
How can we kill Jiro when the Great Ones have forbidden our blood feud?
Thank the good God! Hokanu exclaimed. He bent over his wife and kissed her cheek, though the motion left him dizzy.
Beloved, how do you feel?
Annoyed?
Mara confessed.
I should have known better than to taste that chocolate. My greed to gain a trade monopoly nearly became my undoing.
Hokanu stroked her hand.
Rest now. We are lucky to have you with us.
Mara's brow puckered into a frown.
The baby? What has become of our son?
But the anguish on Hokanu's face told her all she needed to know. She braced herself and closed her eyes.
2 sons,
she whispered.
2 sons dead, and we can spill no blood in retribution.
The phrase seemed to exhaust the last of her resources, for she drifted away into sleep, a flush of anger still staining the pallor of her cheeks. Servants descended in force upon the sick chamber the instant the lady stilled into slumber. A healer with a satchel of remedies directed them to air Mara's bedding and to turn down the wicks in the lamps. Lujan did not wait for orders, but stepped forward, caught Hokanu in his strong arms, and lifted the master bodily from Mara's side.
Force Commander!
Snapped the Shinzawai irritably.
I can walk on my own, and as of this moment you are dismissed.
For answer, he received Lujan's most disarming grin.
I am my lady's man, Master Hokanu. Tonight, I will take no orders from a Shinzawai. If you were one of my warriors, I would forbid you outright to move with such a wound. And, truth to tell, I fear my lady's wrath the more. I will have you off to visit the surgeon to have that arrowhead removed. If you were to die of Jiro's plots while Mara slept, that would be doing her no service.
His tone was almost insolent, but his eyes spoke heartfelt thanks to the man who had saved the woman who was paramount in both their lives. The surgeon set aside blood-stained instruments, looked up from his work, and met Lujan's eyes. Lamplight burnished the sweat-streaked planes of his face to reveal a strained expression.
No, their light is quite sufficient, he said hoarsely. I can see well enough to work.
Then the prognosis is not good,
Lujan whispered back. His hand stayed steady and firm on Hokanu's leg, an assurance to the injured man as much as a restraint to keep an inopportune flinch from disrupting the healer's touch. Dosed with sah wine, laced with a narcotic herb to dull pain, Hokanu might not realize where he was or what was happening well enough to hold his honor and keep motionless. Still, No matter how muddled the consciousness of a man became, his spirit would remain aware. If the news was going to be bad, Hokkanu's wall, his inner self, did not need to hear before he was sufficiently recovered to maintain self-control. Yet, either Lujan's words were not quiet enough, or the wounded man was unwilling to relinquish consciousness enough to be spared. Hokkanu weakly raised his head.
If there is something wrong, I'll hear of it now.
The healer wiped his hands on a cloth. He mopped his brow also, though his infirmary was not hot. He turned worried eyes to Lujan, who nodded, then looked back at Mara's consort.
The arrowhead is removed, Master, but it was deep into the bone, and your attempts to move and run caused much damage. Tendons and ligaments are severed, some frayed beyond my skills to sew back.
He did not add that the wound was deep and the lacerations invited infection. He would pack the tears with poultice, but that was all he could do.
Are you telling me I won't walk again?
Hokkanu's voice did not quaver, but held only the sharpness of command. The healer sighed.
You will walk, Master, but you will never lead a charge onto a battlefield again. You will limp, and your balance will be compromised. In combat, any competent enemy would see your lameness and kill you easily. My lord, you must never don armor again.
He shook his grey head in sympathy.
I am sorry. That is the best I can promise.
Hokkanu turned his face toward the wall, utterly still. Not even his hands tensed into fists. His rage or his pain stayed hidden. But Lujan, who was a warrior, also knew his mind, that he was yet his father's heir, and had stood as Shinzawai force commander. It was an ill thing for a man in line for the mantle of a great house to become a cripple. Lujan noticed the barest tremor in the sinews under his hands. He felt his heart wrench, but dared not offer sympathy, for fear that Hokkanu's desperately held dignity would break down. And yet the man that Mara had married showed once again the sternness of his fibre.
Get on with your work, healer, he said. Sew up what you can, and, for the love of the gods, give me no more medicinal wine. I would be aware when my lady wakes, and not half out of my head with self-pity brought on by drink. Shift the lamp, then, muttered the surgeon. I'll have this over with as quickly as may be. Good servant. In that I may be of assistance,
said a quiet voice from the doorway. The surgeon started in surprise, his hand half extended toward his tray of instruments. Lujan all but released hold of Hokkanu's leg in his initial annoyance.
I told the guard of this corridor that the master was not to be disturbed for any reason.
He half turned, drawing breath to dress down the lax shoulder, and checked, appalled. The wizened man in coarse brown robes who stood at the edge of the lamplight was no servant, but a priest of Acoma, the god of healing. Lujan had seen his like once before, on the day Kyoke's life had been saved from multiple battle wounds and a leg amputation gone septic. He recognized the stranger's order by the shaved semicircle at the back of his head, and by the intricate braid that trailed from his nape. Mindful of how difficult it was to gain the services of such a priest, Lujan bowed as deeply as the lowest scullion to atone for his thoughtless address.
Forgive me, good priest, for my ill manners. In my mistress's name you are welcome here. My brutish behaviour a pitiful reflection on the honour of this house.
The priest stepped forward, silent on bare feet. His sun-browned face showed no affront, but only deepest sympathy as he touched the warrior's shoulder.
With master and lady both hurt, you would be a poor guardian if you did not seek to spare them from intrusions.
Lujan spoke with his face still pressed to the floor.
Good priest, if you have come to help, my feelings are of no consequence before the needs of my master and lady.
Now the priest frowned, a fearful expression on a face that habitually was serene. His hand tightened in surprising strength, and he raised Lujan from his posture of submission.
On the contrary, he snapped, the spirit and the feelings of any man are equal in the sight of my God. You are forgiven your lapse of manners, worthy warrior. Go now. Leave me to my business with your master, and mind your post by the door with all vigilance.
Lujan snapped the priest a salute, hand over heart, and stepped out as ordered. The surgeon gave a hasty half-bow and made as if to follow, but the priest waved for him to stay as he stepped to Hokkanu's bedside.
My novice is but a boy, and too tired from travel to assist. He sleeps, and if I am to be of service to my God, I will need help.
The priest set down his satchel. He took the sick man's sweating fingers into his own and looked into Hokkanu's eyes.
Son of my God, how are you?
Hokkanu inclined his head the best he could manage for courtesy.
I do well enough. Blessings of your God, and Chochokan's favor for guiding you to this house.
He drew a difficult breath and forced his voice steady over his pain.
If I may presume, I would ask that you look after my lady. Her need is greater than mine.
The priest pursed his lips.
No, I say not.
He held up a hand forestalling Hokkanu's protest.
And it is my judgment to make. I have seen the good servant already. I travelled here in answer to her need, for her sacrifice and her love for her people are recognized by the followers of my God. But she is mending well enough without Hantokama's blessing. You brought the antidote in good time.
Hokkanu closed his eyes, his relief palpable. I am grateful to hear she will be well again.
She will be well.
The priest paused, his face suddenly careworn. As if he chose his words carefully, he added,
But you should know, as her consort, that she will bear only one more child. The poison caused damage, and that was the best the healing powers of my God would allow.
Hokkanu's eyes flicked open, black in the flicker of lamplight. His warrior's composure held, and nothing of his anguish leaked through, that his lady could not have the many children she craved to secure both her line and his also.
That is enough, then, good priest.
A silence fell over the chamber, with the surgeon standing motionless in respect for his master's feelings. The hiss of the oil lamp blended with the whisper of the breeze beyond the screen, and, farther off, the tramp of a warrior answering the change of the watch. With summer past, the amphibious creatures were silent on the lake shore. Only insects sang in the soft warmth of the night. Out of that stillness and the peace that ruled the late hour, the priest of Hantokama spoke.
Master Hokkanu, that is not enough.
The eyes of Mara's consort focused with an effort through the dulling effects of drugged wine. He looked at the slender, wizened little priest and pulled himself half upright.
What more would you ask of me that I have not already given?
The priest of Hantokama sighed and returned a thin smile.
It is that you have given too much, son of my God. Your love and devotion to your lady consume all that you have and all that you are. For her, the heir to the Shinzawai has risked the wholeness of his leg, and for her, he would lay down his life to spare her own. I say, as the voice of my God, that this is too much.
Now Hokanu's cheeks flushed red in anger.
What honor would I have if I saved myself before Mara?
The priest pressed him back against his cushions with a touch that was gentle but firm.
She does not need your rescue,
he said, inarguably blunt.
She is servant of the Empire and lady of the Acoma. She has her own strength. She needs you as confidant and companion beside her, not as a shield before her.
Hokanu drew breath to argue. The priest gave him a sharp shake that made him gasp in discomfort.
You are no less than she in the eyes of this empire and my God. The continuance of this nation and the better life for all promised by the light of heaven rely upon you as heir to the house of Shinzawai as much as on her. You are a major player in this changed game of the council. This you must understand.
Too weakened to argue, Hokanu sank back.
You sound as if you know the future, he said tiredly. What is it you see that we do not?
But the priest would not say. Instead, he stepped from Hokanu's shoulder and laid his hands on the flesh at either side of the wound on Hokanu's hip. Softly, firmly, he addressed the surgeon.
Open my satchel, good healer. If this man is to rise without a limp, there is a long night's work ahead, and a need to invoke the blessing of my God.
Word of the ambush against Hokanu and the certainty of Mara's recovery caught up with Arakasi on a river barge bound downriver from Kentasani. The messenger who brought the news arrived just past dawn during a stop to load fresh fruit. He boarded with the slaves carrying the baskets of jamach and slipped unobtrusively forward to the huddled mass of deck passengers, who bought their comfortless passage for a centi each. The barge was crowded with 3 families of migrant fruit pickers, 2 scabby beggars who had been run out of Kentasani for plying their craft without license from the Emperor, and a guild runner with a swollen ankle bound south to ask charity of an uncle while his injury healed. Arakasi was seated between 2 lashed casks, his dark hood drawn over his face. Since he was as dirty as the beggars, and looked as shifty as a street thief, the peasant mothers, with their fretful infants and gaggle of skinny children, had given him wide berth. The newcomer found enough space to squeeze down beside him and whisper news from the Acoma estate. Eyes closed, head lolling against a barrel, the spymaster appeared asleep. He had charcoal under his fingernails and an untended scab on his chin. He smelt as though he had not bathed in a 7-day, but his ears heard well. After a moment through which he thought furiously, he grumbled sleepily, rolled on his side, and returned the barest breath of a whisper.
I will not be getting off at the river fork. Tell the connection there to convey my regard to our master and mistress. If I am needed, have the net ask after me from the jewel setter adjacent to the trophy stuffer's shop in Sulankur. You'll know the place by the Harolth skull on the signpost.
The messenger touched the spymaster's wrist in confirmation. Then he made a noise of disgust, leaned over toward the nearest of the passengers, and began to proselytize for an obscure priesthood of Lulandi, god of farmers.
"Be off, pest!"
snapped the bothered victim.
"I don't love vegetables, and the flies are bad enough on this journey without your carping on top of them."
The messenger bowed, carelessly banging an elbow into the knee of a peasant wife. She cursed him, lashed out a foot, and caught him a blow in the shins. The disturbance brought the attention of the barge master.
"Hey there! Mind you stay quiet, or I'll heave the lot of you overboard."
The farm wife returned loud protest.
This scum is here soliciting! And did you get a coin for his passage, anyway?
The barge master scowled, tramped forward, and peered at the prostrate man the farm wife pointed her calloused finger at.
"You, vermin-carrying, sores-ridden wretch! Have you a centie to pay for your space?"
The barge master held out his hand, sweating in his annoyance. The man he singled out muttered pitiably,
"Oh, for the goodness of Lalonde's blessing, I ask that you let me stay."
The barge master scowled and snapped his fingers.
"I'll show you Lalonde's blessing."
At his signal, 2 polemen arose from their resting place by the rail. Muscled like wrestlers, they came forward on bandy legs and bowed before their master.
"Heave him off,"
the barge master ordered in disgust.
"and none too gently either, since he thought to stow away."
Identical grins spread across the faces of the polemen. They grabbed their victim by the wrists, raised him, and tossed him over the side. He landed with a smack and a splash of dirty water that all but swamped the fruit seller's dugout, tied alongside for the transfer of goods. The slaves whacked him away with their paddles, and the barge crew, the deck passengers, and bystanders gathered on the shore all laughed as the wretch kicked free of the strangling folds of his cloak and swam like a river rodent for dry land.
"Lalonde's blessing indeed,"
harumphed the barge master. He whirled his mind back on business and stepped over a snoring Arakasi without so much as a glance. 2 days later, Mara's spymaster disembarked in Sulenque. He made his way across the riverfront, unobtrusive in the noon shadows. The streets were nearly deserted, the shops closed in siesta. What few loiterers were about either slept in the shade of the window awnings and balconies or poked through the refuse in the gutters in search of a crust to eat. Arakasi made his way to the House of 7 Stars, a brothel that catered to wealthy nobles with odd tastes. There, under a back-door arch adorned with kissing cherubs, he knocked in a prescribed sequence. The panel opened, and an immensely fat woman hung with beads and kokara necklaces pulled him inside.
"Gods,"
she murmured, in a voice as deep as a man's,
"do you always have to come here smelling like a sewer? We have clients upstairs who might be offended."
Arakasi flashed a grin.
"Now, Bubara, don't tell me you've used up all the bath water with the kakali leaves and citrus so early in the day."
The madam grunted through her nose.
"Hardly. The girls and boys have to smell sweet."
She twitched a flabby arm through a curtain, and a naked, deaf-mute child with skin the colour of chochola beans scurried out and bowed before her. She motioned toward Arakasi and nodded. The little boy looked at the dirty visitor, cocked his head to one side, and grinned in delighted recognition. Unmindful of the smell, he took the charcoal-marked hand and led the spymaster off. Arakasi tousled the boy's hair and from some hidden pocket produced a choja-made candy. The boy smiled, showing a pathetic expanse of gums where teeth should have been at his age. He made soft moans of pleasure and bowed his forehead to his fists repeatedly as a gesture of thanks. As an afterthought, Arakasi added 2 shell coins.
"Somebody should buy you some clothing,"
he muttered, and caught the boy by the elbow, tugging him upright as he made to prostrate himself on the floor. He patted the boy again on the head and waved him off, as he had been this way many times and knew which room he sought. He moved off down the corridor, touched a section of carving that unlatched a hidden door, and climbed the narrow, shadowy stair beyond to a cubbyhole under the eaves, while, behind him, the little boy clutched his treasured gifts and grovelled upon the pretty carpets for long unnoticed minutes. In the cramped chamber, under the heat of shingles ablaze under the noon sun, Arakasi picked from an assortment of carry-boxes and chests which held garments of all types, from beaded, glittering robes to field workers' smocks. He selected an orange and purple livery and a dusty pair of sandals with a hole in the toe of the left one's sole. Then he bundled his unwashed robes in another chest that held what looked to be beggar's rags, and, clad in nothing but his dirt and a soiled loincloth, made his way back downstairs to avail himself of the madam's bath. An hour later, he was on his knees in the offices of the Moneylenders' Guild, a scrub brush and bucket in hand. Afternoon trade had resumed, and if he spent overlong cleansing the tiles around the desk of the clerk by the aisle, no one commented. Merchants tended to kick him out of their path as they came and went, particularly if repayment of their loans was behind schedule, or if their need for credit had resulted from misfortune, a caravan load lost to bandits, or a silk shipment spoilt by damp weather. Arguments tended to flare in the heat of afternoon, and no one noticed that the servant muttered under his breath as he scrubbed the tiles. Except the clerk, who, as he copied rows of figures, held his head tilted to one side. "Have the tracking, dog-dung," Arakasi grumbled. "Should be a law against letting the pets of the ladies defecate in the streets." He sniffed, cursed his aching back, and, in exactly the same sing-song tone, added, "Offends my nose, it does. And did you notice whether the red boy took out any notes that might have been for blood money? Crap in the washwater again, and I'm tired of refilling my bucket." The clerk scrubbed sweat from his brow, picked a slate off a corner of his desk, and made a notation. Then he shuffled it into another stack, smeared with erasures and chalk dust, and lashed out with a foot, catching the floor scrubber a hard blow in the ribs. "Here, you! Clean these!" Arakasi tugged his forelock and pressed his nose to the wet tiles. "Your will, master, your will." He accepted the pile of slates, shuffled off to fetch a rag, and began the appointed task. His muttering continued, the inflection even as ever as he came to the slate with the blurred notation. At the sight of the figures there, with dates noted in code to one side, he could barely keep his wipe rag steady. 3 flicks of his wrist, and the slate was empty, the figures and dates committed to memory. His appearance remained innocuously bland, but his heartbeat doubled. For Red Boy was his code name for Anasati, and the clerk a carefully placed agent. The numbers exchanged had revealed large sums in metal taken out by the Anasati first advisor. They had not been for trade purposes, those the Hedonra would have signed for, and most would have been in notes to merchants that handled regular transactions. One of the sums had been borrowed just before the time of Arakasi's near-disastrous exposure in the silk warehouse. Could the events have been connected? And the other 2, recently dated, might have been payments to the Hamoy Tong, blood money for specified assassinations. Arakasi polished the last slate and shuffled back to the clerk's desk. He resumed mopping the floor and roundly cursed when the clerk tossed a bit of Thizer paper at the waste bin and missed. The crumpled bit of scrap landed on Arakasi's cleaned tiles. He retrieved it, bowed obsequiously, and deposited it within the waste barrel. But a second scrap of paper, twisted inside, remained in his palm and vanished into a fold of his loincloth. He endured the cuffs and blows of the merchants as he scrubbed his way across the aisle until he reached Haven in a far corner. Just before closing time, when voices were loudest and tempers most frayed, an ostentatiously dressed merchant stopped by the desk of the clerk who was Arakasi's agent. He flicked a swift glance about the shop, saw that all on the floor were occupied, and made an inquiry. The apparently flustered clerk dropped his chalk. Arakasi dipped his scrub brush into his bucket and started on a new section of floor, but his bent head was angled so that he caught a clear view of the exchange at the clerk's desk, under his arm. The two men spoke for a few minutes. Shell counters changed hands, invisibly to anyone who happened to be standing, but not to a servant bent down on the floor. The merchant glanced to left and right, his eyes bright with exhilaration. Arakasi, muttering, repressed a frown. "Where have I seen that man before?" he thought. "Where?" And in time the answer came to him who was adept at separating details from circumstance, no matter how incongruous they might have seemed. He knew with a thrill of excitement that the man dressed as the gaudy merchant was none other than Chumaka, the Anasati first advisor.
"Chochokan's favour," he grumbled. "Damn floor goes on forever."
He dragged his bucket to one side, half blocking the doorway that led to the privy. A moment later, he was rewarded by another blow in the ribs as the clerk who hastened to nature's call tripped over him.
"Damn you for a wretch!"
He bent to deliver another punitive blow, and, between curses, said breathlessly,
"The merchant wanted to know if anyone had made inquiry into the Anasati accounts. I told him several shifty and questionable men had offered me bribes to that effect, just to make him worry."
Arakasi choked back a grin and pressed his face to the floor in a slave's bow of apology.
"Sorry, sir, master, I'm sorry."
"That's damned interesting news."
"Forgive me for my clumsiness, I beg you."
You aren't forgiven,
shouted the clerk.
Get out on the street and scrub the stoop. And make sure no street bats have made water on the pillars on the alley side while you're at it.
Arakasi bowed and scraped and backed hastily out of the door. But, though he detailed his sharpest squad of street children to seek out the merchant's trail, no trace of Chumaka could be found. By sundown, Mara's spymaster was forced to concede the man's cleverness. It also left him worried. He felt cold to discover a man who could match his skills at subterfuge in the camp of an enemy. For not only was Jiro sworn to destroy Mara, he was the most dangerous member of the traditionalist faction that sought to bring down the emperor. Others might be more public in their opposition, but Arakasi had no doubt that Jiro sought advantage by letting others voice his desires. What progress had been made to change a governance fallen to stagnation and decay remained threatened. As evening fell, Arakasi hastened through darkening streets toward the House of Seven Stars. He must go there and shift identity, then return to his mistress straight away. For although he had run into a dead end in his lead to root out the Hamoy Tong, he had other disquieting news to report concerning political affairs within the empire. Still more upsetting was his chance discovery that Chumaka, first advisor to Jiro of the Anasati, had somehow discovered a need to guard his tracks. Which of his agents, Arakasi wondered in anxiety, had been found out? Chapter 10. Interval. Mara fretted. The debilitating effects of her poisoning passed too slowly for her liking. 2 months since the event, and still she was too weak to travel. She regarded the afternoon sunlight that striped the carpet in her study and frowned. She ought to be in the Holy City, attending the semi-annual convocation of the Emperor's advisers. Frasai of the Tommagu, the imperial overlord, had lost his health. Some whispered in corners that he was becoming senile. The rumours were baseless, but even in his vigorous years as clan war chief, the lord of the Tommagu had ruled with an uncertain hand, trying to please divergent factions. Mara worried. With Frasai's authority crumbling, and the Imperial Chancellor, Hokanu's father, Komatsu, hampered on all sides by traditionalist attacks that threatened not only his own prosperity, but that of his allies and supporters, this autumn's meeting could easily become a battleground. The bloodier days when the game of the council had been played under the rule of a warlord were still too recent to be forgotten. Mara hit her thin fist on her writing desk in an unwonted display of frustration and arose to pace. That she was too weak to walk without the aid of a cane made her flush with annoyance. The servants who attended her needs, and even the runner boy by the doorway, turned their faces away from the emotions that played with embarrassing plainness across their lady's face. But today she was too exasperated to waste effort keeping up a proper Surani facade. Kevin the Barbarian, had he been there, would have teased her for that. Mara felt a pang in a place she had thought hardened over with callous.
"Damn the man,"
she muttered, and banged down her cane for emphasis. A gentle voice chided from the doorway. "The Empire won't fall apart just because its favourite servant is too unwell to go to council." Clad in little more than an overrobe dampened from sweat from his arms practice, Hokanu stepped in, the limp in his stride nearly gone. As Mara rounded on him in a fury, he caught her wrists. She had no strength. His fingers could circle her bones like shackles. She was so thin, and he had to take care not to bruise her. He spoke again with a firmness that of necessity he withheld from his grip. "My lady, Lord Hopara will have things well in hand. The council will not go to pieces because you're not there." She looked up, her eyes snapping. After a moment she said, "Stop treating me as though I were made of glass. You and I know the traditionalists will be vicious in their plotting, and not half of what happens will take place in the council chamber. Bargains will be made, terms set, and conditions agreed upon, and many who would otherwise act with caution will not, because I am not there." Hokanu smiled, freed one of her wrists, and straightened a fallen wisp of her hair. As he wound it back under what he guessed was the correct jade pin, he hid his pain that her dark locks had lost their shine, and her skin no longer had the lustre of Kokara shell. Her dancer's litheness had gone, through her weeks in a sickbed. She still looked peaked, and not even Lujan could get her to rest through the heat of the afternoons. "Imperial politics aside, pretty bird, I have taken the liberty of assembling your maids. You have a visitor."
"Dear gods! State clothing!"
Mara's fury changed course towards annoyance.
"I'll suffocate!" "Whose father has come this time, hoping to touch my robe hem to gain the luck to find auspicious husbands for his 5 ill-favoured daughters?"
Hokanu laughed, clasped her waist, and lifted her wholesale into his arms. "How bitchy we are today! Did you know that Jikan was approached by a merchant who offered him metal for your cast-off clothing? He wanted to sew the rags into ribbons to sell for souvenirs." Mara stiffened in affront.
"Jikan didn't tell me that."
"He knew," Hokanu began, and grunted as the wraith-like woman in his arms caught him in the diaphragm with an elbow. He shifted her out of reach of a stiffening bruise gained at sword drill, and manfully continued speaking. "Your Hadonra didn't tell you. He knew you'd ask to have the poor man whipped off the estates, and he deemed that inappropriate hospitality even for a rude schemer." As her husband stepped into the hallway, Mara said a word that certainly would have tarnished the reverent image of her held by the commoners. Then she poked her husband in the arm.
"So, who is this visitor that Jikan and you have decided it's safe for me to see?"
A grin spread across Hokanu's handsome face. "You'll want your makeup." It's Lady Isashani of the Zacatecas.
Here!
Mara's voice was shrill with dismay. She reached up and worriedly began to pat at her hair. Since that was the first moment anyone had seen her have a care for her personal appearance since her miscarriage, Hokanu silently thanked the provocative beauty who waited in Mara's best sitting room. Maybe after today, the lady of the Acoma would hear sense and stop spending the reserves she needed for healing on frazzled nervous energy. The healing priest had judged that the antidote had rescued Mara from the very gates of the Red God's Hall, and that with rest and a calm mind, it would take 3 months for her bodily recovery, then another to regain her full strength. But Mara's emotional state after the death of another baby and a near miss on her own life had been anything but restful. Hokanu feared it would be longer than 3 months before his wife became her former self. An emphatic squirm from his wife reminded Hokanu painfully that her fitness had not been the only one to suffer. If he did not sweat through a hot bath, and soon, he was going to be wretchedly stiff. She interpreted his grimace as she was wont to do.
You must not be long at your bath, dear man. If Isashani's come, there will be subtleties and intrigues about her as thick as perfume. It will take a handsome face to flatter the information out of her. And since I am not male and a favourite of hers, you are placed on your honour as Acoma consort to attend.
Hokanu was neither so tired from his exercise nor so deaf to nuance that he did not hear the underlying fear in his lady's voice. "What troubles you, lady? Normally you would be delighted by a visit by Lady Isashani." Mara looked up at him, her eyes black in the thicker gloom of the hallway.
The great game, she murmured. It turns too often toward bloodshed. And once more there are rumours of a plot against the Emperor.
Hakanu's face went hard. "I'll be there, but after my bath, and after you women have a chance to renew your acquaintance." Dangerous politics might be the reason behind the Zacatecas Dowager's visit, but Hokanu was damned if he would forfeit the chance to have Mara benefit from the former ruling lady of the Zacatecas' shrewd insight and wit. Mara looked like a lost waif in the enveloping weight of her finery. She entered the sitting room with small, demure steps, not for the sake of dainty appearance, but because of weakness. The lustre of her emeralds and jade outshone her eyes, and the bow she gave the tall woman who awaited her presence in purple and gold robes was of necessity shallow and brief. Prolonged obeisance of any form would have seen her on her knees on the floor, and stubborn pride prevented her from having a serving man along to steady her. Lady Isashani of the Zacatecas arose from her cushions in a sweep of fine silk and perfumes. Her eyes were rich brown and exotically slanted. Her hair had silver mixed in with its auburn, and the Thizer powder she had used to burnish her distinctive cheekbones must have been mixed with sparkling bits of ground shell. The effect glittered with tiny points of light, and enhanced the milk and rose skin that had retained its glow of youth as if by a magician's spell. Renowned for her beauty, feared for her shrewdness, and acknowledged as a matchless manipulator, the Dowager Lady of the Zacatecas hurried forward and supported Mara's elbow.
"You're obviously not hale, my dear."
Her voice was fine-grained, mellow as the tone of a treasured old instrument handed down through generations of players.
"And formalities are wasted between friends."
Mara sank gratefully into deep cushions. Her own voice sounded dry as the scratch of sand as she opened with the time-honoured words of greeting toward one of higher social position.
"Welcome to my house, lady. Are you well?"
Isashani inclined her head, a saucy smile dimpling her cheeks.
"I thank the good servant for the undeserved courtesy,"
she answered, her tone one of genuine pleasure at Mara's reversal of their ranks. While she was Mara's senior in age and experience, she was but a former ruling lady, and Mara was servant of the Empire.
I do well enough, but you look like wheat gruel left in the sun for the livestock. My dear, have you given up eating altogether?
That her words were direct as a spear cast did not surprise Mara. But that bluntness had unbalanced many an opponent of House Zacatecas, whose wits were left muddled by the lady's alluring loveliness. Mara dropped her eyes from the dazzle of gleaming violet silk trimmed expensively with gold thread, and as quickly glanced away from the tray of sweetmeats and sliced fruits left by the servants for her guests' refreshment. She evaded.
You surely didn't come here to hear me complain of my health.
In fact, nourishment held no savour. The poison had left her stomach nervous and delicate. The reply from the lady came barbed as a riposte.
I certainly didn't come here to indulge you by watching you sulk.
Mara repressed a flinch. From anyone else, she must interpret such rebuke as an insult, but Isashani's deep eyes held sympathy that stung her like a slap because it was genuine. She sighed, and emotion that had hardened since her miscarriage eased a little.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mood was so transparent. Sorry won't suffice.
Isashani reached out a perfectly groomed hand, selected a plate, and served up a portion of the fruit.
Eat, or else I'll call your maids and have them bundle you straight off to bed.
She would too, Mara thought, and her perfidious maids would probably obey without pause to question that the wish of their mistress might not be in accord. Isashani handled authority like an irascible field general, and folk in her presence tended to march to her tune and think the better of their actions afterward. Since Mara did not feel strong enough to argue, she began to nibble a slice of jamach. She, too, could be direct.
Why did you come?
Isashani gave her back a look that measured. Then, as if reassured that Mara's inner fibre was not as depleted as her physical resilience, she poured herself chocha from the pot upon the snack tray.
Lord Jiro of the Anasati has made overtures towards my late husband's oldest bastard son.
Her voice was hard as rare barbarian steel, at odds with her fragile beauty. Mara set aside her half-eaten fruit slice, unthinking. A frown marked her brow.
Buenaseti,
she said, quietly questioning. An elegant nod from her guest confirmed that this was the name of the bastard in question. Isashani returned a small smile in salute. That Mara knew the name at all was impressive, since the Lord Cipino had sampled concubines and courtesans like fine wines. His bastards were numerous as vermin, and though all had been raised in even-handed fairness by House Zacatecas, their temperaments and characters varied like weather. The old lord had shared his sheets as readily for beauty as for brains, and though none of the mothers he got with child had been able to successfully challenge Isashani's preeminent position as lady and wife, some had been bitter in their defeat and had taught their resentment to their offspring. The current heir, Hopara, relied on his dowager mother's shrewd grasp of family politics to keep his sprawling collection of siblings and bastard relations in line.
It is our great good fortune,
Isashani added with a spark to her eye that suggested a sharpness of circumstance smoothed over,
that Buenaseti is a loyal son to his bloodline. Jiro was rebuffed.
Mara's frown did not ease, and the glint in Isashani's glance did not soften. As second-in-command to Lord Frasai as Imperial Overlord, Lord Hopara of the Zacatecas held a pivotal position in the Emperor's court. That he was young for such a powerful post made him vulnerable. His staunch advice and quick perception often stiffened Lord Frassai's suggestible nature to take action in time to avert setbacks from the traditionalist factions that sought to undermine, reform, and reinstate the abolished office of warlord. Lord Hopara removed meant a key defence lost, a dangerous step closer to bloodshed and the barely stayed threat of civil war. Something in Isashani's mien gave warning. Mara said, "You've had an assassination attempt." Isashani's face went motionless as porcelain. "Several." Mara closed her eyes. She felt weak to her core, pressed of a sudden by a weariness that made her long to give up the greater fight and to narrow her hopes and her efforts toward Acoma survival in the face of perils that closed like a ring of naked swords. Yet she was servant of the Empire, and no longer the inexperienced girl torn from service to Lashmar's order to take over a beleaguered house. The enemies of the Emperor were Acoma foes also, for she was as the king post that holds the weight of a great roof. To bring down imperial rule, Jiro and his allies must first cut off her support. The thought that followed hard after was that the Hamoi Tong had been far too successful in its assassination attempts against friends and allies and family. For as long as Jiro ruled, the Anasati would continue to stoop to the hiring of assassins. The Tong had become a liability no longer safe to ignore. Mara would never forget the horror of near strangulation, or the pain of the miscarriage brought on by poison. For the rest of her days, she would suffer grief for Ayaki's death. Wrapped in bleak thoughts, Mara was made aware of Hokanu's entrance only by Isashani's words of formal greeting. She opened her eyes to see her husband bowing over the lady of the Zacatecas' hand. He was self-conscious as a boy, an odd mien for a man who had commanded armies in the name of his emperor and whose own social grace had made Mara the envy of unmarried daughters of great houses. Yet Isashani's skills at confounding men were so facile that it was rumoured that she was secretly a witch who manipulated her admirers through enchantment. Hokanu was one of her favourites, and her soft, bantering flattery set him at ease at once. Men she did not care for had been known to stay tongue-tied in her presence for remarkable intervals of time. Still half-dazzled by Isashani's charm, Hokanu took a seat beside his wife. He folded Mara's hand inside his own and said, "We are weary of playing Mojo Go against the Tong." He referred to a card game often played for heavy stakes. "Really, it would be a relief to us all if Ichindar would sire a son. A male heir to the imperial throne would do much to damp the fires of the traditionalist faction." Isashani's dark eyes flashed amusement. "It has been a dull few years for matchmaking, I'll agree, with every highborn son taking concubines instead of wives, in the hope of winning an imperial daughter for marriage. The parties are getting quite vicious, with so many unwed girls spitting at each other like sarcat cubs." From there, the subject turned to the trade war between a consortium from the Amechen clan and a Kanazawai clan group, which was causing Hokanu's father setbacks in the resin market. Frustrated by the resultant shortage in the production of laminated hide, the Armourers Guild was on the verge of joining the fray, with the shipmasters and stevedores in Jamar upset by embargoes that disrupted sailing schedules. Since the Acoma had Nidra hides mildewing in warehouses in Sulankur, and the Anasati did not, the consensus was that Jiro's allies were behind the disturbance. It did the Amechen no good to recall that their own disunity had provided the opening that had given the Emperor absolute power to begin with. Afternoon blended into evening. As Mara's weariness became evident and she excused herself to retire, Isashani at last took her leave. Seated in her litter in the dooryard, with her bearers in place to depart, She raised her dark eyes to Hokanu and planted one last barbed comment.
Really, young master, you had better take pains to see that your wife eats, or the gossip will go round that you are starving her to an early grave in the hope of joining the circle of suitors who pant after Ichindar's eldest daughter.
Hokanu's eyebrows rose as though he had been sword-pricked.
Lady, is that a threat?
Isashani smiled with poisonous sweetness.
Depend on it. My late husband was fond of Mara, and I don't want his shade out to haunt me. Also, my Hopara would probably challenge you to a duel of honor over the issue, were he to see your lady so sad. After her heroics during the Night of the Bloody Swords, he compares all the young women he meets to her.
Indeed. Hokanu's voice turned serious. No man in the Empire cares more for our good servant than I, and your visit has done more for her than you can possibly know. Lady Isashani's visit at least inspired Mara to resume normal care for her appearance. She called upon the skills of her maids, and if at first her improved complexion was solely attributable to makeup, Hokanu was careful not to badger her. If she still kept long hours over her reports, she at least made an effort to eat more. And once she took up the practice of meditating in a small boat upon the lake, her pallor disappeared soon after.
It's very hard to worry, with the water all around, peaceful under the sky, she said, stepping ashore one evening when the afterglow of sunset turned wavelets and landscape all to gold. Holding her in his embrace, Hokanu hated to disrupt the moment, but soon enough she would find out, and unless he wished to provoke an explosion, he dared not hold back fresh news.
Arakasi is back.
So soon?
Mara lifted her face, kissing her husband's lips with the absentee air of one already preoccupied.
He must have heard of the attempt on Lord Hopara before I sent out my summons.
The moment of warmth was cut short as the lady hastened to meet her spymaster. Hokanu accompanied her into the estate house, through hallways dimmed with evening shadows, and past the servants who dispersed to light oil lamps. Faintly from one of the courtyards came the echoes of Justin's happy shouts.
"What's got the little one all stirred up?"
Mara asked. Hokanu put his arm around her shoulder.
A new game.
Your advisor for war laid a bet with the boy that he could not be ambushed unawares. Justin has taken to lurking behind the furniture, and the servants won't use the back hallways anymore for fear of being set upon.
And Kyoke?
Mara turned the last corner and passed the length of another corridor tiled in old, worn mosaic.
Has he been caught?
Hokanu laughed. Several times. His hearing is not what it once was, and his crutch makes him easy prey. Mara shook her head.
Just so Justin doesn't terrorize him. The old campaigner has received scars enough in Acoma service without getting battered in his twilight years.
But Kyoke, Hokanu knew, did not mind his bruises in the least, for Justin held the affection of the grandson the old man had never had. The couple reached the doorway to Mara's study. There, Hokanu lifted his arm and gave his wife a questioning glance. The servants had not reached this hallway yet, and the lamps were still unlit. Mara's face was a pale oval in the shadows, and her expression was unreadable. After a moment she said,
"Stay with me this time. Lady Isashani's news has left me unsettled, and I would like your counsel."
Hokanu heard the worry in her voice. He asked,
"Should I send for Sarek and Inkomo?"
Mara returned a shake of her head.
"No, they would not condone what I plan, and I see no need to endure their criticism."
Suddenly cold there in the warm darkness, with the calls of the servants near to hand and the smells of supper wafting from the kitchen, Hokanu reached out and tipped Mara's chin up with one finger. "Just what are you thinking, pretty lady?" His tone was at odds with the apprehension that bound his breath. Mara answered after a pause, "I am thinking that the Hamoy Tong has made trouble for far too long. I have lost a son and an unborn child to it. I would not see Lady Isashani suffer the same loss, and I owe her late husband Lord Cipino at least that much." Hokanu released a sigh, distressed by the strain that came between them over the subject of children. "It is not the Tong, but the enemy who employs it that is to be feared." Mara gave back a fractional nod. "I know. That is why I am going to ask Arakasi to penetrate its headquarters and steal its records. I will know its employer and have his plots out into the open." "His name is probably Anasati," Hokanu said. "One of his names." Mara's tone was ominous. "I would know the others as well, that no more parents lose young heirs to the cause of murderous politics. Come, let us go and charge Arakasi to undertake this difficult task." Hokanu could only nod as he escorted his wife into the hall leading to her study. He held respect close to awe for the spy master, since watching him act on the night they had sought the antidote. Yet even for a man of his gifts of guile and disguise, to infiltrate the Hamoy Tong was asking the impossible. Hokanu had no argument for the notion that his lady was sending her spy master off to die at a time when she most needed his services. Arakasi departed his lady's study preoccupied. Talk had left his voice hoarse. This night's report had been extensive, the end result of many months of labour in the field. The spymaster had pushed his agents hard, had exhorted them to seek out answers even in the face of the dangers posed by Jiro's first adviser, Chumaka. 2 men had forfeited their cover to gain information, and had chosen suicide by the blade rather than face inquisition and torture and risk betraying their mistress. And although they had winnowed out several traditionalist plots and shifts in old alliances against the Emperor, they had come no nearer to setting a name to the employer who had sent the Hamoy Tong against Mara. More disquieting news than the late failed attempt against Lord Hopara was that several other attempts had been foiled by Arakasi's agent in the Zacatecas household. Twice she had been clumsy around the cooks and spilt dishes of food she suspected had been poisoned. That report had caused Mara to flinch openly. Her face had paled and then flushed with a depth of anger Arakasi had never seen. Her words still rang in his memory, edged with a grief that never left her since Ayaki's loss. "Arakasi," she had said, "I ask that you find a way to steal the records of the Hamoy Tong. These attacks against us, and now the allies of our emperor, must be brought to a stop. If more than the Anasati are behind them, I would have you find out." Arakasi had accepted the command, fist over heart in a soldier's salute. After months of attempts to penetrate the Anasati accounts and 3 unsuccessful tries to place new agents on Jiro's estate, he regarded the order to go directly after the Tong almost as a relief. Arakasi had conceded from frustration that Chumaka was by far the most clever opponent he had ever faced. But even as brilliant a player of politics as the Anasati first adviser would not anticipate a move as foolhardy as attempting to challenge the assassins. And while Chumaka might not know Mara's spymaster by name, he was developing an understanding that let him anticipate Arakasi's methods. A dose of the unexpected, especially if no clear motives could be discerned, might throw Chumaka off balance for a while. Quiet as shadow, and deep in his own thoughts, Arakasi turned, keeping to the dimmer passageways out of habit. This narrow hall crossed the oldest part of the estate house. The floors were built on two heights, legacy of some forgotten lord who had believed he should always stand above his servants. He, or perhaps one of his wives, had also been a devotee of bric-a-brac. The walls held cavernous niches for statuary and artworks. Arakasi personally thought the things a liability, since some were large enough to harbour an assassin or a large child. Consequently, he was not taken entirely off guard when an ear-splitting yell sounded at his back, and someone gave an athletic leap with intent to hammer him down from behind. He spun, light and fast, and found himself with an armload of 6-year-old, kicking and cross that his surprise attack had been anticipated. Mara's spymaster blew a lock of reddish-gold hair out of his lips and said equably,
"Do I look so much like Kyoke today that you saw fit to test my reflexes?"
Young Justin giggled and squirmed, and managed to raise the toy sword carved from wood and inlaid with lacquer discs. "Already killed Kyoke twice today," he crowed. Arakasi's brows rose. He shifted his grip, surprised at the strength required to restrain the energetic little boy. Certainly, he was his father's son, with his impertinent attitude and legs as long as those of a Karani, an antelope-like creature renowned for its fierce speed.
"How many times did Kyoke kill you today, imp?"
Justin looked sheepish. 4. He added a rude phrase in the barbarian tongue, most likely overheard from a soldier in the barracks who had been close to Kevin on the campaign in Dastari. Arakasi took mental note that the boy had ears as quick as his wits. The child was not too young to eavesdrop on his elders.
"I have the feeling it's after your bedtime,"
the spymaster accused.
"Do your nurses know you're awake?"
And carefully he began to walk in the direction of the child's quarters. Justin shook back a curly mop of hair. "Nurses don't know where I am." He smiled proudly, then looked dismayed as doubt crept in. "You won't tell them. I'll get punished for certain." A gleam lit Arakasi's dark eyes.
"There are terms,"
he said in all seriousness.
"You will have to make a promise in exchange for my silence."
Justin looked solemn. Then, as he had seen the soldiers do at dice to seal a debt, he raised his closed fist and touched thumb to forehead. "I keep my word." Arakasi choked back a grin.
"Very well, honourable young master. You will not make a sound when I slip you into your sleeping quarters, and you will lie on your mat without moving, with your eyes closed until you wake up, and it is morning."
Justin gave a howl of betrayal. So like his father, Arakasi thought, as he lugged the protesting boy off to the nursery. Neither would Kevin accept protocols or propriety. He was honest when it was a frank embarrassment, and lied whenever it suited him. He was anathema to any well-run Sirani household, but life had certainly been less entertaining since his departure through the rift gate back to Midkemia. Even Jikan, who had been the butt of more than his share of Kevin's jokes, had been known to remark wistfully on his absence. In true form, Justin ceased his outcry on the threshold of his own room. His tantrum was not worth continuing at the risk of wrath from his nurses. He held to his warrior's word as Arakasi slid him into his blankets. But he did not close his eyes. Instead, he glared in outraged indignation as Arakasi stood by, until at last he lost his battle with fatigue and slipped into the deep and healthy sleep of a young boy. That he would have sneaked out of his chambers had Arakasi not stood by to enforce his warrior's given word, the spymaster had no doubt. In many ways, the boy was more Midkemian in manner than Sirani, a trait his mother and foster-father encouraged. Whether his un-Sirani bent would prove an asset in adulthood, or whether it would leave the Acoma name and Natami vulnerable to Jiro and his allies, could not be foretold. Arakasi sighed as he slipped through the screen and made his way across moonlit gardens. Reaching the quarters he used on his rare stays at the estate, Arakasi changed out of his most recent disguise, that of an itinerant peddler of cheap jewellery. He bathed in water gone tepid, unwilling to waste time to have the servants make the tub hot, and thought as he sponged away road grime. The only written records of contracts held by the Hamoi or any other Tong would be in the possession of the Obajan himself. Only one trusted successor, usually a son, would know where those scrolls were secreted against the possibility of the Obajan's accidental demise. For Arakasi even to locate the records would require him to come within touching distance of the leader of the Red Flower Brotherhood, the most powerful Tong in the Empire. Arakasi rubbed dye from his hair, his vigorous scrubbing as much a release from frustration. To gain the heart of the Tong would be far more difficult than his past forays into the imperial palace. Of the risks, Arakasi had said nothing. He had but to look at Mara's wan face to know that more worries would further delay her return to health. If she knew the risks behind the order she had just delivered, she would be strained enough without anyone seeming to call her judgment into question. Arakasi settled back, unmindful that the last warmth had fled from the water. He reflected on his encounter with Justin. Mara's worry would revolve around the well-being of her surviving child, Arakasi knew. His shared duty was to see that the boy survived to reach adulthood. This moment, that meant finding means to bring down the most dangerously guarded man in the Empire, the Obajan of the Hamoi Tong. That any sane man would have regarded the task as an impossibility bothered Arakasi not at all. What troubled his devious mind was that for the first time in his long and varied career, he had no clue about where he should start. The location of the Brotherhood of Assassins' headquarters was a closely held secret. The agents who took payment for commissions were not easy marks, as the apothecary he had once tortured in a back alley in Kentasani had been. They would commit suicide, as they had many times in history, before revealing the next in their chain of contacts. They were as loyal to their own murderous cult as any of Arakasi's agents were to Mara. Troubled, Arakasi slipped out of the tub and dried off. He dressed in a simple robe. For almost half the night he rested in a near-meditative state, sifting his memory for facts and faces that might lend him a starting connection. A few hours before dawn, he stood up, did some stretching exercises, and gathered together those things he felt he would need. He exited the estate house without drawing notice from the sentries. Hakanu had once joked that one day a warrior might accidentally kill Mara's spymaster, should Arakasi continue to skulk about the estate at night. Arakasi had replied that a guard who slew him should be promoted, as he would have rid Mara of an ineffective servant. Dawn found Arakasi on the far side of the lake, walking steadily as he took his own counsel. Plans were formulated, reviewed, and discarded, but he felt no despair, only a quickening sense of challenge. By sundown, he was at the river, melding with other travellers waiting for a commercial barge, another nameless passenger on his way to the Holy City. Chapter 11. Bereavement. Months passed. The bloom at last returned to Mara's cheeks.
Spring came, and the Nidra gave birth to their calves, and the barbarian mares delivered 7 healthy foals to add to the stables. With Lujan's permission, Hokanu had appropriated 2 patrols of swordsmen and, into the summer, proceeded to teach them to ride, and then to drill on horseback in formation. The dust from such manoeuvres overhung the fields in the dry heat, and the lakeshore in the late afternoons became boisterous with the laughter and chaffing as off-duty comrades watched the chosen few swim their barbarian beasts or sluice the sweat of a workout off glossy hides. More than riders and horses emerged wet some days when the play got rough. From the terraced balcony that Tasayo of the Minwanabi had once used to oversee field tactics, Mara often watched. She was attended by maids and her young son, and increasingly often by her husband, still wearing his riding leathers, sabre and quirt. One afternoon, as the sun sank low, as a scarred and grizzled old veteran bent to kiss his chosen mare on the muzzle, Mara gave the first carefree smile she had shown in weeks. "The men are certainly becoming used to the horses. Not a few of their sweethearts have been complaining that they spend more time in the stables than they do in their rightful beds." Hokanu grinned and slipped his hand around her slender middle. "Are you making such complaint, wife?" Mara turned in his arms and caught Justin staring with guilelessly wide blue eyes. The look reminded her poignantly of his father before he made a rude symbol with his hands that he certainly had not learnt from his nurses. "You're going to make a baby tonight," he said, proud of his deduction, and not at all nonplussed when the nearest of his nurses gave his cheek an open-handed slap. "Impertinent boy! How dare you speak to your mother so? And wherever you learned that finger sign, you'll be whipped if you try it again." With a red-faced bow to master and mistress, the maid hustled a protesting Justin off to bed. "But the sun's still up!" His voice pealed back in protest. "How can I go to sleep when I can still see outside?" The pair disappeared around the stair that led down the hill, Justin's hair catching the lowering light like flame. "By the gods, he's growing up," Hokanu said fondly. "We're going to have to find him an arms tutor soon. His ciphers and writing are plainly not enough to keep him from spying on the servants." "He wasn't." Mara's hands tightened around her husband's trim middle, appreciative of the muscles that his hours in the saddle kept firm. "He sneaks out to the barracks or the slave quarters every chance he gets, and listens intently when the men boast of their feats with ladies of the reed life or serving girls. He is his father's son when it comes to staring at the women, and something he said to my maid Kesha this morning made her blush like a maiden, which she's not." Her head tilted sideways, and she regarded her husband through her lashes. "He's a randy, rude little boy who had better be married off young, lest he sow Acoma bastards like Huat and have half the fathers of girls in the nations after him with swords." Hokanu chuckled. "Of all the problems you might have with him, that one worries me least." Mara's eyes widened. "He's barely 7. "High time he had a little brother then," Hokanu said. "Another little demon to look after to keep his mind off bigger trouble." "You're a randy, rude little boy," Mara retaliated, and with a quick, breathless laugh slipped out of his arms. She raced off down the hill with her robe half undone in abandon. Hokanu gathered himself in surprise and followed. Delight, more than exertion, caused his face to flush. His lady had not been playful for entirely too long since the poisoning. As he knew she desired, he ran easily and did not extend his long, athletic stride to overtake her until she had reached the glen by the lakeshore. The summer was fully upon them. Though dry, the grasses still retained a trace of green.
The stinging insects of the early season had dispersed, and the shrill of night callers had not yet died for the season. The air was syrupy warm. Hokanu caught his wife in a flying tackle, and both of them tumbled to the earth, breathless, dishevelled, and utterly departed from solemnity. Mara said, "My lord and consort, we seem to have a problem between us, that being a shortage of heirs." His fingers were already loosening the rest of the ties on her underrobe. "Lujan's sentries patrol the lakeshore after dark." Her smile came back to him, a flash of white in the dusk. "Then we have no time to lose on several counts." "That," Hokanu said gaily, "is hardly a problem." After that, neither of them had the attention to spare for talk. The much-longed-for and overly disputed heir to the Shinzawai must have been conceived on that night, either there under the open sky, or later amid scented cushions, after a late-night cup of sa wine shared in their private chambers. 6 weeks later, Mara was sure. She knew the signs, and though she woke feeling miserable, Hokanu could hear her singing in the mornings. His smile was bittersweet. But what he knew, and she did not, was that this child to come would be her last, the miracle that was all the healers of Hantukama's priesthood had been able to bestow upon her. Until he overheard a speculative argument between the kitchen scullions and the bastard child of one of the household factors, it never occurred to him that the babe, when it came, might be female. He let the matter lie, and took no notice of the bets that were being laid in the barracks over the forthcoming child's unknown sex. That this, Mara's last child, who was to be heir to his family name and fortune, might not be a son, quite simply did not bear thinking about. The pregnancy that had begun in such carefree abandon did not continue in the same vein. Not since the poisoning, and not since the attempts on the lives of Acoma allies. Lujan tripled his patrols, and personally inspected the checkpoints in the passes. The prayer gate over the river entrance to the lake was never without watchers in its towers, and a company of warriors was always armed and at the ready. But autumn came, and the Nidra culls were driven to market, and commerce went on without interruption. Even the silk caravan suffered no raid, which was not usual, and did nothing to set anyone at ease. Jikan spent hours mumbling over armloads of tally slates. Not even the surplus of Huat profit seemed to please him. "Nature is often most bountiful before the severest of storms," he grumbled pessimistically when Mara complained that his restlessness was making her neck ache. Weighed down by her swollen middle, she could hardly walk the floor with him to follow his rendering of accounts. "It's too quiet by far," said the little Hedonra, dropping like an arrow-shot bird to the cushions before the mistress's writing desk. "I don't like it, and I don't believe that Jiro is sitting by innocently up to his nose in old scrolls." In fact, Arakasi's agents had sent word. Jiro was not idle, but had been hiring engineers and joiners to build strange-looking machinery in what had been his father's marshalling yard. That the equipment was intended for siege and sapping was probable, and by dint of suggestively placed gossip, old Frasai of the Tonmagu had been convinced by Lord Hopara of the Zacatecas to spend imperial funds. Workers had been taken on to repair the cracks in the walls of Kentasani, and in the Emperor's inner citadel, caused by the earthquake set loose by the renegade magician Milimba when he had wreaked havoc at the Imperial Games years past. As autumn dragged on, and the wet season threatened, Mara found herself as restless as her Hedonra, and unable to do so much as pace. Her only respite came upon Justin's 8th birthday, when Hokanu presented him with his first real sword, not a mock weapon used by children. He had received the well-made small blade with solemnity, and resisted the impulse to rush around swinging it at everything in sight. If Kyoke had instructed him on the proper behaviour, such forbearance was lacking the next morning, when Justin charged with his bared blade down the hillside to his lesson from his arms tutor. Mara saw her son from the terrace, wishing she could go watch Justin take his instruction. But her healers would not let her stir from her cushions, and her husband, who usually was indulgent when she became stubborn, would not relent. The air that she carried must not be risked. To ease her confinement, anything she requested was sent for. Gifts from other nobles arrived as her time approached, some lavish, others minor tokens, the minimum tradition demanded. An expensive but undeniably ugly vase was Jiro's gift to the expectant servant of the Empire. Amused to sardonic humour, she ordered it be given to her servants so they might use it to carry out night soils from the house. But her most welcome gifts of all were the rare books delivered in chests that smelled of mildew and dust. Isashani had sent them, instead of the more usual lacquered boxes or exotic songbirds. Upon reading the inscription on the gift card, Mara had laughed. Beneath the make-up and the feminine airs, there was no limit to Isashani's shrewdness. It was her son Hopara who sent a traditional, if astonishingly extravagant arrangement of sweet flowers. Surrounded by painted vases, Mara breathed in the perfume of cut kikali blossoms and tried not to think of Kevin the Barbarian, who had first taught her what it was to be a woman in the dusk of a garden years past. A frown on her face that had nothing to do with the lighting, she studied a treatise on weapons and campaigns of war. Her frown deepened as she considered the likelihood that Jiro had also studied this very text. From there, her thoughts wandered. Arakasi's messages arrived irregularly since she had charged him with his mission to acquire the Hamoy Tong's records. She had not seen him in months, and missed his quick wit and his unfailing appreciation of odd gossip. Closing the book, she tried to imagine his location. Perhaps he sat in some distant inn, disguised as a Nidra driver or a sailor. Or he might be lunching late with a merchant in some distant city. She refused to consider that he could very well be dead. Arakasi, at that moment, lay on his side amid a tangle of silk sheets, and ran light, expert fingers down the thigh of a nubile girl. That she was, by binding contract, another man's property, and that he risked his very life to seduce her, was not at the forefront of his thoughts. He had come in through the window. The absent master's bedchambers in the mid-afternoon were the last place any servant or guardsman bent on protecting the virtue of a slave concubine would expect to find her with a lover. The girl was bored enough to believe herself immune to misfortune. Her latest master was old and fat, and his prowess had flagged with age. Arakasi posed a different sort of challenge. It was she who was jaded, having been trained for pleasure and bed sport since she was the age of 6. Whether or not he could successfully excite her was the sum of the issue at hand. For Mara's spymaster, the stakes that he dallied to win were a great deal higher. In the half-light shed by closed screens, the air smelled heavy with incense and the girl's perfume. The sheets had been treated with herbs that in some circles were considered aphrodisiacs. Arakasi, who had read texts on medicine, knew the belief was a myth. The elderly master had wealth enough not to care if his money was being wasted. The miasma of scents was powerfully cloying, causing Arakasi to regret that the screens must stay closed. Almost, he would rather have endured the stinking loincloth and apron he had bought from the dyers in Sulankeur, which he used for disguise when he did not want well-bred passers-by examining his face too closely. The reek, at least, would have kept him alert. As it was, he had to fight not to fall fatally asleep. The girl shifted. Sheets slid away from her body with a hiss of silk on skin. She was magnificent, outlined in afternoon light, her hair in heavy, honey-coloured curls on the pillows. Slant eyes the colour of jade fixed on Arakasi. "I never said I had a sister." She referred to a comment some minutes old. The spymaster's fingers slipped past her hip, dipped down and continued stroking. Her magnificent eyes drooped, half-closed, and her hands spasmed on the silk, like a cat's paws, kneading. The velvet-soft voice of Arakasi said, "I know from the merchant who sold your contract." She stiffened under his touch, spoiling 10 minutes of his careful ministrations. She had had enough men that she did not care. "That was not a prudent remark." Insult did not enter into the question. That she was in truth little better than a very expensive prostitute was not the issue. Who had been the sister's buyer? That was dangerous knowledge, and the dealer who had made the transaction would hardly be so free or so foolhardy that he would tell. Arakasi stroked aside honey-gold locks and cradled the back of the girl's neck. "I am not a prudent man, Camleo." Her eyes widened and her lips shaped a wicked smile. "You are not." Then her expression turned thoughtful. "You are a strange man." Breathing deeply, she feigned a pout. "Sometimes I think you are a noble playing the part of a poor merchant." She fixed him with a steady gaze. "Your eyes are older than your appearance." When a lingering moment passed and he gave no answer, she said, "You are not very forthcoming." Then she licked her lips suggestively. "Neither are you amusing. So, amuse me. I am someone else's toy. Why should I risk disgrace to become yours?" As Arakasi drew breath to reply, Camleo raised a finger and stopped his lips. Her nails were dusted with gilt, costliest of cosmetics. "Don't say you'll buy me my freedom for love. That would be trite." Arakasi blessed the rosy flesh of her fingertips with a kiss. Then, very gently, he removed her hand so he could speak. His expression was faintly offended. "It would not be trite. It would be true." Mara had set no limits on his expenses ever, and for stakes so high as access to the Tong's most guarded chieftain, she would hardly stint his needs. The girl in his arms went icy with distrust. To free her from the 7-year contract signed and sold to her aged master would be worth the cost of a townhouse. But to buy out her worth and the expense of her training and upbringing from the merchant of the pleasure house who had invested in her, that would be as much as a small estate. Her contracts would be sold and sold again until she was faded to the point where even her skills between the sheets would be spurned. "You were never so rich." Even her voice was contemptuous. "And if the master who employs you is so wealthy, then I risk my very life to be speaking to you." Arakasi bent his head and kissed her neck. His hands did not tighten against her tenseness. She could at any moment draw away, a nuance she understood, and, in appreciation of the subtlety, she kept still. Few men treated her as though she had a will of her own or feelings. This one was rare, and his hands were very schooled. She heard the note of sincerity in his voice as he added, "But I work for no master." His tone conveyed the nuance. His mistress, then, would have little use for an expensive courtesan. The offer of freedom might be genuine if he had access to the money. Arakasi's hands recovered lost ground, and Camleo quivered. He was more than rare. He was gifted. She settled a little, her flank melting into the curve of his body. As though the footsteps of servants did not come and go in the corridor separated by only a screen, Arakasi's touch drifted down the girl's golden flesh. She leaned into him. Pleasure came rarely enough to her, who was a thing bought and sold to meet the needs of others. Discovery might earn her a beating. Her partner would wind up dishonourably dead on a rope end. He was either exceptionally brave or else careless unto insanity. Through skin that had been caressed and cajoled into unwanted sensitivity, the girl could feel the unhurried beat of his heart. "This mistress," Camleo murmured languidly, "she means so very much to you?"
"Just at this moment, I was not thinking of her,"
Arakasi said. But it was not his words that convinced, as his lips met hers with a tenderness akin to worship. The kiss blurred all doubts, and soon after all thoughts. The filtered sunlight through the windows blended with a red-golden haze behind her eyes as passion was drawn out of her and savoured like fine wine. At last, gasping and drenched with the fine sweat of love-making, Camleo forgot herself and clung to the lean form of the man as she exploded into relief. She laughed and she wept, and somewhere between amazement and exhaustion she whispered the location of the sister sold away in far Onterset. Despite his mysterious background, it did not occur to Camleo that her partner might be no more than a consummate actor, until she rolled over. The light touch that cradled her body was no more than the fold of warm sheets. She flung back damp hair, her beautiful eyes narrowed and furious to find the window opened and himself gone, even to the clothes he had worn. She opened her lips to call out in a pique that would see him caught and executed, never mind his clever hands and lying promises. But, on the moment the air filled her lungs, the latch on the screen tripped up. Arakasi must have heard the heavy tread of her elderly master, returned early from his meeting with his Hadonra. Stoop-shouldered, palsied, grey-haired, he shuffled into her chamber. His milky eyes blinked at the twisted sheets, and his dry, chill hands reached out and stroked her skin, heated still and damp from a surfeit of passion.
"My dear, are you ill?"
he said in his old man's voice. "Bad dreams," she said, sulky, but trained by instinct to use the mood to increase her allure. "I dozed in the afternoon heat and had nightmares, nothing more." Grateful that her deft, dark-haired lover had made clean his escape, Camleo sighed and bent her skills upon her decrepit master, who was harder, it sometimes seemed, to please than she was. Outside the window, screened from sight by a veiling of vines and unkempt acacia, Arakasi listened intently to the sounds that issued from the bedchamber. In relief and an uncharacteristic anger, he silently donned his clothing. He had lied only once. Never had he ceased thinking of his mistress. Over the years since he had sworn to Acoma service, Mara had become the linchpin of his life. But the girl, half-spoiled, fully hardened to the resentment of a whore brought up to the reed life, had touched him. His care for her had been real, and that by itself was disturbing. Arakasi shook off the memory of Camleo's long fine hair and her jewel-clear eyes. He had work to do before her freedom from usage could be arranged. For the information she had delivered in the naive belief that she had disclosed only a family secret was the possible location of the harem of the Hamoy Tongs Obajan. The tenuous link she had managed to retain with her sister, used to exchange spurious and widely erratic communication, held far more peril than she knew. It had taken months for Arakasi to trace a rumour that a girl of unusual beauty, a sister to another, had been purchased by a certain trader, one whom Arakasi had suspected as a Hamoy Tong agent. He was now dead, a necessary byproduct of Arakasi's identifying him. But his purchase of so expensive a courtesan led Arakasi to the near certainty that she must belong to the Obajan or one of his closest lieutenants. And the fact she had been sent to Ontoset made peculiar sense. It was safer for the Tong to have its seat so distant from where it was contacted, a minor shrine outside the temple of Turakamu. Arakasi himself had many agents who suspected he was based in Jamar or Yankora because that was where all their messages originated. Arakasi had resisted the temptation to leave at once for Ontoset and had spent valuable weeks in Kentasani seeking out the girl's sister. The spy master had studied his prey for weeks before making himself known to her. Turning away Camleo's questions with vague references, he led her to believe him the son of some powerful noble, fallen to low estate because of a romantic adventure. As he repeatedly risked shameful death to see her, then at last Camleo had welcomed him to her bed. Without her, Arakasi might have searched a lifetime and never obtained a clue to what he sought by Mara's command. As he sat, still as stone, awaiting the dusk and the chance to steal away, he pondered how much he owed to a girl who had been raised up to be no more than a bed toy. He knew he should leave this woman and never see her again, but something in him had been touched. Now he confronted a new fear, that he might entreat Mara to intercede and buy the girl's contract, and that, once free, Camleo might laugh at his genuine care for her. For a man brought up by women of the reed life, understanding of her contempt came all too easily. Veiled by the bushes, suffering insect bites and muscle cramps from his pose of forced stillness, Arakasi sighed. He closed his eyes, but could not escape the sounds of Camleo's marathon efforts in the bedchamber to gratify the lechery of a man too old to perform. Once he was sure the old master was asleep, he silently made his departure. But with him came vivid memories and the uncomfortable, unwanted awareness that he had come to care for Camleo. His feelings for her were folly. Any emotional ties to those not of the Acoma made him vulnerable, and he knew that if he was vulnerable, so then was Lady Mara. The messenger hesitated after he made his bow. Breathless still from his run through the hills bordering the estate, he might have been taking an ordinary pause to recover his wind, except that his hands were tense and the eyes he raised to Hokanu were dark with pity. The Shinzawai heir was not a man to shy from misfortune. Campaigns in the field had taught him that setbacks must be faced at once and overcome, lest enemies gain opening and triumph. "The news is bad," he said quickly. "Tell me." Still mute, and with a second bow made out of sympathy, the messenger drew a scroll out of a carry tube fashioned of bone strips laced together with cord. The instant Hokanu saw the red dye that edged the parchment, he knew. The word was a death, and even as he accepted the document and cracked the seal, he guessed the name inside would be his father's. The timing could not be worse. He thought in that stunned, disbelieving interval before grief struck his mind like a fist. His father gone. The man who had understood him as no other, who had adopted him when his blood sire had been called into the assembly of magicians, and who had raised him with all the love any son could require. There would be no more midnight talks over Huat beer or jokes about hangovers in the mornings. There would be no more scholarly arguments or reprimands or shared elation over victories. The grandchild soon to be born to Mara would never meet his grandfather. Fighting sudden tears, Hokanu found himself mechanically dismissing the messenger. Jikan appeared as if spell-called and quietly dealt with the matter of refreshments and disposition of the bone token that couriers received in acknowledgement of completion of their missions. The Hedonra finished with necessities and turned back to his mistress's husband expectant. Hokanu had not moved, except to crush the red-bordered scroll between his fist.
"The news was bad?"
Jikan surmised in commiseration.
"My father," Hokanu said tightly. "He died in his sleep, in no pain, of natural causes."
He shut his eyes a moment, opened them, and added,
"Our enemies will be gloating nonetheless."
Jikan fingered the tassels on his sash, diffident, careworn, and silent. He had met Komatsu of the Shinzawai. He knew the Lord's Hedonra well. The most enduring tribute he could think to mention was not the usual one, or the most elegant. He spoke anyway.
"He is a man who will be missed by his servants, young master. He was well loved."
Hokanu raised eyes dark with hurt.
"My father was like that,"
he sighed.
"He abused no man and no beast. His heart was great. Like Mara, he was able to see past tradition with fairness. Because of him, I am all that I am."
Jikan allowed the silence to stretch unbroken, while outside the window the footsteps of a sentry passed by. Then he suggested very gently,
"Mara is in the workshed with the toy-maker."
The new-made Lord of Shinzawai nodded. He went to seek his wife with a weight on his elegant shoulders that the news he carried made fearful. More than ever, the heir his lady carried was important, for while Hokanu had cousins aplenty, and even a bastard nephew or three, none of them had grown up schooled to his foster-father's breadth of vision. Not a one of them had the perception and the clarity of thought to fill the shoes of the man who had been the Emperor Ichindar's right hand. The ambience of the workshed was an amalgam of dust, warmth shed into dimness by the sunlit tiles of the roof, and the aromatic scents of wood shavings, resins, and the pungency of nidra glue. The corners were murky with shelves of scrap cloth, baskets of feathers, and an orderly arrangement of woodworkers' tools, among which was a priceless metal knife imported from the barbarian world, and with which Mara had bought the undying admiration and services of Okato, toy-maker, genius, and dissembler, with a penchant for lewd jokes and drink. Mara overlooked his coarseness, his tendency to forget her femininity and speak with her as if she was an equal, and his stink, which was always of unwashed sweat and the tekka seeds with which he spiced his food. When Hokanu entered, lady and artisan were engaged with bent heads over a waist-high contraption of wood, around which were arrayed an army of painted toy soldiers.
"There,"
said Okato, in his tremulous old man's voice that also held childish enthusiasm.
"If you'd pull that string and release that lever there, mistress, we'll know if we've wasted our time."
His sarcasm was belied by the unholy gleam of joy in his eyes. Dishevelled, hot, and heavily pregnant, Mara bent a face marred by a smear of dust across one cheek. She gave an unladylike whoop and yanked a tasselled cord. The contrivance on the floor responded with a click, a whap, and a violent whipping of cord, timber, and wicker. What Hokanu recognized as a replica of an engine designed to hurl rocks over the walls of a besieged city did not perform its intended office. Instead, its throwing arms spun in an arc, discharging its missiles amid the neat ranks of its allies. Toy soldiers scattered and bounced through the dusty air, and rocks cracked in rebound off the walls. Hokanu ducked the ricochets and winced at the lady's unfettered yell of delight. Okatu, the toy maker, cackled with pleasure, and from a pocket beneath his Nidra-hide apron produced a flask.
A toast to the gods of prank and mischief?
He offered the lady a swig, froze, seeing Hokanu in the doorway.
"We've done it, my lord,"
he announced, blithe as a boy in his excitement.
"Found a way to turn Jiro's penchant for engines back upon his own troops."
He paused, drank deeply, and cackled again, then offered his dripping flask to the master. It was Mara who noticed the stiffness of Hokanu's face. "What has happened?" she asked, her sudden concern as jarring as a shout. She manoeuvred her swollen belly around the toy engine, stepping upon the scattered ranks of soldiers. Stung on top of grief by the sudden draining of joy from her face, Hokanu struggled for words. "Dear gods," Mara murmured, reaching him and awkwardly seeking his embrace. "It's your father, isn't it?" She tugged him to her, the unborn bulk of their child pressed between. He could feel her tremble and knew her sorrow was real. Everywhere his father had been loved. He heard his voice recite woodenly, "He died naturally, in no pain, in his bed." The toy maker handed over his flask. Hokanu accepted and swallowed without much noticing what brew it contained. The sting of it freed his voice, and his thoughts began sluggishly to function. "There will be a state funeral. I must be present." Too much was he aware of his pregnant wife's vulnerability, and the heir that now must not be risked. As he felt her drawing breath, he shook his head and said quickly, "No, you will not go. I will not expose you or our unborn child to our enemies." She moved on the point of protest. Hokanu shook her gently, uncaring that the noxious spirit slopped from the flask with the gesture, staining the shoulder of her robe. "No. Kamatsu would understand, my love. He would do as I must and implore you to go and visit your adoptive family, whom you have sorely neglected of late. You will travel to Kentosani and pay your respects to your Emperor Ichinda. He has lost a staunch defender in my father. It is seemly that you be there to temper his grief." She relaxed against him, and he read in that her understanding and her gratitude. She would not argue with him, although he knew by the way she hid her face in his sleeve that she wept for him, and for the fact that the ugliness of politics must see her parted from his side in his hour of bereavement. "My lady," he said softly, and buried his own face in her hair. Behind him, across a floor littered with the fallen effigies of Jiro's army, the toy maker slipped soundlessly out.